Humanity is embroiled in a war with an unequal opponent. With the survival of mankind and the entire planet at stake, the Earth has been invaded by an entire alien army. Their resources are limitless, with millions of monsters taking the place of the fallen in formation. And this army is led by a dragon, and this word does not convey all the chthonic horror that these monsters represent. The magic of another world has seeped through the rifts of the gate, and psionics, people with superpowers, have awakened on Earth. The road to victory was paved with countless Psyker lives, but they would return. This victory was not final, the prophecy said. 15 years from now, the war will flare up again with an even greater conflagration, the oracle said. The humans created the Ark organization, where they recruited gifted Psykers from childhood to prepare a new generation of superhumans for this battle. The years flew by quickly until there were only 3 summers left until the decisive battle. A Psyker in auto armor was firing a heavy large caliber rifle. The skulls of the invaders burst like ripe watermelons, but their hordes simply absorbed round after round without diminishing in number. Psyker called fire directly on himself, and a powerful artura struck all around. But another foe appeared in the rift. Scarier than the weight of the previous ones, it roared fearfully. The soldier discarded the assault rifle. Even its .40 caliber was useless against the dragon's carbon armor. Everything was consumed by fire, auto armor melting beyond the heat. Red was engulfed in flames. Burning alive, he could feel his body vaporizing. "Oh shit, it's that stupid dream again," the old soldier exhaled. It's the day the recruits arrive, he remembered. The Chinooks were already on their way to the remote base on the island with a new set of Psykers. Li Han flew along with the other boys of 10 years old, strapped in side by side. Li Han, only 10 years old and already gathered a gang of orphan thieves, the Major read his file. "Don't worry," said the Major, "no one will send the kid to jail. He's heard about the Ark, after all. An organization that gathers and trains gifted Psykers who have not heard of them at this time, and he is one of them," asked the boy. "He will not be an ordinary Psyker. In the future he will save humanity. He will be able to forget about hunger and slums. He will be given everything." The Major did not even finish. "So only he will be fed, and all the younger brothers and sisters will continue to starve," interrupted the Major boy. "If they want to take him to the Ark, they should take care of them. Food, nutrition, education." Sternly watched the little boy with a non-childlike gaze. "All right," replied the Major after a short thought. The boy's determination shocked him. He would take responsibility for the people he cared for. However, this will only be the case as long as he is in the Ark. As a Psyker, the Major set his condition. Selflessly, the boy, whose voice hadn't even begun to break, answered him. That's how he ended up at the Ark base and disembarked with a small bag of belongings. Li Han remembered the Major telling him about the ranks of Psykers. He was assigned the lowest rank. "Therefore, try to survive at all costs," Li Han recalled, his words while walking through the base. The main headquarters towered in the center of the island with a lonely spire. "We had to get there on foot because no one picked it up from the site." His Psyker, already trained, handled the boulder in his palm, blond, the air around him distorted with psi waves. The other boys stood there with their mouths hanging open. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone use the ability, and they had taken it because the detector beeped more than usual. Kneeling in front of everyone was a curly-haired boy with swarthy skin. He was rubbing his bruised cheek and crying. "I wonder if they'll send him home if he's broken." "There's no place for weaklings here," the blonde mocked. "You'll thank me later." He took aim with a rock. "Get out," the blonde said, and threw the stone as if it had come out of a slingshot. The boulder slammed loudly against the palm of Li Han's hand. It hurt, but he didn't grimace, and caught the stone almost on reflexes. "Slowly, it would have been faster with my hand," said Li Han. "Who is so brave here?" the blonde asked, his face twisted with anger. He wanted to earn an intimidating authority in the group. "The one who will teach him manners," Li Han replied, and threw a stone on the ground in front of them. They immediately started fighting. "Listen up, scum," came Sergeant Red's voice, and the boys immediately stopped. Everyone stepped aside to let the sergeant through to the ringleaders. Both two, step forward, step out of formation. The sergeant ordered them, identify themselves. Del Simon, the first to introduce himself, was the blonde man standing up in a row. Li Han, the slum boy, said his name. "Del Simon has already been trained, and his special skill has already manifested, right?" asked Sergeant Red. "I only possess psychokinesis," Simon replied. What other skill was that surprised Li Han, who hadn't heard of it before? "Really?" Red asked, and suddenly drove his fist into the 10-year-old boy's stomach. So much arrogance over such a small thing. What a load of garbage, Red hissed, while Simon couldn't even take a breath from the pain. Next, Lee Han, right, looked the sergeant at the second brat in front of him. The urge to help the weak is a good thing, the sergeant said. It was clear that he had been watching them from the beginning, but had not interfered. However, he said, and Lee Han too was hit under the breath, without a powerful ability, he's even more trash. In 3 weeks their freshman year will begin. If they don't master psychokinesis in that time, they're out of here, Red told everyone else. Forgot to introduce myself, your personal guide in hell that will make you underdogs, elite soldiers that face the dragon, said Red. That's the end of the greetings. Practice starts now. Run in a circle, from the fence to dinner, Red commanded. What are you devils standing up? Run march, growled the scary sergeant at them. Whoever gives up will immediately fly out, he shouted. And they ran. Running was something Lee Han had been doing all his life. Such rough treatment was not new to him, but for others, the test of will proved too much to bear. Useless slugs, stop getting in the way, go back to rotting at home, growled the sergeant. 2 out, came Lee Han on the next lap. He picked up the pace and held it. Such a load could not break him. But what he was really worried about was the Psy ability. Would he be able to use it as easily as Simon? The blonde man was running slightly ahead of Lee Han. Whether he even had it, Lee Han doubted. Not only his future depended on it. Lousy trash, Red told the curly-haired kid who had just collapsed from exhaustion in front of him. Go sleep at home, the sergeant said. I don't think I can get up, the kid whispered. He hadn't given up yet. Lee Han decided to help him almost instinctively. That's right. Han looked at the swarthy boy. Yes, he replied uncertainly. They continued running together, Lee Han supporting the curly-haired man. And when they were finally exhausted, Sergeant Red gave the command to stop. 40 of and 73 remained, Red said as everyone fell to the ground. He quickly weeded out the most gutless who would have left anyway. Stand down for today. Tomorrow the real training will begin. Everyone will run every morning as much as they did today, he stated. The boys immediately let out a gasp, horrified at such news. The next day started their ARC training. They would get up at 5 in the morning and start jogging. At 8 in the morning, breakfast in the dining hall of the first-year cadets. The food was modest but nutritious. For Lee Han, it seemed like a feast. At 9, a lecture in the auditorium where they were taught how to control the psi waves in the body. They had to learn how to collect them inside. Lee Han chose his heart to collect his own psi waves. At 1:30 for lunch, Lee Han picked up the tray and looked where to sit. Let's have lunch together, Kuro, he suggested to the curly-haired boy he had helped before, and sat down next to him. Come on, the shy one replied. He had become Han's first friend not only in the ARC, but in life. Enjoy your meal. Lee Han cheerfully wished his friend, eating to his heart's content, warm and clean, was for him a blessing. Simon walked by. They hadn't gotten along from the start, and were rivals all the time, genius and simpleton. I heard Simon went to a school for the gifted, Kuro said. So I can see why he's so arrogant, Han said. As sad as it sounds, he already has the ability. Hopefully they too will get it in 3 weeks, Han said. Well, he can already use it, Kuro guiltily replied, making it clear that Han was the only one behind. Really, Han was horrified, and the guy's not so simple, he told his friend. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stop worrying about others, he thought. And through the evening came classes, practice, combat, and jogging again. Dinner, inspection of belongings, showers, roll call as they lay down completely exhausted at the time of debarkation. Lights out sounded at 10, but Lee Han couldn't sleep and lay staring at the bunk above. Showers, food, a pillow and blanket, none of this compares to life on the street. He wanted to go home but pushed those thoughts away. No matter how hard it was, he had to stick around. 2 weeks later, his fellow students had their first successes, being able to lift small objects like a pencil. More and more boys were mastering psychokinesis, but Lee Han had never awakened this. What to do, he thought tensely. There was less and less time left, and he thought he wasn't talented enough to do it. He asked Kuro if there was any secret to mastering the ability, but he looked guilty again and couldn't answer. There was only one person on the base he could turn to for advice and who might know something. Look who's here, Simon smirked. What do you want? He asked caustically. Should have figured it out by now, Han replied. Ah, you want to know a secret, Simon said. But hadn't he forgotten who was talking about manners recently? Simon smiled and his eyes glittered with psi waves. Since there's nothing to be done, Han thought, and kneeled down. Help me, he asked Simon bluntly. Come on up, I'll teach you. I asked you to, but don't complain later, Simon said, and asked his neighbor for a pencil. He took aim and struck faster than Lee Han could react. the pencil piercing his chest. "It's been 3 weeks already," thought the bored sergeant, and chewed on a chocolate stick. Time really does fly fast, he thought. Sergeant Red greeted the bald, pudgy man who walked into his office. "I knew I'd find you here," said the Fuzz. "Long time no see, Octo," said Red. "But what a stench! You can't be in here with sweets," muttered Octo's clamped nose. "What on earth is he doing here?" grumbled the sergeant. Never mind, since he came, they could go down together. "What do you think of the new recruits?" Octo asked. "The recruits, these dead brats, are all morons," grumbled the sergeant. "Is this a joke?" wondered Octo. "What's the joke?" Red said. "Only 2 of them are hopeful, that's all," wondered the Fuzz. "Del Simon? Good. But his character is so-so. At this point, he's already the strongest in the first stage of training. Simon, suddenly he's the last genius from the UK training centre. I have high hopes for him," scratched Octo's chin. "There's a second lad, mature beyond his years," Red said. "Very dependable, the most morally upstanding of all the recruits. He would make a perfect soldier in the future," Red thought regretfully. "However, the Ark needs not ordinary soldiers but superhumans without psi abilities. Lee Han has nothing to do here," he recalled the past. "Heard something along the way. You know what the kids call you?" Octo asked. "Something like, son of a dog." Red grinned. They lined up in front of the sergeant. Red sternly inspected his 40 recruits. "Starting today, the first course begins," he announced. "However, that only applies to those of them who have mastered basic Psyker skills," Red said. Lee Han shrank back. Kuro, that stood in the formation beside him, did as well. But he wasn't worried about himself. "Obligatory outward base manifestation. Eyes must light up. They must manifest at least that to stay in formation," shouted Red. His eyes glittered red. "Mastering the basic manifestation, becoming in formation next to the specialist," he ordered. "The rest to the agents that will take them to the helipad." He pointed to a group of men in black suits. In this group, Lee Han noticed one familiar face. The Major Kang that peeped his brothers from the orphanage was also here. "Stop holding everyone up!" Red hurried. Not everyone was able to master psychokinesis and tearfully left for the agents. Lee Han focused on his heart. He was still failing. He could feel the stabbing wound in his chest. The same one Simon left him, who almost killed him with a pencil through the heart. "That's what his methods are. Definitely not trying to kill him," Han asked, breathing heavily. "Don't worry. The wound is not deep. Through this pain it will be easier to focus. The wound will become his psi channel," Simon said. "Imagine pulling psi waves through them. Just keeping your hand on your chest won't do anything," Simon said. Coming out, he knew his channel was in the heart. Surprised Han how well Simon understood psi waves. From that day forward, he began to feel an energy that seemed to have been lost. But what to do to let her out? Strained Lee Han. He was the only one left. "Stop standing there shaking! Time's up!" Sergeant Red shouted to him. But when Han didn't listen to him and continued to stand, Red lost his temper even more. Pathetic weakling. "Why did you have to try so hard if it doesn't work?" he thought. Red staggered towards Lee Han. "It was pointless to just stand there. No miracle would happen. We need to take out the boy without any pity. A soldier must always obey the orders of his commanding officer," Red growled. "No exceptions," the sergeant said, and swung his fist. "Better to show the others what happens if you don't obey," he thought. "Something must be done at least. Think," the boy ordered himself. The sergeant's pen that was sticking out of his pocket, the one he always carried with him, caught his eye. Lee Han received a strong fist slammed into his face and rolled on the ground, skinning his face and elbows. Nothing else comes to mind anyway, Han thought, and raised his hand up with the pen when just in time to wonder at Red. What this madman was going to do, the sergeant froze himself. If his channel is narrow and blocked, he'll make it wider, Han thought, and thrust the pen into his wound. "What are you doing? You want to die?" The sergeant grabbed the boy by the chest. From beneath his forehead, eyes with a blue shroud of psi waves stared back at him. Made me nervous, Red thought, breathed a sigh of relief, and let Han out. "I've never met such incompetence in my entire life," grumbled the sergeant, and walked away. "Congratulations," the sergeant tossed to the boy with the swollen face and bloody t-shirt. He had done well, and now he would be able to start training like everyone else, sighed Lee Han. "He's fine," ran up to him restlessly Kura. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore," answered him Lee Han. "Hey Lee Han, hold this as a token of success," said the fatty Octo to the guy, and hooked something on his arm. "What is it?" Han asked, looking at the watch bracelet on his arm. "Ark's newest development, a tactical bracelet," Octo reported. The guy looked into the holo screen, and the bracelet confirmed his identity. "Wow, that's right," the boy marveled. "Exactly," Octo stated. "He still has a lot more to say about that," the fat man spoke. But he was interrupted. Attention! Assignment is now complete. As soon as you are marked on the list Group U classes, ordered Sergeant Red. There are only 4 classes in the Arch, by ability, from 1st to 4th, said Sergeant. Today, they will see the results of their 3 weeks of training. To raise the level, one must improve abilities, Han heard. Congratulations on your enrollment, the remaining 25 cadets. The whole time they've been nagging him for nothing, Red said. It's worth realizing that everything they thought he was before is child's play compared to what awaits them after, growled the sergeant. First class, 1 person, Red read the smug blonde man's name. 4 has a second class. The ever-insecure Kuro entered there as well. Next, the 5 go into 3rd grade with him, Red said. 4th grade, not too bad to begin with, Li Han thought. Very soon he would raise his rank. The rest of the privates are in Wei Chen's care. The sergeant finished reading the lists. A tall Chinese man, the size of a closet, appeared before them. Huge horrified the group of laggards. He's even scarier than Red. Weapons combat instructor, it will be difficult. But if we work together, everything will work out. The big guy smiled cheerfully. They were ordered to move into position. Simon walked past Han. They crossed glances but said nothing to each other. Don't worry, Kuro, Han told his weeping friend. He would catch up with him soon enough. Now to the training hall, Wen Chen ordered them. He was demonstrating long spear skills to them. Chen frantically spun the spear, making loud shouts. In his hands it blurred. I suppose everyone is wondering why you need to wield a spear to fight a dragon, Wen asked the cadets. It's a special psi weapon. Nothing on Earth is capable of absorbing and transmitting psi waves, but the bones and flesh of a dragon is capable of doing so, the sergeant said. Because weapons created from these materials can cause serious damage to a dragon. But how were dragons killed before such weapons appeared? Li Han asked. Originally in hand-to-hand combat, a single dragon could put down Psykers by the hundreds, Chen painfully replied. Some attacked and supported allies from a distance, but it was only in close combat that one could finally slay a dragon. This requires piercing an important organ and releasing psi energy. Psykers who get this role in battle are called strikers. Striker sounds cool. All the boys listened with their mouths hanging open. Let's all pick up weapons, Chen said. Kids are kids in the Ark. He quickly realized how to get their attention. Li Han picked out his spear and tried it in his hand. Good choice, Chen said. He has a powerful swing and a strong aura, the sergeant noted. This guy's worth a look, he thought. Maletz came out strongly and boldly against the stern Sergeant Red. His character has been hardened by the past conditions in which he lived. It is obvious that the boy has already had to fight for what is dear, thought Chen. Give it your best, Li Han, the sergeant ordered the boy, and he nodded enthusiastically. And he in turn will do his best to help him, Chen said, and smiled. 2 weeks later, the boys were practicing the techniques they had learned in light sparring. He seemed to be getting tired, Han said to his opponent. The only one who's exhausted is himself. Braving the last of his strength, his rival answered Han. Right, the opponent said, and made a sharp lunge with his spear towards Li Han. The latter barely had time to move his head away. But Han parried the blow and quickly repelled it by intercepting his spear. Han tore his spear downward and disarmed his opponent in one motion. It was the 2nd week of his freshman year. He was the second in their class after Jose, who had managed to beat everyone. Your take, the lad quickly surrendered as the spear was at his throat. Soon he will be promoted to 3rd grade, Jose said. His place as leader will go to Hanu. He must occupy it. One wish will be enough, Jose said. And it's not just his others think so too, pointed the finger at them Jose. No one really wanted to compete with them for leadership. Thank you all, scratched the back of Li Han's head embarrassedly. It was unusual to make friends. To move up in rank and go to another class, you had to place first in your class, simple as that. Sergeant Red looked at him like he was the lowest form of life. No, came the sergeant's sentence-heavy reply. Sergeant Red was a pain in the ass, and everyone got it from him. The cadets in the gym were talking. And he will fight the first year. Word for word, brought Khan to the stadium, where everyone gathered to watch him fight. Red toasted the marshmallow stick in his mouth, using pyrokinesis. It tasted better that way. Come on, freshmen, get a pass to the hospital orderlies, the sophomores shouted from the windows. Snotty puppies, Red muttered, making a mess of things. And that no one else wants to be class leader, that retard can't even catch psi waves once in a while. Do you want to trust him? Red asked. Idiots, why put so much faith in that brat? Sighed Red. He himself wanted to know why he believed it. Catch, Red said after breaking the mop, and tossed the stick to Li Han. Heard he's the best in martial arts. Let him prove it in a fight, said the sergeant. But it's sharp, said the boy. Really worried that a brat like you could hurt me, Red asked sternly. Will you fight with your bare hands? Asked the boy to the sergeant who stood in front of him. Naturally, it's not an equal fight with the kid as it is, the sergeant replied. The rules are simple. If any part of his body touches the ground, Li Han wins. Hands or knees doesn't matter. But if not, accept it, said Sergeant. This kind of option doesn't suit him, Li Han replied. He wasn't going to give up easily. He's kidding. Even though he's good, he can't handle an instructor. The freshman chattered as Simon walked by. Li Han attacked first. He was confident in his spear skills. Red easily dodged his blows, but then the boy quickly jumped up. Red easily intercepted the skinny kid and drove his knee into his liver. Khan fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and the sergeant brought his foot up to strike. He stomped loudly on the ground because at the last moment the guy rolled to the side. He almost finished him off after all. Li Han was horrified. He was breathing heavily after the blow. It's written all over his face. Dragons aren't enough to kill a regular mob, Red said. So what if he's weak? The monsters don't care about that. And neither do I, Red said. You'll feel real fear when you meet them, the sergeant said, sinking into his memories for a moment. Sergeant? Han turned to him. So his weapon is his tongue, the defiant kid declared, rising to his feet. Okay, continued, Red said, and went on the attack himself. He grabbed the boy's stick and tossed it along with the wreckage of the mop. The guy rolled away and a red liquid ran down Red's cheek, when only just in time he wondered. Like an ancient hunter, Li Han rushed at the sergeant like prey with his spear at his side. Need to calculate the attacks, Red thought. He instinctively ducked to the side. He stood in the center, almost unmoving, the boy spinning around and throwing punches, faster and faster. Not for nothing did Chen praise the boy, smirked Red, all excited, thought the sergeant, and his eyes lit up blue. I won't dodge this time, the sergeant decided, and waited for the boy's wide swing. The mop slashed through the sergeant's shirt and shattered from the impact. The boy put out a full body shot, but now his weapon was useless. The sergeant pulled the splinter from his clothing and glared menacingly at the boy. This is the end, the sergeant said, grabbing Li Han by the throat like a kitten and lifting him above him. Surrender, Li Han, the sergeant demanded of the freshman. But when the kid didn't listen to him, Red released the psi power of their hands. Han's throat began to burn with fire. Surrender or die, the sergeant ordered him angrily, but the boy only squirmed in his arms. No way, I will not give up, said the kid, even though he was already fainting from the pain. Running through the crowd of first years was Sergeant Chen. No more, Red, serious about finishing the boy off, shouted the big guy. What a shame no one lost, Red said, and tossed the boy aside. Kindly Chen couldn't understand this. He grabbed Li Han in his arms. Ark's methods cross all boundaries of humanity, Chen said. Everyone shut up, Sergeant Red interrupted the murmurings in the stadium. Since he didn't give up for showing courage and effort, he deserves a promotion. But all this coddling won't do any good, the sergeant grumbled as Chen carried the boy to the infirmary. He fought honorably and showed what he was capable of. Move him to second class, ordered Red when he got to his feet. Straight into the second, it's rare to bounce through a level. What will the other students think of it? The nurse asked the sergeant. He's worthy of first class as well, but his psi ability level is lagging behind, Red replied. Just what high-ranking privates care about most. Fools are deluded, said Sergeant Red. Psi is too overrated. In a battle with a dragon, it is not praiseworthy abilities that matter, but sheer willpower to thrust a spear into the heart of the enemy. Li Han has it, and that's why he'll be the best striker. It's unacceptable to dismiss such a candidate just because of weak psi abilities. Perhaps in the future he will be the savior of the world, Red said. This is the first time I've heard someone spoken of with such admiration. Doesn't he hate him? Asked the sister. On the contrary, I like him a lot, Red replied, and received a scornful look. A fan of torturing people, she said. Is he coming in or what, Instructor Chen? Asked the sister of the sergeant that a week later came to visit the kid. Yes, the laggard crumpled uncertainly, in place as if caught red-handed, a basket of fruit in his hand. You've brought a guest, so why don't you come in? His sister asked him. Didn't mean to interrupt him, he said, pointing to the window in the chamber door. Li Han fully recovered from his wounds and bruises and tried to roll the ball with psychokinesis. He could feel the psi waves in him now, and he could move them, but he was getting weak. When he finally filled it with waves of psi, even the nurse and Chen got excited and high-fived each other. The kid's just a master of concentration, the sergeant said, as they turned away from each other in embarrassment. Go, the nurse already answered him. Han sighed raggedly. Barely moving a balloon, he was exercising when the swordsmanship instructor entered the chamber. It's been a long time, Han. How is she? He asked the boy affably. Instructor Wei, Han said hello. All is well thanks to him, he replied. Brought a snack, the sergeant said, and set the basket down. Han immediately thanked him. Tomorrow is his first day of second grade. Good thing he was having a good time and developing a psi, Sarge said as he peeled an apple. His psi is still below average. It would be a good idea to train his psi level before discharge, Han replied. Wise decision, a striker should not only be good at fighting, but also proficient in psychokinesis, Wei replied. Most dragon battles are fought in the air, the instructor said. If you drop your weapon, you have to get it back somehow. Where to? So late, asked Vaya, the foster sister in the infirmary, it was for 1 minute the sergeant answered her. They arrived at the training room when no one was there. They were about to give the cutoff. Based on his abilities, the likelihood of him awakening the trait is extremely low, Wei said. Others are able to start fires, teleport, or electrocute. But he'd better forget it. But then how to fight, you ask? Wei's eyes lit up blue. Focus on practicing psychokinesis. It will become his trait, Wei said, the spear spinning around him with frantic force. Concentrate on one direction the guy grasped. Psi abilities are like muscles. The more you use them, the stronger they get, he said, walking on the wood like a ladder. The initial possession of psi abilities is just an illusion. Their generation has more potential, Wei said. Don't you dare give up and keep practicing hard, the big man wished him. That's right, Li Han replied. He was properly encouraged as he realized what to do next. The next day, he stomped in front of the classroom for a long time, and when he wanted to enter, he ran into a tall cadet. What? Who dares? Asked his shaven-headed cadet and looked down. Oh, Li Han. The shaven-headed guy recognized him and patted him on the shoulder, from where Han asked, and the Class 2 leader told him that everyone knew about him. He's the leader of the second class, Dmitry Petrov. The shaven-headed guy introduced himself and held out his hand. Is there a shorter version? Li Han asked. He could hardly say it all. Just Diamond, he said. Hope we get along? They shook hands. He's on time. It's just about fight time, Dmitry said, and beckoned Han to follow him. Martial arts is the best kind of training for him, Han thought. He was determined. He kept choking on his thoughts that he was too weak, that he didn't have enough control. Sigh. The guy picked up a stick. But in armed combat, he could finally breathe free. It's like a balm to the soul, Han thought, and rushed forward with his spear. In the blink of an eye, he took out all the guys who barely knew how to handle a gun and dared to use it. Did you have a good time? He asked the classmates lying on the ground. Among them hid another curly-haired and cowardly lad. Damn Kuro's psychokinesis, yelled at the beaten guys Han. He knew what they were doing to him. It was fun to humiliate someone who wasn't as physically developed, Han shouted. If abilities could be used in fights, they would be a mess. Han was angry. This guy is definitely not a bad guy. I want to fight him, smiled a feral grin at Dmitry. What are you, Kuro? Attack, urged his classmate with sword in hand. It wasn't his turn. The other stopped him. He too wanted to mess around with the weakling who had beaten them in other disciplines. Help, asked Kuro. He remembered how a brave friend once stood up for him. And then again, he beat up all the bullies who bullied him in one fell swoop. It's not like he doesn't think so, Kuro cried again as he watched the debacle. That's what the training bouts are like in this class, Diamond, Li Han asked him. Such are the methods of the Ark. Enemies do not spare the weak, smirked Dmitry. This weakling is superfluous here. There's nothing to keep pulling him out, he said. You're only condemning him to death, but later, Dmitry said. And there was some logic in his words, but only a fraction, which made Han angry. Although the three of us bullying a weakling is very dumb, Dmitry agreed, he took a practice buck. So Li Han, let's show a real fight to everyone, Dmitry suggested. Try if you can, accepted his challenge Li Han. It was going to come to this anyway. Dmitry attacked with a high kick with full swing. He punched furiously as if in a real fight. Han reacted, but nearly sat on his knee taking such a powerful blow. Meanwhile, the Dewey classmate was already skidding the buck for a second strike. One more block, and the spear would fall apart, Han felt. He parried Dmitry's sword by letting it go sideways away from him. Fighting off the attack, he forced his opponent to lose his balance and kicked him under the knee. That's it, Han thought, as he saw Dmitry fall to his feet and attack him with a stabbing blow to the throat. But Diamond wasn't so simple either. He regained his balance and ducked at the last moment. He did not stop, but simply pointed his head in Li Han's direction. They bumped foreheads so hard that both their ears rang. Head-butting lunatic, this is a gunfight, Han resented, rubbing his forehead. He should not only watch his sword, he started practicing Sambo as soon as he learned to walk, Dima said. Are you going to break the bones of dragons too? Han asked, rising from the floor. I'll try to strangle him if it smells bad, the fighter replied confidently. Come on, Dima, tear it up, Siberian tiger cub. The chumps in the class supported him. Shut up over there with the diminutives. Shove them up your asses, the class leader replied. Han was surprised. He had heard so much profanity, but it sounded more like a squabble between friends. Don't get in the way of concentration, he said to his comrades. Their friendship is strong. Dima is their core, caught Khan's eye. And Kuro has turned into a pariah here. Han looked at the puny boy. Don't you dare turn your back on your opponent, Li Han, came Dimitri's shout in the international language. Han got into a stance. They separated from each other's blows, and Han was at Diamond's back. There's no point in continuing the long fight, thought Khan. Dimitri took a low stance. Han, waiting for Diamond to attack him, jammed his spear into the floor and jumped on it like a pole. He made a full turn, and the swing of his pole gained monstrous impact inertia. Their weapons exploded with a crackling sound from the powerful contact. From the start of the métier in the spear, realized Han. But why? He asked himself as he saw Dimitri quickly approaching him with his bare hands. To the boisterous shouts of his classmates, Dimitri caught him in a grapple and offered to surrender by performing an elbow lever. Give up. There's nothing else to do if you want a whole hand, he said. But Khan didn't give up, the loud shouts interrupted by a horrible crunch. I offered to surrender, but now I feel guilty. Dimitri sighed, looking at Khan, who was slumped over. I'll give you credit for not whining about a broken arm. Good stamina, Diamond said. Take him to the doctor. He turned his back on his opponent. So all his rivals were whining like girls over some broken arm? Han asked, cracking Dimitri on the head with a spear. Get up, wimp, this isn't over, shouted the recumbent class leader Han. And your good whispered unconsciously Dimitri and passed out with a thumbs up. What the? Dimitri jumped up, barely opening his eyes. He had just been in the gym. Wise lying here did not understand the fighter. Li Han was lying next to him with a plastered arm, watching a video on the hollow screen of his bracelet. Well done. Exceeded all expectations, Khan congratulated him major in a message. As he promised his family is in good health? Don't worry, said Kang. I'll send a video as proof next time, he informed. But Han was glad to hear that too. He looked at the picture of his juniors next to the major and wept. At least they weren't on the street. They're fine, even plumped up, Han thought. It was worth his effort. I woke up, Diamond. Can you help me flip through the photo? Khan asked. It was inconvenient to do it with one hand. Okay, agreed the confused class leader. He didn't know how to react because his opponent wasn't mad at him at all. What nonsense. Why is he asking him to do that? Asked Diamond. The broken arm, see, replied Han. He has a crack in the back of his head. He struck from the back like a coward, grumbled Diamond. It was his own fault for turning his back. Arc methods are right, answered Han. There was nothing to say to that, and Dimitri was tensely silent. I want you to know, I don't have anything against it, even though he was in a bad mood, Li Han stated. Likewise, let's fight properly next time, Dimitri suggested. I think I did the right thing with Kuro. Li Han looked down at him. I should have been there for him instead of fighting with his abusers. This isn't the streets. You can't solve other people's problems for them, Han thought. I understand, Dimitri replied. But it's possible that they just won't survive the second year, Dimitri said. What did he just say? Li Han tensed up. He hadn't heard of such a thing. And where are they going? He asked Dimitri, who was leading him through the corridors. You'd better see for yourself, he replied. Resuscitation. A place where a person is considered alive as long as they're breathing, Dimitri said. A wounded fighter was being carried past on a gurney. Several doctors. What's going on? Han marveled. It's not like they're in a war, so where are the wounds coming from? Now you see how complex his training program is, said Dimitri as he looked at the gurney. Aren't they the same age, Han wondered, but that guy looked all grown up. Dimitri is tall too. He's more of an instructor, Han asked. With the transition to sophomore year, privates are given a mutagen, Dimitri said. It accelerates growth, turns a person into an adult in one go, heard Khan's shocking news. Already in 3 years they would have to kill dragons, had he forgotten, Diamond said. No one would wait for them to grow naturally. Fine, Han replied. Always wanted to grow up faster, he said, and memories came flooding back to him. For the sake of survival, he went to great lengths, stole and avoided mad pursuits. Each time he had to face adults who were faster and stronger. They beat him and took away his loot, food, money, if they managed to get anything. What a happy childhood. Surviving is more important, the boy said. He has balls of steel against the rest of the squishies, smirked Dimitri. That's right. Time to go back, Han replied sadly. Nothing in his life was ever easy. From this day forward, you're in airborne training, Sergeant Red in the red beret told them. Remember everything you've learned. If you don't, you'll die. We move out at 16:30. Check your gear, he ordered. Just got back and there's training in the air. Already you missed the hospital bed and beautiful nurses, asked Dmitri. We're 10. What are you talking about? Li Han thought, glancing at Diamond. I noticed the bags are stuffed to the brim with dry rations, Li Han said as he looked around. This is no ordinary training. Han looked at Dmitri. Some of them are already munching their food, a pathetic sight, not even thinking with their brains. Dmitri grimaced. But then he noticed a familiar face and clapped Han on the shoulder. Look, this fool is here too. The last British genius, the bastard's here too. I'd like to kick his ass, Dmitri said. But not now, Han noted. Why are they staring at him like that? Simon thought when he saw the second class. Han glanced at Kuro, who squirmed as always and waited anxiously for what would happen next. Enough of this, shouted Sergeant Red. All aboard at once, he commanded. The cadets replied, Have sir, and broke into the transport helicopter. They should go too, Red said to the other instructors as they loaded up their fighters. Last time we babysit these suckers, Red said. Li Han, at first he was like an image to him, but then he really came to life, Kuro thought. And now, no matter how much he waits, no one comes. So this time, there was no one to wait for rescue, the boy cried. He had nearly crashed through the branches, but now his parachute was tangled in the trees. An hour earlier, they had flown out of the base to a neighboring island. It's a long flight, the cadets thought, and were nervous before their first jump. The Ark base was tiny at this distance. The tactical bracelet informed them that they were over the landing point, tasked with surviving on a deserted island. The provisions in each bag for 2 days, then dance as you like, comforted Sergeant Red. They were on duty by the water, so that no one would drown. Why suddenly training on a deserted island? 2 whole days on the island, whispered naive cadets, not yet knowing that food was not given for the entire period. Come on, it's fun. It's like going camping, Dmitri said to calm the neighbors. Don't worry, we'll be back for the survivors in 7 days, comforted the kind sergeant. We'll have to survive for a week, Kuro grimaced, and Li Han glanced worriedly at the brat to see if he could stand it. Red fished one cadet out of the water for failing his parachute. Is this the last loser? The sergeant asked his partner. That's right, he replied, checking the tactical bracelet data on the holo screen. The beacons of the other cadets were on the island. Everyone is moving, Red asked just in case. Yes, his partner answered. At first they were loners, but now they've banded together. Are these children? There are no innocents among them. Thinking in the right direction, Red said. Getting provisions on the island can be done in many ways. Where there are no rules and observers, everything can be solved by force. Red remembered the ancient law of life. The hunt for the weak has already begun. Why starve? Said the big guy to his victim. Thanks for the food. I'll remember you while filling my stomach. It's also whole. How great. They immediately started sharing the dry rations. Don't forget to leave it for the squad leader, said the big guy. Carl, look at this, he called him. Idiots. A guy in a bandana with straw hair replied rudely. They were told to take as many provisions as they could before sundown. Do they think he set this up to do the sharing? He asked his gang. They will continue to plunder, and then no one will dare to turn their noses up at them. He explained the essence of his plan. Let Dmitri or Li Han just try to stop them. They'd blow even Simon away if they wanted to, the boys cheered. And then they heard cries for help. They heard the prey calling to themselves. The raiders smirked and went to rescue the victim. Li Han was also carried by the current into the water, but he managed to remove his parachute and swim to shore on his own. But he lost a lot of time. It's easy to spot him on the open shore. The first thing to do is to find shelter, the lad realized. For those who had never starved, 2 days' rations would not be enough. They would eat it all at once, Han thought as he climbed up the mountain. In the hour of need, they will fight over food. I wonder if Simon ever starved at all, Han thought. Why are you chasing? Simon asked Dmitri, who was breathing heavily because he was running. Genius Simon Dell. Let's fight, Dmitri said, making the scary face of a possessed man. Simon turned away. He didn't care about fighting for the sake of fighting. Wait, it's nothing like that. It's just a great opportunity to compare their abilities, Dmitri said after him. You're stupid, Simon thought, turning back to Dmitri. Realizing everything so suddenly, getting to know each other better, and then, the sports-crazed fighter gibbered to himself. What a stickler, sulked Simon. He decided to just ignore Dmitri, who was thinking more like a muscle. By evening the clouds had rolled in, and after the day's sweltering heat, a cool breeze blew in at sunset. Look how gracefully hanging the raiding gang found their victim. Kuro was hanging from a tree asking for help. Thanks for the food, Carl said, and picked up Kuro's bag that was lying on the ground. The gang wished him good luck after taking all the rations. Wait, Kuro shouted to them. If they took the rations, at least take it off the tree, he asked. If he hadn't been hanging from the tree, not only would he have been robbed, he would have been beaten up. So it's kind of lucky, Carl said. Wait for the instructors. No one will die of hunger in a week, he said in parting, though you can die of thirst in a couple of days. It's going to rain soon. You won't die of thirst either, I guess, Carl said, and Kuro cried again, losing precious water. Kuro hung there tangled in the slings like a fly caught in a spider's web and whimpered. Stop whining, it's disgusting. The boy remembered Simon's bullying. Maybe he deserved it all. Kuro blamed himself. It's annoying to listen to these snotty, shut-up, second-grade boys constantly picking on him. A real man wouldn't whine about such nonsense, Dmitri told him. Why should he? Kuro thought. What's the big deal about tears, he thought, as he saw Han's image woven from sigh waves. Kuro blinked, and when he opened his eyes, Li Han, the flesh and blood man, came into the clearing. Why was he hanging there? Li Han quickly took Kuro down from the tree. He had been looking for him all day, so the tent was put up in the dark. By the light of the moon, morning came. Awake? Asked Li Han, Kuro, who had climbed out of the tent. There's no way to get his supplies back, so we'll divide it, Khan said. Over a modest breakfast, he divided the dry rations into 7 parts. Barely enough for one person, Kuro noted. He didn't want to be a burden, but his stomach rumbled terribly. He should have refused, but Kuro was terribly hungry, so he began to eat greedily, continuing to blame himself for being weak. He is so grateful, thank you, he said, with a full mouth to Li Han, who was quietly stretching his food. After breakfast, we'll look for water, the most important resource, Han said, as the observer drones circled over their tent. They discreetly spied on the entire island and every cadet or their group. Sergeant Red sat in the headquarters on the island and watched the actions of all the cadets. He was quietly chewing a peppermint stick when Octo entered the room as everything smelled of peppermint. He said, "Go to the devil," replied the sergeant. "How atmospheric it is here, sitting alone in the dark. Is anyone interesting?" Octo asked, as if they were watching a reality show. "One went crazy, look at this," pointed his finger at a separate holoscreen, Sarge. "Who would sit on a desert island for a week if the point is survival? That's fine," the weird kid said. Knut Meyer, a native of Norway, packed a raft for himself and set out to sea at the call of his heart. He reached the arches by swimming. "Great drinking water is available," Han said, pouring water from the spring into a filtered bottle. Raw water was dangerous to drink. "It's hard to move around during the day, it's too hot. Let's go back to camp," he told Kuro. If they don't want to collapse from exhaustion, they need to get more food for the whole term. What is there on the island? You can't even see coconut palms. That's why everyone is stealing, Han thought, not noticing Kuro let out a sigh wave. Li Han, stop, threw his arm out sharply squinting and stopped Han. A trap, they noticed a deep hole. Even to get out of it would take quite some time. How did Han find out, Han wondered. The trap was disguised very well and cleanly. Kuro had described to him the images that appeared before something happened, so he had foreseen it, Han marveled. Kuro waved his hands uncertainly to describe the movement of the sigh waves, with Han half-heartedly understanding him. His sigh ability has manifested, Han realized. He can see the future a few seconds ahead. A rare and powerful gift, Han thought. His awakening was triggered by the extreme conditions on the island, he noted. This training is a great opportunity to show everyone Kuro's abilities, Han pondered. Carl examined the tent shack assembled from twigs and tent cloak. The two realized he'd taken from the sleeping quarters. The backpack taken with them. "Tear down the tent?" the big guy asked. "No, they'll be back. Out to get supplies," Carl said. "We'll visit later and get whatever we want," the raiders' leader said ominously. Unable to reach it, Kuro's tongue was slurring, and he drank almost all the water on the way back. Wanting to collapse and not get up, moaned the boy. Rest was indeed needed, Han agreed. "There was someone here," Han said, picking up a rock not far from the tent. He left it on the fabric on top, so when the tent was opened, the stone flew away. And the footprints remained. 2 came closer, the others stood at a distance, Han noticed. If they're all for one, they'll probably have all their stuff taken away, so we need to roll up the top and leave, Han decided, and Kuro obediently agreed. In Han's presence, Kuro complained less and felt more confident. They searched for a place to sleep the rest of the day. "We must make camp before it gets dark," Han commanded as usual. "Kuro see anything?" Han asked, eyes closing, the kid said, and nearly fell off his feet. But suddenly, Kuro was hit by a wave of sigh waves, as if he had fallen into a deep abyss, and he no longer understood what was happening. When he saw the image of the beast, black glossy fur, a low growl, sharp fangs, and Han would be in danger, Kuro saw his image in the sigh oxen. The beast was about to lunge at him, Kuro realized, and pushed Han sharply to the side. The second they flew apart, a jaguar landed on the path between them. It thrust its sharp claws into the ground where Li Han had just stood. The predator turned to the missed prey and roared, calculating a new leap. He was hungry too. Han later learned that the jaguar had been brought to the island on purpose. His makeshift spear was left behind because he had dropped it, and now he was defenseless against the beast. The jaguar opened its jaws and lunged at Han, snarling fearfully. He was already saying goodbye to his life when help came from whence he was not expecting it. A spark struck the side of the fearsome beast. "And how are they all right?" asked Jose, who had mastered pyrokinesis and had driven the cat away with a flame. "Li Han, Kuro is with him," Josue asked. He was still enveloped by waves of fiery sigh. "What's wrong with the leg?" Han asked, noticing the bandage on Jose's leg. "Some asshole set traps for big game, and now I can't stand properly," Jose told them. So he was lucky to even run into them and not anyone else, spat the wounded guy next to him. "Traps they saw one too. Probably the work of one man," Han said. "I heard there were some raiders here." "Good thing he had nothing to steal," Jose said proudly. "How come?" Han wondered. And Jose patted himself on the stomach after he had hurt himself, eating everything at once so that nothing would be stolen. He answered contentedly. "You could hide everything, at the very least," Han thought. "Let's look for cover," he said, the moonlit night helping them in their search. Carl thought back to the past, sitting around the campfire. When they were at the airport, the sensors had gone off, his father informed him. "This is his chance to get into the arch," Carl told his father, and shook him by the shoulders with joy. "But he's got a movie shoot," the boy objected. If he became a striker, stopped messing around and gained unparalleled fame and fortune, his father squeezed him tighter. "When the war is over, the strikers will become the soldiers of the Karl-Heinz nation, and these superhumans will rule in every country," Dad spoke eagerly. So Carl found himself on the doorstep of the main arc headquarters, pressured by his father. But this choice did not please him in the slightest. Dmitri didn't miss time even on the island to work out. He was really a fan of heavy exercise. "Why waste energy?" he heard Simon ask, that he was just resting nearby. "There's not enough food left to last the whole term," Simon said. "How do you think you'll survive the next 5 days?" Simon asked. "That's just the way he is," Dmitri said, and showed off his rather strong muscles for a 10-year-old. "To become an elite striker, you need to keep yourself in shape," said he. "Idiot. For strikers is more important than size strength," said Simon. "Oh, I miss Li Han. He was the only one who was capable of defeating him with a gun in a fight," Dmitri said. He realized how Simon could be teased. Li Han heard Simon's hateful name. He immediately awoke his competitive spirit. "Have they already met in a duel?" he asked. "Great. I fell for the provocation," Dmitri thought to himself. "I'll have to thank Li Han for giving me the opportunity to fight him." "Good morning, everyone," Han said as he entered the cave. It was dry, and there was smoke from the fire on the ceiling. "I suggest we stick together until the very end," Han declared. He and Kuro would get food and wood for the fire pit. Han distributed the duties. Jose would defend the shelter since he couldn't walk anyway. The boy nodded in agreement. "It's okay that he can't walk. His fire ability comes in handy," Han said. "You can cook food, light the way." "With fire, the problem of supplies no longer seems so terrible," said Han. They came to a lake full of fish. "How to fish? They don't even have rods or nets," Kuro asked. "There is something better than that," Han replied. "Thank you," Han said. "Kuro saved him yesterday and found shelter." At first it seemed to him that helping Kuro was the only right thing to do, Han said thoughtfully. But then he thought that it was wrong, because further they are waiting for a nightmare, which everyone must go through personally. However, the last couple days on the island had convinced him that Kuro, the side genius Han had pointed out to the guy, because he is strong enough to not only protect himself, but others as well, Han said, and now they will help each other until the very end. As true friends and comrades, Han stated, each had their own strengths and could be useful in the squad, felt he. At the orphanage in Japan, he was just a kid with no name, a stranger among strangers. He began to be called Kuro, which means black in Japanese, because of the color of his skin, and was constantly teased for his mild temper. And now he had a friend and believed in him. For the first time, Kuro felt confident and strong. "Unbelievable. He's even tougher than thought," Han stated. He was directing Kuro's actions. That one looked into the water at the fish that swam fast. They didn't know how to fish. But you can get fish in other ways. Kuro saw her image in the future, the place where the fish would appear in a few seconds. He could clearly see where it would swim, and never ceased to be amazed at his abilities. Kuro is a genius for mastering psychokinesis even before joining the Ark. They can easily catch fish without adaptations if they combine his abilities. Now, said the boy, and applied psychokinesis to the fish at just the right moment. The fish jumped out of the water. On the third day they were doing great. Kuro was able to catch 8 fish at once in the morning, which was more than enough. Jose will be pleased, Kuro said. That creep sure has a hole in his stomach, Han said. Han was the first to notice the trouble, and without thinking, he rushed to the camp and ordered Kuro to wait at the top. He found Jose in their hideout, beaten and unconscious. The hideout had been ransacked. Catch! Dimitri tossed a sword to Simon, one of those training swords he always carried with him. I guessed it wouldn't be just a training session, and I even brought my swords with me, Simon remarked. I want to learn how to fight with a two-handed weapon, the sports fan stated. Though that wasn't what Simon was asking, so why agree? Dimitri asked. If they really fought on equal terms with Li Han, then he is the leader of the second class, Dmitry Petrov, Simon answered him. Since he will be promoted to first class soon, I'd like to see what he can do, declared the British genius, and stood up in the rack. Excellent, Dmitri said. With excitement, he even switched to his native tongue. Let's begin. He gave the command, and they rushed towards each other, almost simultaneously. Simon attacked from a lower stance. Dmitri raised his sword up for a powerful strike and was now vulnerable. But Simon stopped abruptly, and Diamond's punch whistled past. At the same instant, Simon counter-attacked into his unprotected side. And that's it, so he thought too, smirked Dmitri, who was only hyped up from missing out. Dmitri drove Simon away with a wide swing, and when he bounced back, stalked after him, the long distance only to his advantage. Diamond had the advantage in height and arm length, so he began to crowd the blonde. He barely dodged the powerful lunges, each of which could have been his last. Simon adjusted to his opponent's rhythm, and after calculating his movements, slid behind Diamond's back after his swing. A sneaky bastard crept up from behind. I'll have to be more careful, Dmitri thought, barely ducking from the blow. Simon took advantage of the hiccup and delivered a quick stab to the head. Dmitri had to deflect even lower. He fell to the ground and gained a foothold, knocking the weapon out of Simon's hands. Then quickly rolled over and got into a stance. Now that's it. He smirked and lunged at his unarmed opponent. But he missed because Simon's sword hit him in the back of the head. He only used psychokinesis for a second, but it was enough. I'm sorry, in a fair fight, he'd win for sure, but they're Psykers, I told you, Simon said. I wonder if Li Han is stronger than this jerk, he thought. Jose, shouted Han. Don't yell like that, my ears hurt, came to their partner's senses. They built a fire in the cave and waited for Jose to tell them everything, looking extremely wrinkled. Karl-Heinz and his lackeys, Jose told them all. There are 7 men in his gang. They took all the supplies, but they'll still be back, so they'd better find another place, Jose said in a weak voice. He was in for a rough ride. No, there's no way he's going to run away, and he's not going to let the freaks who bullied his friends get away with it, Han said. While there's time, we'll look for a new shelter. Let them think that victory is theirs, decided the guys. We'll ambush and attack after sunset, Han said. He had already thought of everything. As night fell, he and Kuro approached the raiders' camp. Taking shelter in their cave, expectedly, whispered Han, the enemies did not seek a new hiding place. Start when you're ready, Kuro, Han told him, and the boy nodded. He couldn't do it alone, but together they could overpower all those assholes, Han whispered, their rivals wandering carelessly around the cave. Li Han is his friend, and the only one who believes in him. He will never let him down, Kuro thought, and concentrated. He summoned waves of psychokinesis as strong as he could summon, and lifted several rocks into the air. Along with the ability of foresight, he could know where to hit even in the dark. The stones flew exactly on target. Trap! The sentries shouted. The others in the cave should get out, Carl said. They were trapped in the cave. When they jumped outside, a couple of the squad men had already dropped out of the fight. They were really hurt by the rock. Those creeps are throwing rocks from the bushes. Run that way, the raiders shouted. But Kuro saw their every move. Hitting them was even easier than throwing balls at targets in the gym, because now he could anticipate the target's movement. As soon as the boys stopped, Li Han jumped out of the bushes with a spear. In the blink of an eye, he put down everyone in close combat, without any pity for his opponents. The only one left was Charles, who, like all chiefs of this type, always stayed away. Li Han single-handedly put down 6. Impossible, he thought, wiping the blood from the scratch on his cheek. He's not alone. Who else is here? Carl asked. He was still confident. Come out, Kuro. He'll take it from here, Li Han said, and the gunman appeared behind him. The two losers defeated all the raiders, Carl raged. They have come to avenge Jose. This is not a training fight, so don't expect mercy, Khan openly stated. Enough talk. Kral reached for the sword of one of his underlings. He just needed to win. He's going to crush him now, Carl said. Even though it wasn't a training session, still Han decided to have a duel. Let's give it a try, replied Li Han confidently, and gathered himself for a fight. Carl attacked first, as the spear gave Khan a distance advantage. But he wasn't moving fast enough and immediately ran into a counterattack. This only made him angrier, and he lunged back into the fray, swinging his stick. Han simply ducked under the blow and attacked Carl's open belly, poking him with the blunt part of his spear. What hurts when you get beaten up? Han asked, standing up next to Carl. Be patient. This is just the beginning. Han calmly told his opponent that he was shaking with pain and fear. Stop showing off. Carl was angry with himself. He hated to lose. But all his sweeps were in vain. Even without foresight, Han easily read his opponent's attacks and just beat him up, until he fell to the ground, losing all his fervor and weapons. How is this possible? Carl grunted in pain and resentment. He tried to stand up. How strong is Li Han? He thought. Jose was already hurt. Why beat him up? Asked Khan angrily. Looking at him like he was nothing, Han's hard stare was noticed Carl. How dare he look at him like that? Wounded pride was making itself felt. Carl raked dirt into his fist. At home in Germany, he was a genius and an actor of wide renown, his father capitalizing on his popularity for political purposes. However, it was not enough for him. He dreamed of his son becoming a striker and the whole country falling at their feet. Oh, must go head to head if I have to, he remembered his father's words. Already gotten this far, Carl said, and stood up. Some pathetic freak wouldn't be able to stop him. Carl threw a gem of sand and dirt in Han's face, and he squirmed. Because of this, Han failed to see Kral's fist flying at him and missed a clean punch. Han? Kuro rushed to his friend's rescue. After all, they had come here for revenge. Not another step, Carl growled angrily, and Kuro stopped in fear, his past making itself felt. All the while, Carl was mercilessly beating his helpless opponent. Khan was inferior to him in pure strength, and without weapons could only take blows. He fell to the ground without strength. Kuro saw Carl pick up a spear from the ground, and a chill ran down his back. I won't let anyone look down on me, Carl declared, clutching his stick. Kuro acted more on instinct. He just threw a rock at Carl. He barely had time to protect his head with his hand. Get away from him, said the curly-haired guy, releasing his psi powers. He picked up some rocks from the ground. Now he's also trying to belittle him, Carl said, and approached Kuro. Never liked it, such useless trash. Why hasn't it been thrown away yet? Carl took Kuro by the pecs and shook him. Such scum didn't belong here, he said as a silent shadow appeared behind him. Khan did what he could to a mouthy bastard with an exorbitant ego. You think you're worth something. All you can do is hide behind numbers, Han said with clenched fists. Del Simon, Dmitri Petrov, Jose, whom he beat up by the crowd. And even Kuro, all of them are better than him. And much stronger, said Han. What will you do if you guess you're not perfect, and before you get higher you have to get rid of a lot of things? Khan was cutting the truth on the uterus. Worthless, he told Carl, that he had lost all fighting spirit. Han thrust his spear right next to his face as if he really wanted to kill. Everyone has a reason to get up there. Find another way. You touch your friends again, you won't get away in one piece, Han said. Dad still didn't want to be a striker, Carl thought. Now that he realized that, he could breathe a sigh of relief and admit defeat. Lying on the ground on the godforsaken island, he laughed for the first time since arriving in the Ark. Later they learned that Karl-Heinz had left the ranks of the Ark of his own accord. The rest of their exercise went smoothly. They fished, had fun like they were on vacation. 7 days later, the training was over, and an evacuation board arrived to pick them up. Wouldn't want to go through something like that again, Jose said. And rightly so, the friends agreed. The rest of the guys from the course gathered together to thank them on the beach. The trio of friends shared food with the rest of us, and because of that, were able to get through without any problems. The person they should be thanking is Li Han, Jose pointed his finger at him. Congratulations, the drill is over. A message went out to everyone's tactical bracelets. Sergeant Red, who would have thought they would be happy to hear him, starving thought Dmitri. Climb aboard as soon as they are called, ordered the sergeant. Why not all together, wondered Li Han. All the while the instructors were monitoring their movements. Out of all the candidates, they unanimously chose the 4 of them, Red said. They weren't just going through survival skills training. It was a selection of the best who would become the salvation of mankind. Kuro squirmed cowardly. Simon took it for granted. Dmitri was glad. Han reacted with restraint. It was time to move up to sophomore year, Red told them. Since they have time, can play soccer, vacation after all, suggested Jose. His leg has already recovered. Know how? Asked the amigo. Know the rules, replied Li Han. Arc vacations are rare. They were just given a break to replenish their strength after the drills. The boys took the field. There are enough people on each team. You can start. The trio from the island fought on the same side. Without psi abilities, Dimitri asked, of course, otherwise the ball would just burn up, answered him. Arc vacations are arranged on one occasion when all instructors are in a meeting, where they address issues related to the transition to sophomore year. 4 candidates, what is known about them, asked Sasha Grace, the principal investigator from the 2nd Ward. Simon, Dimitri, both are more than persistent. There is no reason to turn them down, said Head of Staff Alexander Rakor. Another one worth mentioning is Li Han, he said, though his level left a lot to be desired from the beginning. He was suggested by Sergeant Red as a special candidate. If it wasn't for his attitude, he would have been in 4th grade still. But why he should be moved to the 4th year, share the reasoning, the Chief of Staff said. From the fight with Red, it is obvious that Li Han is good with weapons, but also has incredible fortitude and patience, which is inherent in a real soldier. Why, surprised, it's not every day you get to hear such praise from him, Alexander said. Without speeches like this, he won't be persuaded to let Li Han go to the 2nd year, Red thought. Despite his low psi potential, the guy found an unusual way to use his power. In that fight, he increased his body rotation speed and attack power. But the most important thing is his thinking, thanks to which he comes up with such ideas. He sees everything 2 moves ahead. This can't be taught, Red thought, as the boys frolicked carelessly in a ball. Let's discuss the next candidate, the Chief of Staff suggested. He only said you know the rules, but you're pretty good. Jose elbowed Han, so it turned out the latter replied modestly. Isn't soccer played in Melka, Britain? Why is it so bad? Asked Dimitri Simon. Completely stupid, replied the blonde man. What does that have to do with it? Are you kidding me? He's super sensitive. Sasha Grace slammed her hand on the table. She was reading Kuro's file on the holoscreen. With the transition to sophomore year follows interference in physical development, it's a lot of pressure on the psyche, she said. They're literally telling her to kill the baby now, Grace resented. Kuro is the strongest in terms of ability, in that he excels, Red said after a sigh. And he can also see the future for a few seconds, which is extremely important strategically, the sergeant added. But emotionally weak, Alexander objected. Exactly. That's why there must be Li Han around, who has a positive effect on Kuro, making him more confident, Red replied. They're like brothers now. And in the end, it all comes down to Li Han again. Alexander rubbed his eyes tiredly. So the 2 of them are so insistent on his transfer, he asked his drill sergeants. Good pass, Jose said, after receiving the ball from Li Han. He was being pursued from all sides, and the gate was already closed. Jose saw no place to strike. He quickly passed the ball back to Li Han, who was running nearby with no one in his way. Khan immediately took a shot on goal and scored another goal against the opponent. He's good, congratulated him Jose. Great was the pass, replied Khan. The games were over. The shadow of Sergeant Red loomed over them, the one they would dream about for the rest of their days. The meeting was over, he said. Officially it will be announced later, but since everyone's here, I'll tell you right away. All 4 are moving on to sophomore year, the sergeant told the boys. Isn't he happy? Asked Jose, noticing Han's pensiveness. Congratulations, he said. Make a place for him there? Jose asked. He would catch up with them soon. They would surely meet again. Han extended his hand to his friend. Everyone back to their rooms, ordered them by Sergeant Red, who was perpetually displeased with everything. The sophomores gather their personal belongings and await instructions. The sergeant dismissed them. Thank you, sir. Han thanked him abruptly, and though the sergeant was a poker in the heel, he did not do it for personal reasons. For the right to move up to sophomore year, and for that fight after which he was promoted to sophomore year, he definitely couldn't do without a sergeant, Han told him. I'm not sure if this is something to be thankful for, but there's no turning back, Red said, as he pulled out a mint chocolate stick. I'll see you in 3rd year. Survive, Li Han. Definitely survive, repeated Red, and swallowed the chocolate. What a sweet tooth, Han thought, and saluted the sergeant. Well, gentlemen, it's time to hit the road. Dimitri told them not to be discouraged. He was looking forward to what they were about to experience. Let's go to the 2nd medical ward, Han asked, Kuro shaking with nerves beside him. It's okay, Kuro. Put his hand on Han's shoulder. He'll be there for him. That's the only reason the curly-haired guy hasn't escaped yet. But it's so scary. What they'll do to them, and what they'll become adults, he mumbled. They've already heard all sorts of things from the upperclassmen. What's the big deal? Go ahead, shouted Dmitri. What's there to be happy about? Asked Simon. They're going to get a lot stronger, replied the heavy exercise fan. For the next 5 weeks they would be under her control, welcomed by their charming Sasha Grace. The boys were immediately embarrassed when they saw how much she looked like her online namesake. A whole 5 weeks, Li Han wondered. The rest of the summer they would spend in the lab. So much goes into the transformation, they will spend the first 2 weeks in the incubator, so there will be an adjustment period, Dr. Grace said. A whole 2 weeks in this car tensed up the guys. Even Dmitri became serious. See you all in 2 weeks, Li Han wished them. Forward, they put their hands together. Fascinating, Sarge. That's what he was praising this boy for, thought Sasha Grace. Come with us, Dmitri said. But Simon persisted, too childishly, said the ever-honourable boy. Begin filling the tank, Dr. Grace ordered her staff. The capsules began to fill with a green slurry. It wasn't just water, but a special gel. The feeling of the cool gel was not pleasant. They were completely submerged in it and breathing through the tubes. It's only natural to feel claustrophobic in these conditions, after all. They are children, but they will soon fall asleep, Sasha Grace reassured herself. They were then sedated and put into a coma, all of which was preparation for this day, a week later, that could destabilize the subjects, she worried. And why do people have to go so far just to survive, thought Sasha Grace, standing at the console, these 4 boys in front of her. Dr. Grace, you look tired. The assistant turned to her. Maybe you should rest. She offered to take the shift instead. And he said he absolutely didn't care about those kids, and you come here every day, asked Dr. Sergeant Red. I want to make sure the doctor doesn't disfigure or kill his attachments, Red replied, chewing on a peppermint stick as usual. Their condition is stable. They have started the 2nd dose of mutagen, she said, sitting down across from them, sleepy after sleepless nights. The mutagen contains the liquid from the dragon's psychonucleus, very concentrated with parts of its heart. Forcing them to interact with the core would provide them with a more stable use of Psi in the future. Perhaps even Han could, Red thought, when Sasha Grace's tactical bracelet beeped alarmingly. What's the matter, she asked, bursting into the lab with the cadets. Red followed, though he had no right to be here. Li Han's brain activity began to increase, she was informed. He had regained consciousness and was most likely in a hell of a lot of pain, Grace's assistant reported. His encephalogram was off the charts with activity. We need to get him out, Grace said. This had never happened before, and she gave in to panic, worried for the boy's life and sanity. But Sergeant Red stopped her hand at the system reset lever, needing to think things through first. You can't interrupt the transformation process. He has to finish it by all means, the sergeant reminded her. How do you feel? Counseled Grace Li Han. After a few days, it was strange to talk to a mature young man, knowing he was only 10. Thanks to her, just fine, Han said, his voice broken now, and he was unaccustomed to hearing himself. His case is the first in her memory. How can there be a psyker with resistance to psi abilities, she said. He's going to die. We need to interrupt the incubation, she replied to Sergeant Red at the time. Psi abilities. The last thing Li Han relied on his way to this stage, the sergeant explained to her. He doesn't need psycho-resonance. Go on without it, Doctor. Knowing this guy, I can tell you he won't give up that easily, Red stated. He has only developed physically, she reported. The first time this has happened, is there any discomfort? I feel rested. Now I don't have to worry about psi abilities or being kicked out because of low grades, Han replied confidently. That's the spirit. Not for nothing the sergeant had labelled him as the most emotionally stable of the candidates, Grace thought. Psi abilities are directly related to psyche. So why with such a base he hadn't manifested any of them, he wondered. It's worth investigating better. There he is, Dmitri greeted him as Grace let Han go. Congratulations, they are sophomores now, Dmitri announced. 5 weeks had flown by, Han agreed. He was glad to see everyone healthy. Everyone has changed so much, especially Kuro. He pointed his finger at the whiniest guy in the group, or maybe in the arc. He grew, his hair turned white as snow, and now he looked very strange. Glad to see everyone alive and normal. But if you want to bite, warn me, Han said. What's there to be happy about? It couldn't be any other way. Don't get cocky and act like a leader. Li Han, Simon, who was always puffed up like a turkey, said. Somebody's just going through early puberty, Dmitri said. Stop mocking, Han said. At first glance, the second year's training was no different, but in fact, they were now divided into squads rather than classes. Each squad of 4 to 10 people, Han, came to the dormitory. There were already 12 squads of sophomores gathered. They were given private rooms. Such luxury was not easy to get used to, Han thought, from with Kuro enrolled in the 7th squad. His name is Kato Soki. He is the leader of the 7th Squad, introduced himself as a guy with a face in patches. Training was not easy. In the 2nd year, airborne training, gunnery and combat training are the main subjects, Kato said. They know why you need to shoot well, Kato asked them. This weapon is effective against minions and weak monsters, Han said. Minions, as far as we know, are creatures of low intelligence, ogres, werewolves, foot soldiers. The weapons against them are extremely effective, Kato explained. The enemy troops also include beings with high intelligence. The Yellows, they are mid-level commanders, they possess Psi as well as Psykers, so normal weapons are useless against them. Yellows have shields, but their Psi power is not limitless like dragons, and when it runs out, they are easy to kill. All 3 types of training are extremely important. The skills learned will be useful against other squads, Kato informed them. Training battles are held in artificial forests in a small arena. The point is to capture the flag at the enemy base. They are required to develop a strategy taking into account the abilities of each, and it is a dangerous kind of training. Even though they may be fighting with unsharpened weapons, it is still easy for them to inflict heavy injury. Air maneuvering drills are safer there. They keep their distance from each other, and all you have to do is drop your opponent down. However, here you need a helper to control the boards and carry you to the enemy. They themselves can be used as weapons. Until now, they didn't have a Psyker in their squad capable of that kind of support, so having Kuro in their squad comes in handy, Kato said. We hope for you. They immediately defined a role in the squad for him, and the boy huffed under the weight of expectation. Stop mumbling. No one cares about opinions. He just has to do what's good for the squad, said the big guy behind Kato's back. Kuro would definitely handle it, Han stated confidently, but he would handle it much better if he wasn't pressured. Shut up, sucker. You don't know shit yet. Quickly gagged the squad lock on his mouth. Enough, he realized. They had just arrived after all. There was much to learn, Kato smiled. They're sophomores now, but everyone here is older and more experienced than them, so more respect to Lee Han, Kato told him. To be honest, he only needed Kuro in the squad, and he was so going as a free extra, Kato spoke and bared his fangs. Nothing to expect from a loser who is the worst at Psi. Just stay out of everyone's way, Kato said, and all the squad members laughed. Han clenched his fists. It wasn't the first time he had endured ridicule, but he was worried about Kuro. Okay, understood, accepted. I won't get in the way of the squad leader. Han extended his hand for a shake. Yeah, super. Was surprised at how impenetrable Kato was. He thought to set the newbies straight and keep them under control. Arrogant asshole. Let's see how long you last, the arrogant commander angrily said. I'd love to show everyone what I'm capable of. Han smiled. He couldn't wait to prove himself in his 2nd year. Next came the routine of 2nd year training. They were taken to the firing ranges every day. Kato kept his eyes on Lee Han, watching him intently, looking for a flaw. Tactical exercises, shooting in motion, and at moving targets. Lee Han was handling everything. He thought Kato would have nothing to pick on. What are you doing, Kuro? Shouted Kato, quickly shifting his gaze to the other newcomer of the squad. The automaton jammed. Kuro excused himself. Under pressure, he kept making stupid mistakes. He was beginning to realize what a problematic Psyker he'd been given. After the range exercise, Lee Han went to take a shower. The water was pleasantly refreshing to the head. Kuro was doing her best. But when will he be appreciated at his best, Han thought. In 5 weeks, he went from a 10-year-old wreck to a trim teenager, and he continued to grow and get stronger, though not as fast. You'll be in the reserve, Lee Han. Kato immediately pushed him to the bench. The larger the squad, the harder it is to define roles, and with enough melee soldiers like him in their squad as it is, Khan was simply pushed aside. Don't worry, Kato scoffed. All sophomores have access to the training center. You can at least have a look, he said. Lee Han still received letters from his juniors. I wonder if they would recognize him if they saw him now, no matter what. Han believed in his success. Squads 3 and 9 are participating in today's battle for the flag, the loudspeaker announced. In the 3rd squad, there is a newcomer. Closely watch him and analyze his actions, ordered Kato. By new, he of course meant Simon. Now Han had the chance to see what Simon was capable of after the transformation. The blonde Britannian shone from the first minutes. He marched ahead of the squad. A whisper went around the room. They said he was a genius at using Psi, but some thought he was just arrogant. You're out of your mind to go on the offensive with the whole squad without protecting the flag, said the captain of the 9th squad. Nonsense, because they have an invincible Psyker with them, stated the captain of the 3rd. We'll kill everyone now and take the flag easily. Simon let out a Psi wave so they could be seen. Nonsense. Neutralize it before it starts using its abilities. ordered the commander of the 9. Wait, where did the weapons go? They suddenly found that swords and spears had been pulled out of their swords and spears faster than they had time to notice. Simon went wild, unleashing a huge amount of power, merging with the dragon's heart successfully. He gathered the guns of the 9th squad on them. The enemy was so demoralized that they didn't even try to defend themselves or get away. They were crushed in one blow. "The way is open forward. Finish off the rest," shouted the joyful commander of the trio. Victory for the first time was given to them so easily. They quickly pounced on the unarmed and demoralized opponents. The Blues are defeated. The movie is over. Summed up this defeat by the commander of the trio taking the flag of the opponent. See, a powerful Psyker is an important part of the strategy. Theirs will be the same, and with Kuro, they will be able to execute it, Commander Kato told everyone at the meeting. "Leader, there's another suggestion," addressed him directly Han, and Kato staggered back. The 9th squad dashed forward without using the terrain, and individual features just burst forward, Han stated. He faltered at the unkind look on Kato's face. "Go on, if anything," the commander asked. "If he was the squad leader, that's what I wanted to say." Kato spoke without even looking at Li Han. Now it's clear where this hatred comes from. At first he just ignored him, tried to put him under his belt, and now Kato is afraid of him, Han realized. The big guy from the squad called him over to talk for a moment with a gesture, and they left the observation deck. "He's a very capable kid. Kato and everyone else recognizes that, but there's no place for him in their established squad," the big guy said. Kato was watching him. Han confirmed his hunch. "Why would he think that?" he asked the big man. "He has his own personal opinion, different from the commander, and he's not shy about expressing it, and sometimes it's worth listening to," the big guy said. "But the 7th squad can only have one leader. If they even slightly question orders, everyone will be at risk. Besides, while he's leading the squad, Han can't fight anyway. Pick a time and request a transfer to another squad," the big guy suggested. That's it. A leader's decisions shouldn't be challenged by anyone. He had put Kato's authority at risk, Han realized. But transferring to another squad is like starting over and seeking recognition from scratch. Li Han, this seriously asked Wei Chen after reading Han's official transfer petition. "That's right," the guy replied. "Okay," scratched the back of his head the good-natured giant. "But we need to talk to the rest of the second-year instructors." "Okay, since it will take time, we can think it over properly," Han decided, in his room. "Since you cannot participate in training battles, you can improve your personal skills, you can analyze the actions of others, and come up with a strategy." There was a knock on the door and Han called out to the guest. "Come in," Kuro said to his friend. "What did the Zavcom talk about?" Kuro asked, but Han turned the conversation to tomorrow's battle in air training. "So far, I can operate 4 platforms at the same time with people," Kuro clarified. Even that was impressive, as Han couldn't even lift a single board, let alone fly it himself. Seriously, Han was glad to hear this news. Kuro was developing very fast and could be considered the strongest sophomore. Chin up, he cheered up his ever-unsure comrade. "I'll be rooting for you," said Khan. "There's a genius in the 7th squad too. Interesting to watch him," whispered the cadets around Han that had come to watch the fight. They fought in an arena, with pillars, each team having its own base. "Get to work, Kuro. We're counting on you," the boy heard and got ready. The 1st squad fought the 7th squad. The goal of the training to master the airboards. All dragons can fly. To get them a jetpack is used, and a hook with a rope, as well as an airboard, a mix of drone and snowboard technology. In aerial combat, a person can use 2 boards, one to move the other to deal damage to the enemy. In this battle, the most important role is support, the Psyker that controls the boards from the rear, allowing others to focus on the fight. Positions that perfectly for Kuro, who is able to control 4 boards at once. But there's always a but, Han thought. "Squad 7, if we stick to the plan, we will win," said Kato. He was in a cheerful mood. "Vanguard forward," he commanded, and 3 of the squad advanced towards the enemy. The 1st squad moved into their positions as well, not wanting to fall behind. Will moved forward cautiously, just as Kato predicted, grinned the lock. He believed success today. After the Reds split in different directions, the big guy read their movements. He boldly jumped off his board and struck his first opponent, throwing him down. Kato quickly hopped up and cut down the second fighter with a lightning-fast attack. "Great, everything is going according to plan." He pulled on a snaky grin. A murmur went through the crowd. The 7th squad had very quickly dealt with 2 of the 1st squad at once. They had become noticeably stronger, speaking next to Han. In this battle for Kuro is the main role. Their fighters don't have that support and will manage their boards by themselves, Kato said. You take his and Zamcom's board, Kato ordered, and also use foresight to find out where they are. Kuro nodded uncertainly. They're both good at close combat. Scatter opponents like kittens, said Castle. His plan does have a chance of success, at least in theory, Han pondered. Kuro was nervous, even more so than before the fight, and his body was covered in sweat. Watching the two boards, still predicting the movement of opponents from the rippling images of the future before his eyes, he was terribly tormented. These guys were always so strong, only two left, the Reds from the first squad said heavily. Kuro was leading the boards for two more. Now he was using all his strength and they were quickly running out. Gotta deal with the support, thought the Red commander, or they're going to lose. Act according to Plan A, showed in one gesture the commander of the first. Just going head on, Kato marveled as the remaining opponents moved forward. The commander of the first accelerated on the board and let the board go forward and himself jumped over the back of the big guy from the team. While the big man detained Kato and his deputy commander, at once, the captain of the Reds jumped over them and penetrated to the rear. "Damn you for getting caught like that," shouted Kato. The giant from the first squad grabbed them and held them tightly. Meanwhile, the captain of the first squad easily slipped through the rest of the squad. "Where are you going?" shouted a cadet of the 7th squad, seeing the enemy captain ignoring their presence. "Leave him and blow over here," ordered Kato. "That bulky guy wants to throw us off," said the captain. He was counting on Kuro to handle everything. No, he had to protect the Sapper, Han thought. It would be bad if Kuro got cut off from the rest of the squad. "Remember the 4th and 8th airboards. Always have to be with him," Kato ordered before the fight. The Red captain was rapidly approaching Kato, who was all alone. 4th and 8th, Kuro twitched nervously. He was exhausted from the whole fight and his movements became abrupt. He aimed the two boards precisely at the target, from two directions at once, so that the enemy would have no chance to dodge the ram. Boarders aimed at his back as the enemy captain took a swing. The 7 threesome barely kicked and threw the giant from the first squad off the board. But when they turned around, Kuro was already unconscious and the enemy captain was standing at their base. As soon as the Sapper passed out, the trio also fell off the boards, which no one else supported. There was a murmur in the audience again. Everyone was surprised by the unexpected ending, but quite obvious even Kuro's genius might just run out of steam. I knew it would end up like this, Han thought. Kato was relying too much on Kuro's telekinesis, and the whole plan was based on that. Kuro was only a fraction of centimeters wrong. Instead of protecting his directed boards, collided behind the enemy captain's back. "What a pity," they say. "Luck in war is also a kind of talent," said the captain of the first. Looks like Kuro was under immense pressure and made a mistake. Kato's whole stupid plan was based on perfect execution, and not allowing for chance, therefore failed. The first squad won. The audience screamed, satisfied with the colourful show with a mid-battle reversal. Han left the viewing room. If Kato had brought him on board, Kuro wouldn't have been left without support. Here he'd be a squad leader, Han thought. Li Han, there is a conversation about his request, called him to Wei's office in 3 weeks. The request has been reviewed and approved. According to his application, he will become the new squad leader. They agreed. Even easier than he thought, Han decided. The news pleased him. All thanks to his merits in the first year, he proved himself as a commander and decided to give him a chance. "Consider it a test," Wei said, handing over the documents. 2 rules. There must be at least 4 in a squad, and no more than 1 can be taken from other squads with the right to refuse. If he followed this rule, he would become the enemy of all units at once, Han realized. He should have prepared well before acting. "If he says it will work out, then it will," Han said to Wei, and clenched his fist confidently. "Fast grasping Li Han, I await the results," Wei said, and with that, Han left his office. His command, now he could gather his squad and act completely free. Han was dizzy with possibilities. The first 2 that come to mind are those 2. Han remembered his friends. "That would be cool, but Jose isn't here. I'll talk to Kuro first," Han thought, and grimaced slightly. "There's 1 more, Han thought, remembering another possibility, and headed straight for the dormitory. He knocked on the door and Dimitri appeared on the doorstep. What had the exercise fanatic, who was probably working out now as well, come with? For crying out loud, Kato was holding his head. After another lost battle, their ranking had crept downward. "Kuro is the reason they keep losing," Kato lamented, opening a can of juice. "I told you to take Simon," replied the helpful Locke. "That guy dealt with everyone alone, proved himself right away. Good at both hand-to-hand combat and telekinesis," Kato said. "Kuro is completely useless in the same conditions, and his abilities are fake. Kato whined because he wanted easy solutions. Han stood by and eavesdropped. If they don't find a replacement, they need to permanently put in a supporter, came to Khan, who was standing around the corner. His own squad, wow, wondered Dmitri. Who else are you going to call? He asked. Kuro, Han replied. Wanted to work with him from the start? Dmitri hummed. No commander would want to give up his fighter, he said. But he never responded to his offer, Han reminded him. Thank you. But his leaving would be a betrayal, Dmitri replied. He was well acclimated among his squad. He's the head of the 5th, after all. Leaving means betraying his guys, Dmitri replied. While we're on the subject, Dmitri scratched his hedgehog on the back of his head. It would be better for them to remain rivals instead of playing superior to subordinate, he stated to Khan. Don't cry later when we meet on the battlefield. Han bumped him with his fist. Get ready, I'll break both arms this time, Dmitri said. Now wherever Li Han went, there were slanted glances directed at him. He wanted power, they whispered. Why whisper behind their backs? They should speak directly and loudly, Han thought, walking proudly through the corridors. The news that he had become squad leader had spread quickly through the corps. No wonder the captains were now wary of him. Especially him, Li Han. You didn't expect to stick a knife in my back, Kato told him, grinning his face. Go ahead and form a squad and get away. But they won't give Kuro away, said Kato, who stood surrounded by the entire squad. He won't be able to unleash his full talent in the 7th squad, Han stated. You think the smartest in time, Kuro will become the best in the squad, Kato hissed. Going to ask the enemy to wait for the war to start. With him, he would develop faster. Li Han stood his ground. The captain's job is to win even with the minimum of strength. Nothing will change if you blame the other for the defeat. Han's words made Kato furious. Shut up, freak! You won't get Kuro, shouted Kato, who couldn't stand it, and grabbed Han by the collar of his jacket. It's not up to him. Kuro has to make his own choice. Han stood firmly on his own. Kuro, the captain of the 7th squad, turned to him with an angry face. If you leave, I'll kill you, Kato hissed, a terrible threat, and the soft boy trembled. Really, you can only talk. If you drown, you will talk too, Han replied. He could not hold back any longer. Kato hit him with all his might with a fist to the jaw so that Han flew off to the side. Ugly, snapped without thinking, Kato realized that he hadn't shown himself at his best in front of everyone. I don't even want to get my hands dirty, Han replied, wiping the blood from his cracked lips. I'll wait for Kuro, Han said firmly. He couldn't be swayed by anything. Who would leave the team for a team that doesn't exist yet? You'll pay for it, Kato shouted in his wake. Talk to everyone he wanted to talk to, Han pondered, on his way to the dormitory. What to do now? He himself wasn't in a good position. Without recruiting men, he wouldn't be able to participate in battles anyway. He bumped into someone without noticing and immediately apologized. In front of Han stood a cadet dressed out of uniform and wearing a skull mask. But the man paid no attention to him and quickly moved on. And what's with the out-of-statute clothing? Han wondered, assessing the stranger's entire appearance. The heads of all squads are ordered to assemble in front of the treatment building, received a message on Han's tactical bracelet. They formed up in 2 rows. There were a bloody dozen commanders now. These new recruits should be assigned to a squad, pointed at the new cadets that had undergone Grace's transformation. This time, the first choice will be the head of the new squad, reported the charming doctor. Li Han stepped forward, they said. It was a great opportunity for him to get at least one good fighter. His name is Li Han. He is the head of the 13th squad, and he is short of men. Everyone will be welcome, he told the guys. Of course he doesn't, since he's a captain without a squad, sneered Teach Kato. And the others chuckled at the joke. The first cadet volunteered to join and stepped forward. Jose recognized Han's matured friend and was glad to see him. The guy looked very solid now. Sadly, sighed Jose, it would have been nice to have another person join their squad. Not everyone had made up their minds yet, replied Han. Thanks for trusting and joining. Always wanted to work together, Han told him. Those who refuse to go to him are idiots. They just don't know what he is capable of. Otherwise, they would have lined up, Jose said. Starting tomorrow, we start working hard. Jose stretched, and now it was time for him to go to his room. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Han opened and saw on the threshold his first friend. Kuro, exclaimed he. What the hell happened to your face? The newly minted captain marveled. Kuro's face was a bruise. Kato warned of the consequences. He went into a frenzy when he heard Kuro was leaving. Wow, that's definitely the Kuro they knew. Praised Han's friend for making the right decision. The Desert Island team is back together again. They'll definitely handle everything now, right? Said Jose. They seem to be having fun here. Can we join in? Another man entered the room. Everyone calls him a traitor. It seems the 13th squad will have the most fun, the guest said. They know each other. In his freshman year, he was in the second grade, Jose said. I remember, Han replied. Such talent is simply necessary. Welcome, Knut Meyer, Han greeted him. And Knut did a pee-pee, saying hello to the familiar guys. Hello, everyone, he said. That's how you can get to them, smiled the eccentric northerner. Right, but they're not on good terms with the other squads, and if things go wrong, they can be disbanded. Everyone knows that, Han asked. It's okay, okie dokie, his friends supported him. Better to stick together than to be outcasts in every squad. Now Han felt a great responsibility for the fate of his friends. But he was sure that neither could handle it. Great, then I'll see you all tomorrow, said Han. Good to see you, 13th Squad, the senior officer in front of whom they had lined up in the morning told them. Senior Instructor Grossman, he introduced himself. The officer gave the impression of a mild and polite man. He treated them like children, called each one by name, and stopped at Kuro. What's with the face, son? He asked. Fell unlucky in training, Kuro replied with a pained smile. Well, be more careful next time, Grossman realized, but decided to leave it at that. Their training starts from this day. They have 3 weeks. They were given more time as the squad formed later than others, said Lieutenant. After that, they will participate in battles equally with everyone else. It is impossible to refuse. The competition and opponents are chosen randomly. Grossman underestimates them, Han smiled. They've made good use of their time. First fight, survival path type. Opponents are Squad 9. They have a lot of good shooters and have a higher percentage in this contest. Don't like all this, sighed Knut. If he doesn't get in, can we just bench him? He asked, taking off his helmet. Wanting to die, Han slammed Knut's helmet back into place with a sharp slap. The latter squeaked and crouched down in surprise. Don't even think of giving up ever, under any circumstances, Han insisted, and moved close to the northerner's face. He won't let any of the squad die. We're working on a plan for a mobile bunker. I just thought of the name, so don't laugh, Han said. What the hell is a mobile bunker? Wondered his dream team. Each team started the battle from the initial position of the notional camp. The Reds were determined to end things quickly. They fielded 4 men as well for a fair fight. The enemy will be defeated. Victory will be ours, said Han, their motto. His squad was ready to start too. What popularity, smirked Dmitri, listening to the crowd of onlookers demanding the traitors be killed. There are no clear winners in this fight. Let's see what Li Han does. Simon has come to watch the fight too. Still no one in sight. They haven't left the starting position the Reds were negotiating. They've already entered the opponent's zone. Let's go that way. They spoke quite close to Knut's position behind a tree. So fast, thought he, sitting in ambush. Enemy in sight, 200 meters. He quickly scribbled a message on his tactical bracelet. They're on their way here, even sooner than expected, Han said, and sent a reply to Knut. They didn't even get a break. The stubborn 9th Squad, Jose agreed. They were breathing hard after the march. At least we had time to prepare, he said, with a glance at the thick tree trunk that had been cut off by pyrokinesis. But there was no time to regroup. If he were, Knut would have realized the situation by now, instead of going for a rapprochement with his squad. The whip was running away under a barrage of fire, one shock rifle charge cracking him in the leg. How painfully limp he was as he continued to pull away from the enemy, his enemies chasing him at his heels. At least one needs to be shot. Knut turned around sharply and gave a line from his training weapon. The charges hit the trees without hurting anyone, and so who will take him down? Asked the team captain. Knut slumped to the ground, unable to keep his balance. He was very tired of running in his body armor and helmet, with an assault rifle in his hands. In addition, he was wounded. When the lines crackled, he quickly rolled over into the bushes to avoid being hit. If all went according to plan, he would join the squad. The leg injury only a minor hindrance, Knut reasoned. Why is he alone? The Reds were talking. If the point of sending a scout, if everything will end in a firefight anyway, they wondered. Cover. I'll go ahead, volunteered one of the Reds, assessing the situation. Let's move out. It's time to get started. Knut had bought them enough time, pulling the enemy back on themselves, Han ordered. Perhaps Knut is wounded. The 9th Squad has decided not to unite and act, but to wait passively, Han said. Thanks to him, they gained strength right before the fight, Jose said. And they also felled that tree using fire and pyrokinesis, Kuro added. Time to show what they can do, Han said, and they moved forward, Kuro releasing psi waves. What does the 13th do? Cut down a tree and cover themselves with it. And this was the way to do it, the spectators gallivanted. Get the 9ths, shouted Knut. He was desperately firing in all directions, not allowing himself to be approached. Needing to reload, he returned to cover and began to load his automatic. He's really alone. They thought they were being lured into a trap, but it's just an improvisation on the fly. said Red, taking Knut at gunpoint. One of the 13th had dropped out. Though it had lasted long scratched Dimitri's beard, now all they had was a shield of wood. Could they win? There's a weakness in their tactics, but I think Han knows that, Simon replied. What's that? They're coming, but they're unstoppable, shouted the 9th squad, their opponents safely hidden behind a log that couldn't be penetrated by weapons. Everyone in the 9th is a good marksman, but no one possessed the telekinesis to stop Kuro, thought the Red Captain. Li Han advanced from cover and pinned down the enemy with fire, preventing them from leaving or changing position. Everyone take cover! Stall for time! They'll run out of steam soon, shouted the captain of the 9th. True, he knows their weaknesses, Han thought, but the shield will help them buy time. Jose used his pyrokinesis to use his power. Fire! Shouted the 9th. They couldn't breathe or fire properly because everything was covered with smoke. There's enough smoke, I don't think they can see anything, said Jose. Super take care of those who got out, ordered Li Han. As soon as the Reds ran out of the smoke screen, they came under a barrage of fire. 2 of ours are out, the 9s chattered. Don't worry, they can't see anything either, his partner answered him, clutching his nose. But at that moment, they were cut off by sniper charges, though they stood in thick smoke. Kuro would give Li Han a target, and the latter would take aim even in the smoke. They could clearly see everything because of Kuro's ability of foresight. What was that? Shouted the crowd of cadets. The 13th is so strong, they wondered. Good job showed. Li Han gave everyone a thumbs up as the squad reassembled. But Lieutenant Grassman was the most upset about it. A special dinner for the winners, it was worth it, Knut rejoiced. Yes, considering he got shot, agreed Jose. It hurt like hell, replied the Northerner. They had gotten some good food. The sophomore year had a great feed. Now a couple words I'd like to hear from the captain, Jose said. After all, he led them to a brilliant win. Jose pretended he was a journalist and was doing an interview with a chicken leg in his hands. Thank you all. I know the tactics were aggressive and also they won because of teamwork. It wasn't an aggressive plan, but an incredibly cool one, Kuro enthused. For the first time he felt confident in battle. They were lucky that the 9th squad was so lopsided, it was obvious how they would act. And in what position, said Khan. That, and it's striking the way he reads his opponents, was the right decision to join the 13th, Knut replied. The sudden movements made his bruises sting again. Shock rifle. Why don't you lie down to rest already? Jose suggested to him. I wouldn't miss a feast like this even if I were dying, Knut said, cringing from his bruises. To think of crushing the 9th squad, one of the strongest, he should crush them before they get their heads in the sand. Grassman was angry. Who better for this purpose than the 9th squad? The lieutenant looked at the glow screen with Cato's personnel file. They would definitely do everything they could to make sure the 13th would not leave a wet spot. But what if they lost? Grossman thought. No way, he'd make sure that didn't happen, the lieutenant decided. Unable to sleep again, Li Han counted sheepishly and stared at the ceiling. He used to stay awake because he was afraid of flying out of the ark, but now he has the best partners, so there's nothing to fear. No matter who their opponent was, they would still win. Han felt unshakable confidence in that. The next battle happened soon. They fought against the 1st squad, in the Battle of the Captains, in the same range with the forest. Keep an eye on Jose and Kuro, the captain ordered. Among the sophomores, they have the strongest abilities. We'll deal with them. They may be stronger than the Psykers, but a good whipping will make them forget about him, said the captain of the 1st. Not sure how the others are with their abilities, but there shouldn't be a problem. The captain held out the bandage. They chose the most powerful member of the squad to give the captain's armband to him. By ripping off this armband, the team wins the battle. They sure hate instructors now, right after the battle with the shooters of the 9th, to engage the next day with the fighters of the 1st. In the battle, you need to defeat the player with the armband, but it takes 2-3 people on the monster from the 1st team, Dimitri said. That was the kind of boogeyman they had chosen. The tactic of the former was called a charging tank. While one held back the enemy, the other would break him down quickly. I wonder what Li Han will do, Dimitri ranted. Will you shut up already? And why are you around again? Simon grumbled. The 1st squad was good at close combat, but why was their leader surprised to look at the enemy's formation? The bandage ended up on Kuro's head, who even despite his height and abilities, always looked weak and insecure. What are we going to do? Li Han is nowhere to be seen either, decided by the Reds in the 1st. Don't drift, Kuro, we'll protect at all costs, Jose said, and Knut nodded as well. We need to act, even if one is hiding somewhere it won't help them, the captain said. Forward, he commanded, and they tore toward the 13, a tank with a headband running ahead. In a battle of captains, It's not at all necessary to wipe out the entire team, Han pondered, climbing high up in a tree. Sufficient to defeat a captain with a bandage. Like in chess, he looked at his friends, ready for battle. The opponents clashed in a heated battle. Jose spared no effort and immediately burned to the full. But the first squad had experienced fighters. They went straight to close combat without letting Jose use his abilities. The whip, too, was barely hanging on under the blows of the assertive cadets from the first squad. Li Han could clearly see the entire fight from above. They were fighting right under his feet. Don't worry, Kuro, for they have been preparing well, Han thought, and took a leap of faith at the right moment. Meanwhile, the big man was crushing Knut and Jose, who were fighting back in the minority. The bandaged captain grabbed them both in an armful and still made his way toward Kuro. Super, hold them tight, the other opponents rejoiced. It was just a matter of taking the bandage away from the weakling. The two rushed toward Kuro, but no one but him saw Li Han falling from the sky. Almost won, the opponents had already drawn their weapons on Kuro and were celebrating the victory. Where is he looking? Something wrong, felt the leader of the first, and for a second he was distracted. Behind him, there was a terrible rumbling sound, as if a meteorite had fallen. From the impact, everything was covered with dust, so no one knew what to do next. It was a trap, realized the leader of the first. When the dust cleared, Li Khan was on his knee, and the bandaged captain from the first squad was in a deep sleep. I think this is the end. Victory for the 13th, Han said, showing everyone a red armband as proof. What a victory! There was the height of a 5-story building. What a crazy man! Li Han was admired by the other cadets. A couple of minutes ago, we were ready to mix it with mud, I understand, said Dmitri. Every time to show such a result is expensive. This squad leader is a plague. He used to be in the 7th but left. The cadets chattered. And he hadn't fought before. Why didn't the leader of the 7th use such a tough fighter, wondered everyone. Kato clenched his fists. He clearly didn't understand what Han was capable of. The cadets openly questioned the authority of the leader of the 7th squad. The day before the battle with the 1st squad, Han practiced a leap of faith with Kuro. That one should have caught him at the very floor. The magnitude of Khan's confidence directly proportional to the thickness of the mats on the floor. There were none at all. I don't think there would be any problems in a real fight, Han said. Kuro was an amazing psyker. He is much better, replied the friend. Isn't he scared? Asked Kuro. Today he risks a broken nose. Tomorrow he will put his life on the line, replied Han. Controlling a person with psychokinesis is difficult. If it were easier, everyone would be flying by now, Han said. And Kuro thought about his words. He will hide in a secluded place and attack at the right moment, Han said. Kuro's job is to make sure no one gets hurt, to direct his flight. In the dormitory, Kuro started apologizing for Han's arm being broken. He didn't have enough control. Don't worry, no one died. The mission was difficult and he did a great job, Han praised his friend. Don't blame yourself. They could hardly have won without him, Knut said, recalling the giant they had knocked out. Until Han's arm heals, they don't have any team training, right? Jose asked. But just at that moment, their tactical bracelets beeped with a new message. Air combat in 2 days, enemy 7th squad. Well, I didn't think you'd come, Grossman said as he greeted the guest who had entered with barely a knock on his office door. Kato Swoki, he greeted the cadet who was puffing with anger in front of him. It's a mistake. Their captain broke his arm and they schedule a new fight. It's a loss and a fight with the 7th squad, resented friends. It's not fair, shouted the loudest Jose. Should go to the command and explain everything, said the pyromaniac. They don't know what they're doing. This is the last chance for his squad to win, Grossman said. He is not confident enough in his Kato forces, he asked. Even if he hadn't broken his arm, they would have won, Kato hissed. So now do whatever it takes to win, Kato Swoki, Grossman replied. Not listening to him at all made Kato even angrier. His pride was hurt even more now. Stop wailing! This is war, Han said, and all they have to do is win. Khan had no strategy or rough plan, he admitted honestly to his friends, but promised he would figure out how to win. Amazing! I hope this isn't idle chatter, Kato told him, who was walking nearby and heard their conversation. Are you sure you can handle one arm? He asked. It's a nuisance, but I think one hand will be enough to nail the 7th squad, Han replied. It's not easy to nail someone in aerial combat, genius, Kato muttered. I'll think of something special for you, Han said. Kill them all. Kato listed them one by one, all those he wanted to punish personally. Kato, you've never killed anyone in your life, so choose your words carefully, Han replied with a ring of steel in his voice. Just wait and see for yourself, their former squad leader quickly retorted. What a pathetic jerk, Jose said after him, and the other guys gave him a scornful look. It's definitely not going to be easy with him. Let's go to the gym, ordered Han. After the conversation, he definitely needed to beat the 7th. Han applied psi waves to the board. It was already releasing visible radiation. But it still wasn't enough to get the board moving properly. Even with a healthy arm, he could barely handle 2 airboards, and now he was pushing one with difficulty. It was no easy task for Jose either, controlling 2 boards and his flame at the same time. They could only count on Kuro, just as the 7th squad was doing, but Han didn't want to overburden him too much. Even without strong support, Kato's squad was well balanced in terms of physical strength and psi. Having Kato as a leader they're working together makes the team much stronger. They can't be pinned down by attacking head-on, Han pondered. There's a big problem, Jose called out to him and stepped closer. There's nothing to burn in the air, so the fire flashes are of little use, the partner said with a wave of his hand. Given the speed of movement, getting a shot at it will be a challenge, he said. So much chatter at this level of training, watching them practice from the sidelines. I don't think they have anything to worry about, said the Zamkoma. Of course not, agreed Kato. There is simply no way to win, no reason to lose. Both captains realized the hopelessness of Khan's situation. 13 has a lot of battles lately. Li Han's arm is broken. They haven't even had a training session like this, the impatient cadets whispered. Everything here says they're going to lose, Dmitri grumbled. Lieutenant Grossman is a freak, he grumbled. What's he doing? Simon asked him, complaining that we're standing next to him. Dmitri said from behind him, disgusting. Get off, the Brit replied. Grossman tries to give each squad a 50-50 chance of winning. The type of battle, the participants are determined by analysis, Simon smited. It won't be so easy for Li Han this time, Simon thought. Even though he didn't like him, he was still waiting to see what Han would do. Tear them to shreds on the British flag, show them what happens to traitors, Kato told his men. Jose, how's the readiness? Asked Khan. Couldn't be better. Ready to rock out all the way? Warmed up, lad. Take care of us. Today he is the basis of the strategy, said Han admonishingly. They gave the command to fight, and Khan's squad raised 16 boards at once, which amazed not only the opposing team, but also all the spectators. Kato tensed. This was impossible. Even the strongest cadets handled 4 boards. At best, they used 2. He's definitely confused right now, Han smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. Let me make something clear, he spoke to himself. No need to be afraid ahead of time. Kato came to his senses and reassured his comrades. Stick to the plan, destroy one by one, they will definitely flinch, he ordered. They didn't pause to rest during their training, Han thought. He too was holding one of the boards. Though his psi abilities are below average, he has learned to control the force and gather it at the right point in his body. If he develops this control even more, he will be able to manipulate objects quickly, Han thought. He grabbed one of the boards with his healthy hand and threw it like a projectile at the enemy group that was hovering in the middle of the field. Insanity, deciding to use the boards for a battering ram, Kato felt too quickly. But before the board reaches its target, one can react. Kato jumped and bounced away from the battering ram. To apply Jose's skills, you needed material for fire to burn, and there wasn't much choice. Jose gathered flames of the strength he was capable of. You can still set something on fire during an air battle, Han told him in the hallway. Bordeaux burst into flames right in the midst of Kato's squad. He just exploded. The very expensive equipment ripped like a brander in the Navy. Much to the delight of the audience, it demanded to blow them all up. Khan and Jose repeated their combination, with Khan throwing projectiles, Jose setting it on fire and it exploding, the first opponents down on the net. Lock, that way they'll blow up all the boards, ordered Kato. But if they get close, they can get hit too, objected Locke. Stop it at once, ordered Grossman, who had burst into the hall. To their mutual horror, Kato and Grossman, Khan wasn't going to stop and detonated another shell. After the fight, Grossman called Khan to the carpet and for 10 minutes just stared at him. Red was easier. He'd cover him with a blasphemy and let him go, Khan thought. I know it's awkward to start this conversation, but I have to, Lieutenant Grossman ventured. Does he have any idea how much at least one such board costs? He asked Han. I know it's not a small amount, Han replied, letting the lieutenant's tone pass over his ears. If he had not been an ARC soldier, he would have remained indebted for the rest of his days, replied the lieutenant tiredly. Wasn't it his strategy he wanted to discuss? Steered the conversation in a different direction, Khan. Technically, he didn't break the rules, but didn't he realize it would raise quite a few questions? Some instructors even praising him for that decision. But he's not one of them. Next time warn me if you're thinking of something like that, Grossman said. And Khan replied, in short, sir? But Khan did not leave immediately as he was released, but decided to ask one question. If they were fighting dragons, there would be no questions about the value of the beards, for they must win at all costs, Han said firmly. Isn't that the purpose of their training? He pressed Grossman. Caught him looking a lot like a sergeant I know, Grossman said. That's right, Li Han. I'd love to watch you on the battlefield, Grossman replied. You may go. The lieutenant let him go, and Han saluted him like a model soldier. Kato threw himself into a desperate attack. Having lost his allies, he was determined to do something. He was eager for revenge and flew forward like a true samurai, willing to fall in battle. Above him, another board exploded with a crackle, scorching him with fire. Under the cover of a fire and smoke screen, Han flew out at him and they collided. Wanting to throw down realized lastly Kato. Although he won the fight thanks to his strategy, no one will praise him, stated Kato. That was waiting under Grossman's office. We'll see what stood under the door to say all that, Han replied calmly. Just a passing crocodile. Who would expect such a fool? Replied Kato resentfully. They were still children at heart. Finish it at all costs, don't you dare lose before then, Kato told him, and Han just waved him off, okay? Hail, leader. They were again supposed to feast after the victory, the squad celebrating. They won, although there were fears they would be expelled for breaking the rules. What is it, Jose? Kuro asked, noticing his comrade's concerned look. Every time they celebrate, something happens, he said. That's it. I knew it, he said when everyone's bracelets beeped. Battle schedule. In 7 days, Squad 5 versus Squad 13. Battle to capture the flag. They read the alert. Dmitri performed the base. Since he became an adult, he practiced every day. Immediately after one battle, the 13th were thrown against the strongest in this type of battle. Very much in the style of Grossman. One fight after another. We'll see who's who, Khan said. It had been a good workout. How hot it was. I wish I could shower soon. Dmitri walked contentedly from the gym when he met a grim battle emo whose face was familiar to him. Wait, he remembered a cadet in a third-year uniform passing by. Squad leader, or rather, former squad leader, since the leader is now him, laughed Dmitri. You're going to ignore it since you're in third year. He grabbed the older man's shoulder. Their squad was doing super now with a leader like him bragging to Dmitri. Back off, the emo boy told him, and looked angrily at Dmitri, who got a chill in his chest before he killed him. Tell me all the details of what happened to him after the battle. Dmitri lit up. Han was breathing heavily. He was barely on his feet, and he was quickly thinking of what to do. Who was this guy? With such incredible strength, he glared at his opponent, that strange cadet with the skull mask that was approaching him. Skull stared at him with red lenses. This guy was too strong. As soon as Han blinked, his opponent disappeared in front of him. The skull whizzed past, and Han was barely able to block its blows with his spear, but still took heavy damage and fell to his knees without strength. 6 days ago, he went to Grossman's house and learned some unexpected news. Dmitri got seriously weeded in a fight with a third-year cadet. All the details Grossman could not reveal. Dmitri was injured and will not be able to participate in the battle, but it will still take place, Grossman said. Without Dmitri, their squad would be like a chicken without a head, Han thought then. This victory was in their pocket. There was another reason the lieutenant called him in and handed him a stack of sheets. What is it, Li Han asked. Applications for transfer to his squad? Many people want to join him, Grossman said. He's known for utilizing the strengths of his fighters. Unlike Kato, whose authority has been shaken, Han thought, something he'd expected. Most sophomores wanted to fight on a level playing field, he thought, looking over the applications. He has time to think about it, Grossman said. But Khan immediately gave the answer that he was taking everyone. He wasn't in a position to pick anyone. Welcome to the 13th squad, he addressed the 4 cadets who hadn't made it in the other squads. Domingo, Quasem, Andy called them all by the names he read in their personnel files. And Kijo looked Han over at the guy standing off to the side, who was acting quite swaggering. Tomorrow training would begin, but now he wanted to see their strength and determine their positions in the battle. Objections, Han asked. Kiyo addressed him in Korean. Any questions, cadet? Han asked. No, the man replied. Just asking to take care of a fellow cadet. In the arc origins don't matter. You want care, prove yourself and prove yourself worthy, coined Han. Fine, and yet take care, spoke Kijo. Quite cut him short abruptly. Han, he is suspended for the day. If you don't build these kids up, they will climb on your head, Han thought, and began to understand Sergeant Red. Kiyo cursed in his native tongue. He liked to take the easy way out and hoped to quickly gain the commander's trust since they were tribesmen. And what is it? The cadets asked each other, a swear word heard in one drama. The roof over the range closed. That's how they simulated night. The squad got nervous. Want to reduce their chance of winning, Jose resented. Don't worry. The enemy is operating under the same conditions. Let's wait for our eyes to get used to the darkness, Han said. Knut's squad goes first. Jose's squad goes second. Han distributed the roles. Kijo, Kuro, and him will go and attack the enemy from the flank. Without Dmitri, the 5th squad is the easiest opponent at the moment. But let's not relax. Let's win cleanly, Han said. As the first 2 links of their squad moved out, Han gave the command for their squad to move out as well. They quickly defeated the disoriented enemy. Without a captain, they could not rally and fight back in an organized manner. All laid down asked Khan, when their links came together again, no one else at the very flag answered him. There was a guy in a skull helmet sitting on a flagpole on a knoll. He felt completely relaxed despite being alone. Left alone and just watching his friends get beaten up, surprised by the guys from the 13th, the mask moved towards them with swords in each hand. He moved so fast they didn't even realize it. One zigzag, and half of the 13th was shaved clean off. What's going on? Even the stalwart Han was unprepared for such an ability gap and froze in place. Lookout Kuro, as always, protected the captain first and foremost, not himself, so he pushed him aside. But that was all his gift of foresight was good for. He missed a hard hit and flew away. Teleportation, Han realized, that's why he hadn't seen the enemy move. He'd read about it in books. No time to even be surprised. The commander of the 13th clenched his teeth and attacked with his spear. But the opponent just bounced to the side as if he was waiting to be hit. Only Han and Kijo were on their feet. "We can't even get close," the nervous Korean rookie said. She was not. He boldly rushed to attack the masked opponent. But the skull playfully jumped up and avoided the blow with an acrobatic dodge. He landed a leg kick to Kijo's face and pushed off. The 13th struck out so suddenly for one guy, his name isn't Silence, the cadets whispered. Silence. It's really him, Simon wondered. He'd heard of this guy but hadn't seen him in battle yet. This guy damaged his central nervous system during training and stopped talking, but he got much stronger after that. But isn't he from the 3rd year? Han thought, though he was on his knees, refusing to give up. I don't know who you are, but I'm not going to lose, Han said confidently and rose to his feet. Come on, Skull Candy, Han said, and let out a psi wave. Han channeled his psi power into his spear and Skull prepared to jump. So this is the Silence, Simon thought. He was much stronger than all the sophomores. There's no way to win, so what are you going to do, Li Han? He watched the fight tensely. If he doesn't block the attack, he's finished, Han pondered. It's stupid to lose to one man like that with the whole squad. The skull travels about 15 meters per second and hardly saves its strength, so it will move faster now. But the goal is not to defeat everyone, but to take the flag. If they can stop this guy, they will win, thought Han. He carefully watched the movements of the skull and even stopped blinking. You can catch his movements when he starts using the ability. A blurry space appears around the skull due to psi wave distortion. An entry and exit point. If you look closely, you can spot them, Han thought. He ducked with precise timing and avoided the sharp blows to his skull. Han channeled his psychokinesis into his arm and counterattacked at the count of 3, but Skull dodged even that with the reaction of a mongoose. But in the end, he only caught the hood of the mask. He pushed him with his foot into his chest, pinned him to the ground, and brought his sword for a finishing blow. But in that instant, Han returned the spear he had thrown before. It stabbed precisely into the back of his head, thanks to his control. The mask cracked, lenses sprinkled from it, and for a second, Han saw his opponent's violet eyes. Came to his senses within 3 seconds of being hit. Commendable, Han said. But to grab the flag, it was enough. The 13th squad won triumphantly, he announced, triumphantly pulling out the enemy flag. Simon was out of his mind. Once again, he'd been outmaneuvered. Even from such an asshole, Han managed to get away with it. Come here, Kuro called to the cat and held out the cutlet he'd stolen from the dining room. There was a cat like this one living near his orphanage too. Kuro scratched the purring cat. He had no friends then, looked different, had no talents. He recalled his miserable life. But now he has something he's good at, and he has friends, Kuro said as a shadow grew behind him. This fool talks to cats. What a loser. His abilities are definitely cooler, thought Kijo, but asked aloud what he was doing. Kuro recognized his teammate and got embarrassed. There's something to discuss on a day off, Kijo said. That's right, moved closer, Kijo. There is no Zamcom in their squad right now, he said. He'd like to take the position, and it would be great to be supported, he said, as the feline began to rub against his leg. Shit, Fluffy, stop messing things up. Kyo flared up and chased the cat away. No, Kuro was horrified and numbed by such cruel and unfair behavior. So what was that about? Kijo continued, but Kuro told him to move over. The normally timid guy looked at him angrily and let out terrifying sigh waves. What? Kaido was startled when a torrent of wind hit him in the face and recoiled from the timid lad. The metal urn that was behind his back crumpled and flattened into a small pile like paper. Ah! Shouted Kijo. He had never expected the weak and dull Kuro to be capable of such a thing. Don't ever do that again, an angry Kuro told him, and Kijo quickly put it in reverse. The shy guy ran off to catch up with the cat, leaving Kijo flopping down on the pavement. He didn't just drop by. What did he want? Dimitri asked when Khan came to visit him in the hospital. It's only speculation, because Ark is always talking, but a look at him makes it clear, Han said. He'd been attacked by a third-year student, Han assumed, though he was more likely to state the obvious. The former head of the 5th squad, they are quite different, scratched Dimitri's bruised skull. Not even that. They're not just different, he said seriously with clenched hands. He hadn't even moved, and he was already smeared, the guy lamented. And it was the first time he looked so upset, Han thought. And that guy wasn't himself at all. As if he'd lost his mind, Dimitri remembered the Emo boy. Since he wasn't like this at first, then it's about the course itself. There's almost no third-year equipment here, and it's not easy to meet them, Han noticed. Going to sophomore year wasn't that hard, which meant, he assumed. A real battle awaits them before graduation, Khan said. It looked like it, Dimitri agreed. What would happen to them in the transition, he asked. The long rays of a warm autumn day peeked into the empty hangar where the armor stood. There he was, he finally found. Kuro saw the cat and approached him cautiously. He's in pain. Sorry, he'll give him more goodies. Kuro apologized, taking the fluffy one in his arms. Foot and mouth, Kuro's jaw dropped as he peered into the open hangar. Say your name, cadet, came a voice from the Iron Man speakers. Sergeant Red, exclaimed Kuro as the Iron Man took off his helmet, so changed, barely recognized, laughed Red. Did you get lost? Did you wander too far, all the way to the center of Ark's development? The sergeant asked him. They'll come get him and take him to the dorm, but in the meantime, here's a cool down. The sergeant gave him a soda. He's not angry, Kuro wondered, because usually Sergeant Red handed out encouraging slaps, not sweet water. Because that's the only reason he's here, Red asked. The tele-armor he saw is still under development, but will be announced soon. It's okay that Kuro saw it. Sophomores can't leave the Ark. Once reinforced, they can't leave the Ark. Only if they are written off by loss of abilities or kicked to the curb, they are a resource for the Ark. Kuro huffed. Right, and those who get angry for no reason are scumbags, aren't they? Red said suddenly, and Kuro was even more embarrassed. The sergeant knows what he's carrying. Kuro was horrified when an old man in a lab coat approached them. How's the test? The elderly engineer asked, responding magnificently to telekinesis. The sergeant answered him. But it's worth it to reduce the amount of dragon flesh in the internal system. It's good that the armor is powerful, but if it's sensitive, it's hard to control. Unlike the first generation, these guys will find calibrating their psychokinesis as easy as breathing. Red patted the shoulder of the cadet next to him. Nice to meet you. First group leader Charles Smith, the engineer introduced himself. Second year cadet, Kuro, he said, hello, this old man is a legend. He created the tele-armor, the sergeant added. The first generation tele-armor is created on the knee in a big hurry. In war conditions, the second generation is much better, will be the strongest weapon, Charles said. It was designed specifically for kids, Red said. He could barely control that armor. He too would have to wear the armor he saw the sergeant in. Kuro bit his lip. He imagined the chthonic horror he would face in that armor. The reality of war was getting closer. See you, Kuro, Red told him as the transport arrived at the center. What will happen to that armor he tested today? Red asked the old man. They'll take it apart and work on each one separately, because they don't have much dragon material, the old engineer replied. Can we hold on to the sample? There's no telling who will need this armor at what point, Red asked. He was chewing his mint sticks again. The day in the Ark starts at 5 in the morning, but Lee Han was up at 4, an hour earlier than everyone else. He keeps records of strategies, traits of squad members, and his abilities among others on par with everyone else. His Sasai is still below average and of very little use in battle. He hasn't even reached the absolute ability Wei told him about. However, it was possible to unlock an ability that only he possesses among all sophomores. It's absolute precision. Kuro and Simon can turn a pencil into a powerful weapon, but they can't write with it. When it came to control, Han excelled, and he should train more to still improve his accuracy. Next up is a run with the squad. They are still practicing endurance, even after all the improvements. The 5th squad can also be found early in the morning on the treadmill. A competition of sorts, captains. Sports fanatic Dmitri races his cadets to exhaustion. They crossed glances, and like him yesterday's spatial crack, asked Han his. In general, nothing special. The truth is very bright, for a date is the most suitable joked Dmitri. The crack is the mark of the dragon battle, and the gate-closing squad, on Grossman's orders, all the sophomores were sent to watch. These are the places where the Earth and the other world come into contact. It is believed to be the reason why people with psychokinesis appeared on Earth, Grossman explained. It will be good for them to see the crack. There is no danger, so nothing to worry about. This one formed 10 years ago and was not active. I've heard that telekinetics can sense things around them, said Han, a little dizzy. You'll find out for yourself today, answered Dmitri. And now we pushed on. 1-2. Dmitri rushed forward on the last lap. After breakfast, we'll gather at the airfield at 10 o'clock. Until then, you can decide what to do, Khan ordered the squad. It was like going on a field trip as a class, Jose laughed. Hi, the captain said hello to Han and offered to have breakfast together. John, head of the 10th squad, Han remembered. Nice of you to remember, smiled the captain. After beating silence, Grossman didn't want the 13th to lose easily to anyone, but a couple of defeats did come their way, the 10 including. Always taking his strategies into consideration, always wanted to talk about it, Han said, and they went to the dining room. At the airfield, all the Chinooks have already been taken out, for each squad individually, practically a landing operation. Going to Shinju, there are only 6 such places that opened during the first appearance of the gate, Red told them. He plunged into a long historical excursion that almost no one listened to, preferring to stare out the porthole. Since they're flying to Korea, they asked him, right? He and Kiyo were born there, Han confirmed. To the measured roar of helicopter propellers, they crossed the ocean, until a crack showed beneath them, a huge rift that sparkled with lightning and psi waves. To get a better look at everyone, the pilots descended to minimum altitude and opened the landing hatch. Li Han experienced the tremendous pressure of psi like everyone else. It was a feeling that the abyss could swallow them at any moment. They recoiled instinctively. The ancient species of Homo sapiens had learned to fear predators millions of years ago. There was a super predator aura here. Everyone was tired, felt disgusted, and wanted to get back to base and go to bed sooner, as if all their insides had been shaken out of them. Han came to his senses faster than the others. He was looking out the window at the plane that was flying so close by. It must be the 10th Squadron, he guessed the Chinook's number. He waved to Captain 10, who was also looking out the window when the helicopter suddenly flashed with lightning and exploded like a dragon blowing its flames at him. What is this light? The 10th squad is no more. Many thoughts were running through Han's mind. This morning was the first time they had talked. Emergency! Everyone out of the helicopter, the accompanying instructor ordered them. The helicopter may fall. He'll go last, the older man said. They replied, have sir, grabbed their parachutes. Khan directed everyone to the landing hatch, all like a drill. All ready? Asked the sergeant. Yes, sir, replied Khan. Then forward, he ordered. When you land, gather your squad and wait for backup, the instructor ordered him. If the chief instructor doesn't show up, the command is on you. He didn't finish because their helicopter was engulfed in a burst of psi waves. Khan jumped out at the last second before the explosion. The pilots and instructors stayed inside. He's dead. Han remembered the last moments of the explosion, and as the instructor's body was engulfed in flames, Han hung from the slings, caught in branches. He took a few deep breaths of exhalations, needing to calm down. After all, he is the squad leader. That's what they've been training for all this time. Someone is definitely panicking now, getting injured. He has to find the guys, realized Han. He figured the direction and wind speed to gather everyone would need to go along the drop lane, in reverse order. Han pulled out a knife to cut the tangled slings and get out. As soon as he landed, he heard a rustle nearby, but it turned out to be Kijo. Han recognized him in the faint glow of the fire. Kiyo watched the helicopter as it went down. He realized that in a situation like this, he needed to find the head, and Han would be the last to jump out, and went for the approach. Nado J had come to a reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Han had clearly underestimated the lad. Find the others, ordered the captain. He broke branches along the way and left notches for the others to follow if they suddenly missed each other in the forest thicket. They came out to another helicopter that had made an emergency landing, a Chinook lying mangled in the fire. The second team, must have been the 8th squad, was in the helicopter, Han said, and they walked closer. Unfortunately, everyone inside was dead without surviving the emergency landing. He could have been in their shoes. The monstrous reality reached Kijo. He was seized with a fit of nausea at what he saw. Han waited patiently for the cadet to come to his senses and release his stomach. Nerves of steel or something, Kijo marveled at Han's stamina, who didn't even flinch. Not caring at all, he asked the squad leader. It's not the first corpse he's seen, and the archers die from time to time, the leader replied. But it's too much, Kijo objected, but Han rushed him. He wanted to find the survivors sooner rather than later when a monster appeared on the roof of the collapsed helicopter. A werewolf, dragon lackey, Han recognized the type of monster. Find something useful in the helicopter, Kijo, while I distract him, not myself, said Han, and pulled out a knife. Maybe just run away. The cadet panicked at the sight of the beast. Turn our backs and they're dead. He's definitely faster than them. We need to finish him off here and now, Han replied coldly. The werewolf slapped the offshoots on his back like whips. One of the ends wrapped around Han's arm in a tight grip, faster than he could react. Move the batons, Kijo, hurried the frozen cadet Han. The situation was already close to deadly. Running, the guy woke up and rushed to the side while the monster was distracted by Han. So eager to just run away, Kijo could barely manage his fear. Han cut off the lash the werewolf was holding him with, the hairy tentacles falling away. Super, he said as Kijo ran to the side. Let's go inside. The monster growled fearfully and Han jumped to the side. He was lucky the beast wasn't particularly intelligent, or they would have been dead. The beast wriggled in a circle and finally drove Han up against a tree. With a terrifying growl, he lunged at Han, stretching out a paw with long, grasping fingers. How he didn't want to go in there, thought Kijo. If we fight it, we will definitely die. But we can escape while the monster is occupied by Han. He hesitated. Come to his senses, you piece of scum. Kijo slapped himself forcefully on the cheeks to regain his senses. He's not some cowardly loser who's going to abandon the captain, Kijo said to himself and rushed inside the helicopter. Han calculated the monster's trajectory and dodged its jaws and claws. There were no shells on P2, the guy was panicking, so he took what he could get his hands on. The monster extended its furry whips again to grab its victim. It's regenerating, Han realized, cutting them off again with his knife. He would so definitely be finished. The monster had his paw around him and long tentacles in a dead grip. A moment more, and the clawed paws would have torn Han to shreds. But at that moment, a heavy hatch cover struck the monster. Kijo gathered his spear wrapped around the pipe with his knife and threw the hatch cover at the monster with his kinesis. Sorry it took Han so long, he shouted, and threw another chip at the monster's shoulder. He was sure that Han would understand his plan and do the right thing. He's a smart guy, thought Kijo, grabbed his spear and threw it at Han. Now the ferocious monster switched from Han, but a new target, and an unarmed one at that. The monster pinned Kijo to the ground and was about to nibble his face. Kijo could feel its stinking breath from its jaws as the monster's vascular fluids splashed into his face. Han punched through the werewolf's nerve column and killed it, then quickly released the ersatz weapon. He's definitely dead. Stinking of dog, panted Kijo, who had been crushed by the monster. That's why they're called werewolves. Good job, Han said, and held out his hand. I'm about to fall apart, Kijo replied. Hang on. Ark help will arrive soon, Han said, and they went together to look for other survivors. Li Han would definitely see the smoke and come here. The squad started a fire and gathered around the fire. If he is around, then everything will be fine, said Kuro. Their leader always makes the right decisions, agreed Jose. Looks like 13 really trusts the leader, said the cadets from the other squads. They remembered how Han led at the competition. Kuro turned at the noise. He thought it was Li Han, but the 9th squad came into the clearing towards them. There are 6 of them, Knut counted. So the helicopter crashed too, he asked. No, the guys from the 9th looked down. They were attacked. The leader and instructors were killed. They barely survived the escape. Have you seen a werewolf? Han's voice asked them, coming from the bushes on the other side. Han and a wrinkled Kijo made their way out to them from the thicket of the forest. There were 3 monsters from the L tribe. They controlled the werewolves like tame dogs, answered the guys from the 9th. What are they going to do? They have no weapons and no equipment. Are they going to die? The cadets panicked. Everyone shut up, Han ordered firmly, a plan of action already sitting in his head. He has a plan and they will stick to it. Trust him, Khan told them. Even if help is on the way, it will take at least 5 hours to get from the Ark base, and they will build a shelter and defend themselves there. In 2 hours, they had set up a whole camp while no one disturbed them, gathered and sharpened sharp stakes, and built barricades. If they were regular people without equipment, nothing would work. But since everyone has telekinesis, the impossible becomes possible. Is it okay to have so much light? Asked Han. Werewolves can see well in the dark, and their sense of smell is excellent. Light won't make it worse, he replied. While no one was around, Knut came over and asked what to do if the help that arrived was also shot down. An evacuation helicopter is just as likely to come within range of enemy air defense. We'll think about it later. Right now their task is to survive, and the main thing is to concentrate on strategy, Han replied. Real battles are so grueling, Knut thought. Those arch competitions were nowhere near the real thing. Kuro sensed his opponent's approach and released a psi wave. He put a dome over their entire fortified camp at once, displaying his genius as a Psyker. Enemy at 6 o'clock, he shouted, seeing the image of the werewolf that was about to appear in the passage. The boys charged their spears with telekinesis and prepared to throw them. To the battle, Khan commanded and ordered Knut to follow him. They were to meet the enemy face to face. Throw spears thinking only about the throw, Han told the boys before the fight. If they think about defense, the throw won't go through. The dart-throwing squad did well, the entire volley hitting the target. The werewolf roared in pain. Then, Han and Knut pierced him through with their spears, striking powerfully at his vulnerable spots. Twitching convulsively, the monster kicked Knut like a gnat. Even a wounded beast was a danger. Knut flew backwards and hit the fence. "It's all right," he shouted to Han. The werewolf, meanwhile, had become enraged. He roared fearfully at the cadets, but they hurriedly threw another dozen darts at him and turned the werewolf into a hedgehog. "Where's the next Kuro?" shouted Han to the seer and ran to the point. 2 by 12 o'clock saw the images of Kuro approaching. The Khan ordered Jose to set fire to the barricades, and those ignited the old barrier to the beasts. "Halt," Han ordered the throwers. "Kill whoever gets over the barrier first," he said. Even the alien beast feared fire. But bloodlust drove it forward. One werewolf dared to leap. "Now," Han ordered, and the psychokinesis-enhanced spears pierced through the monster. Unable to overcome the barricade with a leap, the monster hung from the burning stakes. "Now the last one," Han shouted, followed by the second werewolf jumping to them as well. They threw darts, but the monster ducked, putting its thick back under the blow, waiting for the shells to run out, the cadets realized. "He can hardly think," Han said, grabbing one dart. "Kijo behind me," he ordered. "Open your mouth, you alien beast," Han shouted, and boldly jumped on the monster's back. He plunged his spear into the monster's paw, and when it raised its head, Kijo finished it off with a blow to the throat. "Die," growled the guy who had previously been shaking like an aspen leaf. Kiyo, "It's dangerous," warned them by the vigilant Kuro, who was keeping an eye on the entire battlefield. "Let's go," Han said, and grabbed the guy's arm as the monster started to move, the beast's claws whizzing past his neck. "And that was it," snorted the guy, who'd nearly parted with his life contemptuously, adrenaline boiling in his blood over the edge. "Only his clothes got caught," he said, as something whistled through the air and hit him in the side. "Kiyo is hurt," shouted Han to get him first aid. There was no avoiding it. It was either that or into the werewolf's jaws, Kuro apologized. "An arrow from Ella's hunters where they Kuro, time for an ambush party," shouted Han. "The reserve is the Ace Up Han's Sleeve, a secret squad of 3 men. They've covered themselves in mud to hide their scent and lurked in a tree. Their job is to wait until the moment the Ella hunters appear, and using the boards as airboards, telekinesis to get to them when they are detected. Kuro will guide them to their target when he spots the hunters that were controlling the werewolves. Ella won't have time to put up shields, so they need to be killed early," Han said before the fight. And the cadets did a great job eliminating everyone. No more, from all the intense exercise, Kuro was exhausted. The anticipation was taking a lot of energy. Their forces are running out. There are wounded in the squad. If the enemies are near, they will have to flee. But then the number of casualties will increase, thought Han. The howls of dozens of monsters reached him from the thicket of the forest, and the squad shuddered. Their shadows flickered on all sides and quickly approached the camp. Khan ordered everyone to take a circular defense and prepare to fight back to back. "They want to surround them. Their leader must be somewhere," Han said. "That white monster over there that's keeping behind has recognized Han's target. That werewolf has a mind." He felt the sticky, nauseating mire of despair. They were surrounded, the enemy outnumbered. Han saw no way out. What to do, he desperately resisted his own fear, because he felt responsible to the guys. When he saw the lights above them, help must be close by now, Han realized. They might survive. He cast aside the darkness of despair. "Get ready," shouted he. "Everyone get your spears. We need to hold out a little longer," shouted Han to his friends. "Just a little more," Kuro said, and squeezed out the last of his strength. Next to Han, he felt confident. They charged their spears with psychokinesis and began to fight off the monsters. "Here they are," shouted Han. He met the monsters face to face without fear. When a landing pod came crashing down from above, scorching everything with its brake engines. A powerful shockwave nearly swept them away when the capsule landed very close by. Nearby, other pods were dropping as a trooper in armor stepped down the ramp. The trooper's helmet and telearmor read red. In red paint, still alive, Khan's intercom beeped in surprise. "It's a miracle," Jose said. He looked up at the sunny sky through his fingers. "So agreed Knut, who was sitting next to him. Half of their group died that day." "It was amazing, wasn't it?" Jose said. "That shield they created. The werewolves tried to kill them in droves, but the troopers in telearmor crushed the enemy, slicing them open like a knife through butter. Even though they were scared to death, afterward everyone rejoiced in victory as euphoria overtook them." Although Li Han had been walking gloomily since his return, he was always thinking about something. He couldn't stop being tormented by his own uselessness and what the future held for them. From the moment they returned to the base, all the squabbling and fighting between the squads became meaningless. They saw the real enemy. Many received psychological support. Even Kato admitted that he couldn't stand Han before. But now he was happy to see him. Like Han had told him, Kato wasn't ready to kill anyone and see his comrades die. Only now did he realize and feel who their real enemy was, he said. Their strengths were even stupid to compare. They were just ordinary weak monsters. He should become much stronger, Han thought. There was a knock on the wall, and Han flinched in surprise. "Li Han, you are being summoned. Come as soon as possible," was written on the hollow screen of the tactical bracelet that pierced the wall. He had covered the wall, of course, but why he had to break it, Han didn't understand. They were following silence. "This guy's definitely nuts," Han thought as he looked at the masked cadet. "Can you tell me who scheduled the meeting?" he asked, leading the way. Sergeant Red, and "Don't bother with dumb questions," typed Silence, and showed Han an eloquent gesture. "Okay," Han thought. Apparently they are at odds after Han won the Battle of the Flag. "Called Sergeant Red?" Han asked. Another cadet was sitting in the lobby. They met eyes Del Simon, sitting across from Red. This was more than just a meeting, Han thought. "What are you standing there for?" "They're here for the long haul," Sergeant Red told them. "A quarter of the sophomore class had died this year," the Chief of Staff said gravely. "And this was just a training exercise, not a real war. They should interrogate the commander and find out the whole truth behind this unprecedented case," he said. "It's the board's final decision, so it's a huge responsibility that falls on Grossman's shoulders. Judging from the data from the helicopters, the attack was organized by Ella Majors, but they only fought low-rank monsters like werewolves and hunters. They struck first, and it was the first time since the Great War that they had so calmly shown up at them. The officers said, 'Majors can open gates.' The war could start much sooner than the Oracle predicted. Everyone remembered. Should they wake the Oracle, the officers began to interject, and Red became alarmed. 'The only free letter for Special Ops is B, so take your pick, Vanish or Whiskey,' Red told the cadets. A temporary Special Operations unit, and they have such a lineup." Han looked around at those present. "Vanish," suggested Silence, typing on the hollow screen. The others also voted for this option. The children could not sympathize with alcohol. "Since everyone agrees, then the team will be called Whiskey," Red informed them. "Now let's go over the points of the assignment," he said, sprawling out on the couch. "Oracle, it would be good to reach out to her now, but her help may be needed in the future," rubbed his forehead the Chief of Staff. "What do you think, Sergeant Red?" Alexander asked him. The sergeant hadn't said a word in the entire meeting. "Oracle may not be approached if they give him permission to create a new team," Red said. "We'll take the bastards prisoner and torture them, the easiest way to learn the enemy's plans," Red said ominously. "Let's catch the Ella Majors." In Shinju, the cadets heard the urgent order. "Welcome, cadets." Siegfried Schumacher, nicknamed Octo, greeted them and suggested they first choose a weapon from the dragon's body. With a return warned by Octo's miser, so there it was, Han touched the spear of dragon materials. "Glow surprised Han. The dragon alloy memorizes the psi waves of the fighter who holds it," Octo explained. "Got another weapon, a slightly narrower and longer blade?" Simon asked, trying on the sword in his hand. "You can order a personal weapon in the 3rd year," grumbled the engineer with a German accent. "Or he thinks they stamped them here in one day. Now the next element, here you go." Octo held out the balloon to them. "It's an airborne, though it was more properly called an air orb," Han thought. "A lightened and scaled-down version," Octo said, removing all functions except personal control. A spear, a rifle, and 2 orbs completed the fighter's standard set of armor and helmet. "Good luck, little assholes," Octo wished them. The Special Ops squad loaded aboard. The interdimensional crack in the Shinju was still blazing with waves of psi. To avoid being spotted and shot down by a helicopter on approach, they landed early and walked to the point. "The operation is called Catching a Rabbit," Red, who had just thought it up, told them quietly. The task is simple. Capture the Elamage alive and return with him to base, quietly and stealthily. Silence will handle the search. Everyone else stay out of the way, Red said. Why take him for the operation? Lee Han asked after their meeting. There were third-year students much stronger than him, Han asked. If you were to evaluate overall skills, it was undeniable, Red replied. But in terms of strategy, the situation is different. The group under his leadership survived without equipment, still managed to give battle to the aliens, reminded Red. That's not his only strength. Most of the cadets came back from that workout with severe post-traumatic stress and frustration. Once in mortal danger on the battlefield, people can break down psychologically from constant fear. From this point of view, one of the monsters in the clearing was him. You'd think he was a real psycho, Red said, lighting a peppermint stick on fire with his pyrokinesis. The only thing he lacks is experience, which is why Sergeant Red chose him and Simon. Simon remembered Lee Han's fight against the third-year student that was going with them on the mission now. Silence, Lee Han. He'll show them all who's the best fighter here, Simon pondered. We'll take turns, split into 2 teams. Simon with me, Red ordered. They occupied an abandoned building, Han and Silence resting first. The very forest where they had been ambushed was just around the corner. The guys from his squad who didn't come back, Han remembered the boys. Though the odds were slim, there was hope they were still alive. Silence reached to remove his helmet as well, and Han stared intently, not hesitating, wanting to know what this strong third-year boy looked like. But he turned out to be the modest one and was shy. Turn away, said Khan. So you can take off your helmet. He respected the reasons of others, even if he didn't know them. Not hot at all, wrote on the screen of Silence's helmet. Okay, replied Han. From now on, their communications will be jammed with interference, Red warned as they got closer to the rift. Use the squad's local network, he ordered. The rift flashes were already visible all around. Silence was the first to notice the L warriors, the usual hunters that stood watch. 2 ahead, closing in, he typed on his tactical bracelet. Han and Simon took them at gunpoint, but Red ordered them to keep quiet and take them out quietly. Take them off silently, the sergeant ordered, and the masked guy let out a sigh wave. He made 2 swings of his swords and decapitated his opponents before they could move. All messages prepared in advance. Here's another psycho, Red thought, as he received a delayed text message from Silence about eliminating the enemy. Amazing, Han thought, watching Silence, who ducked when another scouted Ella hunter passed nearby. We'd better follow them, Han said, as Silence was about to eliminate a couple more sentries, and just as Red asked. Going into the rift and acting calm means they were on a reconnaissance mission, Han said. Exactly right, Han. Silence, follow them, Red said. Simon squirmed even more. He couldn't wait to prove himself. He wanted to take them off quickly, but this Lee Han, we'll see who's better yet. Simon gritted his teeth. They reached the point of the rift where the Elamage was conjuring at the rupture. Can everyone see the crystal on his staff? Red asked as they stepped into an observation position. It's a telekinetic crystal. I'm sure everyone has heard of it in lectures, he said. The crystal allows you to store a huge amount of telekinetic energy, which is what the helicopters use to shoot down. Maybe the crystal is charging now. Judging by the brightness, there's more than one charge in it, Red explained. 1 mage, 6 fighters, 7 opponents in total. Good thing there are no werewolves around. Red described the tactical situation. Squad, regroup with Silence and proceed to capture the rabbit, Red ordered. Elamages can teleport. Let's catch him before he notices them. Silence will go first and grab the object, ordered Red. And the rest will destroy the Ela fighters. There is no margin for error, reminded the sergeant. It's bright as day that it's near the altar, Han thought as he examined the rift properly. On the ground lay the bodies of his dead comrades that had not escaped from the forest. Quasm and Domingo were among them. Han immediately went into an unprecedented rage. Han let out a sigh wave. He couldn't restrain himself from wanting to rush into battle at once and didn't hear Red calling him out. Waves of sigh were pouring out of him. What's going on? Red wondered. He hadn't expected Han to lose his temper. If things continue like this, they're in danger because the Elamages can sense the source of the telekinesis. They are powerless here, Red realized. Whiskey's squad, all retreat, he ordered. But that didn't stop Han. The sigh waves whipped out of him like a fountain. The rest of us were also awake and didn't realize what was happening. Gotta keep an eye on this fool, Red decided. He kept his eyes on Han. There's not enough energy to be detected at this distance, but we need to make sure more don't show up. But just at that moment, Han spat out more sigh waves. Red realized there was no time to delay and rushed towards Han. The Elamage spotted them the moment the sergeant pushed Han. Han woke up to being kicked powerfully to the side. They rolled on the grass. And at that moment, the Ella Mage gave a volley from his Psy crystal. A devastating Psy wave scorched Hanu's face and knocked Red back. The charge was like a laser burning through the ground on its way to them. If it wasn't for Red, Han would have been vaporized. "Sergeant Red," Han shouted to him. "The asshole finally woke up," Red replied weakly. "If I pass out, take command and leave," ordered the sergeant. "Fall back, cover," Han said, and he pulled Red off, not himself. "Ugly. This is total fluff." Yomasha breathed heavily as Han realized the mess he had just gotten himself into. The L's screamed upon discovering the enemy. The whole operation was a failure. They were exposed. Ella's warriors rushed in pursuit of the unexpected enemies. Silence covered their retreat and chopped down the enemies that rushed in pursuit. Simon met them with machine gun fire from above, and Silence fought on the slope. The Briton gave out a long line just to delay the enemy. The L's were covered by hand shields, their dragon armor not taken by bullets. Simon realized he needed something heavier, so he lifted 2 blocks of stone at once. He hurled cobblestones at the Ella soldiers and threw the enemies down. The heavy stones penetrated the L, even despite their armor. One of the soldiers ran right up to Simon and swung an akinak at him. He immediately lost his arm and head from the lightning attack. Silence moved lightning fast and covered his partner. Simon marveled at this speed. Once again he had been overtaken in ability. And once Li Han defeated the creep, the Briton wondered. The Ella Mage summoned the 3 surviving warriors to defend themselves, and they obediently returned. "They've lost interest," Simon said, breathing heavily. "It's his fault the plan went all over the place," Khan didn't say. Silence slammed his fist into his face with all his might so that Han flew away. He let out a sigh wave and wanted to add more, but Simon put a hand on his shoulder and said enough. They would have to abandon the plan and improvise. Now their presence was known and would be monitored, Simon said. Red was given first aid. "They must retreat," said Simon. "No," Han interrupted him, working on a new plan. Silence moved in again to kick Khan in the leg. He was clearly on a rampage and didn't care that Khan was the designated senior. "Quiet, settle down," stopped the edgy fighter again, Simon. "It's understandable why he's angry, but Han's in command now, and if Silence gets in the way, Simon won't be left out." He sighed silently, crossing his arms over his chest, signaling that he had calmed down. "Li Han, you realize this is all because of you?" Simon asked him. "If you do anything else, I'll kick your ass," Simon warned him, and Han nodded. "Now tell me what you came up with. I hate to admit it, but among sophomores, he understands strategy and tactics the best," Simon said. "Don't get worked up and listen, Silence. It's not as bad as it might seem," Han said. "Sure about that?" Simon asked, watching Silence barely restrain himself from punching Han in the face again. "Right," said Khan. "Why did they want to attack at once without delay?" he asked them. "Out for the telekinetic volley and the possibility from the teleporter, but now you don't have to worry about that." He was right about the fire. The crystal had used its last charge, Simon agreed. But why did he think the mage wouldn't teleport out of here? For more than a decade, the creeps have been hiding and not leaving this place. Now their lives are at risk. But they're still here. The mage tried to kill them with leftover energy from the crystal and brought back his minions to protect himself because he needs cover. Which means the ability or desire to teleport just isn't there. He has a reason why he hasn't left this place, Han explained. He laid out his plan to them. The squad agreed, and now he stood before the rift, throwing off his helmet and holding 2 orbs in his hand. He would definitely catch the mage Ella was tuning himself. Han, at the very rift, the pressure of the psi waves increased manifold. He should stage a surprise attack from the crack side. Simon and Silence will distract the opponents in front. The mage can sense their psi waves, Han told them. But if you use psi in the rift, those signals will merge with the interference. The light from the rift will blind the mage. But then again, Simon said worriedly, there was another problem besides that. He could feel the pressure of the rift, and he could control the aerobans under those conditions, Simon asked. "A mistake will cost lives," he said, confident in his control. Han replied calmly. He hadn't practiced so much for nothing. Catching the mage on his own, he will not be at all out of a guilt complex for failing. And because, of all the men in the squad, he has the best chance of doing something like this. Li Han must have seen among the bodies of his comrades. Sometimes he is as cold as a machine. If he didn't feel anything, it's hard to call him human at all. But even in a situation where things didn't go according to plan because of him, he managed to keep his composure and put together a new plan of action. It's just amazing. Now I see why 13 trusts Li Han so unconditionally, Simon pondered as their leader raced toward the target. Han threw his helmet into the rift, and that one was immediately picked up by the psi distortion. A mistake will cost him his life, he thought, as he calculated his trajectory. Han gathered his psi controls and directed them at the airboards. Timer looked at Simon's watch. 15 minutes have passed. Time to start the attack. Han directed the orbs into the rift, pouring his small forces into them, and jumped to follow. This way he completely masked his presence from the Mage's flare. Simon and Silence were quickly approaching the positions. They weren't hiding so they could move faster. More Ella warriors gathered to the Mage noticed Simon. All the forest guards came here. The warriors were much more numerous. Silence didn't hesitate or hesitate. He quickly slid among the Ellas and chopped their heads off. Simon pushed the others behind him who had turned their backs on him. It was worth the warriors' distraction to Simon as he was struck by Silence. By such maneuvers, they were effectively dealing with the El warriors. Once again, the Briton marveled at Silence's cold-bloodedness and speed of killing. He shot straight through the head. Another hunter that had appeared behind his partner's back was not one to let his guard down. Come on, Li Han. Do your best. You don't want to screw up your first mission, Simon thought. Han swam leisurely, maintaining control, along the rift to the point where the mage leader stood. The feeling he'd already experienced flying over the rift came over him again. There's no mistaking something like that for anything. It's the dragon's fear, Han realized. It was like he was standing in front of the very jaws as big as the aircraft carriers he'd seen in documentaries. Hold on, he told himself. It was just an illusion caused by the residual presence of the dragon. He felt himself falling straight into an open throat as big as a grotto. Han tore his glove and bit himself to the point of bleeding so that the pain would bring him to his senses. Meanwhile, Simon and Silence advanced through the hordes of enemies. There were only 2 guards left, breathing heavily Simon from the sheer amount of movement. 2 warriors and the mage that stands behind them. All the rest they shot and chopped up. They will protect the mage, so they shouldn't attack, Simon thought. They stopped analyzing the enemy's actions. The Ella mage raised his shield, and psi waves covered him and the other warriors. They got it, Simon thought. Now the enemies had the perfect defense. But it only protects against those in front of them. The enemies saw nothing behind them. Han burst out of the rift. With his tranquilizer ready, he managed to get to his target at the right time. Unexpectedly, his opponent grabbed the mage by the neck from the back. Taking advantage of the confusion of the bodyguard warriors, Silence made a whoosh and moved. He decapitated the last of the enemies with a single swipe of his sword. Han tried to pierce the thick hide with a needle Ella, who was also struggling. Enter quickly, he thought, injecting the tranquilizer. Worst case scenario, the enemy will just teleport away. The mage was surrounded by psi waves. Realizing that he was about to be captured, the enemy decided to escape. He was already beginning to dissolve into the air like a cloud of vapor. No, the creep shouted out Han. He didn't know what would happen to the target if it was stopped halfway through teleportation. But luckily, Ella was breathing. They made it, he thought with relief. Don't stand over your head like a dog asking to go into the bushes, the sergeant said when Khan came to check on him in the infirmary. The prosthetics are still in place and I'll get disability benefits, which is good enough for a layoff, so stop worrying, Red said. Sticking to the plan was the right thing to do. If they backed off, his abandoned leg upset and crying, laughed Red. Thanks to Han, he had finished the operation report. Now all that was left was to shake everything out of his tongue. Could they interrogate the alien, Han asked. There's a telepathy specialist in the Ark. One of a kind, by the way, Red said, and pulled out a pack of mint chocolate sticks. There was a knock on the ward door, and Han realized he wasn't the only visitor today. Silence humbly wanted to leave, but Red called him over to him, telling him they were done. How are you feeling? He wrote she tactical bracelet. I thought about going on a diet, but now there's no need. I've lost it, joked the former combat veteran. Han continued to pace himself, but Silence appreciated the humor of the joke and laughed silently, with just his shoulders. Sergeant Red was just chatting with Silence like that. The guy was extremely unsociable and reserved, Han thought. Go on, it's late. The old man and the pseudo-ninja, he's going to mourn his lost leg, sent them to the devil by Sergeant Red. I'm sorry I hit him. I would have done the same if I were in his shoes, Silence wrote back as they walked out the door of the room. No, it was deserved. Everyone was in danger because of him, Han replied. But they had gotten through it because of him. I could see why the sergeant relied on him so much. I don't think Sergeant Red would say he likes anyone, Han replied as they left the hospital. It's not like he knows nothing but nags and insults, he said, and Silence laughed, agreeing with him. He said goodbye to the quietest guy of the course. At a fork, one road leading to the second building, the other to the third. Study hard, be a good boy, and move on to third year, asshole, got Han's parting message. Silence said goodbye with his trademark gesture of courtesy and acknowledgement. What a heat wave, sighed the observer from the United States who had come with the delegation. His name was James Ryu. The top inspection team arrived, reported to the Chief of Staff, and he ordered them escorted to safety. Thank you for coming all this way, officially welcomed by their officers. To make sure no one got lost, they were given tactical bracelets with holomaps and local communications. That's enough, James thought, as he was called over and offered to walk him to his car. It's okay, I'll get there myself. He has the right to do that, he said, smiling. Well, sir, he's a pain in the ass, thought the liaison officer. They won't tell us anything useful anyway, and they'll just talk to mess with our brains, James thought. By the way, where is this talented guy named Lee Han? He asked. Pleased to meet Squad 13, James said. He quickly rubbed himself into the confidence of half the squad by giving them sweets. After all, they were kids. Don't worry, they have more, so eat without hesitation, he said. The boys looked like his nephews. Sorry, Inspector, but they have to keep practicing, Han said, the annoying guest disturbing him a lot. Attention, everyone line up. Let's go to the firing range. Now Han commanded more firmly. So this is what he is like, Lee Han, James thought. Judging by the data, he wasn't special in his freshman year. He was talked about after the team battles and the massacre at the Crack. After the events at the Fisher, the competition has stopped. The other squads are resting and recovering, but the 13th continues to train, he noted. Already done, thought James, tired of standing in the heat. Attention, now let's go to the weapons complex, Han commanded. It was now clear that he was just looking for a way to isolate the boys from the inspector. Their persistence can only be envied, grinned the annoying inspector. Kuro, you will train with me today, Han said to his first mate. James further watched their training. And then his whole life flashed before Kuro's eyes. He wasn't mentally prepared for such a thing. And why only Han chose him as a mate, the timid fighter didn't understand. This isn't like their usual training. That fight at the cleft had taught him a lot, Han recalled. In a real battle, telekinesis alone isn't enough. It's important to be versatile. Kuro has to learn all the techniques of combat. In his first year he was squishy, but now their bodies are strong as if they were made of steel. Begin, Han ordered, and went on the attack. He knew Kuro would see all his movements. Kuro looked into the future for a few seconds and knew where the attack would come at him from. But still barely dodging, Han didn't spare him and hit him at full strength and speed. How much Kuro thought as he saw the gleams of Han's spear from the future. Still, he blocked them with his spear, making rotational motions. Gasping, Kuro breathed heavily. He was as nervous as ever in unfamiliar circumstances and was expending a lot of energy. Han powerfully repelled Kuro's attack and he lost his balance. Now the guy was open. Even if he can see the future, you can't win just by defending yourself, Han said, pointing the tip of his training spear at Kuro's face. Try to attack where your balls are, Han said, and the timid friend faltered again. But since the leader demanded it, he obeyed and attacked, squeezing his eyes shut with fear. Han immediately knocked this spear out of his hands. Such an attack was like bullying. He was purposely cornering his friend. Don't close your eyes when you attack and hold your spear tightly, Han ordered. Kuro, now attack with all the strength you have, Han ordered. He will use the abilities to the max. Do the same, Kuro, or get hurt, Han ordered. Judging by weapon combat abilities, Khan wins, but psychokinesis equalizes their chances, Jose said. What is it you're afraid of scratching? Han asked. He deliberately pressed his friend. I don't know why you're acting like this, but I'm sorry, Kuro said in a quiet voice. I'm sure there's a reason for that. I only trust you because I know you well, Kuro said, and used psychokinesis. He did as he was asked, attacking in full force, raising many training guns into the air, all because he trusted Lee Han. And so what brought him to this office? The instructor asked, pouring them hot tea. This is oolong tea, try it. It adds strength and stamina, said Sergeant Wei good-naturedly. Very tasty, thank you, Han said, and even smiled. Funny how he pretends to be so decent at his age, Wei thought. He had come to him earlier for advice because he was worried about Kuro. Because of his timidity and fear, he lacked aggression during battle, and one day it might cost him his life, Han worried. People change their psychological distance depending on what weapons they're working with, Wei said, and Han wondered. It's an internal resistance that must be overcome to harm another, Wei said. A soldier who has a hard time killing an enemy with his bare hands will easily do so with a bomb. Kuro is hard to hit and kill on command. He needs a better reason than someone's words, Wei explained. Like back then on the island, Kuro believed in him, Wei reminded him. Now the first friend was meeting him at full strength, believing in Khan. That's what psychological distance means, Han realized. and he stripped off his gymnasium jacket. Kuro was off the chain, Jose marveled. Maybe we should stop them, Knut asked. Amazing! That's the power of first class, observed James, watching the demonstration. Just amazing what to do, Han thought. Wouldn't it be too much for Kuro? Kuro can anticipate Han's technique and attack, while Han can't dodge and approach at the same time? Jose pondered aloud. Kuro turned the practice stick into a projectile and threw it like a dart. Han applied his psychokinesis to catch a quick projectile. The level of kinesis is the same level with which Han threw the spear with his hand. Li Han will catch spears instead of dodging. Not everyone can do that, the guys realized, and thought Han was a freaking Jedi. Threw only one, which is still afraid, maybe by evening, and throw the second one, provoked further Han. Kuro will eventually have to attack with whatever spear he's holding, Han said. Attack shouted the leader of the 13th and went into a frontal attack. Kuro threw the rest of his projectiles at him, and Han approached, fending off multiple attacks. There weren't many of Kuro's spears left anymore, Han shouted. He was pushing him harder and harder, putting his full weight on him. Kuro swung his arm and brought down all the projectiles in a coordinated attack. Han closed with his jacket like a torero against a bull, powering it with psi power. He made a sharp maneuver, stepped sideways, out of the line of attack, and tore toward Kuro again. Covered up with his jacket like a Jedi, the guys from the 13th shouted, "Make your spear longer," they advised Kuro. Han sped up with psychokinesis. Kuro became nervous. Kuro lunged, and there was a crack of wood. Han struck his spear, and it shattered into splinters. In the end, they came face to face. It's hard to say what would have happened if it had been an actual fight. Han reached out and gave his friend a painful slap on the forehead. "Good for you for not blinking during the blow," the captain praised him and laughed. "How brutal!" shouted Jose. "What a battle without tears and blood. Kuro too soft," coaxed Knut. Kuro scratched the back of his head guiltily as he threw all the spears. "Why did you aim only at the body?" Han asked. "Couldn't put my friend in danger. Didn't realize he was using his jacket as a shield," Kuro excused himself. "The rumors are definitely lying. In reality, Li Han is much cooler. He can tell much more than the superiors," James thought, and grinned. "Would you take a moment?" he asked Han as he came down from the gym bleachers. "Is he referring to the events at the Dimensional Cleft?" Han asked as they walked out into the courtyard. He didn't want to answer James's question. "He's already told everything in the report," Khan said. "But it's interesting to hear from him personally what went on and how," the inspector admonished. "Have a seat, don't be shy," James offered, and sat down on the bench. He took them a soda. "It's his super ability that allows him to support the person he's talking to. Not telekinesis," James clarified. "To himself, I see," he told Han. "If he agrees with the man and supports his actions at the right time," he thought, and said, startlingly. Then, at the right moment, the man would relax and start saying things he hadn't planned. James continued to numb Han by listening to his boring report. "He's almost there," the inspector realized. "So what happened next?" he blurted out, pulling himself closer to Han. "I mean, what's next?" Han replied, and quickly moved off to goof off. Told what was already known from the reports, James thought. "Wasn't there more to it?" he asked in surprise. "You can check with the official reports," Khan said, his expression not even changing. "Isn't he crazy?" The inspector wondered when his technique didn't work. "Well, time to get back to training," Han saluted him, and James nodded uncertainly. He was left with nothing. He is forbidden to talk about Whiskey's squad, and all of Inspector Ryu's efforts were in vain, Han thought. Check if Li Han was in the Ark. From the time the crack was formed until today, the inspector called his men. The next day, they did exactly what they always do, starting with a long run. Dimitri's squad was back in formation and catching up with them on the track. "As always, full of energy, Diamond," said hello to his classmate Han. "Gotta keep fit. That picky closet over there. He's from Russia," Dimitri said. "She's been following him around all day and she's always getting on his nerves, telling him to fight for his country and all that," Diamond said. "But who to fight against after the Dragon War? The Ark would definitely disband after the victory," Han suggested. "After defeating the Dragon Li Han, the top brass will start a war to take control of the world," Dimitri said. And Han for the first time thought seriously about what would happen next. Jose sparred with Kuro on long spears. The two heated up the bout. Han watched his team practicing. After his fight with Kuro, they all put in their best work as if they were really preparing for war. But the reality of the world was even harder and more complicated. Dimitri's words made Han think deeply. Even after defeating the worst universal enemy, in the struggle for survival, peace never comes. And the fires of war may flare up again. People will kill people as they always have. Li Han, he's finally found him, James thought as he broke back into the hall where 13 was practicing. He found out that Han wasn't in Ark after the Shinju incident and immediately came running. He must have been on a secret mission at the time, James thought, and the boys turned sharply on the intruding inspector. And today, he would turn that conjecture into an indisputable fact. With that intention, James appeared before Khan. Even if he has to be slightly intimidated, he came with 2 cabinets of personal security behind him. The guys in 13 got the message on their tactical bracelet and looked at the pesky inspector with kind faces. Not the kind of reception he had hoped for, James thought, reassessing the situation in the hall. Suddenly, from nowhere, Li Han appeared and twisted him into a ram's horn. "What do you mean?" shouted a surprised James. The 2 cabinets behind his back reached for their farts as if it might help them in their battle with the superhumans. Kuro took their weapons apart for parts, psychokinesis in a split second. He abruptly ripped their weapons from their hands, so the guard's fingers hurt a little. Maybe someone would need a trauma surgeon after that. From now on, he will be under their supervision, reported coldly Han. Why on earth would he have no authority? Resented James. They got orders from headquarters, so don't fight back, Han replied. James twitched and kept asking what was going on. There was a bang as they spoke. Even the building shook. It's an enemy attack, said Han. Orders to detain and guard all the inspectors. There was no way there could be a traitor among the inspectors. James was confused. Jose, guard the inspector. Knut and Kidjo, go get the rifles. Han quickly ordered the boys. They distributed the weapons, 2 magazines each, 60 rounds, Khan told them, keeping an eye on the inspector. He twitched the bolt of his rifle. Each man had 2 orbs. The squad quickly prepared for battle with the unknown enemy. How many of their squads are in charge of defense? Han asked, contacting the other captains. He received their reports and analyzed them. Squad leaders so calmly accept his commands as if he were their leader. His experience and accomplishments speak for themselves. No wonder, James thought. They needed a place, which would play into their hands. Everyone gather at range 4, take all weapons, Han ordered them, over the local comms. Surrounding the instructors, they quickly advanced to their intended positions. He knows something about the attackers, Inspector, Khan addressed him. When he heard the message, he thought James knew something, and Han didn't think the inspector was a traitor. They're purists, Inspector James said one word, grinning. That's what they call themselves. What other Puritans? Jose marveled. A group of radicals who don't count as people. They are driven by fear and religious fervor of a new kind of people. In 3 years, the dragon will come. That's how they want to help them. Knut was angry. They believe the dragons will come because of the Psykers, James replied. Their logic is simple. No Psykers, no invasion, he said, as they approached the island. But that's nonsense, the cadets resented. Found it, said the man wrapped in a scarf. These are the men that stand in the way of Providence, said he. They were fired on from the island by anti-aircraft guns. For some reason, the radar on the base was not working and did not immediately detect the invasion. But even in hand, pointed anti-aircraft guns were enough to shave off a few light helicopters with paratroopers to the downed, immediately advanced soldiers' arc. Fanatic helicopters flew to the base at ultra-low altitude and made a paratrooper landing. The fight is about to begin, Han felt. A helicopter crashed not far from them, he said. A helicopter had crashed not far from them. There was a good chance that someone had survived. How many people were on board? Han asked, and Knut said 4. He wanted to go through the 4th training ground where there was cover and wanted to avoid a direct confrontation. Defense was the priority, Han thought. Get ready, guys. What they're going to do next is called murder, said Khan. The Ark soldiers were doing a pretty good job of defense. They were meeting scattered groups of the enemy with fire. The purist leader jumped off the board without waiting to board. He covered himself with his comrade, and becoming behind his back was firing at the Ark soldiers. The earth belongs to the people. There is no place for such freaks, he shouted. Most of the cadets were of little use right now. Maybe one would be useful. James wiggled his moustache as he watched the boys. Knut, let's go, Khan ordered, and they split up to outflank the enemy. These guys are much stronger than the purists who don't have that training, but there is one important difference. Purists have long been used to killing people. They're all experienced fighters, James thought, and readied the blade in his hands. They walked through narrow passageways. The terrorists' landing zone was mostly household buildings. Sure you can handle it, Khan asked. I'll pretend to hunt deer. It's either them or us, Knut said confidently. An unpleasant memory surfaced in Han's mind. He had been in a similar situation before. Seoul, a ruined economy, millions of refugees, orphans and street children, rampant crime, poverty, a hell in which everyone survives as best they can. Until 2 years ago, he lived this exact life day in and day out. stealing food so the younger ones could eat. He was being chased, it was pouring rain, and the barrier was down because a train was approaching. The light of the diesel locomotive's headlights was blinding, and there was only one way out. The boy gathered his strength, turned around, and kicked his pursuer. Red apples fell on the rain-wet ground. Han felt himself getting cold. The helicopter crashed into a building and there was a fire. That's what they saw when they arrived at the point. Khan stuffed one of the orbs into his jacket and made a decoy out of it. Sliding it out from around the corner, it was immediately fired upon. But thus distracted by the enemy and lighting himself, Knut came in through the building and looked out of the window. What was that, surprised the fanatic when he saw a ball emerge from the torn jacket? A decoy, he realized. Knut took aim and squeezed the trigger, his machine gun set to cue. The first opponents were cut off immediately. They were waiting for them to soy on either side of the passage and did not expect a flanking blow. The second fanatic turned around and wanted to take Knut down, but he himself was taken down by an aimed headshot. Not for nothing was Han the best shot on the range. He waited until the target was distracted and fired at just the right moment, demonstrating perfect control as always. What a nasty thing to do. We need to make sure the target is dead, Knut thought, when he noticed the wounded gunman moving and wanting to get up. You can't close your eyes, he told himself, fighting disgust and panic. He took aim at point-blank range, and pressing the trigger again gave a short burst, this time without missing. Whip, Han asked him. In order, answered the boy, who had grown up all at once. James looked at the boys. Though they had fought monsters, they hadn't fought humans yet. Kuro was shaking with fear. This one's shaking like an aspen leaf. It doesn't look like he'll be able to get a shot off, James remarked. And where's he looking? They close, said Kuro, while he distracted James, cutting the bonds with a concealed knife. If you don't open fire, Kuro whispered, and the inspector stopped understanding what was happening to the guy altogether. The martial artist appeared where Kuro and saw his blurry image. Everybody down, he shouted to his comrades as the gunman was fired upon, and put him down by Inspector James, confidently giving him a rifle line. Kuro looked at his hands, from which the weapon was snatched, when the shadow of another gunman flashed through the gap in the window. Kuro ripped the iron warehouse door off its hinges with his telekinesis and covered James from gunfire. The instructor, as an experienced fighter, returned fire and cut down the enemy. That's the last one, he asked Kuro. The guy couldn't shoot, but he was good with telekinesis, James noticed. What happened? Everyone is unharmed. Han ran up while they were dealing with the fighters. Another group was coming in on Kuro and the others. He's a smart man, so he's already figured it out, James said. He threw the machine gun back to Kuro and raised his hands in a sign of good intentions. The rats have left their hole, said the commander of the fanatics. They cracked the door of one of the fortified bunkers. Leave no one behind, kill them all, ordered the fanatic commander. Ark is fooling everyone. There will be no dragon attack, he shouted, rousing his men. They all disappeared 10 years ago, and an army of freak psychers isn't needed to save the world. And to capture it, these children will grow up to develop abilities and enslave them, so they must strike preemptively, the fanatic shouted. Let's begin the purification, in the name of humanity, he shouted, and they entered the bunker. Han and the other leaders gathered at the fourth range. They occupied one of the fortified training camps. The whole second year was there, assholes. Do they even realize who the inspectors are? Some guy was yelling and threatening them with consequences. Simon couldn't stand the yelling and grabbed the old man by the pecs. He told him to shut up before he finished him off himself. There's a traitor among them who arranged it, you rat, Simon shouted angrily. And because of him, he had to become the murderer of a man, Simon told the inspector, who immediately groaned in his boots with fear. I've never felt so disgusted with myself, he was saying when Khan stopped him. They must not only identify the traitor, but also protect the regular instructors, Han reminded him. Simon immediately let go of the old men. Although he was angry about everything, it was better to keep a clear head in the face of the enemy. He's being a tough guy again, Simon thought, and walked away silently. So simply obeying Han's orders, Jose was surprised to see this reaction. Earlier, they would have definitely started arguing and fighting. Instructor Wei fought right in the training building. He fought with his bare hands. Completely alone against a crowd of armed fanatics, even the experienced sergeant was wounded. But he had to protect the young growth. The children huddled in fear behind his back and cried. Not long ago, they were just ordinary children. Han gathered a group, a few men from the 7th Squad, Simon and Knut, all of whom had a history of killing, and moved out to help. These freaks are headed for the freshmen. Han got angry and pushed on. Li Han, the enemy is heading towards the shelter. Judging by the location, they are the only ones who can stop them now, said Instructor Wei. I'm counting on you, he he said stiffly. Even this kindly man was becoming a rock in times of need. Besides the instructors, they need to ensure the safety of the freshmen. If they slow down, there will be no one to save, Han pondered. Meanwhile, the militants were engaged in a ruthless mop-up of anyone who resisted. They quickly burst through the narrow corridors of the bunker with combat. But at the same time, they found themselves in a maze of corridors and rooms where it was easy to run into an ambush. Easy says, "Found the door. Delta, Alpha. What have you got?" the commander asked. Delta continued the search. Alpha ran into an ambush heard by the insurgent commander. "They should attack the enemy early," Khan commanded as they got into position. "Can you block it?" Han asked. "I can do better than that," Simon replied. "Get ready to fire on the signal." They walked quickly towards the bunker. "Simon will lead," Han ordered. "Everyone behind him." He broke for open ground as there was nothing in front of the bunker. The militants standing at the entrance opened fire on the approaching group of Psykers. Simon gathered a shield of psi waves in front of him. He held the air with his telekinesis. "Fire!" he shouted to his comrades, and he launched a wave of psi at the enemy, and they were overwhelmed by it. "What's that?" The enemies panicked and couldn't fire. At close range, Khan's group put down all the militants. "Monsters!" groaned the last surviving fighter of the fanatics. "They should have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago," he told them last. "There are no monsters here besides them." Knut finished the wounded. There was no strength to take them prisoner. "Hush, Knut. It's not all the others inside the shelter," reminded Han to conserve ammo. "Guys, he put them together in a group because they are similar in character. Listen carefully," Han told them. He still felt guilty for giving in to his emotions, and Sergeant Red had gotten hurt because of it. It wouldn't happen again, Han thought. "From now on, keep the feelings under control. Fail one, fail all," said Han in a cold voice. "They know this territory better than the enemy, and if they take this position there should be no problem." Han outlined to them the plan of assault on the sand. Leaders with squads go into position, Han distributing roles to everyone. They spread out in different directions and occupied the perimeter of the fourth range. "Li Han, as long as the deputy will be in charge of his position," Dmitri said. He wanted to do something risky. "We need to test a thought, okay?" agreed Han. He trusted his classmates. 01, Dmitri said, as he entered the psychiatric ward of the Ark. The place was a complete shambles, with dead bodies lying everywhere. "What's he doing here?" asked Dmitri by a third-year student they'd fought before. "Wake up, he's got one of ours in his hands," he told the former 5th Squad leader. "One of ours? What ours? Is the Arch on their side?" 01 asked him, holding up the scientist. "Maybe he doesn't know, but once they get promoted to 3rd year, they get into a real fight," the cadet said. On one of the missions, he was overcome with fear and helplessness, all his instincts screaming that this evil could not be defeated, the cadet said. Fear of the dragon, a known syndrome, Dmitri realized from his story. And Ark demands that they fight something like this, orders them around as if they were their property. The fighter resented. "They're just expendable, cannon fodder. It's already been used and it's broken. That's just not thrown away, but why, Dmitri?" asked the cadet. "They're going to recycle it. They're going to inject mind control substances or some other kind of experiment. It's not just Ark that does this, their country, the purists. They are all the same. They want to either use or kill. Humanity is not worth protecting." "Yeah, he's not thrilled about the Ark himself, but he's got a family back home, you know?" Dmitri asked, tossing aside the machine gun. "So first, we need to kick this dragon, and then deal with those who turned them into super soldiers," said Dmitri. "Looks like the Alpha Squad did well." The commander looked at the tactical map. "Delta enemies are heading your way," the commander said. "Deal with them," the purist leader ordered. "They'll put them down quickly with this thing." The fighters loaded the grenade launcher. To think there was such a place in the Ark, the cadets chattered, their group walking through the narrow, tangled corridors. "It's strange that the purists knew about it and they didn't, so they must have someone helping them from inside," Han said. "Halt," he ordered the group, spotting a stretch grenade. "Maybe I should have taken Kuro with me," Han thought. His abilities would come in handy right now. The group of fighters opened the doors and found what they were looking for, they reported to the commander. "Get rid of them," ordered the chief zealot. "But they are just children and unarmed," wondered another militant. "Spare us your pity. They will rule our descendants in the future," the ringleader said. "This is already crazy. This is just a massacre," stammered one of the militants. "Kill the kid," he said, and in the same instant he was shot in the head. "The rightness of their actions will be judged by history," he said, "and they must act." And he twitched the bolt. A shot rang out, and the Knut that had carelessly looked out into the hallway fell in front of Han. They quickly pulled him back before they were pinned down by fire. "Come on, Simon," ordered Han. They came out in the open at the enemy that had taken up positions on both sides of the corridor. When one of the fighters pulled out a heavy cannon, such a projectile Simon's shield might not have been able to repel. "Grenade launcher!" shouted Han, spotting the gun as the gunman fired. "I won't have time to put up the right barrier," Simon thought. Simon's barrier won't save him from the grenade, Han thought. He intercepted the flying grenade with psychokinesis. You just have to visualize grabbing the grenade with your hand, he concentrated. After that, he threw the unexploded shell back to the militants. There was an explosion that fried the purists' cover group. Han was lucky there was only one grenade. At his command, the squad immediately began to advance, storming the corridor. They quickly put down the not badly trained fighters, but against the trained Psykers, they didn't stand a chance. Delta, this is Izzy Center A is clear, moved to Center D, heard Han from the fighter's intercom, and went cold. Dmitri smashed through a window in the center of the psych ward, shards splintering. The difference between the third year and the second year was huge. Even the strongman and master of combat, Dmitri was thrown back. He flew into the concrete wall again like an abandoned kitten. The third-year student punched him in the stomach with all his might. So far, the fight was not going in Dmitri's favor. "Still not getting it even after all the explanations?" 01 asked, and picked up a steel bar. "There is an adversary that no matter how much they want to, they can't win," he said. The third-year student poured his psi power into the rod and struck Dmitri, who lay still. "It would be very strange to lose to a coward like him," Dmitri said. He released his psychokinesis. The steel bar at his head shrunk like paper. Knut sat against the wall, his wound hastily bandaged with whatever was at hand. The boy suddenly remembered his adventure on the desert island, then he packed a raft and returned to the arch on his own. Then, in his second year, he was accepted into Li Han's squad, and the leader was delighted with him, appreciating his talents. He had expected so much of himself, but nothing good had come of it. "What a shame," Knut chastised himself. "They can't leave anyone behind," the group told him. "He has to stay here and wait for reinforcements." Knut stayed there and looked at the back of his running comrades. He regretted that he couldn't be with them. The militants stormed the training camp. Its fortifications, though not complete, were a good hiding place for the cadets. The militants pinned down the cadets with machine gun bursts and tried to throw grenades at the camp. A grenade at 12 o'clock, the cadets spotted the throw, they gave a restraining fire, and from the rear, the riflemen were covered by Psykers. The support threw the grenade high up and it exploded there, showering them with shrapnel but causing no damage. "It is useless to storm out," the fighters shouted to each other. "We're air support. There was almost no time left. They'll be overrun soon. And the rest of the ARC forces will be here soon too. We need air support to take them all out at once." Li Han was right. They didn't need to try to destroy the enemy. It was enough to hold the position, preventing the enemy from advancing, the cadets thought. The militants were slashing the doors to D's shelter. "Alert," one of them said. "The enemy is taking a shortcut." Even though they are children, but their bodies are developed and psi powers make them superhuman. But suddenly, they act like adults, said the leader of the fanatics. Apparently, they were unaffected by what the Delta Squad did to the shelter, the leader said. Khan's group did not slow down and pursued the militants. Khan removed the bracelet from the slain enemy and through it tracked their movements. At the right moment, he ordered them to stop. The enemies, Izzy's squad, were hiding around the last corner, but they were a long distance away with no cover. Khan told the boys to listen carefully and laid out his plan. Anti-aircraft fire swept away another aircraft that was attempting to fly over the island. But an unmanned bomber entered the air defense zone. Radars were still silent, so only guns could aim at the target. The bomber was on course for the 4th range, and the slow guns did not have time to turn to the proper angle and shoot it down. "Goes into the vent," surprised Simon, "right? That will get him to the right point," Han said. "He will get there before the enemies open the doors of the shelter and get in their rear. The metal lining of the vent won't protect him from bullets. But even if he manages to get in, the risk of getting killed in the end is high," Simon argued. "There's no time for that, or the children will die, and the enemies don't care. They're suicide bombers, and they're not going to leave." He couldn't hear everything, but he could help. They heard the voice of the comrade they had left behind. "Whip, how are his legs?" the friends asked. "Already better," said the guy. He took off the bandage. "The wounds are as good as ever." "That is the power of regeneration. It suits him," said Simon. He realized that Knut's trait had manifested. "I'll take that as a compliment," Knut replied. Still, he was getting hit so often that it was no wonder he was the most survivable. So the guy boldly climbed into the narrow vent. "He and Simon will go first. Knut will distract the enemy. Once that happens, We'll all attack together, Han decided. But suddenly, the silence in the hallway was broken by the clinking of metal against metal that came from the ceiling. Go! Han realized as Knut burned himself, the thin tin of the vent unable to support his weight. While the fighters were distracted by Knut, Han and his squad popped out from around the corner. Khan opened fire with his assault rifle to cover his comrade. The terrorists returned fire at the cadets who jumped out. But it was Simon's Psy-Wave shield that covered the cadets from return fire. The ventilation box collapsed from the hits, and Knut fell out of it, pierced by several bursts. He's finished, the militants shouted. While some were holding their defenses, others were already unlocking the doors of the shelter. The door is open, inside now, their commander ordered, and the fighters regrouped. We can't let them in. Everyone move faster, ordered the boys Han. Where are you going? Knut said quietly, rising from the ground. It was flowing out of him like a sieve. A green glow surrounded him, and thick black smoke. The fighters were horrified and froze. You think it's that simple, laughed Knut, waves of sigh surrounding him. Do they have any idea how hard it is to get wounded and leave your own behind? At the right moment, Knut spoke, his hands restored with a green haze. But now just a mountain off his shoulders? An amazing feeling, Knut said. He had fully recovered and was ready for battle. He felt boundless power. Kuro saw the future, the drone flying past them and the Armageddon that comes after. His senses heightened by the fear of death. Kuro, Jose asked him what was wrong when the guy grabbed his head from a massive seizure. Death was fast approaching them on a steel wing. Kuro looked at the aerial bomb the drone would drop. There was no way to defend against such a thing with a Psy shield. It's a good thing Lee Han isn't here, Kuro thought. They can't escape. They're all within the blast radius of the explosion that will cover the entire camp. The bomber dropped 3 guided bombs, one of them directly on the training camp. They decided to drop bombs on them. Horrified, everyone heard the whistle of approaching shells. The inspectors all panicked. The Psykers looked skyward and wondered what more could be done. Life in the Ark was so hard, harder than the orphanage. Memories came flooding back to Kuro. But there was no way he'd ever go back to living on the streets, he thought, even when confronted by bullies. He had endured so much, changed so much and grown, shrunk Kuro inside himself. Thanks to Lee Han for saving them all. And it's a good thing he's not here right now, he thought. He shouldn't die like this. If he had been here, he wouldn't have given up. Kuro remembered how Han had caught the rock that Simon the bully had thrown at Kuro. So he shouldn't give up either, Kuro thought, and gathered his Psy powers. He reached his hand into the sky, sensing where the bomb would end up in the next second. What is this? Jaw dropped from James's instructor. A human hand appeared in the sky that consisted of the same Psy waves. His hand flung high into the sky toward the falling bombs. Right above them all, the shells exploded, and everyone who had taken shelter in the camp was pinned down by the blast. I've never seen anyone use telekinesis like that and in such an outburst, James marveled. These freaks are really better off not living on this planet, thought the other inspector. He should get rid of at least that, he thought, and reached for his gun. And while Kuro kept his telekinesis in the sky, protecting them from the shockwave and debris, the rogue aimed at him. Knut, wake up, patted his partner's cheeks. Han. The guy was in deep slumber. Hey, do you hear his name, remember? Han asked, watching Knut repair his head wound. All in all, it went well. He'd barely gotten his powers and already survived the slaughter, Han said. Knut grumbled that he was being lectured again. All right, bygones. Freshman zone is clear, Han said as he helped Knut up. Dmitri picked up the senior and dragged him to the evacuation zone. At all points, the purists were smashed and mopped up. 3 days later, Khan was looking out over the base, from the roof of the building, when Inspector James came up to him. How is the captain of Squad 13 doing? Inspector James asked him. He appeared accompanied by bodyguards. In order. Let the first 2 nights it was hard to sleep without medication, Khan said. Some are still in serious condition, snapping at everyone and everything, crying for no reason, he said. It is very difficult to restrain the urge to tear and throw, the urge to destroy the enemy wherever he is, after the battle. They saw a lot of bodies during the freshman zone attack. The boys didn't have a chance to defend themselves. Those freaks treated them like subhumans and killed them for nothing. But who else is a monster? Big question. Han went out of his mind. They said they were afraid of them because the Psykers would wipe out humanity, but no one thought this particular situation could cause that. Han exhaled. He didn't want to become a monster like them, he told the frightened inspector. People should not kill their own kind. The natural inclination should be to preserve life, the 11-year-old said. I don't know whether I have a child in front of me or not, Inspector James replied thoughtfully. He was horrified by what Kuro had demonstrated, but Han scares him differently, the inspector said. Thank you for saving Kuro, Han said, looking at the inspector's bandaged chest. There really was a traitor among the inspectors. He had done a lot of damage to the Ark. James covered Kuro with his body. They attacked on the day when the least number of soldiers were at the base, the inspector said. Even wounded, he managed to capture the traitor. Now the top inspectors won't be able to charge anything to the Ark. He scratched his chin. I'm sure you don't like all these adults who care about accountability and money. If humans lose to dragons, it doesn't make sense, does it? He asked. Humans don't always behave wisely, James said. They are destined to step on the same rake, even if it hurts. If fighting not dragons, then who? Of course at each other, James said, and Han frowned. He wasn't willing to take it like that. He's trying to secure his country's future too, the inspector said. It's hard to understand, but he can one day, he told Khan. What another cheap excuse. If they know it's an excuse, then it's not worth repeating, Han said firmly. He really is frightening, Inspector James replied without turning around. The two tragedies that occurred one after the other left a deep scar on Ark's body. Khan gathered all his meager belongings. He still lived with the bare minimum of belongings. Most of the course is dead. Many knocked out of state. The surviving sophomores receive psychological counseling on a regular basis. Han ran into an old acquaintance in the hallway of the third-year dormitory. He was the only one who transferred to the third year and was ready for it mentally and physically. What's wrong? Han asked, when Silence stared at him for a long moment. He raised his hand to estimate their difference in height. Our height. I wondered when he'd gotten taller, Han said. At this, the silent friend's inspection was complete, and Silence turned around hastily. Wait, Han addressed him, but the lad promptly fled. Building 3, A8, Han read the writing on the wall. Psykers. There's no separation between first and second generation telekineticists, the giant in glasses explained to Han, so they call everyone the same. John Schwartz introduced himself to the jock instructor that was bigger than Red and Vey. Li Han introduced himself to the guy. Oh, Rachan, replied the big guy, ignoring Han's pronunciation. Nice to meet you, Rachan, he said. His eldest is already waiting for him. See you soon, rookie, patted the giant Schwartz on his shoulder. Silence escorted him to his private room, just huge compared to the sophomores' rooms, remarked Han. Twice as many, the Ark didn't skimp on comfort for those who survived to the third year. To sweeten life at least somewhat, Silence wrote to leave things behind. They went down to the dining room, which was more like a restaurant, to have breakfast. This place cooked everything, the best chefs, any cuisine from anywhere in the world. They took plates, and Han froze in indecision, not knowing where to start. Food for all tastes. Is he Chinese or Japanese? Silence asked him. Korean, actually, Han replied. No need to tie nationality to food. He was just shocked at the choice, because before this menu was determined by the Ark. I don't know if there's Korean food here, but rice will do him in, wrote Silence, pouring syrup over the carbohydrate madness. He doesn't miss the people's food. He hardly ate normally at all, Han replied. Doesn't Silence overdo the sweet stuff? He wondered. They need to consume a lot of sugar because telekinesis requires serious brain activity. His powers work the same way, justified Silence. A dish of rice, reminiscent of the old days, Han thought. He can use the sticks, wrote Silence to him. Rightly, replied Han. What's the big deal? Sticks are a mystery to Western civilization. They can even catch flies with them. Han read and wondered where Silence got his ideas about Asians. In the movie Dragon Ornament, the hero catches a fly with chopsticks. Watched it 10 times, wrote Silence. His mask is also from the movie, Han asked, pointing to the skull. This is the face of a cyborg Citripio, from the movie Buckethead Chainsaw Killer Special Order, boasted Silence. He's the super rookie that was sent to them, Han heard, as soon as he came out of the dining hall. His name is Lao Cha, the short instructor introduced himself. Glad to meet you, kid, he said. What other kid? Li Han was surprised and introduced himself as well, the instructor barely reaching his shoulder. Corporal Lao Cha. Han noticed his rank, and he's attentive, the instructor noted. But Li Han, he's the reason Sergeant Red lost his leg, isn't he? The corporal asked. I'd feel better if I were without a leg myself, Han replied, and Lao Cha laughed as if he'd heard a funny joke. Not a cute kitten, but a frisky tiger cub, chuckled Corporal Lao. He doesn't have any classes right now. Let's go to the training room, the corporal said. Offering to spar right away, he and Dimitri and Instructor Wei have something in common. It's obvious the corporal is strong, Han noted. They came into the hall, and the corporal immediately stripped off his clothes. The other cadets and Ark employees also gathered to look at the newcomer. Let's see what he can do, said the corporal, spreading his arms. He moved very confidently. He's responsible for his own injuries, Han warned, and got into a stance of fear, Corporal Lau answered him. Good luck, rookie. Han was surprised to hear words of condolence and support. Everyone expected him to lose, he assumed. Don't sleep. Han barely missed the corporal's sharp lunge, who was very fast despite his age. Khan swung away and began to move toward the corporal to strike. Han punched back, but Corporal Lau reacted perfectly and dodged. Khan wanted to attack with a leg kick, but was stopped. He started with a standard arm-leg combination. Simple but strong, it means he is not only working on technique, but also on strength, Corporal Lau remarked. However, his artificially enhanced body has one weakness, he said, and dragged Hana straight into his face. And then a kick to the ribs so that Han grimaced in pain. He couldn't hit, and must at least do some damage, thought the guy. He grabbed Lau's leg after the blow, and then made a teak to take him to the ground and piled on as hard as he could. Nice try, smiled Corporal Lau, but you lose. The corporal stopped Han's advance. And with that, he jumped up and released his leg from his grasp. Han found himself down in a less favorable position. The corporal applied force and pushed Han using his inertia. The guy flew into a rack of trainers. If Han were an ordinary person, he would have been seriously injured, Corporal Lau thought. Is the kid okay? He asked him, and moved closer to where Han was lying. But at that moment, Han, as if off the chain, he activated his telekinesis and rushed towards Lau. So this is how it ends. Corporal Lau smiled as Han stopped the metal rod a centimeter from his opponent's throat. He barely restrained himself and prepared to stab the corporal in the throat, blood flowing from Khan's forehead. I'm sorry. Han immediately bowed, coming to his senses. After all, this was a real fight, not a training session. It's good to have such a fighting spirit. The corporal praised him. He may not have realized it when he fought his classmates, but an artificial body has one weakness, you know, the corporal asked him. The body has become heavier and slower, asked Han. Right? You're like iron. Great for battles, but also the weight has become heavier, explained Corporal Lau. He was smart to use the grapple, but if he had known in advance that the opponent was stronger, he would have done it differently, Lau said good-naturedly. The problem is lack of experience. That's it for today. Meet me tomorrow at the same time in this place, said the corporal goodbye. Tomorrow again. Han thought about it anxiously and wiped himself with a towel. It looked like the third year promised to be difficult from the start. The next day, Corporal Lau still greeted him just as freely, calling him a kid. See those bums behind him? The corporal asked, pointing at Schwartz. A mountain of muscle, Han said, as he looked at the big Schwartz in action, practicing his kicks on his paws. Johnny Schwartz even practiced wearing glasses, smiling dazzlingly. A first-generation telekinetic, his size hinting at it unequivocally. A participant in 2 battles against a dragon, he once tore apart a werewolf with his bare hands. Go and brush him off or be scared, smirked Corporal Lau. He wouldn't have been ordered to fight him without a reason, so we have to try, Han said, and walked over to Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, can he challenge him to a duel? Han asked the giant. It's that rookie Ri-chan, right? Has experience with telekinesis, Schwartz asked. His trump card is physical strength, Han thought. Do without psychokinesis, Han replied, nodded perfectly to Schwartz, and they stood at attention. Let's start Ri-chan, Schwartz smiled, still ignoring Han's name. Khan nonchalantly corrected his senior and put on his gloves. Who cares, they began, the giant said, and rushed forward like a tank. It was over quicker than he expected. Han lay on the floor and came to his senses. Lao Cha, it's too early for the boy to compete with him, the big man said worriedly, not removing his hand from Han's arm. Once again, please. Han didn't know how to give up and quickly got to his feet. Give the lizard a personal hell so that he understands with every bone in his body, asked the good Corporal Lau. Okay, Schwartz replied, rubbing the back of his head. The morgue means the morgue, he thought. Upset about losing? Corporal Lau asked, noticing Han on the floor of the hall. No, the guy replied. He would have lost anyway. He has no fist-fighting experience, but he has excellent weapon skills, and there is no point in a fist-fight, Corporal Lau said. It didn't seem like a Boston crab could be used against a dragon. Han listened intently. He remembered Dmitri, the one who had threatened to strangle the dragon with his hands. Han smiled at the memory of the desperate Russian boy and opened the soda the corporal had brought. He said himself he didn't want a fist fight, Khan asked. Then why fight the rock Schwartz? Asked Khan, perplexed. But think about it, suggested the corporal to him. What would he do if he asked him to get back together with Schwartz? You have to go at a bear with a slingshot, Han said. That's right, They are not MMA fighters. The task is to defeat the opponent, and to do that you need to use the method you know best, Lao said. Understandably, replied Han, that jolly corporal had taught him a lot. And his companions treated Khan like a younger brother. For the first time, he felt he had become a member of a male fraternity. A few days later, they came out of the theater, instructors and third-year students in the same group watching a movie. Lao Cha really did slaughter 20 ogres with a single machete, and they made a movie on these events. He's a national hero of Thailand. That's why they made a movie about him. Now he looks cool, asked the corporal. Yes, agreed Khan. Only they took a good-looking actor. It's early to be back. How about a cup of tea? Asked the corporal. No, waved away Khan. He doesn't drink tea. When he returned, there was a guy in a skull mask waiting at his door. Hello, Silence told him Han. 3 days he was gone. Returned from an assignment, asked Han, a friend that he knew how to keep secrets. What was he so busy doing? Coming back late? Asked Silence. Going to the movies to see Jungle Hunter, Han told him. Khan described how in the movie, the actor waved a machete and chopped down painted monsters. In the end, both watched the movie and learned the real story of Lao Cha, Han said. Silence stared at him with an ineffable masked expression. If this movie can show, wrote Silence on a tactical bracelet, but immediately removed all the inscriptions and without saying anything began to leave. Good night, answered this strange guy. What was the point of coming, Han thought. At first, Silence seemed extremely dangerous and very strong. But lately, he's been acting like every other teenager, watching Han as he runs off wiggling his hips. You want a rematch? Fine, but you'll fight with weapons this time, smirked the corporal, watching the fight the next day. It's only been 3 days, think you're ready to overpower Schwartz kid, watched Lao on the killing machine, in front of the guy. He already looked like a huge grizzly bear, and he looked even scarier with a gun in his hands, but Han felt confident. Attacking reach on, clench your teeth, Schwartz politely warned, before attacking. Schwartz fought with a long curved sword like a katana. For the last 3 days, Han had been studying Schwartz's techniques, his fighting style, punching distance. He had analyzed everything thoroughly. They clashed in the center of the court and exchanged lunges and punches. Khan could now predict Schwartz's every punch. It was as if he had learned to look into the future. After all the battles, Han's instincts had sharpened to the extreme. Schwartz was the first to miss the powerful spear blows to his body and grimaced. This is definitely the freshman who just came to the 3rd year. Schwartz sighed heavily. Han took advantage of the giant's hesitation and kicked him in the leg, then slowed him down even more. The giant staggered back with a heavy kick to the leg, and quite painful. Is this really the end of it, Han thought? He had a premonition of a speedy victory. Schwartz tore towards Khan. He took a wide stance to hit harder. Khan seizes the moment and lands a precise strike to the side of his opponent's head. At the last second, Schwartz managed to intercept the tip of the spear with his bare arm. He had lost. Han was quick to admit his defeat. It came easy to him this time. The tip of Schwartz's blade froze at Han's throat. He was wrong, Schwartz realized. If the kid hadn't hesitated at the last moment, he could have lost. Strong, not bad. See you later, said the instructor to Ri-chan. It seems he can't be fixed, thought Li-han. Who cares, Li-han? Ri-chan, let's go to lunch. I'll introduce him to my friends, said Schwartz. Well done, patted Corporal Lao on Han's shoulder. It is not always only important to win, he understands after all, maintaining the dignity of Schwartz. Got a friend, Lao said. You're saying you don't have to win to get the power. He learned a lot from Johnny, the kid said. Hurry up, hurry up. The impatient fat man Octo beckoned to them. Siegfried Schumacher reintroduced himself to the fat man, since Han had advanced to 3rd year. Wasn't Octo his nickname? Han asked. Because he works so fast like he has 8 arms, said the fat man, whose round head and belly resembled a figure 8. That's just what he thinks, wrote Silence's message to him. That's what Han said aloud. Li Han, no special skills, physical development of 3+, at best 4. He is the first to reach body armor with this level. Oh, sighed Han, that's it. He was surprised to recognize the device. Saw right, smiled Octo. That was the reaction he was expecting. Take a good look. It's a veteran from the last war. Octo pointed to the tele-armor shining in the spotlight. Han's jaw dropped. He hadn't expected to see working armor so soon. But from the looks of it, it's just the exoskeleton's power cage, Han noted. It's an Oldman 3, a first-generation oldie that he converted for cadet training. You'll be practicing every day, said the senior engineer. Roborooks helped tighten all the bolts after Han climbed in. Getting in and out of this armor on your own won't work, Han noted. That's what engineers and machines are for. Don't move, or you'll get a hole in your shoulder, said Octo. But what if he has to go to the bathroom? Asked Han. How can you think of such a thing when someone's life is at stake? You couldn't make a tele armor without putting aside some inconveniences, Octo said. So the hero will have wet pants, as Han sweetly said. When the assembly is complete, they will open the container with the dragon component. The sensation is the same as when they come in contact with the weapon, Octo said. Today they'll find out how long he can last in Telebrons, they began. The fat man gave him a command. A few days later there was a departure on a mission. The destination was the Telekinesis Research Laboratory, southern region of Qinghai Province, China. The region is paralyzed by the LA attack. Chinese authorities have officially requested assistance, Schwartz instructed them. Enemy numbers? Another squad member asked. One said Schwartz. That's what the authorities said. One monster, but extremely dangerous. 2 special teams were dispatched, but both died. Don't they need reinforcements? The situation is much worse than they thought, another squad member asked. There's a good chance he'll use a teleshield. A normal soldier can't handle that if the enemy uses it in a narrow space. But they're not ordinary soldiers. They can pierce the teleshield. Schwartz smiled dazzlingly, and Han realized why the giant wore glasses all the time. That's right, Richan. Schwartz laughed loudly, so loud that even the helicopter blades shouted. Han nodded. He had long since accepted his new name. It doesn't work that way, resented Schwartz. Where's the usual Li Han, sir? He's not even trying to make amends, shrugged Han condescendingly. Further, they were talking cheerfully all the flight, making dirty jokes about each other, as it is customary among friends. By evening, the helicopter reached its target and came in for a landing in an open area. It had been a month since his transfer to 3rd year. Again a mission, and again Ella, pondered Han heavily. Immediately unpleasant memories came flooding back of his past mistakes. The lab was in complete shambles, corpses, and hungry chomping. The creature examined its bloody manicure and smiled contentedly. Many countries have conducted experiments on telekinesis, but most hide it, so the laboratory was placed in the desert in a hard-to-reach place. All because if their centers are found, they could be targeted by purists, Schwartz explained. He immediately faltered and looked at Han. It hadn't been that long since the raid on the Ark base. Schwartz might have hit a nerve with the guy. They don't usually kill anyone. Schwartz put his huge palm on Han's shoulder to comfort him. What happened in the Ark was terrible, but there was nothing to be done about it, Schwartz said calmly. Just don't get used to killing people, Schwartz asked, and added please. You will call him Ri-chan again. Han grinned. Only said immediately embarrassed, Schwartz laughed gleefully. A whole convoy of cars arrived at the drop-off point and started on either side of the site. The scientists arrived with a fully manned armed guard. The 3 in lab coats approached the group of Psykers with an important look and said welcome to Ark. Thank you for coming all the way out here. They dispensed with the duty greetings. The explorers and the ones behind them mere soldiers, Han immediately assessed the situation. Saluting the hero of China, the soldiers saluted the Psyker that stood in front of their squad. Zaire and he will talk to them. The rest of you wait here, Schwartz ordered. Han stepped aside with a group of his Psykers. The mission is full of secrets. No wonder the leadership wanted a separate talk. And he's a Psyker arch. Han heard a voice from behind him and felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He immediately grabbed the surnamed scientist by the arm and twisted his wrist, politely asking him not to touch him, the scientist squirming in pain and begging to be let in. My arm still hurts, whined the scientist. What a nervous bastard, he squinted at Li Han. And what did he want? Asked one of the Psykers standing nearby. When everyone was ready to begin, a metal box rose out of the sand, raising clouds of dust. This elevator will take them to the 1st floor. The other passageways are closed to them, the scientists informed them. The Psykers entered the cramped elevator. The lab had a total of 3 floors. The 1st and 2nd had their own exits to the surface. The 3rd did not. They have 2 goals. One to get the research data, the other to find survivors, Schwartz explained as they descended. Don't attack. If we don't meet the enemy, work quietly. After the mission is done, no one prevents them from coming back and just blowing everything up. That's it, Schwartz said. What do we know about the data? Han asked, but the giant shook his head. The researchers are silent on the details. Because the soldiers were not very happy, they think their partners moderated for nothing, Zaire said. Remember the main thing, Ri-chan, no matter who dies today, even if their trich is gone, Schwartz began. Don't you dare think of revenge and returns. His 2nd-generation genes are an extremely valuable resource. It shouldn't be lost, the commander said. I say, if he's weak enough to die on the 1st mission, he'd better move. Han grinned. Squad Victoria, begin the mission, Schwartz said as the elevator doors opened. He went first. Inside, empty corridors, semi-darkness and silence awaited them, the fighters walking with their backs to each other. Room by room they went to their target, checking for the presence of the enemy. The first floor is clear. Let's go down to the second floor, Schwartz commanded. He missed something, Han thought to himself. Something was wrong. The smell, Han said, as Schwartz reached his hand toward the doorknob. Smells like blood, Schwartz agreed. Everyone noticed that sickly metallic odor. It's all coming together, he realized now. Han was overcome with anxiety. From the first floor to the second floor, there were signs of struggle everywhere, Han noticed, and everyone stopped to listen. It looks like the lab was attacked from the inside, Han told them. I see your point. It was disturbing on the way here, Schwartz agreed, and adjusted his glasses. Why, for example, there is no direct elevator to the third floor, they just need to keep control of it. Let's go back. The researchers gave them inaccurate information. We'll have to ask them for it when we return, Schwartz ordered. But at that moment, the lights in the entire lab went out, and the soldiers looked around. The power's out at this point, like they're eavesdropping, Schwartz said, putting on his night vision device. And then Han remembered the scientist touching him with his hand. This is it, he thought. What is Ri-chan? Schwartz asked as Han began to grope his shoulder. A bug, Han said, fumbling for the device. They put listening bugs on them. Got it, so I knew it, Schwartz replied. Now there's only one thing left to do. Continue the mission and find out what's going on, Schwartz said. No communications, Schwartz noted, tapping his tactical bracelet. Now they were jammed as well. After completing the mission, they will need to find the power room themselves and power up the elevators to get out. The only thing left to do is go forward. They went down to the third floor, the vile, nauseating odor even stronger. Even the battle-hardened veterans turned cold inside at the sight. But this was the first time Han had seen such a thing. It smelled of death and terror. How sneaky, purposely left out in the open, muttered Schwartz. Lee Han, are you okay? Zaire asked him as the boy leaned over to suppress a bout of nausea. Waves of emotion overwhelmed him so much that he stopped hearing everyone around him. Recovered back with us? Schwartz asked him as Han took a sip of water from his flask. I'm sorry, he said. It's the first time they've seen it too, and it's amazing he didn't faint, like a younger brother, Harold said. The younger brother, Han heard, has a few too. There were two, but the whole family died after being ambushed by Ella's minions, Harold said. He threw himself at one of them with whatever he could get his hands on. Knew there was no point, just wanted to die as quickly as possible. But sometimes you can't die even if you really want to. He was saved that day. It was a soldier in Telebrons. From that day on, he was raring to fight every time as if it was his last battle. But since then, no matter how death provoked him, he had not given in, and his reputation as a fighter had only grown. Han listened intently to Corporal Harold. How he would react if he lost his brothers. Han was horrified. He didn't even want to think about that. He adjusted the helmet on his head. The second floor is clear, Schwartz said. No sign of pursuit or this creep. Let's go to the third floor, the squad leader ordered. It stinks. It's the only floor with an electronic lock, he said. If the building is de-energized, you can't open the lock, asked Han. I don't care. Just wait, replied Schwartz. He released a sigh wave that surged out with tremendous power. So that's the bonus of the physical enhancement, Han realized. When Schwartz slipped his fingers into the gap between the door leaves, Schwartz slid the thick metal apart like foil, creating a passageway. When he noticed movement on the other side, a man in a military uniform with an assault rifle was looking through the gap. At first, Schwartz thought it was a survivor. Into cover, he ordered everyone as the enemy opened fire. He laughed madly and gave a line until he had discharged the entire horn. Giant Schwartz opened the doors, himself not hiding from the shots. The bullets riddled his helmet and armor, but didn't hit the body covered by the psi shield. As soon as the firing stopped, Schwartz tore toward the enemy. But the madman only threw the grenade rings at his feet and grinned savagely. The grenade exploded right in front of Schwartz. A normal man would have been minced meat by now. Gone, Schwartz told his men as they came closer. It was Ella, how monsters could use human weapons. This had never happened before, the soldiers interjected. To Tom, he targeted one of the group, only to brutally kill. Fighting like a human, Han noted. He originally wanted to go to the room with the generator, but they have to deal with what happened here, Schwartz insisted. The enemy faced someone who is not afraid of firearms, so he won't attack again. But if it's a henchman, where is Ella himself? The monster with the bandaged head wandered through the dark corridors at a touch. What's wrong with that big ugly guy? He can't take a shot. He needs to get stronger, the monster whispered. I want to gut them, tear them all to pieces, the madman whispered to himself. He gathered psi waves from every body that hung from the ceiling and absorbed them into himself. The waves entered him through a point on his forehead where a bright flash glowed. The emergency power had kicked in, and the squad could now remove the night vision goggles again. "Okay, moving on," Schwartz said, putting his sunglasses back in place as if stuck to them, marveled CPL Harold. As expected, there was one place not marked on the diagram that the scientists had given them. "Let's go there," Schwartz ordered. "Let's see what's there." Whether it's true or not, they lied to them before. Whether it's information or survivors, they were trying to hide the truth, Schwartz said. "There's another one captured by the Ella," Han asked. "They probably wanted to make a soldier out of him, so they were doing it behind the Ark's back," Schwartz said. Here the road diverged. The troop found itself at a fork and stopped. "Split up," suggested Schwartz. "No," quickly answered Han, looking the other way. "There's a sure landmark here. It must be the research team that died trying to escape," Han said. "No survivors," they stated. "I knew it," Schwartz said. "After imprisoning the controlled Ella, they tried to research and upgrade it, but only made it uncontrollably strong. Ark member countries have to report on telekinesis experiments, but it's just a formality. Others do it too," Schwartz said. "They just haven't been caught by their hand yet," he added. "Once again, it's turning into a battle of men. Tiresome." Han got angry. "The guys at the top aren't going to let them go. Zaire, look at the documents, copy everything and go," Schwartz said. "At 6 o'clock, enemy, contact," shouted Han. And they turned around. In front of them stood a monster covered in purple psi waves like an L. Open fire was ordered by Schwartz, and they gave a long line of automatic rifles. But the monster in front of them squeezed the air in front of them with telekinesis and put out a teleshield. If he wants to disarm the target, he needs to use the spear, Han thought, and changed weapons. "Back, Richan, it's his turn," Schwartz ordered, emitting strong psi waves again. "It's not like he's going to run away this time." Schwartz reached for the sword in the scabbard on his leg. "I'll tear the giant in half." The giant lunged forward, cutting a swath through the floor with his blade. He chopped the monster with his sword and sliced it in two with a single blow. But the enemy melted before him as if made of mist. "Disappeared," marveled Han, who had seen such a thing for the first time. The monster suddenly appeared behind Harold's back and chopped him from above. If it wasn't for the armor, Harold would have been hollowed out. "Attack!" he said to his comrades, and grabbed the knife that had wounded him. "Hurry!" he shouted. But Han froze in terror. He knew it was the right thing to do, to spear Harold and the target behind him. The spear passed under his arm without hitting hard. For a second, he wondered what he would do if Harold was in Kuro's place now. He couldn't hit his own, Han thought. Zaire took aim and began shooting at the monster's head. The bullet brushed the monster's temple, tearing the bandage on its head. The monster released Harold, and he fell to the ground helplessly. "Gather yourself, Richan," shouted Schwartz. Han came to his senses and looked at the monster, Ella's crystal burning in its forehead. The monster slid between them using the move skill and rushed to escape. "Ugly," Schwartz said. "Zaire like Harold?" he asked. But Zaire ran his hands over Harold's face and shook his head. The first member of the squad had just died. Schwartz let out a sigh. He was terribly angry. Losing a man here was the worst possible outcome. "They should catch up with him and finish him off on the spot," Han said. He let go of his emotions, and in his place came a dark one from the depths, cold and calculating. "Do you want revenge, Richan?" Schwartz asked. There was no need to make mistakes. They were already not few. "Now is the best time to attack. The enemy is wounded, wasting his telepathic powers," Han said calmly. "Agreed. Let's start the hunt," Schwartz replied immediately. Revenge or not, they should finish him off. They left Harold's body and moved in the monster's bloody footsteps. "What do you think about this situation?" asked Hannah Schwartz. "A monster can't disappear and reappear many times in a row or use shield and teleportation," Han said. "That's why he covered for Harold. Risky, but it worked." Luckily, they managed to wound the monster, as Schwartz said it might be their only chance, gave Han's analysis. "This is where they need to split up. Coming in from both sides," Schwartz ordered. "One of them will definitely meet with the monster. Don't dare die, that's an order." Han stood in the hallway where the monster had set up a two-way installation on the walls. Even the cold Han's mask trembled at such a sight. But only for a second, he quickly pulled himself together and told himself, "It's okay. There's no fear." He walked among the dead men who were nailed to the wall with their knives, afraid worth the living, thought Han. As he passed, the eyes of one of the dead men glittered red in the darkness. The monster silently detached itself from the wall and slowly walked behind Han. Judging from his experience from the gorge, this exhibition was not intended to intimidate the enemy. The monster was charging his crystal this way. like that Elamage they captured, in order to gather the power of telekinesis and mental strength. The creature must have remembered all the hatred it felt while being tortured and all the pleasure of killing, so they become stronger. But he's sure the monster is here, Han thought, as the monster swung a heavy machete over him. He swung it sharply and silently, but Han had already sensed the enemy's presence and ducked a split second before he struck. He ducked to the side and rolled forward, breaking the distance. Khan slid through the blood, took a knee, abruptly turned around, and gave a machine gun line at point-blank range. After immobilizing his opponent, he snatched up his spear and approached the monster with lightning speed. Can't let him teleport away, thought Han, struck out. He filled the spear with telekinesis to make it move faster, the dragon weapon reacting to him. But as before, the monster managed to teleport away, and its image melted away in the psi waves. Han turned around while standing still. He had dealt with teleportation before and knew how to fight such opponents. He gathered the psychokinesis in his hand again and aimed the spear at the target. Reinforced by the psi throw, the spear flew through the corridor to the point where the monster was supposed to appear and pierced through it. The blade shattered the crystal on the monster's head and it fell to the ground. They put Harold's body in a bag and zipped it up. It shouldn't be like this, said Han, all the muted feelings in his soul clawing at him again. No one would have died if the top brass had handled the situation. But the leadership is not privy to the details in the big political game, Schwartz said. The Grey Cardinals dispose of people's lives at the flick of a hand, and they wouldn't be able to do that if they were responsible for everyone. Eventually his senses will dull and he'll get used to it, Schwartz said, joking, growled Han. Sad but true, even something like this can become routine. Man quickly adapts to everything, so is his nature. Ri-chan, your heart will be so numb that you won't feel it in your chest anymore. Schwartz held out his fist to him. But even then, he must remember and keep in mind that all lives are precious, Schwartz said. He hasn't forgotten anyone who died beside him and doesn't plan to forget any of them in the future, Han said sadly. They took the elevator to the surface, Zaire and Han dragging Harold's body, while Schwartz prudently walked ahead with the armored plate. As soon as he came out, he covered himself with it like a shield, and all the scientists' guards aimed their assault rifles at them. Are we going to break through, or as Schwartz asked, after all, regular soldiers could do little to the Psykers. Let me talk to them. We should try it, Zaire asked. Do you think it will work? Schwartz asked. They would hardly dare to kill an unarmed man with so many witnesses, Zaire replied. The soldiers knew Zaire, as they had served together before. Comrade soldiers, the research center deceived the military, shouted Zaire to them. Through sadistic experiments, they created a monster, and to cover it up, they killed all the soldiers that were in the center. What nonsense, eliminate this idiot faster, shouted one of the lab coats, but was told to shut up while Zaire spoke. They are not slaves, and they came here willingly. But don't they feel that their weapons are aimed at the wrong people? Zaire asked. The order seemed pointless from the start, one of the soldiers thought. Why and shoot at Psykers who had just come out of the lab? Soldiers are an invaluable source of a nation's military might, and therefore they can question unreasonable orders, Zaire said. Hearing this, the soldiers began to put away their weapons. They made their choice without waiting for an order. A logical outcome, nothing to be surprised about, the senior security officer thought. Zaire is China's national hero who made the greatest personal contribution on the front of the First War. He became a living example for the rest. What are they doing? Shouted the man in the lab coat and grabbed the soldier. This is treason. Order them to shoot now, he rasped, though he had no right to order the military. If they don't eliminate the Arkawans, not only him, but his family was threatened by the freak of an officer. A dog's death to a dog's death, an officer executed a man in a lab coat on the spot. The rest of the rats in lab control flinched. He said goodbye late at night as the board arrived behind the Psykers, the soldiers saluting each other. Are you sure everything is okay? Zaire asked. They need to be prepared to be punished for disobeying an order, the officer replied. And now it's only a matter of time before this scandal gets to the top. Let these rats be held accountable before the whole of Asia erupts, the officer said. Zaire thanked them for listening to him and doing so. All thanks to his brave soldiers, the officer said. Even if he gets punished, he just won't get promoted. The real hero here is Zaire, who gave up everything to serve in the Ark for the good of humanity. To the measured noise of the Chinook's propellers, Khan was swept into slumber and began to peck his nose. This is the first time I've ever seen him sleep, Schwartz remarked, putting on his invariable glasses again. He's been through a lot today, Zaire said. Schwartz looked thoughtfully at the boy's face again. Though he looked grown up, he was no more than 11 years old. On a quiet moonlit night, their flight was returning fighters to base. They fired 3 volleys of blanks at the memorial to fallen soldiers. Everyone stood silent for a moment, heads bowed, bidding farewell to their fallen comrade. There were other graves nearby, all those who died on this mission. Khan saluted his fallen comrades, including Harold, whom we will meet on the mission. When Zaire entered the negotiations, he was not faintly frightened, said Khan, a hero whose credibility had saved them. If he hadn't been important to those soldiers, they'd have been shot like partridges before they spoke, Han noted. All ordinary soldiers, including Lao Cha and Harold, are considered heroes in their homeland. But he's not that special, Zaire said, his example embellished to gain more recruits. There was no point in being modest, especially since he had already earned a hero after joining the Ark, Schwartz told them. Let's go now, Richan, he's being summoned, Schwartz said. He was dressed in his dress uniform. They came to an ornate living room. Han looked around. Wait here, they will come to him soon, Schwartz told him, and waved goodbye. There was a tape of the sophomore competition on the TV in the reception area. It had been restarted after the break. Jose and Knut continued Khan's cause in the 13th squad. Han was glad to see his friends again, even experienced nostalgia for their squad competitions, all different from what he had seen in reality. Charge right here, Knut, I'll distract them, Jose shouted and set fire to the whole circle. Their opponent was Simon. Jose jumped on him, gathering a real fireball in his hand. Del Simon walked through fire like water without flinching. He put their Psy shield in front of him, and Jose's fire did him no harm. Knut wanted to rush past Simon with the flag, but he turned around and attacked him with telekinesis. He threw Jose's fire back, using it against the owner. Simon has become an incredibly strong fighter, Khan noted. Should have avoided Jose's close fight, Khan thought. And then it hit him. Where's Kuro? He's from 13-2. They haven't seen each other since the tragedy. It was about Kuro that he had been summoned, Chief of Staff Alexander told him as he entered the room. Khan saluted the Chief of General Staff, Ark. Only the Commander-in-Chief of the Ark Forces was taller than Alexander, Han thought, and wondered why such a high person had come here. He must be one of those who really has authority in the Ark. Let's sit down, Alexander said, like red tea. They sat down at the table and the Chief of Staff outlined part of the case to him. He's trying to figure out if Kuro should be considered incapacitated, Alexander said, and Han sipped from his cup thoughtfully. With everything that's happened, he may be the only one who can figure it out. Out of the ambush of the purists, Kuro awakened his incredible top-ranked talent. But then something happened that was a torment to him. Kuro is overwhelmed and his emotional and psychological state is shaken. It spewed out huge Psy waves of unprecedented proportions. Psy forces rose to the sky like a real tornado. No one had ever seen such a thing. The waves picked up the unmanned bomber before it could fly away. Kuro managed to point it toward the other purists on the ground. Kuro is convinced he committed murder with Psy powers and now refused to train. Please convince him to go back to training. They just can't let go of a telekinetic with that level of skill, Han thought over Alexander's words. Come in. The guards led the way and led him into the room where they had isolated Kuro. They kept him in an interrogation room where they could watch the guy through a huge window. Han silently went inside. The friend sat bound in a straitjacket like a criminal, so much so he was feared. Long time no see, Han, greeted Kuro in a weak voice as he entered. He's doing well, his friend asked, and he looked lousier than lousy himself, Han noted. It wasn't his fault, it was just the circumstances, Han told him. You sound like you saw it all. Maybe he really did subconsciously want them dead, Kuro scolded himself. Even if it's true, he was protecting his comrades from death. No one blames him for that. Everyone only says thank you, Han said. But Kuro already heard it. I'm sorry, I don't think I can continue. This is the end, Kuro admitted. He's so kind, Han thought to himself. So kind that he can't understand it. Sympathy for his enemy is a luxury in his life, Han thought. Unlike the other kids who had their own motives, Kuro tolerated everything and followed him out of a sense of friendship. If this continued, he would lose another friend. A nasty feeling inside Han moved. He didn't want to go through something like this again. Then just give up everything. He's clearly not someone who should be on the battlefield, Han continued. And Kuro was surprised, shrieking. Surrendering would be perfectly fine for him, Han said confidently. If he was threatened or surrounded by enemies, he would kill them all without hesitation to protect them, Han said. But Kuro is not capable of that, so it is better to give up right away, said Han. He will find a better use for his abilities in another matter. He's telling the guy to surrender. We need to get him out now, the watching officers decided. Han jumped up abruptly. He knew they were coming for him after saying that. So he ripped off the bolted-down table with his telekinesis and tossed it toward the door. He He blocked the doors. "Open, Li Han," shouted the officer's observers. They drummed on his window and door, but Han just yelled at them. Quietly, he spoke. "Let's open by force. Drag the ram," ordered the officer from the guard. "Kuro," Han said, holding up the table. At first he was going to do as he was told, but now, even if he survived this war, that burden would stay with him forever, Kuro heard. Li Han, he'll be punished for what he's doing now, Kuro worried. Who knows? He's a soldier who could be sent to the battlefield at any moment. The most he'll face is a reprimand, Han stated. He's smart after all, and can calculate all the consequences. Kuro smiled weakly. The security soldiers were battering the door with a battering ram. Han had already said what he wanted, so he didn't try to hold them back. The doors cracked open with a crash as the ram kicked them open. Right in front of Kuro, his only friend, folded face down on the floor. Khan began to be roughly broken down and handcuffed. "Don't you dare hurt Li Han," Kuro ordered them, and the room lit up with blue flashes of psychokinesis. For a second, the officers saw their quick deaths as their heads were just blown off. Han rubbed his cuffed wrists. They were whimpering slightly in pain. The chief of staff walked towards him, unaccompanied, as if he knew he would meet him here. It was part of his plan after all. Even he believed it at first. Alexander grinned. It was worth telling the joke beforehand. And he wasn't kidding, Han thought, remembering what had happened. The waves of Psy touching the soldiers of the guards. They distinctly felt the neck separating from the head and trembled with fear. It was an illusion of fear, the guards realized as they looked at the rampaging cadet. Even in his current state, Kuro was making it clear that he was more than willing to kill anyone who touched Han. Han convinced him he will continue training and move on to the 3rd year, Kuro said. "Let Li Han go," the good-natured guy asked, looking at his friend. Li Han, even a strong and confident man like him, can be weak and vulnerable at times, Kuro thought. And now he has the power to help Li Han, since before only he was protected all the time. Things will be different from now on. He will be around him as an equal, Kuro thought, letting himself be led away. Like he said, "The kid's got a natural charisma," Alexander said to the prosthetic man around the corner. "That's what's scary," Sergeant Red replied, as if that was what he was afraid of. Corporal Lau attacked Han in training with a hail of blows, Han barely dodging. As he stepped back behind him, Schwartz's bare paws encircled him. He arched his back with a jerk and executed Khan's throw across his back. "See you, Ri-chan." They let him go late at night. Still, Han was gaining experience with the veterans in the hall. Silence walked beside him. "I shouldn't have told them I wanted to learn to fight like them." Han barely waddled over. "To think those two have fun every time they humiliate him in training," puffed Han. "Why is he learning martial arts if he won't even need them?" Silence asked. "Who knows," Han said. "One must be prepared for anything. That way he can win in any situation." "This guy should chill," Silence remembered Schwartz's words. "You've seen this," Lao Cha told Silence. "Every day is like this. This cold-blooded kid is in a complete state of disarray." Silence grinned as he watched Han squirm from the pain in his muscles. "Can deliver, not hands," offered Silence. "Yes, he's fine," resented Han. "Buongiorno," Sergeant Red said hello and knocked on the door. "Batya's in the building, guys," he said as he walked into the hall, creaking his prosthetic a couple times. "Sergeant Red, would you like to learn a few tricks on how to beat up an opponent with a prosthetic?" Han asked. "Go to hell," said Red. "No way he has new shoes," Schwartz asked, pointing his finger. "You want some too?" shot back Red. "He will be a temporary coach for the freshmen. The 2nd year needs a lot of guys, and he is still recovering. I heard he did well on his first mission as a 3rd year. Good for him, he's matured. He's got a good head on his shoulders," Red said. They went out to chat in the courtyard, away from other people's ears, Red immediately pulling a peppermint stick from his pocket. "He doesn't care about the harm of sweets as usual," Han asked. "I don't care. They won't get diabetes with this job." Red waved him off. "At every meeting they pester me about it," Red said, and chewed on his wand. "Talk about our rams. Remember that LMH they caught?" Red asked. "Of course, it's unlikely to be forgotten." "Managed to get something out?" Han asked. "In 3 years, it won't be war at all," Red reported. "This will be the attack of the main squad, while the vanguard has finished its preparations." The prophecy that there would be a war in 10 years turned out to be true, but if there is a vanguard, it means the war will start much sooner, Red reported. There was a polite knock on Han's door, and when he opened it, he found a Schwartz bear on his doorstep. "Here's a present." He gave a pea-sized chip to Han. The flash drive surprised Han. "A recording of last night's sophomore battle, 13th. He was their leader, right?" Schwartz asked. "By the way, why sit in a room on a day off?" he asked the guy. "Don't like hanging out with old people." "I didn't know there were so many swear words for women," Han said. "What do you want? They're all men." Schwartz laughed awkwardly. I'm going to go enjoy the video and stop thinking about useless nonsense in my room for days on end, he said goodbye. Han immediately turned on the tape of the competition on his TV. Again, they fight the third squad. Saw Han face Simon Dell's opponent. After the attack, there weren't many sophomores left in the ranks, Han thought, and the squad was led by Kijo. Kijo took command. Knut and Jose yielding to him so easily surprised Han. He may not have the nicest personality, but he's pretty smart, Han thought. Thanks to Kijo, their squad was victorious. Simon went out of his mind again, forgetting his British primness. To think he cut Simon off from everyone and harassed him until the sun went down. That's Kijo style. I'm sure someone will be moving on to the next course soon, thought Han. He couldn't sleep as usual. I wonder who? Simon, Knut, Dmitri, Han thought. He's lonely. He felt an unexpected feeling. He'll deal with Del Simon himself, Kijo told the boys confidently. But they looked at him with disbelief, for last time he had said he would rather be shot than fight Simon. Help me help you, or so Jose croaked. Because Jose had planned a direct attack that time, if they attacked him head-on, they would be wiped out in a flash, Kijo reminded him. He didn't plan on getting close to Simon. He's bad at teamwork, and if you challenge him to a duel, he won't back down. Kijo said his plan. But he doesn't want a direct fight, surprised Jose. It's just to distract him while they sort out the rest, Kijo explained. Well, Del Simon, great Kijo will face him, face to face, he croaked with a smug look. Kijo got to a safe distance. He thought it was about 20 meters and shouted to Simon. But Simon began to walk away. Had he been too careful? Worried Kijo, for his plan might have gone awry. I didn't want to do this, but I guess I'll have to be the bad guy, Chon Kijo, the kid thought. Fake! How could anyone call him a genius? Li Han is much better in combat, and Kuro in telekinesis, shouted Kijo to him. Also, Li Han is taller than him. They say he's 6 feet tall or even taller. Well, whether it worked or not anyway, Simon froze in place like a statue. But at the same second, chased after Kijo to finish him off on the spot, their battle becoming the longest in arc history. 7 years ago, Red was walking through the slums in pursuit of one man. Told you not to follow me, the patched guy said, turning to Red. He knows full well it's his mission to take him to Ark, Red replied, taking a peppermint stick in his teeth. I understand, but I don't give a damn about this circle of telepathic freaks, the fugitive replied angrily. Considering they're basically teaching the kids there to kill, he grinned contemptuously. He was turned into this organization as a child. At the whim of his father, who was an obvious fanatic, they called it a peace mission, one of many cults. And he was raised by the best in this organization, trained with all the brutality every day. He started with small animals, then moved on to dogs and pigs. Then he got to humans and made his first kill very quickly. You can't let other kids go through this, if you understand. Then get out of the way, the fugitive said. Lose the coming war and humanity dies. Argue about human rights after victory, Red said, spitting out his wand. He wouldn't give him orders to kill someone, at least accept the role of instructor, Red suggested. Van listened. I want no part of it, replied the fugitive. What about it? He should bring him, said Red. Maybe just knock him out and drag him back to base, Red asked. He could easily shorten his lifespan now, the fugitive replied. Red moved first, without fear and without pity, attacked his opponent. An army knife glinted in his hand, but the fugitive dodged, the blade kissing his cheek. Red acted quickly and skillfully like a seasoned veteran. But the fugitive surpassed him in skill. He knocked the knife out of Red's hand with a palm strike. He intercepted the knife and slashed Red with it himself, a thin stroke traveling down the sergeant's neck. Could have killed right now satisfied, the fugitive asked. But Red didn't care for such indulgences. He punched the fugitive in the head with his fist from above. Then he really should have finished him off, Red replied to that, with a frightening smirk. The air above them was noisily parted by the airliner, while the two below were settling scores with each other. Red throws a straight fist punch that was easily blocked, and he counterattacked with an elbow to the ribs, causing him to exhale painfully. The fugitive was breathing hard, but holding up well. He was firmly in the rack. Enough already, he told the sergeant. He couldn't beat him. Red held his bruised side and looked on with hatred. If you want to end this, go ahead and grab the knife, the fugitive said, as he saw Red's eyes on the blade lying in the darkness of the alley. It seemed to hit him. Being so proud of martial arts, snarked Red. I'll finish him off with my bare hands. He won't die so easily, said the fugitive, and took an open stance as if he was ready for anything. It seems, or his hand really does look more dangerous than a knife, thought the sergeant. The fugitive's arm was covered in waves of sigh. They stood at arms as if before the last round of their fateful fight. The fugitive attacked first. He jumped and swung his arm. Psychokinesis made his hand as sharp as a razor and split the sergeant's eyebrow. But Red avoided the fatal wound and attacked with pyrokinesis in his opponent's face. "What is this strong male friendship?" asked them Schwartz, who came next. "Who killed whom?" he wondered. "He's unconscious, used pyrokinesis and strangled him," Red said, embarrassed, and stood up. "Is that the pyrokinesis he uses to set marshmallows on fire?" Schwartz asked. "Yes, sorry to be so pathetic, all thanks to him," Red replied. He took out the crystal that Octo had given him from his pocket. It increased the strength of the Psyker's abilities, and so Red could better control his pyrokinesis. "I hope I didn't burn his face," Red was afraid. He was fighting weird, Schwartz noticed. He should have figured it out himself, he thought. "All right, take him," said Red. "The object is ready for transport," said Schwartz to his own. "Mission accomplished. But what's this creep's name?" Schwartz asked, always forgetting names, not of European descent. "Ri-chan," he wondered. "Wei-chen, idiot," Sergeant Red answered him. Schwartz took a sip of soda. Those were glorious days, he thought. The war had just ended. Everyone was euphoric. He exhaled heatedly, drinking the entire can in one gulp, and squeezed it in his bare paw. Schwartz offered, but Han refused, noticing a huge bag of cans in the jock's hand, which made it clear why there were so many of them. "It's a strange situation. He has the body of an adult, but he's still a child. So you'll reach adulthood by the time you're old," Schwartz said sadly, pulling out the second one. "Leave Rai-chan, don't die in these couple years, and then we'll be sure to have tea," Schwartz suggested. "Don't even think of gluing. He is obliged to drink before he dies. Or it will be offensive," Schwartz said. "So we will talk about tea?" asked Han, instead of answering. "2 more years at most, and Han will be a better fighter than he is," Schwartz said, as a squad of sophomores ran past. "By then, even the Ark won't be able to control these Ark guys. They'll have matured." He looked thoughtfully at his hands. If the full-fledged soldiers, the disciples of the Ark, militated against him, Schwartz recalled the past. Then they had to mop up the entire 3rd year that got out of control. "If they go against the Arks, humanity is finished. Don't turn into a monster," the giant asked. Han had been practicing in the Octo gym. He could now play volleyball in his pre-flood armor. His control skills had increased. Cost efficiency is a magic term for engineers, Octo thought, watching Han's training session with amusement. And that devil Lee Han, extremely efficient, glared Octo at the dashboard with his bald head. Han, as far as we know, has the lowest psi abilities in Ark history, but the same goes for his minimum power. And that's a good thing, because there's no extra cost, allowing for more control, Octo pondered as Han sweated on the treadmill. If someone can divide their power into 10 parts, Lee Han can give out 1/20th. This is a true treasure, exulted Octo. He will achieve incredible results. The training is over, Octo said, and Han just lay on the ground with no strength. Activity period 25 minutes. Better than last time. Congratulations, stated the engineer. But it's a long way from actual combat, stated the guy. Take your time, for they have only just begun, replied Octo. No strength, complained Han, and the engineer hurriedly removed his armor. Khan drank the water greedily and rubbed his shoulders as he, Schumacher, asked him. All his muscles felt like they were twisted into a knot, Khan replied. It's understandable. He's working his ass off with his body and telekinesis until he collapses. You'll soon get used to it, Octo consoled. Second-generation tele-armor, much more comfortable, the engineer stated, and Han was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of the second model. It has to be called something, Octo said, but they can only create 80 sets. They don't have enough Dragon component. So it's clear who will get it. If there are 50 people in the third year, then we need 30 more, Han counted. Hush, hush, Octo besieged him. He's just an engineer. Training and selection issues don't bother him much. At this they said goodbye. Han saluted and was gone. It was late evening. When he encountered Sergeant Red walking around the base. Returning from Lee Han's third-year building, the sergeant greeted him. Just saw Silence, Red said. Out of old friendship, he was still keeping an eye on the whole whiskey troop. So just finished with the assignment, said Han. Silence was away for a couple days. You'll be glad to see him, said Red. He's his only 1-year-old. It's pretty boring when he's not around, Han said, thinking back to last weekend. And Silence himself said the same thing about him. It takes him a while to respond while typing, but you can get used to it, Han said. Everyone treats him well because Silence is strong. No, it's not that at all, Red thought, as he chewed on a peppermint stick as usual. The lad had always been so thoughtful. Despite his age, he recalled the beginning of Han's training. A contrived concern is always easy to recognize, and Silence is no fool and can always recognize falseness, so he should talk less to the others, Red stated. Would he want to be treated like a sick person for psychokinesis? The sergeant asked, not particularly quick to answer Han. By the way, why does Silence always wear a mask? Han asked, suddenly remembering it. He had always been tormented by this question. And he doesn't know. Red was surprised. But then he remembered that there was a child in front of him. The mask is not related to trauma. The nervous system, Han said. What to say? Red pondered as he finished his wand and approached Han. It's just for beauty, he replied. The boy will figure it out in time. Red grinned to himself. Welcome, newcomer. His name is Schwartz. He is a first-generation Psyker soldier. The corporal introduced himself, smiling dazzlingly. We'll take a tour of the local sites first, Schwartz stated, and ordered them to follow him. Del Simon was officially enrolled and arrived for his 3rd year. He's the genius everyone's talking about, Schwartz asked without looking up. They have big plans for him, the corporal stated, and Simon grew serious. Genius, he thought contemptuously. That's what they called him back home when he had barely mastered psychokinesis. A great future awaits him. You'll be the best when you enter the Ark, they assured him in no uncertain terms. And when he showed up at the site, he walked with his head held proudly high. Everyone parted before him, knowing his power and feeling it. There were a lot of psychokinesis-capable guys there, but he still believed he would be the best among them. This fool doesn't belong here. I'd better push him out, Simon thought, as he looked at the crying, curly-haired boy. How annoying he was with his whining, and that's as telekinetic as he was. Simon was angry. Stop pissing me off, Simon thought, and glared angrily at the brat in front of him. And yet there was something he couldn't take, and then Simon had him like a cutlet. And now, Kuro's psychokinesis had reached the highest rank and surpassed his own. What he did on that court was unbelievable and unimaginable. You can't get to that level with training alone. What had he even done? Simon had broken more than one wall out of anger. This dead man only whimpered incessantly and cried, choking the Briton with wounded pride. Simon looked at himself in the mirror then. All this time he had been practicing hard. Day and night he sweated in training to get stronger. He practiced at night while everyone was asleep to keep his title of genius. But in the end, he was easily bypassed. Unscheduled meeting. I wonder what's up, thought Han. He sat alone in the meeting room. Opposite landed a cadet wearing a skull mask. Since they were both summoned, this could be another mission. Corporal Zaire, greeted Han, seeing a familiar face. Long time no see Li Han, said the corporal. He would become deputy squad leader. Han marveled at the sudden promotion. They don't have many Psy first-generation fighters in the ranks. There aren't enough commanders for everyone. He knows about the rift in Tehran, Zaire asked. Tirana, the capital of Albania, the place in Eastern Europe where the second crack opened during the war. In those days, people were not able to fight back against monsters, so the entire Balkans turned into a mountainous wasteland. Surely the enemy is trying to open a crevice like in Shinju again, Han said, remembering his first fight. Believe me, it's more serious than that. All the combined forces that controlled the rift have been destroyed, Corporal Zaire reported. A second wave of attack will be announced soon, and the members of the Ark need to be ready for it. So the enemy is that strong, Han wondered. Ella Majors can open warp tunnels, so monsters can move in huge groups. Their numbers are growing. Maybe this time they can even open an interdimensional portal. Han clenched his fist and let go of it. Things were only getting worse. The premonition of the apocalypse was hitting them harder and harder. This time the dragons might show up in their world for real with the whole cast, Han thought. They turned around as another invitee entered the room. Slightly delayed, the last member of the squad has arrived, Schwartz said, and brought with him an old acquaintance. You don't need to introduce them in the same course, Schwartz said. Again their rivalry had not died down, but instead flared stronger so that it could be felt without psi sensors. This scumbag always got in his way, as if he was better than him, Simon thought. They would have been thrown out of here by now if it weren't for him. Simon decided he would be the best and took his seat. All assembled, back to the main points, Schwartz said, and took the head seat. Their goal is to stop the opening of a dimensional rift across the rift and prevent a large invasion from happening. 7 first-generation soldiers in Telebrons will support them. However, they can commit no more than 3 air support units, which is all there is, Schwartz said. If they fail and the dragons infiltrate their world, they will have to fight face to face. He's ready for this. This is what they trained for, Han thought. When are we leaving? He asked without hesitation. Right away, Schwartz immediately replied, adjusting his permanent glasses. They arrived at the forward deployment base, an outpost in Tirana, only 20 kilometers from the rift. They were shown satellite images. In one area, several psi shields were seen at once that protected El from bombardment. The dragon summoning ritual takes place in one of them for sure. The plots are closed, but it's impossible to find out which one it takes place in. Even nuclear bombs can't penetrate such shields. Besides, it's an urban landscape there, and the grunts can dig tunnels underground. So a bombing wouldn't hurt them in any way. From personal experience, laughed the speaker. Let's go over the details of the operation, Han said, gathering his squad of 4 fighters. Zaire Simon, silence, listened intently. Tanks and artillery moved into position first to provide cover for the operation. Monsters with clubs and skin armor already filled the streets of the city. While the combined forces fight an army of goofy monsters, Psyker squads break in under the teleshields. There is a board in the air with 7 soldiers in body armor, but only 3 can hold them, Han reminded. We need to hold out without support even at the cost of casualties. After all, the freak's goal is to lure out their tele-armor, Han said. On the signal, the operation was launched. The Allied army troops fired a volley at the monster hordes. Monsters were put down by the hundreds, with multiple bursts from machine guns and volleys of guns. Grunts are dumb and didn't pose much of a threat given modern weaponry, but what was worth fearing was their collective lunacy. When they saw the target, they ran towards it, despite being wounded, constantly clanking their teeth to put the others in a state of Zerg rush. 30 of these behemoths will gladly throw themselves under the tracks of a tank to serve it up. Their main advantage is their numbers and lack of fear. Even the modern army had difficulties with them. But while the common soldiers did their job, the Psyker squad moved to the rear toward their main objective. The enemy is right on course, gave Li Han's readiness over the intercom. There was a small squad of 4 monsters in front of them that was covering the rear. An explosion sounded nearby, and rock debris flew at Han's squad. Growling, an even larger and more formidable monster emerged from the wreckage of the building. It wouldn't be an easy walk, Han realized, estimating the monster's size. The beast roared menacingly at them to instill fear, Ogre, Simon reported. Corporal Zaire and Silence, deal with the grunts, Khan ordered. He quickly assessed the situation and made a lightning-fast decision. He and Simon will take care of the ogre, Han said, pulling out his spear. The rifle was useless against such a giant. Silence moved first as the fastest member of their squad. The ogre held out his huge paw. He was taller than the houses that stood nearby. Han threw a grenade at him to keep his paw from clutching Simon. Over here, creature, he shouted to the monster, through the helmet speakers to get its attention. Ogre grabbed the car like a tin can and forcefully threw it at Han. The car bounced with a pancake as the ogre unleashed his attack. At the last moment, Han managed to bounce to the side. He's behind the monster's head. Clear the way, Han ordered Simon. Got it, Simon said, and used the sai to lift several large rocks at once. Simon shouted forward, and Han was able to climb the rocks as if they were stairs. He quickly jumped straight to the head of a huge ogre that towered at the 4th floor level. Han ran up the monster's shoulder, right up to its big ugly head, and hit him in the narrow slot between the armor where the monster's eyes were. The monster screamed in pain. Han threw his spear at the monster's eye and pulled out a grenade. He threw it right into the open throat before the monster slammed its jaws shut. An explosion rang out, and Simon barely had time to catch Li Han and protect him from the shrapnel. The grenade exploded in the throat area, the dense environment amplifying the explosion. After landing, Han returned his spear. Went he ordered as the carcass settled to the ground. That's definitely the guy he'd seen before, grinned Zaire. He noticed even then that the kid stood out from the other 3rd graders. But now, even with the fact that he himself had spent most of his life on the battlefield, Zaire felt he was being led into battle by an experienced and reliable commander. They moved on quickly and stealthily through the tangled streets of the abandoned city. There were several bodies of soldiers lying in one of the alleys, and there were signs of battle everywhere. Khan touched the blood. It hadn't clotted yet. The marks were fresh, he said. They had died recently. Werewolf hair, Simon said to Han, picking up a clump of hair from the ground. So the Yellow Hunters are here too, Han realized, and immediately thought about what to do next. Simon, silence. Prepare your melee weapons, Han ordered them. If there are defenses here, they're easier to kill with cold weapons than to shoot, Han thought, picking up a stone from the ground. He threw the stone into the dark undercroft and it ricocheted. Everyone listened for other sounds and a rustle of movement reached them. Han pulled out a flashbang grenade and jumped out of the corner first. Immediately a couple werewolves were hiding waiting for them. They roared upon seeing their prey. Han threw them a grenade and clamping his ears he jumped back. There was a loud pop and a flash. Simon and Silence jumped around the corner and began chopping down the blinded opponents. In no time at all, he had slaughtered the defenseless werewolves. But in that instant, Han noticed the gunman on the roof of the house that was already aiming at them. He yelled for cover as the hunter fired, drawing his bow with Psy. The charges struck the dead soldier's corpse without harming the others. Simon threw his makeshift shield to the ground, and everyone looked at him strangely. "What? Their lives are more important," he replied to Silence's mute gaze. "We have to stop this creep," Han realized. He pulled out a live grenade and ran forward. Zaire had estimated the distance too far and got worried. The enemy will have time to dodge, and the blast won't hit him, Simon thought. Han swung the grenade like he was making a throw in a baseball game and put his psychokinesis into it. Hunter saw the grenade throw and jumped to the side to dodge the hit. But the grenade changed its angle of flight and swerved sharply toward the enemy. There was an explosion after a direct hit on the target. "Mighty Jedi you have become," Silence wrote to him, giving him a thumbs up. He didn't know much about telekinesis, but the commander seemed to have done something cool. Han grinned. "It's a complicated technique," Simon agreed mentally, "like shooting a three-pointer from the middle of the field with your back to the basket." The horde of monsters moved from the rift into the city like a torrent of mud from the mountains. There was a huge explosion, and some of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Beneath their carcasses, the teleshield they were masking was discovered. Sector 9, a teleshield was discovered and must be eliminated. Izzy's squad is heading to the target point, about a kilometer to go. We'll be there in 5 minutes, Han relayed. Before doing so, Khan ordered Corporal Zaire to prepare a stretch and to use more grenades. "The enemy will come running here as soon as he hears the gunfire," Han said. He had already calculated everything. He's the fastest to become a real soldier, Zaire thought. But deep down it hurts, because in the battle he is led by a child who is barely 11 years old. The monsters have surrounded the teleshield in a tight ring, so you can't approach it unnoticed. All squad members except Silence will clear a path to the teleshield. They'll provide a corridor between the crowd of monsters and let Silence back off. "Accepted," replied Silence and prepared to jump. "He was enveloped by psi waves counting on you," said Han. The girl sat in front of an old tube TV. She put on her favorite movie, the one about the samurai who cut the moon. Air, she repeated to herself 10 years later the phrase of a character from a movie. Air, that's what the samurai said before delivering one swift blow. Silence surrounded herself with a psi field and melted into the air before jumping. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ella's teleshield. 2 swings and a shield capable of withstanding the impact of a nuclear bomb was ripped apart. Before the mage could react and restore his defenses, he lost his head. The masked girl stood in the midst of the dumb zombies who had become even dumber without a commander. No pity, the red lettering on the helmet mask appeared. Silence began its deadly dance. Each swing meant the death of the enemy. She jumped up, dropping a bunch of grenades on the stupid monsters. There was an explosion, but Silence managed to make a backward leap. She slid between her partners who were holding her escape route and stepped out of the gloom behind them at a safe distance. "Izzy's squad destroyed Point 9. We can get back early," Han relayed. "What's with the writing? It's childish," Simon barked at Silence, but the girl answered him with her trademark gesture. A flying support bot cut through the night sky with a roar. It barraged over the fault line in the operation area. The first support pod shot downward, to the aid of another squad. Han saw the trooper land, a long, braking plume of jet engines left in the air. "One support telearmor has already gone. We need to hurry," Han realized. Izzy 1, as heard on Alpha 1 comms, heard Han's radio transmitter crackle. "If it's Alpha 1, then their leader is on the comms," Han realized and replied. "They're going to Point 8, right?" asked Alpha 1. "They're not far away and can join." "They've already cleared their locations. They're fast," Han marveled. "Right, good thing we made it in time," heard Han's panting voice. "But there's a problem." "Which?" Han asked briefly. "They are being chased." He had time to think. They had dealt with the Ella mages, but the rest of the monsters hadn't scattered and were chasing them now and hanging mobs on their tails. Alpha 1 was running away from an entire army of monsters at once. Warrior hunters, werewolves, grunts. The purple discharges of the rift seemed to shine brighter, near him. Even the light wasn't needed. Squad leader Alpha 1, named Derek, wields electricity, Han remembered. "I wonder if there's a place where he can use his abilities to their full potential," Han thought. "Can you hear Izzy?" Derek asked, loud and clear. Han replied, "Good," because they thought Silence meant Izzy had decided to leave them. "Turn right after 500 meters and run another 200, Khan ordered them. "And you'll see a big outdoor pool. There's no water in the city, but it rained recently. There should be some water there," Derek heard. "I can't believe he developed such a strategy in a short period of time," Derek marveled. "Heading there, Izzy 1, the Alpha commander replied. He encouraged. "If we go back to the Ark, we'll be good friends," he told Han. Not if, but when, Han replied, agreeing with Derek. Even though they had gotten the plan, they still needed to dodge the mob of monsters. The werewolves were biting at their already heels and were about to grab a bigger piece. "It's a long way to run," shouted the soldier that lost his satchel. Almost on the spot, answered the Alpha commander. "This is the turn. As soon as we get there, I'll roast them alive," he shouted. He unleashed a psi force, preparing in advance to strike. "It's empty," Han paled, realizing his plan had gone to waste. "The walls are broken. The water is gone through the cracks," Simon stated. Ugly, Han thought, frozen in indecision, wondering what to do next. Again, that clammy feeling of despair crept up on him, for he had failed his men. Miscalculated and screwed everyone, he thought, and didn't immediately hear his name called. "Calm down. It's all right. No one's dead yet." Zaire shook him by the shoulder. He knew immediately what Han was feeling. Han turned around, the obsession of his feelings falling off him. Han's squad moved to meet the second group to cover them. "The enemy is approaching. Everyone get ready," Han ordered them, pulling out his melee spear. Izzy's squad is on the horizon, puffing a surprised Derek to cheer his own. "Hurry up," he shouted, "or we'll all be left without a seat." The crowd of werewolves still ran after them without lagging a step behind. Alpha Squad went to meet up to cover the fugitives. "Cover them," Han ordered. He needed to buy time to figure out what to do next. They engaged the werewolves in close combat. Simon was taking rifle fire covering the squad from the rear. They were surrounded, so Han ordered them to hit only those closest and break through. Even though they crammed the monsters into a tight spot, those monsters could set the masses. "We can't hold it off much longer. We need to call in the tele-armor," Zaire shouted to him. "Such a decision cannot be used amidst emotion, for the lives of all the fighters depend on it," Han tensed. Like Corporal Zaire says, if they request tele-armor, they will win the battle. They only have 2 paratroopers. He just have to deal with this situation, Han decided. Come on, think he demanded of his brain, searching for a solution. There it is. He saw a water tower in the distance. There might be water in it, he thought. There's a reserve supply of water here. How did he not notice it before? Han wondered. "Silence, Simon. Run to the other side of the pool," Han ordered. "Alpha 2, 3 and 4 pull the wire," he ordered the others. Luring them into the pool, Han put together a new plan and commanded confidently. "Silence. There is a tank next to the tree. Cut the lid and see if there is water there," ordered Khan. "Judging by its size, even if there's half a tank in there, they'll have enough for what they're planning. Simon, be ready to blow the prop," Han told him. The Khan deftly wielded his spear, piercing through his enemies. Ella's hunter fell dead in front of him, but there were many other enemies ahead. "Okay, got a message from Silent Khan. His orders were carried out. Now they could withdraw." "Squad retreat! Alpha 1 get ready!" shouted Han to Derek. Simon bent the supports of the water tower, and the tank began to tumble in the right direction. The water splashed over the severed top and filled the pool where the pursuers were already piled up. Derek stepped forward to the EL warriors. They seemed to be waiting for an open fight with him. It was time to prove himself, the fighter said. The Alpha commander slammed his fists together, and a discharge leaped between them with a deafening crackle. The main course of the evening, an electric charge, said he, flashes surrounded his entire body. Clueless monsters did not immediately realize that they were invited to a breakdance party, but they still had to dance. Flashes of lightning flashed so brightly that they illuminated several blocks around at once. When the discharges subsided, Derek said, "And who's a badass now? He's a badass now, Victory," laughed the Alpha commander. He laughed until his nose was bleeding and the fighter fell into Han's arms. "I'm sorry all my strength is gone. Take care of the Alpha squad," said Derek. "Even though it's hard, they need to keep going," said Han. The remaining 2 telearmors landed at Ella's 3rd dome. "The last ground support is down. This bunch has been defeated. We need to help the others," Han said. In the light of the flashes, they advanced to the point past mountains of charred corpses. "Can we get rid of all the monsters?" "There seem to be too many," Zaire asked. That last spurt, said Han. They had come to the point where most of the different monsters had gathered. Warriors in tele-armor with guns in their hands were making their way through these hordes. Before the glittering orb, the path led through a carpet of monsters. "Silence, break through the shield," ordered Han, and the girl immediately jumped forward. As usual, she led them on the cutting edge of the attack. Breaking through the shield, they raced under the dome. Han stepped inside. The shield behind their backs closed again, but the squad froze in place. What is this, Han wondered. What's going on? The Ella mage was leading his mass, and the monsters sat meekly around with their paws up. "There's no time to think. Attack the mage. Ella must be eliminated," Han ordered everyone. But at that instant, the Major's teleshield cracked, and a bolt of psi lightning struck the center, illuminating everything with a bright light. Han stood over the body of the slain mage and didn't know what to do. Further, the monsters didn't react. He took off his helmet to peer into the rift with his own eyes, and a familiar feeling came over him, just as it had back then in Shinju. From where the mage stood, an ominous vortex with powerful psi waves began to unfold. A huge three-toed clawed paw emerged from it, larger than Han had ever seen in his life. Monster was too weak a word to describe the horror he felt looking at it. Suddenly Han felt small, wanting to crawl into a hole and shrink into a lump. Only the front paws were visible. Compared to what he had studied in the Ark, this one was at least twice the size of any past dragon. He still stood still. What could they even oppose such power? Silence reacted quickly. The girl kept her eyes on the commander and jumped towards him. They come out of the crack, Han thought, staring mesmerized instead of running away. What a doozy, Silence thought. Don't you dare die, she wrote to him before they entered the dome, as if sensing something wrong. Courage is not denying fear, but overcoming it. She wrote a phrase from the movie, but it was to the point. Who's going to die here? Han grinned. What movie is that from? He asked. The movie Luna about the samurai, she replied. In one motion, she grabbed Han and tore away with the young commander. When we get back to the Ark, we'll look together. She remembered Han's words and took him aside. As they scurried away, the monster's mouth appeared. Like a giant whale, he opened it and devoured all the monsters like plankton. Long rows of razor-sharp teeth protruded saw-like from his mouth. Carcasses of blunt minions sprinkled down his throat. There was tremendous pressure coming from the dragon, so they couldn't even stand up on their feet because of this shivering. Our fighters exclaimed Khan. The troglodyte had devoured everyone in the square and the common soldiers too. A wave of horror swept through the ranks of survivors who watched the dragon's teeth being ground into mush. His head, body, and one paw came out of the rift. If it weren't for the narrowness of the passage, he would have jumped out of the gap by now. Khan rose to his feet, a mountain looming before him, with intelligent eyes glittering with malice at the top. The crack is small, only the head and front paws are visible. We need to request telearmor immediately, Han thought. But the giant opened his cave and roared at the top of his lungs. A deafening scream echoed throughout the city and far around. Everyone who could feel the psi waves was hit with a heavy shock. Silence fell to her knees. What this feeling was, Han didn't understand. He had never experienced anything like this before. Some soldiers, unable to bear the horror, put a gun to their heads. The dragon looked up at the moon, like the ancient beast Fenrir from the myths that threatened to devour the entire world. Here you miserable humans are, he transmitted in a creepy voice through the psi to each soldier. Han fell to his knee as if from a blow, his head splitting at the words of this giant, the power of his psi surpassing all living things around him. When the crack gets bigger, I'll devour everyone, murmured the calamity in a terrible voice. No, get out of my head, Simon shook with fear and pain. Let's get rid of this first, the dragon said, and looked up from all the ugliness they had created from their flesh and blood. Directly above them in line of sight flew a troop bot for body armor. Wants to shoot down the landing bot. Need to stop it, Han realized through the pain. But he couldn't take a step without his head tearing apart. The dragon gathered the psi waves into the funnel of its mouth. For its size, it could have caused a cyclone. We're all going to die here, Simon realized. Han stood closest to the dragon, his paw rising up like a mountain. If he didn't get up now, death awaited them all, Han realized. He should start acting now. Han released his psi control, and with all his might he rushed toward the monster that was charging the volley with its maw. He reached for his spear, which was not far away. For such a monster it was like a toothpick, so he had to go higher, Han realized. He was pierced with pain from the dragon's psi control, but he overpowered himself and was able to move. What is this, Del Simon thought. He was torn with pain. It was like he was going crazy. Die, one word repeated many times and filled his entire mind. With a tremendous effort of will, he suppressed the urge to kill himself immediately. How should they be? Simon looked at the commander as he came to his senses a little. As soon as he was the only one who managed to keep his sanity and stand on his feet, Simon saw Han run forward. Here are the documents he asked for. A folder was tossed on the table in front of him. And what are they going to do about being promoted to third-year students? Sergeant Red asked. Schwartz, thoughtful, began leafing through the personnel files of each fighter in the folder. One will be sent on an operation to Tirana to Ri Chan's unit, Schwartz said. Ri Chan, Red wondered. Li Han. That's what he calls him, Ri Chan, the big guy explained. What's so funny about the name Ri-chan? Sergeant Red asked, pulling out a peppermint stick. The same thing with Wei Cheng, you're not developing at all, Red said. And you can't eat sweets, Schwartz replied. Knut Meyer, the Hitler, Red suggested. He likes this one. They have something in common in their looks, Schwartz stated, showing a picture of Dmitri. This kid is better than that one, Red argued. They're the same. But this one looks like him in some ways, Schwartz replied. They don't bicker and stand at attention without waiting for orders, Red said. Are they friends? Schwartz asked. No way, the sergeant replied. If they fight, it's a mess. But the mission won't fail because of it. He doesn't like to lose, Red said. Maybe that's what drives him. Li Han can and he can't, Simon screamed at himself and released psi waves to push back the dragon's control. He could definitely do it if even that weakling hissed, angry at himself. Han felt a powerful psi force helping him run, as if pushing him. He pushed off and was able to make a powerful leap towards the colossal dragon's head. With his last strength, Simon reached straight for the dragon's eye, an eye larger than Han's in size, focused on him. Han didn't even think it would kill the monster, but if he distracted it even a little, they'll have a chance, Han thought, and struck with all his strength. In that instant, they were stunned and blinded by the blaze of a psi volley from the dragon's mouth. Han was blown away like a feather by the mere outgoing wave of impact. A beam of psi power burned through the air near the troop ship, scorching it. Khan fell to his lowest point and rolled on the ground. The huge dragon turned its maw towards him. A pathetic attempt, murmured the voice of a dragon with an ego as exorbitant as his own. Humans are not capable of anything. His left arm and leg were numb from the impact. Even his sturdy body falling from such a height couldn't withstand it, Han realized. He seems to be the only one in this world who hasn't lost hope. Don't like this stubbornness, murmured a voice in Han's head. Come here, Microbe. The dragon held out a clawed paw the size of a house to him. That's it, Han thought. But suddenly the dragon's paw froze in front of him. Why are you sitting there doing nothing? The dragon asked in a creepy voice. The crack is closing, Han heard in his head, his calculation succeeding. The dragon forcefully tried to hold back and scrabbled with its claws with a terrible gnashing sound. He'll answer for this, the monster growled at him and pulled his paw toward Han again. But he couldn't even get up, let alone crawl away, so that was the end of it, Han thought. In that instant, a shockwave hit him and the ground shook beneath him. Tele-armor, Han wondered. The soldier in armor had closed him off from the monster's paw. Jumped even without the extra protection, Han realized. Only one man could dare to leap into the thick of it without compensators. Good thing I made it in time, said a cheerful voice from the speakers. No one else survived. The legs of the tele-armor were crumpled. All the servos were rendered unusable by the impact. Don't you dare die, Ri-chan, laughed a voice from the speaker as the dragon clutched his paw. He began to be pulled into the hole, and he dragged the tele-armor like a toy with him. No, screamed Han. He couldn't move or stop crying. He was completely empty as the sun rose over the empty city. Warhammer, code name of the 8th dragon that appeared during the Tehran operation. Interesting name she gave him, Grace, Alexander said. He is different from all the dragons that have appeared before. Bigger and stronger, said the scientist. It took 4 armor, irretrievably lost. Even if you empty the entire budget, it does not guarantee success, Alexander pondered. Fortunately, after this phenomenon, the number of countries that were willing to support the Ark increased dramatically, as did their support. Even if there are purists among them, their position should weaken with the appearance of Warhammer, the Chief of Staff pondered. Pause it? He asked over the speakerphone as everyone was shown the video of the battle from the soldiers' cameras. Who shot him in the eye? Alexander asked, noticing the toothpick sticking out of the dragon. Sometimes he looks like a man who has no emotions at all, Schwartz told him. Therein may lie the rationality of his actions, the giant pondered aloud as they conducted a training spar. Even if that path leads to death and he thinks it's the only way, Schwartz threw a lot of punches. He chooses her anyway, he said, while Han fought back strenuously. Catching the moment, the corporal made a pass on the throw and grabbed Khan. Don't you dare die and be sure to survive, said Schwartz, dropping the guy on the mats again. Now get up, Li Han smiled dazzlingly at him one last time at the big man. Han opened his eyes and found Sergeant Red above him. It's not like he was doing anything to him, Han thought. Woke up, asked Red. How long has he been here? Asked Han, rising in pain. 2 days now, replied the sergeant. Captain Schwartz, the first thing Han thought of when he finally woke up. Missing with that thing, reported missing, not dead, Red answered him. Sarge, I want to be alone, the boy said heavily and clenched his fists. Red walked out of the room, creaking his prosthetic leg, and glanced unhappily at those gathered under the door. "What are you all here for? A club of doves or something?" Red asked them. "Just came to his senses, said he wanted to be alone," Red replied. He understood these men well. Han sat for a long time just staring at the wall and pondering. A cold determination was maturing in his eyes, and the last echo of his childhood was dying in his soul. Most countries have no data on enemy activity, meaning most died in Tirana or lay low. "And well, you can exhale. That's it for today," Alexander said. "Wait," the bald fat man held him up. "There's one more problem to solve." Octo, Alexander twitched nervously, and everyone else that was already exhausted from the last few days. "The second-generation prototypes entrusted to the first group should go to him," the fat man stated. "What more nonsense," objected the old man engineer that worked on them. "They can be launched now," Octo replied to this. "What do you mean launched? You can barely move in them." "The dragon component factor is too high," the old man argued. But Octo was not relenting and raised a shout. "He won't give anything away." "Little did the fat man have in mind," shouted the old man. "There is one candidate who is perfect for the test," declared Octo confidently. "Explain your plan, Octo. This shouting doesn't add to understanding," angered Alexander. 3 days later, Han had left the hospital and was hanging around the base when he ran into Simon. They silently drew up in the hallway, as was their custom. "Thanks for helping with the dragon," Han said, acknowledging his services. But Simon was even more pissed off by this. It would be better if Han continued to act like a commander. "Don't bullshit. He's been squad leader so many times and he's still being bullied?" Simon was angry. "Don't compare him to your own from the squad," he shouted at Han. And how many times had he beaten them? Recently, Kijo had lost. "What a pity," Han replied. "Let's go to the gym. He'd rather have 2 arms broken," Simon suggested heatedly. "Come, no problem," quickly accepted his challenge Han and clenched his fist. He didn't want to give in. And like 2 stubborn sheep, they changed direction and stomped into the hall to settle the matter. He looked upset. Maybe he shouldn't have pushed him, thought Han. Maybe he shouldn't have shown so much insecurity, thought Simon. And what to do with this invalid now? Simon thought, seemingly already awake, watching Han's opponent. Besides, you can't appear weak in front of him, both young lambs thought. "Lee Han, Simon," a familiar voice called out to the 2 boys. "Long time no see," Dmitri told them. He and Knut had been transferred to the 3rd year as well. "They both need to cool down. Do you agree?" Han asked. "I don't want to see. Watch out, or the other arm will break," Simon warned. They met like longtime friends after a long separation. "That's Lee Han. He really did him in with his spear." The cadets of the 3rd Corps shouted in the dining hall when they saw Lee Han. "And how's the great hero's mood?" Knut quipped. Not amused, Khan muttered back. He wasn't used to so much attention. "It's much easier for everyone to pass the time talking like this than waiting for the inevitable," another guy told him. "Remember, Lee Han, we promised to be friends if we survived," he said, smiling. "Alpha 1, Derek, that was a good electrophoresis for monsters," Han said. He recognized his name too. "Well, nice to meet you," the swarthy guy said. "And here it goes again," Derek said. He, as everyone in the dining room, looked that way. Toward Han's table, with a huge cake on a tray, stepped a girl in an informal outfit that everyone assumed was a guy. "Silence!" Han recognized his silent partner. 5 days had passed, Derek stated. They say that when he has something to think about, he can sit staring at a wall for ages without drinking a drop of water. He said he was practicing wall wrestling, Derek said. Silence eats a lot, Han wondered. But today he broke all records, Knut agreed. And as soon as it fit, they stared at the huge cake that Silence tossed onto the table. "Oh, new mask?" asked Han. "Silence came in a cloth mask. Forgot to charge," wrote she. Right. He wouldn't be able to eat. Han remembered that the lower jaw of the mask was moving. Why would he want to fight the wall? Han asked. Captive of memories, couldn't forget the day I watched him fight alone. Silence replied impersonally as always. "Who's that with him?" asked the samurai girl. "Knut Maha, a classmate from the 13th, Han said. "Hi, who knows if he'll remember him or not?" said Hello. Friendly Knut looked out from behind the cake. "I'll remember him," pinged the girl. She lifted the mask, and Knut, who had been watching her face, experienced a strange confusion. The narrow chin, the soft lips, what it meant. What is it with him? Suddenly Knut felt hot as he watched Silence eat gracefully. He was puffing away in the gym, where Silence usually came too. He couldn't believe that there was a girl in the ark, and now he kept staring at the lean physique, a particular grace. But the face was hidden by a mask all the time. But what if Silence is a guy? Then that's a lot of stress, scared Knut. He should check everything out personally, he pondered, and puffed harder on the trainer. He is Knut Meyer, brought up on the North Sea of Norway, a descendant of the Vikings. He does not run away from danger, but comes face to face with it. The sea was splashing in. Now was the perfect moment, for the automatic mask could not be removed quickly, thought the desperate lad. Rumor has it that Silence's face is covered in scars, Knut thought as he casually walked by. So if it's true, you'll have to apologize, he thought, eyeing his target intently. Knut made a tug with his hand, but Silence seemed to evaporate. The girl instantly rose and cracked Knut in the stomach with her foot so that he flew off. There were 5 meters between them, and now Silence was approaching him menacingly. It's worth growing eyes in the back of your head. Without that rule, a soldier can't survive. She shook her finger. Well, we'll see about that. Knut was angry. What other rules were there he didn't understand? I don't think it's worth repeating, Han warned him. They're different with him. He can't resist if he's interested in something. Knut replied to that. Knut, what a lad, Derek said, and grabbed Knut's shoulder. I see, he stated following. Dormitory roof at lunchtime. We'll discuss all the details there, he said in a conspiratorial tone. Someone has a plan, smiled contentedly Knut. Agreed, the 2 cadets became fast friends and exchanged a firm, masculine handshake. And so let us introduce ourselves, they said to Knut. They were called the Discoverers of the Mask of Silence. It's short for PMT, and they have one goal to find out who's under the mask, Derek stated. He had 2 other guys with him. Greetings, comrade, one of them said, and held out a badge to Knut's open palm. A brooch of pin and cap. Knut glanced dubiously at the piece. What's not to like? His boyfriend asked, noticing the Viking descendant's disdainful look. It's done so poorly and looks like garbage. With a symbol like that, the whole organization could look like a dumpster, he stated. Garbage is what they're aiming for. One of the details their organization keeps secret, Derek replied. It's impossible to defeat Silence alone, but if he joins, there are already 4 of them. What is the minimum number of participants in an operation? He asked. Exactly 4, Knut thought. That part encouraged him. They were now a unit capable of defeating a dragon. They can handle everything when there are 4 of them, Derek supported him. It's perfect for the PMT Society. Okay, but what's the operation? Knut asked, elated at the idea that he had gained new allies. In 20 minutes, at 7 o'clock, Silence has a training session scheduled on interdimensional travel. And after a while, Silence will be exhausted, and then they'll attack him, Derek said. Isn't that mean? Questioned Knut. And does he really know nothing about Silence? Replied Derek. Maybe we'll have a look first, and then he can express his opinion, the Alpha Commander suggested. It's time to start, thought Silence as she stood at the start line after a short warm-up. 6 jumps as usual, 35 meters each, the last vertical by all rules. He estimated the trajectory of the drive between 6 checkpoints. The girl vaporized in the psi field, and in a flash passed 6 points one by one. When she touched the plates, they lit up green. Even faster and farther away, Silence was putting on a full display. Pushing off the ground, he soared into the sky above the neighboring buildings, the acceleration increasing as the skill was used. But kinetic energy was added to the fall. Silence landed on the inflatable mat. Saw it. During the spurt, you can't catch him, Derek said. And even Knut huffed. He hadn't expected this. That's how 2 sets will go. They can go down and get ready, the PMT leader said, as Silence prepared for the second run. Finally, today they would solve Ark's biggest mystery. The boys were excited again. Han was walking with a stack of books and various materials on dragons, and remembered the conspirators. Hope the guys will be okay, he thought. Knut had regeneration. But what if it was instant death? After a long, grueling workout, they surrounded her on the way to the locker room. The guys decided to act out in the open and take the number. They picked a pretty good spot for an ambush, a narrow corridor in which they healed the target on both sides. The whip regenerated quickly. He woke up lying on the floor and called out to the others. Why are they so weak? Resented Knut. He definitely broke a bone or 2. It's just that Silence is too strong, replied Derek. Yes, and his skills are useless on him, sighed the Alpha Captain. This can't go on forever, jumped Knut. They need a commander, someone to strategize and coordinate their actions, he decided. Knut, Derek, Han said hello, noting the bruises even on the Alpha Commander's swarthy face, and invited the slumped boys to join him. He doesn't really like doing things the rest of us might not like, Han stated, after hearing their request. Li Han, tell me honestly, isn't he interesting to know? Asked Knut. He refused to give up. What does Silence really look like? He asked Han. But the commander didn't change his face and quickly replied, no. Answered without even thinking, sighed, disappointed Knut. Well, they understood, he said. But he here remembered the 13th. A squad of their old days began to press him on the past. He remembered he was so cool that he'd organized his own troop. It was something special. Knut persisted, and Hunt tensed. Okay, they should go. Knut pretended to nobly walk away with nothing. Let's go, Derek, Knut called out to him. Sorry, Silence, thought Han mentally. Knut, this is the first and last time he helps in return. If it doesn't work out, just give it up, agreed Han. Done, said Knut, and gave a thumbs up with a satisfied grin. He knew the commander was too responsible to leave his squadmate behind, and that's what they need to do. So Silence is on the roof, started laying out Han's plan. They put up restrictive signs everywhere. Hope it works out. There are traps set up all over the core area. The locations are marked on a map. Here's forwarded to them, Han. There's not much time left, so try to figure it out quickly. Everyone sighed loudly in surprise as they assessed his plan. So detailed, they marveled. It even says what kind of species they are, of course. He told them Han was cool. Knut told the others. Try to move in pairs. Don't get closer than 20 meters. There's a high chance he'll just catch them, Han said. If he suddenly disappears, run as fast as you can, and then they might not be cut up like a cutlet, Khan warned. And so, everyone into position, he sent his squad off after a quick briefing. Han fixed the last trap on the roof. The time was already close to dusk. Communications check, he said, as he turned on the transmitter and everyone reported back. Now it really did look like an operation. Soon, the target will appear next to the first team. Fighter number 1, lead the target to fighter number 2, ordered Han. Whip became the first corral popping out from around the corner. Silence didn't bother to jump so as not to waste energy. He decided to just let it go, but Derek jumped out of the ambush, their actions much more coordinated than last time. But using her natural agility, Silence quickly dodged the hold. Target in the building, reported Knut. Fighters 1-2 go to the roof. Fighters 3-4, get ready, Khan ordered them. A sodacan flew into Silence's head as she was distracted. Traps, the girl wondered, noticing strings of stretch marks everywhere along the corridor. They had become much more organized than the samurai girl had realized before. It was unlikely that brains could have sprung up in their heads so quickly, so someone smart had joined them, Silence decided. What a degenerate, she thought, turning around at the noise of her pursuers. Target accelerated, got Han's report, and realized it was time. They didn't do anything but throw a can at him, but he flew out at tremendous speed, the squad reported. Apparently not going to attack, just be mindful of the traps, Han said. Knut and Derek had already returned. And be careful, Han thought, and got into a prepared stance. What a creep. There's no way he'd take on something like that. The samurai girl resented and doubted. But there's something wrong here. These assholes are definitely being led by someone, she thought, as she ran along the open path that led to the roof. Silence quickly tore straight to the top of the stairs. In one leap, she was already guessing where she was being led. I knew it. It's all bloody Li Han, thought the samurai girl, the year she reached the roof. He stood in front of the wide scraps of cloth on the ground as if waiting for her. Just amazing, she noticed the traps and freaked out even more. She's like some kind of animal to them. Silence rushed forward as soon as the corrals appeared behind her. She skipped over the first trap with a flicker. Once I get a second run past Li Han, that's what he thinks Han was counting on. But suddenly the trap began to collapse, though Silence did not touch it. Han himself was responsible for lowering the second trap. He pulled the ring and the netting collapsed. Now Silence could not use his abilities. When she disentangled herself, Han simply threw the bucket over her head with the words, "Sorry." "We must not delay now," shouted the lads, and rushed at the blinded target from 4 sides. In fact, he had only seen such tricks in movies, but he always wondered if someone could do such a thing in reality, Han thought. As it turns out, Silence can, and his abilities are astounding, marveled Han when the girl sent everyone to sleep. In the end, it was just the 2 of them in consciousness, all without removing the bucket from their heads. The girl took it off and stepped closer to him. Even through the mask you could read that Silence was enraged. Konjong-yi, she called him, and added a few more words in Messenger. Han looked after his frustrated, silent friend and felt bad. Apparently highly offended, Han thought, when Knut called out to him. Since he could put the bucket on his head, why didn't he take off his mask? Asked a frustrated Knut. They agreed, and he didn't do anything. He spoke as if they had been betrayed, but he didn't promise to do it, Shana replied. In the evening, he knocked on the next door, next to his room. Silence. He came to apologize, Han said in a guilty voice. Sorry about that, he muttered to her through the door. If it was a pity, then why did he do it, thought the girl. She was still very angry with him. Why would he do that, she asked, read Han on his bracelet. Couldn't refuse Knut when he asked so much. After all, they were in the same unit, Han replied. No, he's just an idiot, Han repented. But he was curious to know something too, he admitted. And what the girl asked. Wanted to see if he could catch silence with his powers, Han said. Besides, he was curious to know what he looked like. The usual curiosity embarrassedly excused himself. What a fool, she smiled, looking at his image on the intercom. Suddenly, the door opened for Khan, and the light of a lamp struck the dark corridor after rebuff. Apparently the mask had recharged enough, Han said. And what was he counting on? He quipped to himself. Don't do that again, she beeped at him on the bracelet's hollow screen. Okay, Han replied. Apparently Silence really does have reasons to hide his face. He has no right to insist, Han thought. Want to talk to Knut? He can call him to apologize too, Han suggested. It's all right. His apology is enough, the girl replied. It was exactly what she had been waiting for. If that's all, he should go, Han said. Hold the locomotive. The red spotlights of the mask stared at him insistently as Silence grabbed his shoulder. In the morning, they were prepared for departure, launched from the aircraft carriers, as otherwise the helicopters would not have enough fuel for the return trip. Today is the day they finally catch them, said Corporal Zaire as he watched the troop load. How did they find out where the headquarters was? Asked him Lao Cha, who was standing next to him. All because of Warhammer, replied Zaire. Because the appearance of the nemesis was inevitable, some would still have to surrender for their own safety, Lao realized. Unpleasant, though, Corporal Zaire replied thoughtfully. But it's all in the name of humanity and future generations, he said, when it was their turn to load into the Chinooks. Apologizing to Silence, Han asked when they were at a run. Yeah, he went the other day, didn't seem mad, said he even enjoyed beating them up, Knut replied. I hope he won't be looking for any more adventures, said Han. They had an agreement, answered Knut, as Dmitri approached them swiftly from behind. Break it up, the eternal training fanatic shouted to them. Would you like to watch a movie tonight? Han suggested. Silence gave him a flash drive. She pulled him into her room and was silent for a second, the first time she had a guy in her room. Remember he wanted her to show him the movie, the samurai girl asked. That's right, the samurai who chopped the moon remembered the name of the movie Han. Hold on a bit, I'll find the file, she said. These are all movie posters, Han wondered, glancing at the wall of posters. Among other things, the room was full of various edged weapons. Apparently he really likes movies, Han said, to Silence. It's the only way to see the outside world, she said. And Han wondered he didn't even remember this world of his past. I remember him saying he'd been in the Ark for a long time. He must have gotten here when he was 7 or 8, Han thought. It was hard to imagine. Apparently his whole life consists of studying in the Ark and movie posters, he thought when the girl found the flash drive. She knows the movie is different from reality, but still admires it, Silence said, catching Han's gaze. Enjoy watching, she wrote with an emoji and betrayed him with a flash drive. How few of them there are here at the track, Han thought as they returned from their run. There were only third graders here. Where are the rest of the guys, he wondered. They were coming up from the stadium when Han was blocked by a man with epaulets. Urgent business, follow me. The officer who had come for Khan personally told him, change your clothes and come out quickly. It's time for them to go. The officer gave him a helmet and told him not to ask questions, Han replied, eating. What happened that a whole major on a motorcycle came after him, and a regular soldier at that? Ark Division was jokingly referred to as a gift, Han thought, who found himself in a huge covered hangar. It's a popular joke among fighters, but inside it didn't look at all like he imagined. You'll come with me from here. The Chief of General Staff himself appeared before him, and Khan was beginning to think that tomorrow would be a world war. More questions came. He saluted and saluted the commander. Alexander went through a 2-step identity check, and they stepped into the elevator. Why was he summoned? He shouldn't be here, Han asked, realizing he was being led into the Holy of Holies of the Ark. Someone wants to see him even though it's against the rules, he said. Remember, he doesn't have much time, Alexander told him. Well, they're on the spot, showed him the ornate door. The second in command of the Ark unit wants to meet with him, the Chief of Staff said. Mr. Jürgen Teller? Han heard the familiar name and a chill ran through him. Come in, Han heard, and he entered a richly furnished office in classic style. He is the same Li Han, Jürgen Teller greeted him. He was sitting in his hospital chair with an IV sticking out of his arm. Come closer. Don't be shy. The head of the Ark held out his hand. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. One old man chained to a chair, he said. Han hesitantly held out his hand. He still didn't realize what this meeting was about. As soon as he took the old man's hand, a cage of psi waves appeared around them. What is this? Exclaimed Han. The old man had a dead grip on him, though he looked infirm. Let's just say it's his underside, his true colors, Jürgen Teller told him. Quickly he came to his senses. Everything is happening exactly as he heard it, he said. He is incredibly good for his age, and who made him that way? The environment he lived in. The old man took a knee. Permission to look, he pulled his hand toward Han's head. But at that moment, Han instinctively twitched and cut off their connection. He didn't like having someone poking around in his mind. "What are you doing, Li Han?" roared the chief of staff at him. "What's he doing?" Han replied, breathing heavily. He ran back as far as the bookcase. "He knows who he's talking to, Dandy," Alexander yelled. "It's okay, he's a kid. It's normal for kids to react that way." Jürgen calmed him down. He is very susceptible, but has shielded the mind well. "Couldn't even get a good look at anything," the head of the Ark told Han. As far as he knew, it was the chief of staff who questioned Ella's mage. "He's the only person in the entire general staff with telepathy," Han said. "Now that they have met in person, there is no longer any doubt. He can definitely be trusted with this," Jürgen said contentedly. "Second-generation telearmor," he added, and Han's eyes rounded. He had barely mastered the first generation. "But it seems already tired. Leave one," demanded Jürgen Teller, grabbing his head. "Commander Jürgen has some kind of mental problem," Han asserted more than asked. "Shut your mouth. It's none of his business. This meeting never happened," said Alexander. "I see. I just wanted to see if I was wrong in my assumptions," Han replied. "The marks on his wrists. It looks like Mr. Teller was tied up," Khan said. "And that protective device that keeps him from getting out. The commander seems to have a limited amount of time that he can stay sane," Han remarked. "It appears he is being kept restrained," he was saying, when Alexander interrupted him. "What is he trying to accomplish? Does he want to be praised for his ingenuity?" the chief asked. "But then sighed, right? He wasn't wrong. It was because Jürgen had worked hard," Alexander explained. "The time when he can be himself is limited. Most of the time he's dealing with paperwork and staff matters. So today, this precious time he spent on him—" "Do you know what that means?" asked Khan, the chief of staff. "Soldiers wearing second-generation telearmor, able to fight the dragon as equals. This means if a person doesn't fit their qualities, they can become a threat, no less than a dragon, to the rest of the world. So the old man wanted to test him to see if Han realized he'd become a threat to the world. Just remember that it was a tough decision," Alexander said, and turned around. "Of course complicated," Han replied, and squinted. He understood. After all, they would have to entrust everything to a 10-year-old, he said. "And he's a man of his word," Alexander replied without turning around. "Even he, chief of staff, forgets sometimes that he's dealing with children. It's cruel and shameful to blame saving the world on them. But maybe all this time they've been looking for a special kid like Han, a superhuman with a cold heart, that will take the burden. It's time for him to return to his location," the chief of staff said gravely. A few days later, they rode into camp with a few scientists. "It's so hot, Vashu Mashu," complained Knut, dousing himself with sweat. Even in the shadows like hell, Knut was making noise, sitting between Simon and Dmitri. "Stop whining and sit still. The Briton couldn't stand it. It's boring just sitting there," Knut replied. "So now you'll learn to fly." Simon was angry. They are now in the desert, in the middle of northern Africa, and in the past, this is where the fourth dragon appeared. It was incredibly strong and shot beams of psi that scorched everything around it. This created a deep crevice. Locals nicknamed it the Dragon Crevice, his chief of staff told him at a briefing. And recently, fossils have been found there that are too similar in shape to the remains of a dragon. And according to the data, they are older than mankind. "Hey, Silence, are your brains still fused in that can?" Knut asked. "It's so hot and he's wearing a hat." "Don't worry. Back in the Ark, the engineers screwed an air conditioner in there and gave me an extra battery," replied the samurai girl. "What did he say? And give it to me," began to break to silence Knut. And he was immediately banned from the chat room with a mighty kick of the leg. "Who do we have to work with?" Grabbed Han's head. "I can't wait to get back to the Ark." "That it's a little hot for the guys today," a group in lab coats addressed them. "Maybe someone would like to go with them and see the dragon's remains," the group leader asked. The group of Psykers immediately pretended to be dumb, blind, and deaf. No one wanted to be dragged to the bottom of the gorge. "He will go," replied Han, as the most responsible he felt he must do so. "He'll go too," Silence texted him. There should be 2 Psykers in the group, and the heat didn't bother her. A mixed group of scientists, security fighters, and Psykers were descending in the elevator. "Over there," said Han, who was walking ahead and lighting his way with a lantern. It was cool at the bottom of the artificial gorge. "That's huge, if it really is a dragon," he exclaimed, noticing a fossil sticking out of the wall. "He must be of the same class as Vrahamith," Khan remarked. "Touch it with psi," the team leader asked him. Han touched the rough stone. That's what he was called for. His body immediately reacted to the surge of psi, as if he had come into contact with the dragon component. "That's it! numbed the scientist's god, shrieked someone when the dragon's huge paw lit up with psi waves. Han grimaced, and Silence quickly helped break his contact with the dragon. She gently put her arm around his shoulders and kept him from falling. But Han didn't understand the gesture. Appreciated it though, he said thank you. After contact with the dragon's remains, he felt squeezed like a lemon. I can't believe my eyes. This is really the remains of a dragon. It's time to start studying. Good work. You can rest, said the head of the expedition. Silence helped Han reach the elevator. If this was the remains of the dragon, couldn't get this discovery into Han's head. So dragons really did exist long before mankind, he thought. What is it? The scientist shined his flashlight on the strange find at the bottom of the cave. What happened? Asked his partner. He stepped on something, replied the other. There is a strange thing, toothy and next to an alien dragon. Let me think I'll touch it. Ah, heard Han with Silence, the exasperated shriek of a curious scientist who had bought his diploma in the crosswalk. What's going on? Other scientists came running to his aid. Somebody unhook that from him, the truant shouted, and the ugly shape clung to him with a leech in its arm. Stinking splashes of green substance began to erupt from the monster's throat. Rising higher up the arm, "Save, help, help," shouted the man who didn't know not to touch suspicious regions with his hands. The three guards began firing their rifles at the part of the monster that was sticking out of the ground, forgetting that they could hit the victim of the formation. The monster, meanwhile, only grew and swallowed the scientist whole. They were too late, they shouted. He had already been devoured. Now everyone into the elevator shouted to them vividly, Han. He had already assessed the level of threat. Damn it, it's the death worm, they shouted, and all of them rushed to the elevator. Han remembered how they had been told about these monsters. Pretty soon, he should turn into a cocoon and give himself a new look. Get them up quickly, Khan ordered the men on duty upstairs. As audibly, he shouted into the bracelet. Your left, everyone prepare for battle, Khan ordered before the elevator even began to rise. The beast had gathered into a cocoon with a tough shell of poisonous acid color. The enemy is that worm over there, Han reported over the local comms. About to move to stage 2, he said, noticing how the monster's shell began to crack. With a loud scream and a scramble, the monster burst out of its cocoon. It's a fast bastard, already out of its cocoon, Han exclaimed. He watched as the huge, many-legged worm approached them in sinuous movements. Nightmare, he's coming this way, clutched in a pile of lab coats. The beast climbed onto the steel elevator and began to gnaw on it, vibrations rippling through the hull. The elevator hummed relentlessly and lifted them right up with the monster. Han looked straight into the jaws of the monster, which was tearing metal with its jaws. He stood in front of everyone and waited patiently, calculating how much time they had left before the elevator box collapsed. Calm down, Han barked at the panicking tadpoles. There's still a bit left, he said. They're lucky the worm hasn't gotten the idea to chew off the cables. Everyone listen carefully, Han commanded over the intercom to his Psykers. We need to catch this bastard, immobilize him, and cut off his head. He must not eat anyone, or he will only get stronger. Finally, the elevator stopped humming, and they reached the top of the gorge. Target in place, everyone in position, Khan commanded. Knut and Dmitri rushed forward to the rescue of everyone. Here came the monster. Knut met the monster with a machine gun burst while the others scattered away from it. But the bullets hit the shell like peas on an elephant, causing no damage to the monster. Bullets would not take him. Knut threw away his rifle and lunged at the monster with his bare hands. He grabbed him like a bull by the horns and pounded him into the ground to immobilize him. Sharp teeth tore his arms apart, but thanks to his regeneration, he recovered quickly. The creeping creep hurt, Knut shouted. Dmitri jumped towards the monster. He released his psi waves that strengthened it many times and made it stronger. Like a battering ram, he thrust his arms up to his elbows into the monster. While Dmitri grabbed his tail, Knut held his head. Simon was free to act. He lifted Derek up on top of the orb to gain height and energy to strike. Derek jumped down, spear in hand, and released his psi waves. The electrode is set, he shouted, and thrust his spear into the monster, which became a perfect conduit to its very insides. Li Han, ready, shouted Knut to him. Han had managed to arm himself with his spear and was approaching the monster. Finish him, Silence, he ordered, and the samurai girl pointed a finger. Khan pulled out a grenade and threw it right into the leech's open throat. The grenade exploded inside the monster, shattering its head. At this time, Silence was falling from above after a jump, using gravity to dial up the energy of the impact, and used her flicker at high speed. An ultimatum blow blew the monster's head off. Body-seeking head, shouted Han, noticing that the creature wasn't dead yet. You can't let them merge! Leave it to me! Shouted one of the drivers. He decided to push the monster back into the abyss. The truck picked up speed and drove straight at the carcass that wriggled in front of it. "Die, you pathetic insect," he shouted. Slowing down in time, the worm carcass flew down. "What a nasty bugger." Another soldier stepped up to the head. "Don't get too close to it," shouted Han. "It will eat you." "It's all right, I can handle it." The soldier gave a long line to the monster's head. But it ended up being swallowed faster than it ran out of ammo, the monster immediately taking the form of a protective cocoon. "Damn assholes! They told me not to get too close!" Simon shouted in frustration. The monster's cocoon began to tear apart, spitting out a nauseating liquid. Moving to Phase 3, Simon's silence. "Prepare for air combat," Han shouted to them, taking the harpoon with the winch. A small flying monster with sharp claws burst out of the cocoon. He flew above them, buzzing his wings, wondering what to do. But in the end, he decided to run away. "Don't let him get away," Han shouted. "A lot of people could get hurt because of this." Simon launched the orbs. Han jumped upward with the help of Simon's orbs. That way he was closer to his target. He took aim and fired the harpoon at the maximum distance of the rope. The harpoon stabbed into the soft belly, and Han used telekinesis to pull the monster down. Maybe he forgot. "But bugs belong on the ground," he shouted to the monster. He pierced the falling monster through and through with his spear. They began to fall together from a great height, while the rest of the squad's Psykers tried to catch up with Han. "Lee Han," they shouted, and ran across the hot sand, greedily grabbing the dry, hot air. The lab was running tests. Kuro was asked to sit in a chair and put on a helmet that read his brain's psi activity. That's high even for a member of the first class, he was told. But that's not enough to manifest a higher class. You need external stimuli, the scientist said Ark now in the potential phase. "The test is complete. Well done, Kuro." The lab technician waved to him in a friendly manner and offered him something to eat. "No," Kuro replied coldly. He just wanted to rest. He was bored with these tests. "Oh, good. Then he can go back to his dorm." The lab technician was embarrassed when the kid blew her off. All this kindness is just a show. Zero credibility, Kuro thought. Once he stopped being helpful, all that contrived humanity would disappear, he realized. There weren't many tests left, just a little bit left, and then he would be moved to the third year with the rest of the class, she said. Third year. He was already looking forward to being a lab rat here, Kuro thought. He could definitely protect Han now, for he had enough power to do so. Han was mauling the monster as they fell. He really wanted to find the nerve knot and finally hit it. The beast collapsed into the sand, plowing a whole lane behind it. At the last moment, Khan was saved by Air Orb, which cushioned his fall by resting on his stomach. So Simon saved him again, Han thought, looking at the drone in his hands. Good thing he had reliable companions. All right, asked the others when they caught up with him. All right, Han replied. Thank you, Simon, said Khan to the Brit who was holding back. It's all because of the stupid, untrained soldiers, recruited by advertisements, he grumbled. He won't leave it like that, Simon said. He still preferred to ignore Han. How can they just let themselves be eaten? What kind of soldiers are these, he resented, and kicked the sand under his feet. Why are you mad as a dog? Knut asked. A hard character. What can you do? Silence replied. Everyone at headquarters was listening to the report on the archaeological expedition. The dragon remains were from the Cretaceous period, thus disproving the basic theories. This research can be left for later. The most important thing for them is that they can produce more weapons with dragon cells, Alexander said. Now talk about the Oracle, he said, and Sergeant Red got a chill inside in their plans to wake her up. Red jumped up and glared at his boss as angrily as if he'd turned into a dragon. This is an order from the commander, he shouted. Don't you think it's too early? Said the sergeant, violating the regulations. Stop yelling, Red! What are you doing? Quickly grabbed him by the other sergeants nearby. They don't even have the medicine, shouted Red. The chief of staff watched in silence as his subordinate thrashed in rage. Get out of here now before the gore. Flames that Sergeant Red let out. The chief of staff was furious, but did not spill everything out in words. He moved his own fist-hot head instead of 1,000 words. Come to your senses now, John Red. Do you think his emotions are more important than his duty to humanity? Alexander asked coldly. War Hermit, Kronos, all of this changes the picture of the world for them. What if the invasion happens much faster? Alexander asked him. Take him to the holding cell, he's ready, held out his hands, Red. Chill out. He understands more than anyone how he feels, replied the chief of staff. Catherine, he whispered her name softly, and Red's heart clenched with pain. A few days later, they were having lunch at a third-year restaurant. Oracle, that's what they were discussing. There were rumors that he had awakened recently. Wasn't he the one who predicted the reinvasion of the dragons? Derek asked. Right. Here he is kind of waking up, Knut replied. Did Silence see him? The boys asked. But the girl shook her head, taking her eyes off her sweets for a second. The doors of the dining room opened noisily as they were impatiently pulled open. "Oracle, it's an oracle," went the whisper of the old-timers of the Ark through the hall. "What's all the noise?" asked Knut, as restless as ever, and turned around. "Why are you staring? It's your first time seeing a woman," asked a blue-haired girl wearing only shorts and a t-shirt in the middle of a military base. "So this is an oracle, and a girl." Knut clapped enthusiastically on Derek's shoulder, since the first generation of Psi-fighters were only guys. At those words, even Silence fidgeted awkwardly, glad she was wearing a mask. This young could be a first-generation telekinetic. Han remembered what they usually looked like, but even so, she was too young. Silence stared intently at the girl that had attracted so much attention. "I hate this girl," thought he. The girl pulled a peppermint stick out of the pack, but then someone got in her way. Sergeant Red himself, looming over her like a rock. "What is she doing here?" he asked her menacingly. "What does he care? She was allowed to go out," shouted Catherine irritably. "She was allowed to walk around a bit," replied Red. "You haven't had time to go out and you're already munching on sweets? You're completely crazy. You'll move right here." He took the candy from the girl. The candy spectacularly disappeared in a cloud of pyrokinesis from Sergeant Red. "Mages again, you damned sorcerer," shouted Catherine resentfully. "Come with me, scum." He grabbed her arm, let her go. "Who is he to tell her what to do?" squeaked Oracle. "Rascal," Catherine panted, pushing as hard as she could so that even Red began to squeak with his prosthesis. "Both are scary to the point of creepiness," said Dmitri. "I wonder why she hates him so much," asked Knut. They didn't realize at all that a romantic drama had begun. "No, there's something different here," thought the more perceptive Han, "something adult." Damn! And where that obnoxious wench had gone again, Red prowled the entire base looking for the fugitive. Catherine lurked in a dark corner, thankful there was no one around. Octo was puffing as always behind the many hollow screens that gave him data. "Ready for Lee Han?" he asked, almost choking with excitement. "Let's begin the start of one of the most legendary training sessions," he shouted from the speakers. Han stood on the platform clad in second-generation armor. The armor had ergonomic streamlined shapes, fit comfortably on the body, and with less armor thickness, had greater durability. "Let's go," shouted Octo, and Han let out a psi wave to make contact with the armor. Powerful psi waves began to emanate from Han as he connected with his armor and his spear, and that power would soon become his thought. "It's easier to breathe without him around, faithful archdog." Catherine angrily paced the distant corridors of the base. "Training complete," Octo told him. Satisfied as an elephant, Han was breathing hard from the fusion with the armor. He was squeezed like a lemon. For the first time, he did well. He wasn't chosen for nothing. The fat man clapped his hands. "At this rate, they can handle the dough," Octo stated confidently. What other dough Han was surprised by. Very soon he will be tested in front of all the principals, but with his abilities he can easily handle it, assured Octo. Han wiped his face wet with sweat with a towel. "He is familiar with Sergeant Red?" Han asked. "Why do you ask?" The bald engineer answered question for question. "Maybe he knows something about the Oracle," Han asked. "They said she'd been sleeping recently and now she was awake," the guy asked thoughtfully, and Octo frowned. "It's a cryogenic sleep, though it cost a lot of money. About the same amount it costs to create telearmor," Octo said. "But her abilities are worth it." Froze the girl, but why? Han wondered even more. "Mental problems. A lot of first-generation telekinetics couldn't handle the pressure and their wiring shorted out," the engineer replied. "These people seem to stiffen, which leads to death. She doesn't have much time left. No one would be surprised if she was gone soon," he replied. "What is this interesting thing they are talking about?" And Octo, the fat man, heard and became covered in vapor for once. "From where she is here," shrieked the engineer. "Wanted to ask him something," answered the girl. But the fat man was not at all happy about it. "He had some portable consoles left. Let him give her one, or she'll die of boredom," he gestured. "Where would he find them?" Octo said indignantly. "He's an engineer, so he must know. Or let him do it himself," Oracle shouted at him impatiently. He shook the fat man, but suddenly let him go and glanced at Han, who stood nearby and watched silently. "My goodness, what people and no guards," Catherine muttered. "He's from the second generation. What muscles?" She began to feel him. "I'm burning up. It's a pity he's only a schoolboy," Oracle muttered. "Maybe we could go somewhere where no one would interrupt, chat and all that," Catherine suggested, smiling oddly. "That's right. Take him and take him across the 100 seas. Training is over," said Octo, and hurried to get rid of the annoying girl. "Get her out of here now. She's so annoying it's annoying," whispered Octo to Han. "I hear you," shouted Oracle. Take care of the console, and hurry up there, Catherine told him sternly. She was in a special position in the Ark, so she could lord it over him at will. Let's go, said Kat to the guy, and left Octo to freak out alone. And what does she want to talk about? Han asked, pausing. Octo had told him everything regarding her condition. Catherine's voice changed. She really didn't have much left. Even her hair was originally different, she stated pitifully. But she would like to spend her last days happily. Does he want to go with her far, far away? Asked Catherine in a gentle voice. If that was it, he went. Han couldn't understand her moods or hints, but he felt he was being played with. Wait, you can't take a joke, Catherine said. That's what Red told her. She knows him, Han wondered. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called with him, Catherine said, and let out a sigh wave. She has something to tell him, said the girl and reached out her hand to his head. Han was surprised, but decided to see what would happen. If he wants to survive, he shouldn't show his face on the battlefield, Catherine said. Red is worried about him, and he should know it. She saw his future, Han wondered. Exactly what she didn't see, Catherine replied. That's why she warned him. If the future is not visible, then there is no person. The logic is clear, stated the fortune teller of the 100th level. She said most likely, so there are cases where people survive. Han quickly decided for himself. What? Catherine wondered. This was not the reaction she had expected. Many wanted to know their future. Many had asked her for it, and then changed their fate. Thanks for the warning. He really appreciates it. But his life is walking on a razor blade. The chances of not coming back from a fight are always high, Han said. With that, he turned and walked away. Catherine was taken aback. She hadn't expected to see such an indifferent reaction. But for the sake of a dear man, she must do something, thought the girl. Well, go on living until you die like a dog, Catherine gritted her teeth. Our troops have returned to the Ark, Red said. He spoke, building them up in front of him, chewing on a chocolate stick. Corporal Lao Cha was killed during one of the sorties, Red briefly informed them. They both flinched as if they had been splashed with cold water. Silence clenched her fists. Han wanted to say something, but Red stopped him. Don't touch him. Even veterans have a hard time losing people they know, he said. I still can't believe he's gone. It's like he's somewhere far away, Han thought. Is it normal for him to react like this? Han asked, feeling less and less sad each day. You know, Red said, he was different from the beginning. But if he had been normal, it's unlikely he would have survived under those circumstances, said Sergeant. He survived not because he was hardened by the environment of the streets, but by his own strength, Red said, dropping his wand. Time to go. An important test awaits him, Red told him dryly. He too had not felt sadness in a long time, only a slight sadness. Reach on, though you have built high walls in your heart, Han recalled Schwartz's words. And you don't experience anything at all, the big guy said. Don't forget that you did it yourself. Not someone else did it for you. Li Han, are you okay? Octo asked. Pretend it's a training session and don't worry too much, said the engineer, who was more worried than the test subject. Don't be nervous, there's plenty of time, Octo said again. He's calm, Han replied, more nervous that the engineer himself is always in a hurry. Okay, sighed Octo. Old man Smith was peeking at him from behind, and the engineer was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his main competitor. In all this time, no one has ever been able to match that armor. The little guy can't do it, Smith said. A pathetic puppy who wants to show off, nothing more. This is the second-generation armor. It looks like the future has already arrived, the audience whispered. Han really looked like a cyborg in it. He was given the command to start the test, and he released the psi waves. It will all work out, Han told himself. From the outside, it might look like he forced them to give up the project. But now, Han wanted to prove himself worthy of this armor. The test itself is pretty simple, although basic operations should be simple. There was an obstacle course lying in front of Han. At first, he performed the usual running and jumping, easily swinging over barriers, the armor responding well to his movements. And you don't actually have to be an athlete to perform these moves, it's just walking. But even those things were still hard to do, Han noticed, even though they were simple movements. Not bad, just amazing. Someone said he couldn't handle it, Octo exulted, but Smith didn't give a hoot. So far so good. Just need to attack a stationary target in the last stage, thought Han, and swung his spear. As the test cannon fired at it at point-blank range, a bolt rang out on the hull. The shot threw Khan back and he fell on his back. The ricochet of the shot flew farther away, the armor surviving. Why is the turret firing? Resented Octo. What's going on? It wasn't in his test plan. Li Han, are you okay? Octo asked. Everything is fine, Han replied, shaking off his armor. No damage to the armor, he said. But that wasn't in the test, he asked. curse, answered Octo. There was no way he would have done that. 100% Old Man Smith, thought Octo. Smash her to pieces, shouted the engineer to Li Han. Understood, said Han as the cannon fired again. After reloading, numerous ring-shaped charges flew at Khan. But now he wasn't moving in a straight line, but from side to side like in real combat. His speed was enough to jump, faster than the angular turn of the cannon, so that the turret could no longer hit him. Han accelerated and jumped up to knock the homing off of himself. He took advantage of the low ceiling in the underground range and jumped right on top of it like that guy in the movie. The cannon couldn't fire upwards at that vertical angle, so Han just hit it from a blind spot with an overhead strike. From such a powerful and incendiary program, all the audience lost the power of speech and took a deep breath. Good for Li Han, said Octo in his ear, who was laughing uncontrollably. It worked out. Han sighed. Right? Hurry up and get over here, the engineer called out to him. They exceeded their expectations. Good job, Octo, praised Alexander. They will get an extra budget. The prototype was now his, showing Octo's bald head while Old Man Smith gritted his teeth nearby. And so now, said the Chief of Staff, but froze. For about 5 minutes their meeting was interrupted by the sounds of a video game console. Red, deal with her before she gets a migraine, asked the Chief of Staff, for which the sergeant had been called to the meeting. Catherine was chopping away at the games, not paying attention to them at all. Since Cat wouldn't budge, even after being called out, Red simply snatched the console out of her hands. The unfortunate console cracked on the floor and shattered, Octo's labours in vain. They're having a meeting, the sergeant said, looking into eyes full of pain and despair. What else is there to do? What could be the matter with the TV armour? Resented Catherine. Let's clear something up and you can go, said Alexander tiredly. War Hermit came out of the blue. No one expected it. And it shouldn't happen again, he said. Hopefully she can still predict the future, he asked Catherine. Another vanguard of dragons should appear, seeing the city in flames and the death of many people. Where and when it will happen, the Chief of Staff shouted. He jumped up from his seat like a stung man. In 10 days in Paris, saw there was the Eiffel Tower, Catherine told them nonchalantly. Why did she come here and again? Muttered Sergeant Red angrily. We need to act now, the Chief of Staff yelled, brushing aside all arguments. Let go, it hurts, Catherine demanded as Red dragged her down the hallway again. But he wouldn't listen and threw her roughly into some back room. Damn it! Explain what the problem is, growled the sergeant. Don't you dare lie, because clearly you didn't see the dragons appear today. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Red pinned her down. Who cares what happens to the world? Or rather not her, Catherine denied. Stop acting like a child. She wasn't the only one who needed to make sacrifices, growled Red. Does she even know how old these second-generation boys are? He asked, and answered himself, 13, if not less. And even they as children sacrifice their lives, take risks, try their best, Red said. So what? Shouted back Catherine. Why should she care? Sacrifice, you say, is a good word. Even warms the soul, she said. So what must she sacrifice? For she will die before the dragons appear a second time. And other people can plan their lives after that, the girl cried bitterly. And it is in this world, where dragons are defeated, that they piously believe they can live in safety and tranquility, she shouted at him. But what can she do? For all she can do is look to the future where there is no place for her, she cried bitterly. She has no hope, only foolish abilities. No, she's a good person, a grimacing Red told her. He stopped screaming and stepped to the side. Catherine wiped away her tears. He's a bullying asshole. Catherine resented him and left him alone. 10 days later, Ark had dropped a landing party straight into Paris. Now they had time to prepare the operation. It was unusual to see a peaceful city rather than a fiery chaos with a mountain of corpses, but they still felt strangely uncomfortable. Now that everyone's gone, it looks like a ghost town, Knut remarked. Wouldn't it also turn into ruins in a week? Dmitri asked. Probably, Simon agreed with him. According to the Oracle's predictions, there will be a gate opening in Paris in 7 days. More often than not, these gates and dragons appear in new places, not where past rifts are. And now elite units and troops from all over the world are gathering here. The Psyker arcs had simply huge soldiers growing in their way, taller than even Schwartz. Oat Psy arc fighters. The soldier addressed them in the common language. Maybe give way, he said, although there was plenty of room for everyone. The road is wide, and you are not a train yourself. You will go around, answered Dmitri, who was not going to give way. They're wizards, so fly over us, the giant with the machine gun suggested. What a bastard, smirked Dmitri. He would have immediately entered the fight, but Han stopped him. Don't give in to provocation, he said. And who are they really, judging by the US Army patch, Han remarked. Not just soldiers. They are the most elite unit of infantry, Smiled through his teeth the American Hellboy, he called his unit. He had heard of them, hard to believe, but these giants are their age, Han thought. They do not possess psi, but they have had many experiments and surgeries performed on them to improve their physical attributes. Their standards about physique are much stricter than in the Ark, which is why they're all times bigger than even Dmitri. If they didn't have psi, the same ogres would have made sandwiches out of them long ago. The big guys laughed. It was a funny joke, but they should go, Han said, and walked past. Such boring, good riddance brats, grinned the giant. Don't worry, we'll meet again, Dmitri said as he walked by. What a chorus, I've never seen anything like it. The guys' jaw dropped as they walked into the new luxury location. They piled onto the beds. There was no point in saving money on people. After all, the whole city could be destroyed in a week. The bed is so soft, Knut was lounging. He had never seen such a thing either, Han said. So it's Shell. This is what it means to live in luxury. He stroked the bedspread. Look here, there's a fridge full of drinks. Knut cheered like a child, which wasn't surprising. There's so much here. Maybe a can, the Viking suggested, but Han declined. Knut pounced on the cookies then, just melting in his mouth. What does it say? He asked. But Han didn't know French either. Good, now we can go, smirked Knut conspiratorially. Where are you going? His commander asked. I'll go around the other rooms and get some of these cookies. The others won't want to eat them anyway, Knut said. Don't mess around. It's not just soldiers, Ark. There are plenty of others, Khan warned. But when has that ever stopped an adventurer? I don't remember him being promoted to general. Knut smiled. So for now, general. Nothing new, and what he was hoping for, Han sighed and scratched his head. Han unfolded the map in front of him, on the holoscreen of his tablet, and began to prepare for battle. While there wasn't much time, it was worth checking out all the buildings nearby. They definitely couldn't win without preparation. You know the old saying about a samurai, even if he needs a sword once in his life, he should always carry it, Corporal Lau told him. He'll always remember this, thought Han, staring at the screen. There was a knock at the door, and Han wondered if it was the Viking returning. But another uninvited and unexpected guest appeared in his room. Wait just like that. Silence heard the sounds coming from Han's room, and she definitely saw that girl go inside. What's going on at all lurks silence under the door, catching every sound. Through the crack in the door, she saw the shameless wench lay on Han's shoulder. And shamelessly, Han grabbed her shoulder and pulled her against him. What is she doing with Li Han? Silence couldn't stand it and decided to come back later. That one was afraid to show up, Dmitri asked. As usual, he was anticipating a good battle. Why else would he bring his amps, he asked. He was completely surrounded by Hellboy soldiers. Don't worry. Only he will fight, said their commander. The others came to watch, but if he tries to escape, everything will change. Really, smirked Dmitri. Who else is going to run away, American? Then they can relax too. He won't use his psi powers against them. They are so afraid, Dmitri said. Let's begin. The two fighters stood across from each other, grinning contentedly. Arrogant, shameless wench, always walking around and smugly smirking, Silence recalled. What were they doing there when they got so close he was angry? It's hot. I need to go change. And my chest hurts, she thought. Silence. Where is he going? Knut wondered, seeing the masked Ark soldier. Dmitri struck as hard as he could. The soldier Ark met his blow with his chest, not even defending himself. Not enough. Needing to punch some more, Dmitri returned his hand to his belt and got into a stance. He began hammering at the giant as hard as he could, like a sledgehammer on a rock. A tough bastard, panted Dmitri. He showered him with a hail of blows. But the steel giant didn't give in and didn't miss a single attack. When in an instant, accustomed to Dmitri's speed, he grabbed his arm. Now it was his turn to have fun, the giant said, and pulled his hand toward him. He swung a huge fist, and Dmitri, to keep his face out of his face, put his forehead up, which immediately shattered into blood. If that's the case, then hold on, the American thought, his blow going even through Dmitri's frontal armor. But the man wasn't about to give up. He quickly moved into the clinch and executed a leveraged elbow. Better give up if you don't want your arm broken, he told the American. Yes now, the mutant shouted, and simply waved the hand on which Dmitri was sitting. He tossed him not 10 meters away like a kitten. Dmitri smashed a couple of flower pots under him. He cried out in pain, and a huge foot had already appeared above him. That could crush him like a bug. At the last second, he managed to tear to the side, and a concrete slab cracked beneath the American's feet. Well, Carr, from that point on the jokes were over, Dmitri went into Hulk mode. He ripped off his t-shirt as Silence appeared from behind him and walked past him. Get out of here, or I'll snag you and you'll be left with nothing, said the giant to Silence. How infuriating everything is. We need to break something urgently, or better, yet someone thought the girl. She broke the giant's finger by simply using telekinesis. The big guy, squirming in pain, quickly put his finger back in. He's going to smash him into the wall. He's lost all fear of using magic here, shouted the giant, and swung his fist. The skull mask's eyes glittered with red lights. The girl easily parried aside the heavy blow. Her hand slid to the super mutant's body, and her fist struck from a distance of 3 fingers. The American was folded in half. He slumped to the ground and clutched at his insides. It was as if he had been stabbed through. "Grab it!" shouted the laggards from his squad, and rushed at Silence as well. Dmitri and Knut silently marveled that one could move like that and hit people. It wasn't that the mutant was weak, it was that Silence was strong as hell, Knut noted. The silence went on, the mutants remaining on their feet, fearfully parting ways. Against Silence, they didn't stand a chance, Dmitri agreed, looking at her back. Khan held a frail girl on his shoulder, and it was obvious that she was in poor health. "She will tell the head that if he joins this operation, he will die," Catherine said when she entered his room. One word from her and he would be sent to safety. She spoke as if it was a threat. Topic closed. "No," asked Han. "The dragon will appear and he will definitely die. He's still so young after all, he doesn't want to live," shouted Catherine. And at that moment, she was pierced by a painful flash of sigh. With a cry, she fell on her knees before him, and Han was afraid that he might be blamed. But she had come, he thought. "We need to call a doctor immediately." Han picked up the girl and reached for his tactical bracelet. "No, she's fine." Put the girl's hand on his shoulder, a burst of strength still overtaking her. "Needing to just rest," she whispered. Catherine turned pale as chalk. "It's those psi problems that doom telekinetics to death," Han thought. Soldiers were approaching the building. She watched them go and thought to herself. Catherine stood at the window, letting the wind blow around her from all sides, all of which she had seen before. "Don't shoot," shouted to the others here. "A survivor," said one of the soldiers. Catherine opened her eyes. It had been a long time since she had dreamed of the past. There was a junior high boy standing next to her, and she was lying in his bed, Catherine realized. She stood up. Han didn't even look in her direction and continued to study the map. How stubborn, the girl stared at him. He didn't even do anything, she wondered. Red was the same way, straight as a rail, stubborn but infinitely selfless. They look so much alike, Catherine thought. They must be friends and socializing. "Awake?" asked Han. "Okay." Feeling better already, he showered her with questions. "Yes," replied the frantic maiden surprisingly meekly, and fixed her hair under Han's stern gaze. "Then get out." He quickly shoved the unwelcome guest out the door. "And don't come again. You're in the way," Han said, and slammed the door shut. "That little bastard," she said, as the door slammed in front of her. Catherine found Red at the base arc, the engineering department where they were assembling armor. "You want to take the tele-armor," she shouted, then drove Octo to madness. "Completely insane. 2 lives or what?" shouted Catherine while Red just listened. "Look at your feet," said Catherine. "Shut up. That's why she's being tuned up now," he replied. "There aren't many fighters left, and he can get another team with him." Octo gestured to him, but Red didn't quite understand what the bald engineer wanted. "Calm her down and get her out of here. That's what he says," Catherine interjected. She had already learned to understand the fat man without words. "Have a drink?" Red handed her a glass of juice when they got to the bar. "If she's so worried, she can just look into the future and see everything, whether he dies or not," Red said. "She doesn't give a damn about his future. It's just that he looks pathetic from the outside." Catherine freaked out and poured the juice on the floor and poured something stronger. "She's not a child." "It's not healthy," replied the sergeant. "Isn't it a little late to worry about your health?" Kat resented. "Told you they were still trying to find a cure. That's why they locked her in the lab to wait for it to be made. He knows it very well himself. Even if it is manufactured, she will have been feeding the worms for a long time," the girl replied tiredly. Red took hold of his head. Had she known how much he didn't want to be woken up? They sat in silence, each immersed in their own thoughts. "Let's call it a day, damn it all," Red said, and reached for the bottle. "If she's so eager to eat her fill, so be it," he said, and splashed firewater into his glass. "It's not good to drink alone. He should too," Catherine declared. "Okay." Sergeant Red capitulated completely, which wasn't part of his set of habits, but there was nowhere to go. They sat quietly and peacefully as in the old days. For Red, he had gotten 10 years older, and for her, a day had passed. A dark force fogs our eyes. Catherine smiled, waves of stupefaction washing over her. She grabbed his hair and ruffled it. For some reason, Red didn't look the same as always. He's even prettier that way, he said, mussing his hair, and even the always stern sergeant didn't know what to say. Catherine opened her eyes and realized that this was the second time she had woken up in her bed. This is getting to be a habit. She jumped up. It's not like anything happened. She looked around. There were quite a few empty bottles in the room. Catherine checked on herself for presents, layers of clothing, groped herself restlessly on all sides. Apparently sleeping elsewhere, she looked at the smooth sheets beside her, Catherine realized. A gentleman, you know, she sighed disappointedly. Red saw her in the crosshairs of his scope, a survivor in the middle of a vast wasteland. Hold your fire, she was the one giving the SOS signal, Red realized. Amazing that someone could survive this hell, he thought, looking at the girl in the dress. When he saw the rescued girl jump down from the window. Devil, shouted Red, and rushed to catch her with all his might. He caught her at the last minute and looked straight into the face of the already twice-saved damsel. Wasn't she the one who sent the signal for help? Why the hell did she jump then? He asked. She saw him catch her. The frantic damsel smiled. It was their first meeting, not long ago. Come to think of it, she looked at herself in the mirror. She opened the cabinet looking for soap, but there were only chocolate sticks. He's not a woodpecker, Catherine thought, but the resemblance is definitely there. She appreciated the stock. Catherine grabbed one of the chocolate sticks herself and looked out the window thoughtfully. Catherine was slowly coming to her senses after last night's binge. Her head was still hurting. He's even more handsome that way. The girl remembered the aftermath of her libations. I'm crazy to say that, and I'm a fool. So he began to beat his head and shake his hands. Not even a lighter anywhere, she resented it. It tasted better to chew sticks that way, but she had to leave with nothing. With a wave of her hair, with her head held proudly high, Catherine walked out of Red's suite. Oh my God, she wondered. It's Silence, Cat exclaimed, more out of surprise at meeting someone under the door at this time. As far as she could remember, this was Sergeant Red's room, Silence thought. Ah, that, felt a strange look from beneath the mask, Catherine, and blanched. The cheapskate wrote Silence on her bracelet, and Catherine was taken aback by such insults. There must be some mistake, she shouted after him. But Silence instantly evaporated. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he clearly doesn't like her, Catherine thought. She felt strange, like she was in a rom-com. Adjusted a few new quirks, Octo told him as Han tried on the armor again. Like this, he gestured with his hand like a character from a famous movie. He didn't watch Spider-Woman. He does this, and a spider web shoots out of his rear meridian, Octo showed. Han only grimaced in disgust. His left hand is equipped with a hook gun replacement attachment. Besides, this thing is removable. Always can be removed, told Octo. And also a jetpack. But in battle, watch your back more closely and try not to fall, the engineer warned. If the chief says it hurts, then it's a good place to kick your hooves off. The workers laughed. Even a genius would realize that the satchel could explode, Han thought. Pretty soon it will begin as predicted. He already knows he is their main fighter. First-generation soldiers will go into battle first, ideally if only enough of them, Octo warned. It was all he could cook, he said, and pulled a remote from his pocket. In just 10 years of peace, humanity has become too carefree. If they don't stop the dragons today, they're finished, Octo said. A monitor with a view of the city appeared in front of them. I won't let the world be destroyed, Han promised. But this time he will fight not for the sake of humanity, but for his brothers and comrades, he declared. Darkness and clouds were thickening over the city. The spatial gate was about to appear. If nothing is changed, the earth will crack as before, and monsters will pour out of the rift, said the Chief of Staff, who was monitoring everything from the bunker. All troops moved into position and surrounded the estimated gate point, reported back to him. A real hurricane swirled over the tower, in which lightning began to flash. The devil! I don't feel like losing my breakfast, Knut said, sickened by what he saw. The lightning is converging at one point, right above the proposed gate site, reported the Chief of Staff. Excellent! Soldiers prepare for battle, Alexander commanded. Tankers and artillerymen began to aim their guns at the target. Something was wrong. Knut was still anxious, and he couldn't take away his worry. Why isn't anything happening? The monsters snapped, grumbled the super mutants from the American team. Above, look up at the sky, shouted Knut to the others around him. The monsters sprinkled down like raindrops, an entire waterfall. Growling fearfully for the last time, they fell from a height of hundreds of meters. It was as if the sky was being gassed by a flood of monsters, straight out of thin air. And what should they do? Knut asked himself. As a fighter with regeneration, he had been put on the front lines. What's going on here? Confusion fell in the ranks of the soldiers as a carpet of corpses grew in the square. Why the gate opened in the sky, Han wondered. As a one-of-a-kind superweapon, it was kept at the base for the time being. The command must be confused now. They have positioned their troops so that they can fight on the ground, Han pondered. Gradually, the dead become a landing pad, and some monsters have survived after falling. "Well, prepare for battle," the commanders shouted. The first monsters began to run down the mountain of corpses. Fire went the order through the ranks, and they started shooting at the pile of monsters. If it wasn't so thick, they wouldn't be able to shoot without the risk of hurting each other. Daje to se prosto igra, jeszcze inale komurovne, izipizzi, kričali supermutanti, što veli ogon iz gatlingov. They're totally beaten to a pulp, Knut thought. Great if it keeps going like this. The downpour of monsters just wouldn't stop, of all colors and blooms. They're just coming in packs, Dmitri panted, hoping they'll just run out of ammunition, he thought. The regular monsters were also replaced by those who didn't fall down with the rest. Those other, already flying monsters shouted Knut to shout over the volleys of guns. Flyers appeared, reported to headquarters, prepare the guns, ordered from there, and anti-aircraft guns activated on the roofs of buildings. The night sky bloomed with streams of tracers that pierced through the monsters. Flyers with spherical bodies appeared between the flying soldiers. One of the self-propelled rigs exploded, self-detonating. The HQ rumbled. But trails in the sky showed dozens more monsters with thick bellies and wings. Falling to the ground, these winged shells exploded with napalm, burning men and equipment. The soldiers were firing in all directions now and had to watch the rear at all times. "There are too many of them," they shouted. Meanwhile, the ground monsters got quite close and attacked. But there were so many monsters that even by firing all barrels and all calibers, they couldn't suppress them. "All retreats blow up Sector 1, hissed an order in Knut's earpiece. "Everyone heard that. Let's get out of here," shouted the Psyker to the others. "Otherwise they're finished." He didn't finish. A winged brander flew straight at them. Another of many explosions rang out, and flames engulfed Knut's squad. Silence moved fast, and split monsters left and right. Simon covered his own with a powerful psi shield, so he wasn't afraid of explosions. "Do not stop. Everyone leave. Preparations to blow up Sector 1 are complete," reported Alexander. "Let's wait a little longer," he said. "Let them gather in a bunch. Hang on. We need to get out of here fast." A couple of survivors from the elite squad waddled through the area. "Soon there will be nothing but ruins here," the Hellboy's commander said. "Drop him, he must survive," his partner pleaded. "If to die, then all together," shouted the commander. "Say who they are. Warriors from hell." "Better in hell," shouted mutants. "I'll meet you there," he said with a grin of death right in his crooked mouth. "Again, who are they?" shouted the commander, and they shouted with glee, "Better from hell." The shadow of a soldier swept past them, and they didn't immediately realize what had happened. The soldier covered the two huge super mutants with his body. The fire was so hot they still had to cover their faces with their hands, even though they were far away from the explosion. "What a childish slogan, don't you think?" Dmitri asked them, on which all the clothes were burned. "But it's cool that they don't leave their own behind." The shaven-headed Psyker smiled at them. Knut woke up. He was lying in the middle of the battlefield. Half of his face was engulfed in psi waves, and he couldn't feel it yet. He turned around and saw that only a handful of ashes remained of his squad. Realizing what had happened, Knut screamed with all his might, his torn face slowly healing. He fell to his knees, rage gave him strength, and he unleashed psi waves of unprecedented levels. Alone in the middle of a horde of monsters with a spear at his side and in a green haze, he glared fiercely at his enemies. "Come one at a time, freaks! I'll kill them all! I'll be the only one left!" he shouted to them. "There are more troops on the battlefield. Do you want to wait?" asked Alexander, but he said it's time. They blew up the whole area at once, with all the monsters and ancient history that had accumulated there. "Here comes the final hour for Paris," Octo said, looking at the explosion through the monitor. "Even such an important city for the Arks is nothing more than a tool in the fight against the monsters. Even if they win, there will still be nothing left of Paris." It was a huge explosion. Did everyone make it out in time? Han was more worried about his guys than cold stone. Most of the monsters have been destroyed. Besides, it was their main force. They stopped appearing from the gate, reported the chief of staff. Then the stormtroopers should finish off the remaining freaks while the rest of us prepare the first-generation telearmor, Alexander ordered. Soon he would appear. He looked tensely into the hole that appeared in the sky. You never know for sure what will come out of there. All ears, spoke over the comms, Sergeant Red, clad in his customary armor. "This battle will end on their line," he said to everyone else, watching the dragon pass through the rift. The monster, covered in a golden glow of armor, flapped its huge wings. Blue team to begin the operation, Red ordered, and they activated the satchels to climb up to the dragon. Everyone worked the plan. It's no different than what they saw in the First War, Red reassured them. Besides, it's much smaller, though it's no war harmot. Use caution, he ordered, and the squad surrounded the dragon in the air. Dragons hold themselves up with Psy, but without wings, they can't fly effectively. Psy gives hovering in the air, but without wings, they're just convenient targets. Block the view, I'll come from the rear. The fighters were talking, they were aiming at the monster's wings. Red hit him in the head with a wave of flame that was reinforced by the armor. The flames completely obscured the dragon's view, and he whipped his head around to start seeing again. He was distracted, and immediately 2 soldiers in armor were able to come at him from the back. We're going to cut off the wings now. Get ready for a ground battle, Red warned. But this young dragon was not going to just give up. Its eyes flashed red. It struck them with red discharges of Psy lightning in all directions at once. No way, shouted Red as he saw the discharges go through the fighters on the wings. But they were lucky. The armor withstood that volley and wasn't destroyed, Red noted. With a long sword, the fighter sliced the wing and it flew aside like a rag. Together, they began to tumble toward the ground as Red watched the battle standing on the airboard. That's commendable, but he'll still end up on the ground where he'll be finished, Red told the dragon. The beast threw off its unwanted riders and rocketed toward the ground, roaring fearfully. He hit the ground, knocked down a couple buildings with his carcass, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Landed finally, said Red. Don't slow down. We need to finish him off. The monster with one wing rose to its paws at the end of a long line that it plowed its body through the concrete. But it still emitted a strong pressure of Psy waves that surrounded it with a red glow. What is he doing? Red wondered, with only 2 armors left in the formation. Looking closer, he realized that the dragon had just changed its body shape, becoming more adapted to ground combat. This was like nothing they had ever seen before. The usual pattern wouldn't fly, Red said, as the beast ran towards them like a wolf on the hunt. But we can't just stand on the sidelines. If we fight on the ground, there will be a chance to win, he said. Put the jetpack on maximum recoil. I'll go first at high speed and call in his lightning charge, the sergeant ordered. But then he'll get hit, objected his partner. If he's lucky enough to finish him off before then, said Red. No time to hesitate. Let's attack, he ordered, and roared off at full speed. Washumasha, shouted his partner, and launched the satchel half a second later. But instead of shooting lightning bolts, the dragon raised a mass of debris into the air that lay everywhere. Telekinesis, Red wondered. But it was too late. He had already gained a lot of speed and ran into the oncoming stream of stones that rained down on his armor. The monster exposed razor-sharp, huge claws. He sliced through them, hitting 2 soldiers in tele-armor at once. Red's armor was badly mangled and in addition flew backwards, shattering into pieces. He took a knee. Half the drives were out of commission. Most of the plating and dynamic defenses were destroyed. And my partner was opened like a tin can by the monster and gnawed the armor from the inside. The bloody maw glared with a fierce look of fiery eyes. I've never seen such a thing. What do they feed him like that? Red asked, and waddled towards the dragon. Now one must stay alive as long as possible, and die only after he recognizes at least one of the weaknesses, the sergeant decided for himself. Li Han, proceed with the operation, heard Red on the command frequency. What he was hearing now, there was no way the command would have gone for it, Red grimaced. They'll just leave Red to die, Oracle asked the chief of staff. Han rushed forward to cover Sergeant Red. Oracle, you can't be here, the guard told her. Don't touch it, Catherine resented. Let it go, the chief of staff said. Does she even realize how serious this is now? He asked the girl. The dragon that appeared now is a new species, and no one knows what it is capable of. They may lose the only fighter from the 2nd generation. This could be the beginning of the downfall of all mankind, he said, and Catherine lowered her head. Then know this. If Sergeant Red dies, she has nothing to live for, Catherine said, and put the syringe gun to her neck. He dies. She dies too, Catherine declared resolutely. No doubt she could do it. I'm sorry, Li Han, the girl whispered, but she cared more about Red. Her actions may seem contradictory to him. She warned him about dying in battle. He has every right to despise her, Catherine said over the external link. But Red, she cares. Please save him, cried the girl in the speakers. Brace yourselves, said Li Han. Octo, once again he found himself in the middle of a romantic drama instead of calmly burning tanks. I mean dragons. She doesn't need to ask him. After all, they were going to go anyway. You can't have Sergeant Red just die like that, Han said. Li Han was rapidly approaching. Clad in 2nd-generation armor, he moved fast even without a satchel. The dragon turned its attention away from its prey and switched to Li Han. who was attacking from the side. "What the hell is he doing here, idiot?" Red shouted at him. "Can you light his face on fire again, like last time?" Han asked in response. "No, but I'll try to bait him like I did last time," Red said. "Then you'll be sure to drop your hooves," Han said. "Do as they say," Red ordered him. But Han wouldn't listen. He's not fighting for the sake of humanity. He's not fighting to see his friends die. The dragon fired a volley of red flashes of psychokinesis at Han. Khan moved in zigzags to keep himself from getting hit. The body and armor seemed very light. He was getting closer and closer to the dragon, and then he released his telekinesis, raising dozens of debris into the air to delay Han. Cautiously, Red warned he uses telekinesis, then Han soared into the air, using his jetpack and dodged the blow. "Block his view with fire," Han said. He made a signature gesture. "You can't," Red said. "Or else," he stammered, and added, "Yeah, do what you want," the sergeant stated. He unleashed all the pyrokinesis he was capable of. The stream of flames once again made the dragon duck its head and shield its eyes. Meanwhile, Han aimed at the dragon from above as it froze in place. A thread that he controlled with psychokinesis shot out of his hand. It wrapped around one of the outgrowths on the dragon's head. Needing to wind this super strong thread as quickly as possible, Han pulled the winch toward him. He restrained himself and the dragon so he couldn't get away and jumped off, squeezing the full power of the jetpack. Now he would really finish it off. Han gained tremendous speed and aimed his spear at the monster like a knight. "And what's he up to now, that obnoxious boy?" Red thought. Han moved like a rocket, but the dragon noticed the threat and put up his electric shield. "Surely the guy knows how to get through that barrier," thought the sergeant. "Increase the psi barrier to maximum for 1 moment," Octo told him, and Han was surprised. He always does things his way, but he can't just let the guy just die if he runs into a psi Dacron. You need to increase the power to the max. Han did so, his eyes lighting up blue from the high percentage of dragon cells in his armor. "When a psi force is released, it is suppressed by an equal force," Octo explained to him. Han punched the monster. There was a monstrous explosion, as if a bomb had burst. Waves of psi swept through the neighborhood. Red covered himself with the remnants of his armor to avoid being hit by the blast wave. At the very center of the explosion stood Han. The sergeant noticed when the dust settled a bit. The Khan bent over the dragon, and breathing deeply, he removed his helmet to confirm the monster's death with his own eyes. Red looked at the guy standing next to the dragon. The last of his spirit was coming out of him, and he was slowly dissolving into psi. She probably doesn't know it, but just that the guy she got into a fight with saved the world, Red thought. They watched the bonfire of blue psi wave lights that the already dead dragon emitted. Han looked at the torrent of waves that kept expanding, threatening to swallow him up. He squinted at the bright light, and then it was as if he had moved somewhere. And when he opened them, he saw that he was standing in the middle of a wilderness where there was a forest all around. What this place was, Han didn't recognize it, though the leaves were green. He had never seen plants like this. Strange trees, small monsters. Everything here was unlike anything one would find on Earth. The Khan came out into the open, and he had a view of the valley, with high cliffs like towers sticking out in the middle of it. On top of one of them, a dragon slept with its toothy head resting. Noticing Han with his seeing eyes, he rose and stared at him. The silver dragon rose to its paws and used psychokinesis. The monster took off in one fell swoop and was right in front of Han. Man, he would do his best to convince him of his good intentions. Heard Han's voice within himself, as did Warhammer. What was it? Han woke up in a hospital room. Just a dream. "I'm sorry," said Knut, who thought it was he who woke Han when he dropped the water jug. Finally awake, said Knut. Knut, wondered Han, how long he'd been asleep, and why he was wearing hospital clothes too, showered his partner with questions by the fighter. He was undergoing psychological testing and was told to stay under observation for a couple of days. Knut replied discreetly. After his squad was destroyed by a kamikaze monster, he flew into a rage. They called it a psi storm, when the flow of waves becomes uncontrollable. Strength whipped from him, and Knut lost his sense of fear of the horde of monsters. He lunged at them like a caveman with a spear in his hand. They pounced on him just as fiercely and madly. The monster ripped Knut's arm off. In a mutual frenzy, they tore each other to pieces. But Knut was supported by his psi powers. They restored what he had lost in an instant, as if he had become immortal. He chopped them, pierced them, beat them with the shaft of his spear, gnawed them with his teeth, and kicked them. He was torn apart, cut, shredded, flailed with clubs, bitten with teeth. And he got to his feet again and again, and chopped them back. Knut had gone completely mad. He no longer heard orders. He thought of nothing. wholeheartedly gave himself to their battle, forgetting pain, fear, all feelings mixed in him. Until they were consumed by the all-consuming flames of the explosion, the mines laid. "Remember when you said you'd fight for the people you cared about?" Knut asked him. "Now he's decided to do that too. I will destroy anyone who dares harm my friends, even if it means descending to the depths of hell." "And his resolve has changed a lot since that fight," Han remarked. "Where's that kid who likes cookies?" Another visitor came in to see Han, and Knut realized he had to go. It was the first time Catherine had put on her uniform since she woke up and came to check on him. "And how is he?" she asked, taking a seat beside him. "All is well. He is recovering quickly," answered Han discreetly. "She seems to have decided to take the case seriously," Han said, looking at the girl squirming in the chair in front of him. "She shouldn't have dragged him in. Everything should have limits," Catherine said in a slightly guilty voice. Because humanity had gone mad to subject children who become soldiers to such training, she despised them, and it was impertinent of her to ask him to save Red. But when Han came out, she was relieved, Catherine said. "She's no different from them, the ones who do all this to children," cried the girl in front of him again. And what was it all for, Han thought? He listened silently to her sobs until she calmed down, because there was nothing more he could say anyway. "I'm sorry I came to thank him." "But you're just being a sissy," Catherine said, wiping the tears from her face. "Girls are all so fragile and vulnerable." Han looked at her. When Catherine's bracelet on her arm jingled, giving an alert. "She has to go. The funeral is coming up," she said. And Han realized why she'd changed her freestyle today. "She has nothing to apologize for. It's his duty," Han said almost indifferently. For that was the thought that had been driving him all along. It was just that he had more brothers now. Even though before the war such methods seemed insane, but now it is not. It is the world that is insane, and he will continue to fight. To protect those dear to his heart, Han said, and to destroy all dragons. "It's understandable," Catherine replied, barely holding back a new stream from her eyes. Simon met up with Kuro. They hadn't seen each other in a while, since Kuro had just transferred to third year. "Where are Knut and Han?" asked Kuro, Simon meeting him. "They're both in the hospital. You think you're willingly going to meet them?" "Use your brain," Simon grumbled. "They are both injured. Even Knut." "What happened?" Kuro asked. "If so interested, go and find out," muttered the Brit. "Let's go. What are you standing up for? I'm not going to wait if you get sidetracked," Simon stated. Still hates him, Kuro thought, and nodded. "Okay." Damn Psycho, still just as unbearably infuriating, only came to his senses when his partner got clobbered, pissed Simon, just let him twitch. 3 days later, he drank tea in the office of the Chief of Staff. "Glad to see back in the ranks," said Alexander. "Drink until the tea is not cold." "It's good," Han said, as he sipped his tea and returned the cup to its place. "I think so too," agreed the Chief of Staff. "And if you add sugar, it will taste even better." He threw a cube to Han. "He wasn't called here for a treat. It's about Kuro," Han asked. "I wanted him to fight in a real battle, under his command, of course, and he will fight in second-generation armor," Alexander replied. "They will release 11 more new suits, just enough for 3 teams, with Han as the commander of one of them. Now all the dragons have been killed except Warhamut. Of course, if they had a team of 4 first-generation soldiers, they would have dealt with him. But now there's a new kind of these things that even veterans can't deal with. These freaks are evolving just like humans," the Chief of Staff noted. "And now their future depended on second-generation armor." Han pondered his words as he left the office. The commander had explained to him the new layout, the forces, and that's always politics, Han thought. He's the only one who can handle the prototype at the moment, so Kuro, by his side, will be a great support. Ark needs him now more than ever, and the scales are tipping in his favor. "Hey, get out of here!" Simon banged his foot on his door. "What took so long?" he asked Kuro when he opened, and out of habit apologized. "All first-class fighters have been ordered to assemble in the lab, and they are already late. Hurry up," Simon said. He promised he wouldn't be weak, even if he made decisions alone, Kuro thought. But since Han wasn't around, he felt like he was becoming himself again. They came to the lab where Kuro had taken a psi power test before. "What's that?" Simon asked. "A new device can measure psi abilities. This device collects information about mental abilities and numerical values of their expression and then gives statistical data," the lab technician explained. "All they have to do is put on a helmet and make the most of their abilities." "Get out of the way, puppies, your father is coming." Simon shushed them all. He wanted to know his level faster. He walked over to a chair and pulled his helmet on, under the gawking gazes of the others. "Come on, show some class British genius," shouted the other guys. Simon sighed and concentrated. He visualized a fight with a dragon and unleashed his full psi power like he was in a real battle. 10,000 showed the device. It was higher than everyone else's, Simon recognized when he took off his helmet. Now it's his turn. Measure. Simon handed him the helmet. No, he'd already done that before the transfer, Kuro said. And how much is his? What is Kuro's result? Simon asked the lab technician. Ah, that, she began to mumble uncertainly and fix her hair, not knowing whether to answer or not. 12,000, and he didn't put his best foot forward? The head of the lab answered for her. Sasha Grace looked at Simon as if to say to him, How's this for a baby? The old witch! Simon was angry, but he didn't let it show. This is ridiculous. So unfair, he thought, and left the lab in silence. You shouldn't have, said the lab technician. He's just a kid. He wouldn't back off until he was told to, Sasha Grace answered her. What's another PP? Han asked. They were flying the Chinooks on a mission, toward sunset. A psi power indicator. Its numerical value, like in games, Kuro explained. But Han had never played them, so he still didn't understand. The Arks wouldn't do such a thing without a reason, so they'd use it in battle, Han thought. So, Commander, what's the mission? Asked Knut, who was sitting opposite, and next to Han sat Silence. The girl in the skull mask was also curious, and she looked at him. I'll explain now, said Han. When Silence was flooded with memories, let's fight. Only way I'm going to coax the white-haired one out, she challenged her fellow student to a duel. And why would they fight? Her boyfriend asked, turning to her. His name is spelled the same as hers, and it's very annoying, the girl replied. Good enough reason, she asked. Good going. Come on, Livy, he said, and stood at the ready. What is it with her today? Silence thought. It was already dark by the time they reached their destination. What other memories? The ones erased after the trauma took over her head. Wousteau, a small town in the Pyrenees where they were thrown. You mean those monsters came all the way from Paris? Looking at their habits, they would never do that, Knut remarked. They must have a commander, Ella for example, need to survey the city, Han said. Given the local climate and the condition of the body, it's been about 2 days, he said as he examined the corpse outside. But this is the only body where the others are. Lee Han, someone's coming, Knut asked, and warned them. The squad stood at gunpoint and took aim. You don't expect people in this kind of terrain. A man in a hat was striding toward them, dragging a bloody wagon behind him. Please identify yourself. Name, branch of service, rank, demanded the man Lee Han. No soldier's Ark himself raised his hat to the man as they might observe. He is a common farmer. And on his arm was a tattoo of a diving helmet with a skull, the kind often worn by Marines or sailors, Han noted with an observant eye. If he doesn't want to confess, they have another way to find out who he is. The base needs a scan, Han said into the bracelet. Jacques, just call him Jacques, the man introduced himself. And full name, Han insisted. It's not nice to ask about such a thing, Jacques replied. Better that way than to pass over a potential threat, Han stated. Jacques de Gaulle introduced himself by his full name as an unusual farmer. 6 years retired, and before that a member of an elite unit of Psy fighters, read Han. I admit he's been hiding for a long time, said Jacques. But why is he hiding? He is not a deserter, asked Han. Even after retirement they are being watched. The leadership is afraid they will do something, replied Jacques. With that, Jacques began to walk on. Han looked thoughtfully at his back. Would you help? Jacques asked. He couldn't bury everyone, but he should at least pay his respects to them. He stacked the bodies in the center of the square, doused them in gasoline and set them on fire. Better that way than having them eaten by monsters and common beasts and spreading the remains around. Even though he was hiding here, he liked this quiet place, a place to grow old, Jacques said regretfully. They must want to hunt these things down, he asked Han. Mind if I join you? Jacques offered. He just watched monsters kill people. Thanks to his ability, he survived, but he didn't stop being a coward. Jacques swung his hand and became completely invisible. Wow, Han marveled. A very rare gift once he was released from the Ark. Even though Han didn't know his abilities as a fighter, it came in handy for them in scouting. Okay, Jacques de Gaulle, he is Lee Han, introduced himself. They will take him temporarily in their squad. He handed him a pistol and a knife. I won't let you down, Commander, said the former Navy SEAL. After exploring the city, they went into the forest to look for the monsters lurking there. We'll take a break. We'll take turns on patrol. Except for Jacques, Han ordered, noticing how out of breath the pensioner was after their long march. They're definitely human. Not to say he's rusty, but their stamina is to be envied, Jacques said. I never would have thought I couldn't keep up with fighters in full gear without equipment, he said. They are fighters with enhancements after all, Han replied. So they are from the second generation, marveled Jacques. So the Ark is still running this project, he asked. You can see from their eyes that the children, about 12 to 13 years old, though they are stronger than the first-generation fighters, are still too young, Jacques remarked. Why did he leave Ark? Han asked, noticing Jacques' steady gaze. Because I hate it as much as I hate dragons and monsters, the veteran replied. 6 years ago, so that's when the incident happened, Silence thought. Disturbing memories of long ago came over her. Silence grabbed her head again to suppress those emotions in her. She's on a mission, the girl told herself. They weren't born to be bred like cattle. Come with me, her voice called. He clutched the gun in his hand. All humans except them are enemies, he whispered. Come together and we will rule the galaxy, urged a friend. Come on, Livy, he called out to her, soiled from head to toe, and she couldn't get up because of the cast on her leg. Catherine paced quickly through the corridors of the base and said nothing. Red accompanied her, and together they stood before a distant door. And why are you standing there? Open up! She broke the silence first. All the records have probably been digitized long ago, Red said. Don't be so naive. She's been out for 10 years, and some of the records from 6 years ago have already been erased. We need to find out what happened then. So he hates Acre because they use kids like them and train them, Han asked. He wouldn't trust them too much if he were him, since the Ark is in charge of guys like him, Jacques said, but didn't finish. A grunt was found in Zone 2, got a message to Han on his tactical bracelet. But he's not moving due to severe injuries. The kid has fought off, the group reported to Khan. Nibbler was holding onto a wound on his chest from which bodily fluids were squelching. On the move, Han ordered, and only now noticed that Silence wasn't moving and was holding his head. Kuro, deal with him, Han ordered. Over the comms, relying on you. This was to get Kuro used to killing things, Knut thought as he looked at his comrade. When you're done, come back, Han ordered, and he stayed with Silence. Kuro looked at the wounded, defenseless monster that looked at him with such lively eyes and hesitated. I'll kill you anyway, no matter how many times you look, he told the monster. And yet his hands trembled. It's not just pulling a trigger to take someone's life. Otherwise, the bodies they saw today would be his friends, Kuro thought. Silence, Han called out, and shook his partner by the shoulders, who refused to come to his senses. Need to calm down. There was no malice in her actions. If anything, this whole world is wrong, she thought. He's long dead. He's gone, she consoled herself, warding off the obsession. The girl came to her senses, realizing that she was being held by her shoulders. What an awkward moment, she thought. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't, so I wrote it's okay. It's his turn to be on duty, Li Han. Knut's back, and Kuro. Kuro, Han asked him, noticing that their kind and tearful friend had darkened. Well done. Good job. Patted him on the shoulder. Han patted him on the shoulder. These kids really are second-generation fighters, Jacques marveled. Not at all like anyone he knew, as if they were mature guys without genetic interference. Just early adulthood, he thought. Damn it, there's nothing here. I'm all over the paperwork, Catherine. He knew there was nothing there, and just watched silently, asked Catherine, what was the point of holding her back? He replied, What a freak, exclaimed the girl. I won't leave until they know what happened there. Admit why they erased all the records, Catherine demanded of him. Red closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He handed her the key to the secret locker. Between the first and second generation, there was another one, 50 cadets, all with high levels of psi abilities. But the kids started acting weird. Things got out of control and the plan failed, Red said, pushing the painting off the wall. He gave her a folder labeled Top Secret, Catherine mumbled. They spotted the monsters resting in an open clearing. Those monsters weren't even hiding. Jacques, go scout and find out how many of them there are and in what condition, Khan ordered. No problem, Commander, said Jacques, adjusting his hat. He took off his shoes to walk silently. Though he was becoming invisible, he could be smelled differently. Jacques slowly crept between the monsters, who were half asleep. 17 creatures in all. Those Acre guys could handle them for sure. He counted the enemies. Only the pack leader was nowhere to be seen. Where was he hiding? Jacques thought. Surely he must be close by. Too much time. Go back, Han's voice quietly told him in his earpiece. If Ella's mage was there, he might have noticed him. A little more, it's all right. It's only Grantes here. Jacques gave in to a supposed nonchalance. He walked around looking at the identical monsters, searching for the leader. When one of them turned on Jacques and grinned viciously. Jacques has stopped communicating, Han stated. I shouldn't have brought him along after all, he thought. We should go after him. He's a civilian after all. Let's keep him safe, he told his squad, and ordered them to split up to search for him. Knut walked ahead surveying the area, not noticing I was sneaking up on him. There were soft footsteps treading softly behind him, so he heard nothing. Jacques seemed mad and stalked his own allies. You want to kill innocent children? Jacques remembered. We'll just scare them. Maybe someone will die, but it doesn't matter, he replied. That's no way to tell Red and Schwartz. They're not human if they agree to follow such orders, he shouted at them. He's had enough. He won't spill the blood of innocent children, Jacques said. He himself couldn't understand why his hands were doing this. The knife slashed across his throat. Jacques swung the knife, letting the life drain out to freedom. Knut fell to his knee. His rifle fell beside him. Knut lay still and unmoving. A distraught Jacques stood over the breathless body, wondering what to do next. Silence got into contact with the monsters and sliced into frags that death itself. All that was left after her was a trail of bodies to see where she had passed. He has to go too, Kuro. Back him up with telekinesis, Han told him. So accurately replied Kuro. He'll definitely handle it and won't let Li Han get hurt, the Psyker ventured. The first enemies appeared in front of him. Han rushed forward, Kuro covering him. He unleashed quite a bit of his power, stirred up the whole Psy field. No sooner had Han reached the monsters than rocks and earth rose into the air in front of him. Huge hands raked the ground along with the monsters into a pile. Kuro clenched his hands. Along with that, his telekinesis turned the monsters into flatbread. A power of the highest rank, Han appreciated. Now he understood why the Ark had such a hold on him. That was cool, Kuro. But Grontes aren't that dangerous. Save your strength, Han praised him. Sorry, said the Psyker. Third group reception, as they heard over the radio. I don't know what's wrong with him, but Jacques is our enemy now, Knut muttered. He rose to his feet when Jacques was about to move away from him. I don't know what's in his head, but if we fight on equal footing, the Northman said. Knut took his spear in hand and activated his Psy powers. Silence flicked the green entrails off her blades and began to move towards the others. Knut lunged at Jacques with his spear. He had to disarm him as the most tenacious among them. But for his age, Jacques moved very fast. He parried the Viking's spear and counterattacked. In the blink of an eye, he inflicted several slashing wounds on Knut. He wielded the knife so fast that the guy could barely keep up with him. If it wasn't for his immortal god ability, he would have lost. Knut dropped his spear. He couldn't hold it in his hands where the ligaments were torn. Jacques intercepted the knife above his head from one hand to the other, the veteran's experience making itself felt. He took aim with the knife for a finishing blow to the heart. But Knut opened his eyes again and gazed intently at his opponent. He dodged, sidestepped the blow, and leapt for his rifle. Sorry, mustache, he said, and fired a line at Jacques at almost point-blank range. Even though I can regenerate, it still hurts a lot, Knut stated. What happened? Han asked when he got there, attacked out of the blue, judging by the eyes. He's being manipulated by someone, Knut replied. Don't go near him yet, he's still dangerous, Knut warned them. If they do nothing, he will die, Han noted. Jacques was crawling through the grass, though he was wounded looking at them angrily. Qu'est-ce? Jacques suddenly shouted out, and red Psy power poured out of him. He screamed, and waves of red Psy surrounded him with mist. What the hell is going on? Han wondered. He hadn't heard or read about such a thing. A red Psy image detached from Jacques' body. It looked like an evil monster. Ghost! Shrieked Kuro. No, there's a Psy wave coming from him, Han noticed. It's just that they're able to move on their own, he said. Whatever the elves threw at them. Someone is controlling it, Knut asked, the ghost moving as if choosing its target. As far as we know, such a thing can be accomplished with dragon weapons, Han said. Let's all attack together, suggested Knut. No, he's mine, interrupted Han, and stepped forward. That if he has the power to get into someone's mind, you can't let Silence or Kuro get hurt, then they can't handle them. Silence. Too dangerous an adversary to be successfully neutralized. In a way, they were lucky to have gotten Jacques. Better that the ghost take possession of the weakest of them, and they take care of Jacques, Han said. He threw off all the extra gear to move faster. The ghost monster tried to claw at him with bodiless claws, but the Khan dodged. They circled in a dance. Han couldn't hurt someone who didn't have a body. He put his Psy control into the dragon weapon and swung it, cutting the ghost. Does it help at all? He reflected, dispelling his head of ectoplasm. He now gave the command to the others as the ghost distracted and distanced itself from Jacques' body. Han pierced the image again, but it began to gather right around him as if threatening to engulf him. Li Han, they shouted. Don't come any closer, he ordered them. Gotta get rid of the weapon, Han thought, and threw away his spear so as not to become more dangerous to his friends. The ghost broke into his mouth and began to climb inside as if trying on a costume. While Han took on the ghostly enemy, 3 of his team took Jacques. Khan arched his back as if a stake had been driven into his back. His face twisted in anger and pain as the monster tried to possess him. Khan wriggled and screamed, his friends holding him tightly without letting him break free. What can they do? The order to return has come. But at this rate, they won't be able to get it back, Knuth said. Kuro, can you do something with your powers? Knut asked. Do you think you can do it? Kuro answered uncertainly. But it was worth a try. He directed his psychokinesis towards Han's head. He seemed to start screaming even louder and harder. Han stood in the empty space of his mind. A ghost appeared in front of him. This place looked familiar. He had experienced mental psi control before. Like the time he'd seen Jürgen, it seemed his subconscious had gotten deeper, Han thought. The ghost scrabbled with mental claws and panted to scare him. And how his ego is still intact, said the ghost, taking the form of Han. Never encountered such a thing, said he. Han looked at himself as he looked now. The ghost even produced a spear. Time to get rid of him, the ghost said, and strode toward Han. Wanting to do the same, Han raised his baby fists to the top. What does Kuro see there? Asked his whip as he looked into his friend's head. It looks like Li Han is fighting someone, and if he can throw him out, Kuro said. Perhaps then he could catch him with his powers, but he couldn't promise anything. Damn it, he must win like he always did, shouted Knut. The ghost pinned Li Han to the mental field, Han barely holding on to keep from losing himself. That's it. Disappear, the ghost said and put the spear to his throat. But don't get upset. Sooner or later, everyone he knows and loves will be there for him, the evil ghost said. He's done so much already. You can be proud of yourself, he said. Han cried out in pain. He's the only man who could last this long, the ghost said, and thrust a spear into Han's chest, when he suddenly lost his mental limbs. And then his legs, what was going on perplexed the ghost, he flew off to the side. His power, how was he able to reflect his psi energy, the demon asked. He came to be confused. Reflect means Li Han remembered how he was locked in a flask for a week, then his body didn't accept the dragon component. This is the first such case in Acre, Dr. Grace told him at the time. The ghost was kneeling. Now Han realized the nature of his abilities. Or maybe it was just a fluke, he said, glancing at his image. Let's check it out now, he said, and grabbed the ghost by the collar. Game's over. Han's eyes lit up with golden waves of psi. Disappear, Han said, and swung as hard as he could with his mental fist. He drove the monster right between the eyes, and its image began to crumble. The image of the adult Li Han flew away from the powerful blow. What a bastard! The ghost gritted his teeth. He began to collect himself again. We need to get out of here. His power is extremely dangerous, the ghost thought. Han opened his mouth, red psi ectoplasm pouring out. He lashed out at the sky and wanted to sneak away before Han came to his senses. Here he is, catch him, Kuro, shouted Knut, pointing his finger. Now, he shouted. Once again, he spat out his most powerful telekinesis. His psi wave hands grabbed the ghost like a mosquito. The ghost looked at their pathetic attempts to effect his perfect psi form. About to escape, we need to catch him, they shouted. Waves of ghost began to break through Kuro's psychokinesis. I'll deal with him now, Han, who had risen from the ground, told them. He's fine, Han replied. Never thought I'd have to use this outside the lab, he thought. He aimed his gauntlet at the enemy and let his psi power flow through it. Lightning began to strike everywhere as if Khan had become a broken transformer. The ghost cowered in agony as it was struck by multiple discharges. It began to take on the faces of its victims. And then it exploded with a deafening crackle, raising a cloud of smoke and cinders. What was that, Li Han? Knut asked him. A new test pattern, Octo, Han replied. It looks like the fatty stole some bones after the battle when they were collecting the dragon's remains. He smiled strangely like a sweet addict getting his cookie. The specimen was created in secret from the Ark, so it's problematic to use, Han warned them. It could be useful, for the likes of him. Jacques audibly asked Han, the retired wounded SEAL. Be patient. The Arch Brigade will be here soon, he said. No, it's too late, Jacques answered him. But he has no regrets whatsoever. Thanks for getting revenge on those things, he said weakly. Pretty soon he will be able to see his friends again, who have been waiting for him, Jacques said. So don't blame yourself for his death, the veteran told Knut. The guy couldn't find anything to answer, but in that situation, he couldn't help it. Now you can rest a little and lie like this, Jacques whispered. When dawn came, he was gone, the 4 young fighters silently waiting for evacuation. Spectrum, that's what they call a psi entity of the parasitic type, reported to Alexander. While it is not yet clear what it is or how to combat it, it can tap into the host's memories and emotions. In some ways, this parasite is harder to deal with than a dragon, and Li Han needs to be thoroughly examined. Plus, a retired veteran, Jacques de Gaulle, died yesterday. Catherine listened to the report and immersed herself in memories. They'd been killed. She read the top-secret report from the hidden archive Red had given her. The children for that plan, they killed them all. She looked at him with disdain. Tried to take them alive, but they were many times stronger, Red replied. Ended up having to use tele-armor to suppress them, the sergeant added. Totally nuts, Catherine resented. Sure, there were casualties, but most were taken alive. He doesn't even know where they are now, Red told her. And he thinks that's so easy to believe, Catherine asked him. There's no way he'd lie to her, Red replied. Only the chief of staff and a few cronies are aware of it. Maybe the children are no longer alive, thought Catherine. What on earth did he do to them? Alexander Lacour looked at Kat's chief of staff. Silence took a long shower and then stepped out of it. The room was dark, only the eyes of the skull mask glowing. And why she suddenly remembered it, the girl covered her face with her hands. A smart and calm man who you always want to follow, she remembered him. It's the same, she thought, remembering Li Han, he wanted to believe. Han pulled clothes out of the closet using telekinesis. He even dressed himself by helping himself control things as if with invisible hands. As before, he kept his diary entries solely by force of control. Since the portal opened in Paris, reports of the new phenomena have been increasing, appearing all over Europe. The Ella warriors were infiltrating and using guerrilla tactics, so they were hard to catch. But their squad coped due to their strong abilities. Kuro could lift mountains if needed. Han himself often went on the attack ahead of everyone else, and leading his comrades as an extension of himself, they became a very cohesive team. Khan was making full use of Octo's secret prototype. The war would wipe it all out in the end. The lightning discharges echoed the Psy mission of the defeated dragon. The survivors were killed by machine gun fire. No one took prisoners, and they did not surrender. It was a war of mutual destruction. The silence became even deadlier. It mowed down the enemies mercilessly. The Psy missions amplified her razor-sharp knives, and those sliced through flesh bone and anything else in the way. Strength and accuracy, she did the main damage in the squad, acting like a scalpel. Silence is a monster. He killed everyone with his blades, Knut remarked. The real monster is the one that made those things appear, answered the girl. That's right too, agreed Knut. Well done, Kuro, way to go, Han praised him, the Psyker now much better oriented in battle. When Han felt his shoulder being touched, he turned around and saw Silence pointing at his arm. Give it to me, she wrote to his bracelet, and poked him with a gold glove. Why, she'd only be wasting psychic power she could be using for flickering, Han replied. Give it anyway, the girl insisted, staring at him skulkily. If you take off the mask, I'll give you the mask, Li Han offered a provocative deal. Silence reached for her helmet to take it off, but seeing their stares, the guys couldn't even believe such a thing, stopped. No way, it's already like a body part, wrote Silence. I thought so, replied Han. Don't feel bad. I'll give it to you next time, Han consoled her. I'll take your word for it. She slapped him on the back so hard it hurt Han. I want one too, Knut blurted out, and Kuro joined his demand, so the young commander had to agree. The 2-week raids had helped lower the anxiety level in the county. After the battle in Paris, it felt like a year of plowing, Han thought. His morning routine was interrupted by a ringing bell. A round that barely fit the watch appeared on his bracelet. Octo, Han realized. This is the 11th release since they started working on the 2nd generation. Added your type's data, rejoiced Octo. We should try it on, Han asked. Of course, not in combat, the engineer told him. Properly distribute your strength, he told Han as he donned his armor. The armor is perfectly power. Even better than the previous ones, this version was more refined. Octo gave the command to begin the check, and Han released the psychokinesis. Catherine reported to them the time and place of the dragon's next coming. A month later, there's a big canyon in northern Arizona, she said. The next critter will appear there. She looked at the brooding chief of staff. The countdown has begun, he muttered, all without raising his head. The armor created this time. Already the 11th currently they have unprecedented strength, Alexander said. So huge that Li Han, dressed in the prototype, almost caught the dragon himself in 20 days to prepare 2 teams from the 3rd year. 2. Aren't there 3? Red wondered where else a set of armor for an entire squad could go. Kid Joe met Jose on the street. Jose had something to say to him. And he's more capable than he looks. Jose pointed his finger at him. Why would such an admission be a compliment? Kijo said indignantly. Not only are you smart, but you can also punch well. He and Li Han are similar. Lack of strength compensating with brains, Jose said. Time to go up, Kyo, the grown-up Jose told him. 3rd year awaits. This is a special case. The committee was considering Jose and himself for admission to the 3rd year. He himself asked to check and give a promotion. So confident in his abilities, Sergeant Red asked him sternly. Jose thought back to his childhood, even though it was very recent. Back then, he was constantly seeing ARC commercials on TV. Join the ranks of the Acre and get benefits, they called from the screen. Maybe there are some among us, my father said. Then they would be rich at once. Stop staring at the TV and watch the kids. His wife slapped him on the back. Jose, are you going to a friend's house? Asked his mother, who had eyes in the back of her head from raising 4 children. Buy groceries when you go home, she asked him. He nodded silently and got on his bike. Even though his father whined they didn't live poor. Among other things, there were posters of young talent everywhere. Jose pulled into a small back alley where no one was. On the other side was an enclosed courtyard where a crowd of boys played soccer. They were frolicking in the dust with an old ball, but they didn't care at all. Now the fashion had changed. All the boys dreamed of becoming sci-fighters. There was fame about them. There was wealth behind them. Even more than soccer players. Really, Jose didn't believe in that kind of money for soldiers. Lies don't believe them. The man handed him a bag of fruits and vegetables. They just lure kids to them and make them fight monsters so they don't have to do it themselves, he said. If he has an unusual ability, you can't let the others know about it, the salesman warned. Otherwise it's over, Jose pondered his words on the way home. The man was telling the truth, Jose doubted, but the words sounded sincere. He carefully lifted the bulb with sigh, his eyes showing the manifestation. Can't let the others find out. Don't want to fight monsters, the boy thought. Home, he shouted, coming through the door with a large bag in his hands. Come in quickly, he's right on time. We're about to have dinner, his mother called out to him. Their house was noisy as always. Stop spoiling, he shouted to the younger ones who were always fighting. Put it there, his mother told him and smiled, pleased that she had such a responsible eldest son. When the boys got really riled up and one flew into a closet really hard. Guys, I said stop it, you knuckleheads, Jose yelled at them. When I noticed how much the cabinet was wobbling and everything on top of it. An old clay jug had fallen off the edge and was falling right on top of their little brother. The infant could have been badly hurt by such a thing. Jose had no time to think. His brother's life was more precious. He grabbed the jug forcefully. The boy laughed, the new toy and the light that came from it. He didn't know what danger he had just been in. Jose carefully put the object aside, but now his whole family didn't know what to say. He was always mentioned as a candidate for promotion, but there's only one reason why he didn't make the final cut, Red said. Not enough psi powers, but it looks like he's just holding back, the sergeant stated. So go ahead and show what you can do. The 3 panelists stood in front of him. Jose aimed his pyrokinesis at them. He was burning full on. What's this? Everyone. But Red recoiled at his abilities, but the sergeant was used to fire, had long ago become akin to it. The flames reached them from Jose's hand, though he stood quite far away. Sergeant Red isn't that too dangerous, exclaimed the other examiners. His flames only burn what Jose wants, Red said, taking a chocolate stick out of the pack. Of course, provided he can perfectly control his abilities, looked at him sternly. Red. As if responding to his words, Jose turned the burner to maximum. Bullshit, don't believe them, said a farmer with a skull tattoo and a diving suit on his arm. If he has powers, hide them, the farmer said. Otherwise it's over. That farmer was Jacques de Gaulle. You know, man, he doesn't need to hide anymore, Jose thought. They're fine, the examiners exclaimed. Jose's flames only igniting the sergeant's chocolate stick. Thanks for giving me a light, Red said. Great skill level, times higher than what he showed before. Starting tomorrow, you're moving on to Jose's 3rd year, Red congratulated him. Now he has nowhere to go back to, he thought. Will do his best to destroy the monsters. Otherwise, his whole family will die. Jose went into his 3rd year. 28 days before the canyon invasion, a trash can flew into the air, scattering the contents. That's because one of the cadets kicked him with all his might. He didn't pass the selection of the 2nd generation. That's why he's freaking out, Knut replied. Only those who had been in the 3rd year for more than a year were taken there, Dmitri said. He must have been very upset for Lee Han had been taken, Knut said, and Han wondered. He was assigned as Alpha Commander. The first task was to destroy the monsters, but it was more important to get used to the armor, Han told them. It's worth sorting out the lineup, he explained to them as he was interrupted by a fighter. He can handle himself, the Psyker boasted. Han looked at the show-off that stood next to Silence. Musa, a Psi-fighter first class from South Africa, thought Khan. These monsters can be handled without armor, so why form fighting positions, he asked. Musa, you didn't hear well. It's important for them not to destroy these things, said the 2nd new fighter in Khan's squad. Get used to the armor and learn to work together, he said. Okay, relax, Amir. Just a suggestion, Musa answered him. Musa and Amir, they're not a bit inferior to Knut or Simon, Han pondered. Silence noticed his concern too. The rookie alphas were older and more experienced, but it was up to Han to command. After discussing whatever he wanted, Han ordered them to move into position. Monsters on the front lines, Han said. He and Silence go first, he ordered, but he was interrupted again. It's time to get moving and have some fun, Musa said. Musa slowed down, Khan ordered as he turned the satchel up to full speed, but Musa didn't obey. The squad behind him, Han had to order the squad to cover the cocky fighter. See? That's speed, shouted Musa. He was amusing himself as if the expensive armor was a toy. Where did this place get so many werewolves? Musa exclaimed as the crowd of monsters appeared in front of him. He's going to kill them all, Musa said as the monsters came rushing toward him. He fired a line from a heavy 20th caliber assault rifle and the werewolf was torn to shreds. He put down more than a few monsters before the squad caught up with him. Prepare to fire, Han said as the ground shook beneath their feet. A lizard-like monster, which could be mistaken for a dragon at first, emerged into the clearing in front of him. It's a basilisk, shouted Han, recognizing the alien beast. So powerful a beast that even tanks become toys for him. Ordinary infantry cannot cope with him at all, but they are soldiers in armor. Silence, the basilisk is on you, Khan ordered. Amir is covering. He will help Musa, said Khan, all to their places. The squad quickly distributed the positions. Aiming for the head, finish him off faster. Amir raised several orbs into the air. With 3 orbs, he distracted the monster and forced it to open its neck. 4 more orbs served as support for Silence's attack, Han noted. Silence applied flicker to accelerate while the target is open. She pushed off 1 orb and seemed to pierce through the monster, severing its head at once. The decapitated carcass fell on its side while Han and Musa shooed away the smaller werewolves. It was the last one, Musa said, and turned the werewolf into sour cream. Mission accomplished. Disengage armor and rest until transport arrives, said Han. Han sat down on the grass next to Silence and thought about how to proceed. Amir sat opposite next to Musa, the veterans sticking together, but the latter didn't disable his armor. Again you pretend not to hear, asked him Amir. Come on just a little bit, Khan. Especially since the monster's destroyed, he replied. He's not going to kill anyone really, Musa said, stroking his barrel. As the body armor increases in body size, the guns get bigger too. Which is why it's so nice to look at those barrels, Musa said. Musa, Khan interrupted him. Something had to be done about disobeying orders, the commander realized. Musa spread his hands. Even if there were fewer dragon cells in the armor, everyone is handling it just fine. They have no equal in battle, Han thought. When the board came after them, to lead the squad and keep them on their toes, Han thought. That is his assignment, he pondered, framing his face to the flow of wind from the blades. Kisayo, shouted Ella's warriors, which translated meant piss goats. The werewolves pinned their unit down and pounced from all sides. But for soldiers in second-generation armor, it was all nonsense, heavy rifles squashing the monsters. And Silence was able to get to the rear and kill the L hunters unhindered. This one is his, Musa said, and pulled out a sword made of dragon bone. The hunter, Ella, put up a psi shield. But it didn't help him one bit. The power of the dragon chopped him in half. Just fine, said Psyker, taking off his helmet when they had disposed of all the monsters. Wow, it's too easy. Even the excitement is gone, he said. The squad formed up in the clearing after the sweep for further instructions. The task is done. Transportation has been dispatched, so we just rest, Han said. Amir is not tired of being on support. Let's see who will smash more monsters next time, Musa suggested. No, he had once again lost to Silence and decided to get even with him, Amir answered him. They started arguing over who was tougher, Han thought expectantly. Their current strength is far superior to the monsters. They no longer fight for their lives, but rather engage in extermination. Musa, Amir, Khan addressed them. They are a kind of elite, but that's why they don't trust him, he remarked. Just hope that in real combat, you'll put your pride aside and follow orders like soldiers should, Han said. Never question his decisions because that's how they set the rest of us up, Khan told them. Just ridiculous. What can you worry about when you have a fighter in armor like this working next to you? Musa resented, upon returning to base. Even if 3 dragons arrive, they can handle it, and they are treated like servants, he grumbled, though they are no worse as fighters. However, the squad leader is Khan, and he has said nothing wrong, Amir remarked. Yes, I know that myself, grumbled Musa. But it's still tense this way. He spoke so that everyone could hear him. Silence clenched her fists. Maybe just jump to him and have a heart-to-heart talk, she thought. He won't even make a move before she knocks the asshole to the floor. But what if she miscalculates her strength and smashes him? You can't do that, the girl thought. Unfortunately, you can't replace squad members. But they couldn't fight in a team of 4 either, Silence thought. I'll have to put up with the freak for Li Han's sake, the girl thought, and left. The Psykers were sitting in a tent near the point, future gates, use a nuclear strike to mop up all the monsters. That's what they were discussing. And they themselves will not die from the blow, Derek worried. Give protective suits, said Dmitri. And then we'll turn into mutants, Knut worried. Horns, tails will appear, but he is not beautiful as it is. Sarcastic another cadet. Shut up already, I'm sick of it. You're definitely going to go crazy like this. The older third-year senior resented. I don't like his tone, Knut remarked. Why is he snapping at them? Is it their fault they didn't give him a second-generation armor? He asked. What did he yell? And repeat it. The older man got angry. Let's go out, he suggested to Knut. He thought you wouldn't suggest it, he agreed. They left the tent. The anticipation of battle was driving everyone white in this arid place. Maybe stop them, Derek suggested. No, let's go see, Dmitri said in a satisfied voice. He was always happy for a good fight. What kind of nutters we have in our squad, thought Derek. Catherine came to her senses in a hospital bed, instruments ticking away, a catheter with an IV sticking out of her arm. Looks like she passed out again from the seizure, she realized. Catherine was getting worse by the day. The time between attacks is getting shorter and shorter. Wouldn't it be better to die right now? She thought, as she got up from her bunk. When she saw the vision again, a silver dragon and hordes of monsters with it, the prophecy changed. Needing to be told about it right away, Catherine jumped up from her seat and rushed to headquarters. She ripped out the IVs with a sharp motion and ran. A gate opened over the base. Red alert level. Sirens howled. The invasion had started early and caught them off guard. The guys who were just about to smash each other's faces in forgot their intentions when they saw the flames. But according to the prediction, 5 more days, shouted the chief of staff, slamming the desk. Khan put on his armor. Because of the convenience of the design, it was now done very quickly, and the toilet was like a spacesuit. Ready for battle, Han reported, fully clad in his armor. Dragon paws ripped through the fabric of the space like a newspaper. The monster began to make its way into their home. Alpha and Blue teams are ready to go, reported Alexander, as Catherine ran into the headquarters. She was all sore from the pain of the attacks, but more so from the fact that her predictions had turned out to be wrong. It wasn't just the date that had changed, but the prophecy itself, she realized. Don't tell me this is all because of that silver dragon, she thought, looking at the lizard through the monitor screen. Even so, he was terrifying. It opened a maw the size of a Boeing and roared for hundreds of kilometers around. But how dumbfounded everyone else was when they saw this unprecedented sight. An even bigger dragon appeared from the breach and grabbed the silver one by the throat like a puppy. He killed him in one bite, then glared angrily at the humans gathered around him. The black dragon eats its own. It devoured the silver dragon's core. Report sprinkled. What's going on here? Dragon slaying dragon, murmured Musa. Team Alpha went into position. Calm down. It's not that bad. One less enemy, Han remarked. The black dragon absorbed the silver dragon's psi core, emitting a bright glow of psi. They watched in silence as the giant devoured its prey. At this moment, the ARC troops were regrouping. The gate closed and reported to headquarters. The giant looked at the men with burning eyes. Only one dragon left, no monsters around, reported to the chief of staff. Alpha and Blue team to begin the operation, Alexander ordered. The details are not that important. Their objective hasn't changed. The giant flapped its wings, contentedly raising a hurricane, and roared again. He tore out of his seat, picking up speed with the aid of psi power, and took off into the sky where it wasn't so easy to reach. Han analyzed his target. Power up, activate drones, he ordered. First, take off the left flank, wait for the blues, then attack according to the plan of the second phase, Khan ordered. Silence attacks. He's on backup. Musa will distract. Amir will cover. Khan quickly assigned everyone tasks and roles in the battle. Nothing complicated. Li Han was even able to catch the dragon alone, and now they have a team of 8 suits. If this thing isn't stronger than Jupiter, they can definitely handle it, the chief of staff said, comparing the threat to a thunder dragon. Jupiter, the code name of the dragon that killed Li Han, he was able to use telekinesis and electricity. Catherine folded her arms across her chest. In this situation, she could only pray. Great, that got his attention, Han said. They showered the dragon with bursts of fire. Silence deal with the wings. As the dragon chased after the arrows, Silence moved out of his sight and prepared to dash. A purple shimmer lit up the sky as she swung her swords. It skipped past the dragon like a projectile fired from a cannon. Han caught her after a jump, grabbing her arm at the last minute. Barely had time, said Han. Thank you, beeped. She gave him a prepared gesture. Now she had a fulcrum again and could apply the flicker. A few leaps and the dragon lost its wing in a single cut. Everyone into battle now, shouted Han. Now that the dragon was wingless, he couldn't maneuver in the sky. Han used the charge in his glove to hook the dragon with an ultra-fine thread that he controlled with telekinesis. 4 soldiers in armor were holding the dragon on a stretch bar to keep it from twitching. Silence cut off his other wing. Now he was completely defenseless. "Let's get it over with," Han said, and at full speed they raced toward the dragon that had fallen to the ground. Damn Blues decided to take all the glory for themselves. Musa resented. The blue team got to the dragon faster. "Why did Li Han freeze? They should go too," Musa urged the commander. The Blues surrounded the dragon that lay on the ground, a huge mountain of meat. The Alphas landed nearby and turned off their jetpacks. "Good thing we got there in time. We'll finish him off faster than the Blues," Musa stated. Khan experienced anxiety but couldn't say anything. He stared at the back of the impatient soldier. "It's kind of strange. Why send such a weak dragon that can barely put up any resistance," he thought. "It's more like a diversion," Han realized. "Everyone get back now," he shouted into the general channel. "Terrific job, well done." Alexander jumped up from his seat. He was obviously pleased with what was happening. Project Ark had succeeded, he exulted. It was a triumph of victory for mankind and its weapons. It wouldn't be a bad thing if it ended that way, Catherine thought. "Blue team, get the dragon gear. Get rid of it all at once," they heard the order. They ran up to the carcass from different directions, the Alpha team keeping to the side. "Blue stand, get away from him now," Han warned them. "What the hell, Li Han?" Musa grumbled unhappily and openly objected to the commander. "You can't let your guard down, especially now because things are going too smoothly," Khan reasoned. "It might be a trap. You have to wait. If he's wrong, they'll laugh at him later. But if he's not, they're in big trouble," Han said. "What does he suggest? Standing around and waiting for the creature to wake up? He could use a choice too," argued the blue commander. "Leave the dragon's head to us," he said, much to Musa's annoyance. "Don't make fun of my horseshoes. What a boost of fame and prestige," he said. Amir wanted to stop him, but Musa told him to stay out of it, finish as soon as possible and rest. He needs to make his choice too. Stop agreeing with everything like an idiot. Musa expressed his valuable opinion, forgetting that he was on duty. "Amir, stand," Khan ordered him, but the always loyal and patient Amir didn't hold out this time. "I'm sorry, Li Khan. Musa is right this time," he said. "This is democracy." Silence looked at them angrily. "We can only hope that everything will turn out okay." Han gave a slack. Due to his youth, "Never let the streets bend you over," said the ancient rule of the streets. "Everyone gathered?" the blue commander asked as the 6 surrounded the dragon's head. "Strike on the count of 3, all together," he ordered, and they raised their dragon bone swords. 1, 2, a satisfied Musa and Amir swung their blades along with everyone else. And at that moment, someone pierced Musa with a sword, shattering his armor like tinfoil. "What's that from where?" the cocky idiot could only squeeze out. Amir lost his head next, completely not expecting the blow. He didn't even realize what killed him. Silence aside, Han reacted, his commander's combat reflexes working fast. He didn't know who or what had attacked them, but he preferred to move so as not to be an easy target. Ella Major's all-use invisibility magic, Han realized. The blue squad was also wiped out by a surprise attack by an unknown enemy. These mages looked like knights themselves, shrouded in ergonomically streamlined lats, swords in hand. Their commander swung his sword, and 4 of his squad rushed towards the remaining second-generation soldiers. "Coming," said Han, and he and Tashino prepared for battle, pulling out their melee weapons. The Ella Mages ran and threw their cloaks over themselves as they went. Invisibility cloaks, Han realized, as the enemy literally vanished in front of him. They retraced their steps to avoid raising dust. "It looks like it's their armor, but it won't hide the marks in the sand," Han thought. They must be somewhere close, but distance was the most he could determine. That was enough for his trump card. He pointed his gauntlet in the direction of the fighters and gave an electric shock to the area in front of him. Several enemy fighters were hit and burnt up in a blaze of fire. "Silence," Han commanded, and she immediately dashed toward the enemy as soon as she could see them. Han saw her deal with 4 enemies at once. Only their leader remained. Somewhere else, Han counted their bodies and barely ducked from the blow that shattered his helmet. "I knew it," he thought. Once again, his combat reflexes and thinking saved him. "The devil," Han thought, as the wreckage of his helmet flew around like splinters. "Only one weapon can destroy telearmor, a weapon with a dragon component," Han pondered. And these creatures were armed with just that. He noticed the sickle blade at the enemy that had crept up from the rear. There wasn't much space between them, so he couldn't dodge, Han thought, as the enemy swung around. But Silence reached to the limit of his strength and got his opponent at the last moment. The Khan finished off the wounded man with a spear thrust to the face, and now there was only one opponent left before them. "Thank you, Silence," shouted Han to his partner for saving him for the umpteenth time. "The only thing left is to deal with him," said Li Han. The EL leader had been standing all this time and didn't even try to intervene in the fight. It became clear why. He had been waiting for the dragon to wake up, glaring angrily with his eyes, and had been protecting him all this time. The monster woke up and roared fearfully. Now it became a 2-on-2 battle. Their stinking breath pelting him, Han thought about what to do next. The monster came fully awake, telekinesis whipping out of him. Silence again experienced the terror that had gripped her when they had faced Warhammer, but this time she couldn't let Han get hurt. "He's coming!" shouted Han to Silence, noticing the movement of the leader of Ella's knights. The girl jumped a flicker upwards, the dragon's paw striking right next to Han. He activated his jetpack. It was the only way he could keep up with the dragon's speed. It's safer to hit the inside, Han thought, and raced full speed toward the target. He brought himself sharply closer to the dragon with a jetpack. Silence, on the other hand, aimed at the monster's exposed back. She put all the speed and psi power she had into the blow, adding the acceleration of the satchel. The resulting battering ram crashed down on the dragon's exposed back. At the same time, Han climbed under his belly, risking being crushed. He wanted to pierce the huge defenseless belly with his spear, but his spearhead was clipped by the Ella Knight who appeared. "The devil!" Han thought to himself again as he was left unarmed. He received a powerful kick and flew backwards. He was still lucky that the knight decided not to pierce him through immediately. He simply left Han as an appetizer for the dragon, who pulled his huge paw towards him. There was a mighty bang. The ground shook. On a fair chance, Han escaped the blow. Silence stood on the dragon's back. She could barely pierce its tough hide, even with all her might. The weapon didn't go in deeply, she felt. The dragon didn't take much damage. Their affairs were getting worse. Khan was moving sideways. He scraped his back on the ground, unable to keep his balance. When a dragon blade had already been brought over him with nothing to defend against. The only thing left to do was to run, which Han did. He tore off, showing his enemy his back. He turned around sharply, guessing the moment when his opponent would be close by, and fired his telekinesis-driven winch. The thread quickly entangled the hands of the knight, who still held his sword in them. Taking advantage of his confusion, Han accelerated and punched his opponent in the stomach. The knight now rolled on the ground, but his sturdy armor saved him from serious injury. He immediately began to rise. On his feet, in the puffs of dust, he stopped seeing Li Han. When he appeared above him with his sword drawn, Khan miraculously managed to find it and raise it. But it was a miracle that saved his life. Khan pierced the knight right through the heart with his own sword. He felt the blade slicing through the flesh and pulled it out in one motion. Han turned around to see how Silence was doing with the dragon. The beast opened its maw with 2 rows of teeth and staggered in his direction. Silence sat on top, still trying to pierce the dragon's thick hide. "Stop," she told him. "Enough deaths for today," and chopped down the monster to no avail. "Fire breath! Get away!" She spoke mentally to Han as if he could hear her. Han was looking straight at death in the face. He wouldn't get away from this volley in time. The satchel didn't respond to commands, damaged after Han plowed the ground, the flames of Psi growing brighter and brighter. So this is how it's going to be, Han realized, and closed his eyes. No regrets. The dragon's Psi cannon fired. A blob of glowing plasma flew at the speed of light. He was still alive, Han realized, and looked at the deep gash in the rock that the monster had vaporized. He's alive. He looked at his hands again, but why? That's the power. In a second, another canyon appeared. He heard a voice, a soldier in telebronze that appeared in front of him. "Good job, did well, but too good to die now," the soldier said. "From now on, the Omega team will take care of everything," he stated. Who are these people? Han wondered. They had a cover team, thought Silence. Han remembered his conversation with Red. "Where is the rest of the body armor?" he asked. The sergeant thought long and hard about whether to answer that question or not. "In the vault, though he was too smart to believe it," Red replied, habitually munching on a chocolate stick. "There's another team, he thinks," Red warned, "but don't dig deeper. Excessive curiosity leads to disaster." Jacques said that 6 years ago, the children who were trained in the Ark were killed, Han said back. The sergeant turned around. A shadow lay across his face. The former co-worker was proving to be too talkative. "If anything goes wrong, they'll be dealt with just as much," Han asserted more than asked. "Don't you think you have better things to do than mess with them?" asked Red, burning his wand with his pyrokinesis. He decided to press Han to think less. Perhaps they had gotten rid of some of the recruits in the past, but some had even survived, Han thought. These guys, then, are the Omega team. He watched 3 more armored soldiers walk in on the target. They attacked quickly and clearly, as if they already knew all of this dragon's weaknesses. The heavy pods struck the dragon's paws and pinned it to the ground. Soldiers of the Omega team emerged from the pods, their armor black. "Her skull mask? Do you want to help too?" they asked Silence. "Gather and attack the neck. He will attack the lower core ordered them by the commander." Silence joined their synchronized attack. The fighters used orbs to quickly rise up to the dragon. They attacked him from different directions and forced him to raise his head. And when he opened his neck and chest, the team striker and captain struck with his spear. Team Omega was impressive, power and cohesion, the elite of the elite, thought Han. The Dragon Core released a multitude of green psi waves before extinguishing. "I want to meet those kids," Silence wrote on Takam. Another problem child on his mind, thought Red looking at her. "It's too dangerous, Silence. They're criminals for killing instructors and partners. She knows that very well," Red replied. "Among them might be the one who shot her in the head." "Will you be able to keep your composure if you meet him?" he asked. She remembered the image of him. Of course it hurt, the girl said bluntly. At least she wouldn't fight him, she assured the sergeant. "I'm sorry," Red thought. He was in a position where he would have to talk her out of it as well as Catherine. "They're real monsters for refusing to be human. I don't even know how Ark is controlling them now," Red replied. "Whatever it is, it's hard to look at, like staring at a welder," he warned. Silence left with nothing so without squeezing anything new out of Red. She was twirling a small microphone in her hands. "Did Han hear everything?" she asked him. He said yes, and pulled out his earpiece. "Unless the sergeant is lying, the real power belongs to Alexander, not the loony Jurgen. And if war breaks out, he will be the puppeteer. You could say Team Omega is his brainchild, and the second organization. But for what purpose did he set all this up?" Han thought, the balance of power becoming more and more confusing. Even ashamed to say such a thing, refused to be human. Red pondered his words, standing in front of the mirror. "It's not their fault." He covered his face with his hands. Everything was Ark's responsibility, and he included. He was the one who stopped being human a long time ago, Red thought. He struggled to suppress a fit of nausea brought on by self-disgust. "We just have to wait for it to be over, the war. But will there be an end?" he thought. Han stood in the middle of the blaze of fire and smoke that fluttered in the wind behind him. Tough guys never look at an explosion. Another dragon had been defeated. There was nothing left at all, Knut said. Now this place was uninhabitable as well. "Alpha Team, mission accomplished," he reported to HQ. "Their current lineup is more than ideal. This is the 6th invasion they've prevented since the canyon," the Chief of Staff said. And now, for the 3rd time, the prophecy was proven wrong. He looked at Catherine. "That you already think you're useless," Catherine thought as she heard his words. "The reason is the Silver Dragon," Catherine said. "Every time he shows up, the future changes, like someone pulled the switch on the railroad tracks. Besides, the rest of the dragons massacred all the silver ones. It looks like they have their own intraspecies war," said Catherine. To summarize, each dragon has different abilities depending on its color. It is very likely that the silver ones opened the gate. They have scrutinized the Yellow Mages because they managed to capture them alive. "But we don't know anything about the dragons," said Sasha Grace. "Anyway, they don't have any other soothsayers besides the Oracle," the Chief of Staff said. "The only thing you can change is your reactions to what's happening. You need to deal with it as soon as possible," Alexander said. "It's time to really prepare for the decisive battles of this war," he said menacingly. "The Ark has undergone a major reshuffle and reorganization. They stopped sending freshmen to the base. There was too little time to prepare them for the battle. It was decided to invest all the forces available fighters. Some of the fighters who were instructors returned to duty or returned to their homes. Still going back to China, Wei heard the voice and the familiar creak of the prosthesis. Though he came to work as a mentor, things are different now. But he got along great with the kids, Red said. "Good luck," he said to Wei Chen-yu as he said goodbye, and the big guy smiled. Whether he was sad, not as sad as some, Red glanced out the hospital window, fighting again with the hordes of monsters that seeped and bred without end in the forests. Come in, this is Red too. Came out a fighter in body armor who was being chased by the crowd. Luring the monsters to the designated spot betrayed him to the others. "There's almost 100 of these things here. Red 3, he betrayed to the others. Red 4, there's 500 of them, and they're all chasing him. Fuck joking around. Work clean. It doesn't matter how many monsters there are," Red 1 told them. "Then I can do them all at once," he said. He waved his arms as the monsters converged at one point and surrounded the squad. Dracarys said Red 1, and all were devoured by that pillar of fire, and the sun shines again, he sang. "Awesome as always. How is it possible to burn so many monsters in one fell swoop?" Jose took off his mask. After he stopped restraining himself, he was quickly promoted to squad leader. Awesome, Alexander was pleased. His gift of pyromancy is the best among all. Great against hordes of monsters, Red replied. He's also always excelled at hiding his power and controlling it all the time, he thought. Even though he could already use fire in his freshman year, he hid it until he was on the island. And in his second year too, he could have easily been promoted, but he didn't want that, so he stayed there. But why would he choose to reveal himself now? I hope this doesn't add to the problem, Red thought. Oracle, how's it going with the prophecy? Any changes? Alexander asked. Again she is being used as they want, thought Catherine, but replied that the next point of invasion was Ireland. Dingle Peninsula, there will be a huge army of monsters and dragons there. The Alpha team will be involved in this operation. Also Team Reds, the Chief of Staff said. He won't let anyone die this time, Han thought. Jose was of the same opinion. Both wanted to send the monsters back to hell. He didn't know if his last name was Lee and his first name was Han, or if he was just called Laihan. He was left in a basket under the orphanage. There was only a note with a name on it, in a basket under the door of the orphanage. After that was a hungry homeless life where he was just trying to survive. John Kijo was already acting with Major Kang back then as the first Psy fighter in the ARC ranks. They were agitating others to join as well. Once the war is over, the Psy fighters will be the backbone of the army, so Korea tried to recruit as many of them as possible. There is a little warfare going on now, but what happens later, won't it be a psycho war, asked the presenter. Khan barely escaped the chase. The pursuer panted and lagged behind. What a damned thief, he said. If you get caught again, I'll powder you, he shouted to Lee Han in his wake. And just when the guy thought he'd slipped away and could be left alone, he got pushed. And he flew down the back alley. From that jolt, Han didn't notice him being attacked. There was a ratty little rat, and he was approached by an adult bully that was bigger than him, and Han was already exhausted from the chase. His name is Lee Han, right? Laughed the bully, happy to have caught him. Return that sack nicely, he ordered, though he clearly had no intention of returning it to its owner. And if not, frowned Han. He looked at the bully from under his forehead. What a stubborn lad, no wonder. Otherwise you wouldn't have survived on the streets. But you can be useful, he said. How do you think he knows his name? The bully asked. Because he knows where the other rats are hiding. He's the only one who can escape if anything happens, Bully said. But what about his brothers? He laughed. Han realized he was pinned down. A month later, he chased an old man that was walking alone. An easy target, Han thought. The old man carried his package tightly clutched to him, unsuspecting. He turned when he heard footsteps and smiled at the boy who followed him. The old man himself approached the boy. He was kind and wanted to share the food. Khan was wary and covered his face with his hood so he wouldn't be recognized and because he was ashamed of his intentions. He stood up like a yard dog, for he had never known kindness before. Here will you be, little one? The kind old man asked him, that he himself wanted to share the food, and Han was stunned. He's offered something for nothing. The world seems to turn upside down in his eyes. Don't let yourself be fooled. He's only pretending to be infirm. He needs something. Han eyed him incredulously. The old man and the outstretched apple began to seem like a terrible trick to him. What's he hiding in the bag? Han thought, and rushed forward. The old man was startled and taken aback to see such a reaction to kindness. Boy, he shouted to Han, who snatched the bag of food from him. He was just being kind and giving him a treat. He'd never met anyone like that before. He was usually chased away when they saw him, Han thought. When it was all over, he felt lousy for repaying evil for good. Finally found the little rat, Bully said, climbing up on the roof to Han. Didn't pay his brother's tax and ran away for a month, he said angrily. Do you know what the interest is? He scratched his fists. You'll finally wake up if one of your brothers gets hurt, the bandit asked. Take the risk. As long as he is alive, no one will dare to touch them, Han said confidently. He had moved his brothers to a safe place in advance. And he's a funny little asshole, the extortionist thug snorted angrily at him. He would definitely nail him today, he shouted. And Khan did not wait for the fulfillment of his promises. He rushed out. The bandit shouted, but the skittish boy had already jumped through the gap between the houses. Bastard, the thug said dirty words to him in the back. You can't run far, you little brat, yelled the obnoxious thug. He tracked him all day and caught up with him at the railroad crossing. Though the boy was faster, he was already exhausted. Stop, shouted the bandit. Han ran panting, out of the last of his strength. The barrier was already coming down as Han ran under it to the other side. He hoped to break away while the train was running. But a strong hand grabbed him by the collar and pulled him toward him. They were illuminated by the headlights of a train that was rapidly approaching the crossing. The train honked when the driver saw people on the tracks. Han lashed out and pushed the bandit with his foot. Suddenly he felt a surge of strength. The train was rushing fast in front of him, and Han realized that he could run nowhere else. The cold rain was getting to his bones. On the ground were the red apples he had been running around with all day. He was breathing heavily. This is the end, Han thought. There was no point in running anymore. He was put behind bars when they brought him to the station. He wouldn't hide. "What's the little guy?" one of the cops asked. "Found at the scene and brought here," he was told. "He thought he could push a big man in front of a train," his partner said indignantly. "No, he's here because the sensor's been triggered. The psi sensor on the west gate." "Kid, sorry about that, but it's going to have to wait a little while," the policeman told him. "Maybe he's one of those psychokinetics," Han heard with horror. "They've notified the Ark and asked them to send one of their own, so we'll have to wait a bit," the policeman consoled. "Major Kang, tell them to bring him in," said Han. "He would talk to him personally." What a strange kid, wondered the policeman. At that age, the boy looked very mature. "I'll do my best to protect my family," Han thought, and put on his helmet. It was approached by a red dragon that had broken through the gate and set the city on fire. But Khan was not afraid of anything, for he had something to protect. This world and his comrades too, he would surely protect them, he thought. And in order to do that, he would have to destroy every last dragon. He raced on the jetpack toward the monster. The sharp spear stabbed into the dragon's heart without flinching. The Reds begin the operation. Orders heard, Jose's team set about destroying the monsters. As usual, they rained down from the sky, forming a mountain of meat that served as their gangway. A wave of monsters rushed through the narrow streets that hadn't had time to blow up. The creatures were acting smarter this time, covering themselves with the dead as shields. "Either they have a commander," Han said, and leapt up above the churning sea. "Cover the Reds, I'll try something," Han said on the comms. "Alpha team takes on the dragon," Khan ordered. "The Reds cover." The monster saw the enemies and rushed down on its own. Orbs flew to distract the behemoth, the Alpha team approaching on jetpacks. They left the monsters on Jose and his Reds team, who was best equipped to handle such an opponent. Dracarys, he said a phrase he'd heard on the show, and unleashed his fiery psi power. Beneath the Alpha's feet, the sea of fire that Jose had created, reinforced with armor, was billowing. "Alpha 3, said Han, and Knut immediately knew what to do. Having said eat, he bravely attacked the dragon first, as the most tenacious among them. He stabbed the dragon in the back with his spear, but the thick armor held up. Then Knut began to cut her like a saw as he slid down. He was falling down, leaving a wide line on the dragon's body. He reached the edge of the huge body and began to fall downward. "What an idiot," Simon said, and tossed up one of the orbs to catch Knut. He was relying too much on his survivability and not thinking ahead. Meanwhile, Silence was picking up the angle of attack while the dragon was busy with whip. Good, at least the dragon was distracted, the girl thought, and dashed towards the target shimmering. A flicker, a purple flash, 2 strokes, and the dragon lost its wings. Without them, he froze in place and opened himself up for a powerful punch. Silence rushed up from below and chopped his thick throat. Now that the leather armor had been opened, Han saw the core. "Excellent," said he, "target found." He tore toward the huge blob of flesh where the dragon was gathering its psi powers. Han struck with all his strength, speeding himself up with his satchel and psychokinesis. The dragon died still in the sky, green psi waves emanating from it so that the Dovahkiin could consume its soul. The red dragon, Type 1, appeared back at the beginning of the war. Type 2, they're anomalies like Jupiter that threw lightning bolts. The third type of dragons are self-aware. They have tremendous psi abilities. Warhammer and Kronos, the one they found in Africa, fall into this category. The first type is easy to defeat, Han thought. He was taking a shower after the fight, the water washing over his scarred body like that of an old warrior. Each time the dragons appeared more and more often, the gate had opened twice this month, and who knows what would happen next. At this rate, in less than a year, they will have a mass invasion, and then it will be game over. Han saw the letter on his desk. He was in the shower when it arrived. To Li Han from his brothers, "We are doing well. The country is helping them a lot, and they hope that one day he will also serve for the good of the country." Han crumpled the letter like a cheap piece of propaganda. His brothers wouldn't write such a thing, and Major Kak holds him for an idiot, Han thought. He lay on the bed. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of this war, and was already thinking about the new reorganization of the world. The world would be divided into 200 pieces again. 2 weeks later, with no time to rest, they were sent out on a mission again. 12 second-generation and armored fighters flew in the Chinooks at once. "Isn't that a lot for one rift?" asked a naive Knut. "They want to minimize damage. All places where a dragon appears turn into ruins," Han told him. Australia's main sponsor ARC, just don't laugh, Simon said. The authorities demand maximum protection. After all, they have invested the most. So here's the ARC getting out of hand. Even though the money is charity, sponsors need to be kept safe. Since they have 12 coolies with them, we don't have to worry about the number of dragons, Knut remarked. Then let's rest while we fly, Han suggested with a subtle hint. He closed his eyes and just sank into his thoughts as usual. Everyone will be staying in separate rooms. Choose wisely. Tonight is a vacation. You can unwind, Han told them. The team, except for the ever-carefree Knut, met these words without much enthusiasm. Australia was virtually unaffected by the war, so the rich and talented from all over the world took refuge here, and the country became a world leader. Not bad, stroked Silence's silk sheets. It had been a long time since they had been given such conditions. Khan checked into a simple room. He didn't like frills. He thought they were relaxing. As soon as he'd laid out his things and washed his face, he got a message on the TACCOM. Any plans for the evening, asked Silence. Wanted to wash, said Han. Then let's go together then. Need to finish the armor, suggested the girl. See you in an hour. Han took her up on her offer. Simon walked into the bar. He's never been here before, but even though he's 13, he looks like an adult. No one would ask him. Looks young, the bartender thought. Must have turned 18 recently. Haven't seen him before. From the Archers, he asked Simon. Give me a glass of the same, Simon demanded, glancing at the other soldiers drinking at the bar. Simon sniffed the glass, smelling of freshly squeezed fresh, slightly fermented in an oak barrel, and drank in a gulp. You don't drink that in a volley, the bartender told the guy. I don't care. Say it again, Simon demanded, a fire blazing in his chest. Silence knocked on the door, and without waiting for an answer, turned the knob. Open, she wondered. Just delayed, said Han, wiping his head when he saw her. Wait a bit. What a fan service that no one ordered, Silence thought, taking a breath. Oh, Silence, what fates? Asked Knut, who was passing by. Waiting for Li Han, the girl wrote back. And where are they going? Knut inquired. Great, then he's with them. Nothing to do anyway, he put a finger up. If there's nothing to do, go get some sleep, replied Silence sharply. Is it that he's being drained so quickly? Wondered Knut. Not that she wrote as Han got dressed and walked out into the hallway. Knut, also to Octo, asked Khan. He's kind of in favor of it. But Silence, Knut didn't finish, getting broken ribs. His side immediately turned green from the rapid regeneration. The last time he was beaten, stopped holding back because it would still heal. Let's go, Silence wrote. Han looked at the whole picture and wondered if it was worth sorting out. But after all, everyone has a head on their shoulders, he decided. Li Han called out to him by the soldier who had just run into the corridor. Simon is on a rampage out there. We need to stop him, he said. Simon took a bottle of 3-year-old frosh from the bartender and took a sip. His cheeks flushed and his gaze darkened. He rattled the entire establishment. That guy is a Psy-fighter, and what do you do if he's off his rocker? Resented the soldiers who were drinking at the bar. Simon, where's that much free shaft to go at night? You'll never be able to get away from the jolt, Han shouted to him. Enough for today. It's time to go to bed, the commander told him. Simon smirked. You've become a chief. What did their handsome commander forget? He said. Enough. We'll talk about it when you come to your senses, Li Han said. But Simon let out a sigh of strength. What did he do wrong? Shouted the guy, lifting several empty bottles into the air. Dangerous. The soldiers were frightened. Calm him down, they shouted to Khan. Everyone knows he's doing a great job, but how could they? Simon shouted and threw the bottles. Han picked up an overturned table and took cover behind it like a shield. The impact shattered the table. Splinters splattered everywhere. Glass rained down and other projectiles flew. But Khan stepped forward. He drove his knee into the rampaging Psyker's stomach with all his might, causing Simon to twist. The guy immediately vomited, so everyone closed their eyes in disgust. Sorry for ruining the evening, apologized Li Han. He lifted Simon's body from the floor. Why are they doing this to me? Nearly cried the bartender who was hiding behind the bar. Simon opened his eyes and immediately remembered what kind of crap he'd been doing the night before. God, this is a shame. Not another drop in the mouth of these long-stemmed frets. Slammed Simon's fist against the wall. What are you doing? Still raging from the morning banging on the walls, Knut peeked in on him from the next room. What a bastard, Simon thought, getting caught looking bad again. Knock! Get off! He shouted and slammed the door with all his might. Why does everyone take it out on him? He's like a punching bag. Knut was angry. Simon hugged his knees and almost cried. The first time he'd felt so lousy in a long time. Death and pain surrounded him everywhere. He stood alone in the middle of this crowd of dead people that were calling him with them. Help me. Stalked by dead people. How many dead people had he seen in all his time, thought Simon. Whether he himself would live to see the end of the war, clammy fear gripped him with cold hands. Simon felt himself being pulled to the very bottom of madness. As of late, he has been having the same nightmare, tormenting him and keeping him awake. They say if you have a nightcap, you sleep well. That's what the guys in the 7th platoon said. Simon had come to the bar for this purpose, perhaps for one night he would spend in peace. Maybe it's all the fault of the reduced dosage of stimulants, he wondered. Before going out to fight, most fighters are doped. These stimulants completely block the feeling of fear, increase aggressiveness, so fighters become berserk. But there's a downside. He's gotten worse at thinking and controlling PSI power. Simon had halved the dosage, but if he gave up altogether, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be concussed when he met the dragon. These thoughts were driving Simon crazy. The encounter with Vrahamith had left a deep mark on him. Why he was hitting this guy, Simon didn't understand, looking at his fist. They were shouting something to him, but he couldn't hear their words. How come, Simon wondered, he was being held by the two who had put up a fight here? His thoughts were confused. Hands held by the clammy hands of the dead men from the nightmare, Simon remembered the dream again. He screamed and threw them away, using psychokinesis like toys. How dare they attack him, Simon said angrily. If it wasn't for him, they'd all be dead by now after all. He's trying to protect them all, he shouted. Simon? He heard Han's voice on the edge of consciousness. Calm down, the commander said as calmly and judiciously as ever, as if he were a machine, which infuriated me even more. There was never any emotion on his face, Simon shouted. The only one in the Ark who doesn't take stimulants, he said enviously. How can this even be taken out? Simon asked, remembering how Warhammer had been poking around in their minds. And why is he the only one who's all special? Simon shouted in resentment. Why only Han? How is he worse? Shouted the Psyker, finally losing his temper. That's when everyone freaked out, realizing what a Psyker could do in anger. He can't even sleep well, and how does he manage to act like nothing happened, he said, after which the memories were lost. What it takes to be like, he thought, Simon? They got a showdown for the morning, for a bar debauch and a fight. No one was hurt? The unit commandant asked them. Just enough scandals with the Psykers yet. No, Han answered. Simon stood beside him with his head hanging down. Now the commander was being told off instead of him. The commandant sighed in relief and returned to his chair. It was better to keep all the incidents quiet before the battle. There would be no time for them soon anyway. Thank heavens. But aren't they forbidden to drink fresh? He asked a strange question. Technically no, but after all they killed dragons in battles to the death. The soldiers tolerated the fight, and the matter was quickly hushed up. What was he going to say, Han thought, peering at Simon, and you couldn't ask him directly. Damn, all this wasn't a dream. It had actually happened. Why was he such an idiot? Simon berated himself. He felt he had fallen so low that he couldn't go any further. And how to talk to him now, and look him in the eye, he thought, looking at Han's back. But one thing is certain, aged grape juice is evil, Simon realized, and it's best not to drink it. All this small incident, simply forgotten by the evening because the world lived in a war for the existence of mankind. 3 teams were equipping for battle, checking the last details, fitting armor to whoever needed it. Let's bet on who can take the dragon's head off faster, asked Dimitri. Call sign Noble 1. It's all a joke to them. Sieged a nervous Octo. Since the armor went into mass production, he's only had more problems. It's not bad when morale is high, but we can't have them letting their guard down in the face of that, Han thought. A ready signal was given, and the base began to transform. Huge men opened up everywhere, and elevators began to raise the walls. The ground buildings went into the bowels, and the base had real fortress walls. Also, from the bowels of the base rolled out the main caliber, a huge railgun, lucky that the monsters attack within its kill radius. In a few minutes, the base was transformed into a medieval castle, with walls and towers, just the thing against flying dragons. I can't believe they're so prepared, said Octo enviously. His super project of a mechanical Godzilla was being squeezed for money. If the war ends and the balance of power does not change, Australia will become a world leader. At sunset, the sky erupted with auroras. The rift between worlds was nearing. 3 carrier boards were already hovering in the air and barraging around the base with the landing party. The monsters will be taken care of by the local army. Their task is the dragon, instructed All Han. That's confidence. Do you think they can handle it? Dimitri asked him. The breaking point determined, time to prepare for bombardment, came orders from headquarters. The railgun was charging its huge batteries. The cannon looked like it had been lifted off an Imperial destroyer. As usual, space ripped like a newspaper, and hordes of mindless carcasses burst out of the breach. The entire 4 waves moved in columns from the rift gate. Deathworms, Stage 2. Knut recognized the creeping freaks and shuddered. And they were huge in size. Last time they got a maggot, Knut realized. Shouldn't they be fighting such dangerous monsters? The monsters approached the base, bypassing the wooded area. The further they diverged, the less dense they were. The cannon gave volleys. The nail flew at such a high speed that the air around the projectile turned into plasma. The kinetic impact was comparable to that of an asteroid. There was a huge explosion in front of the gate. The ground shook beneath their feet for dozens of kilometers. The EL hunters raised panic. The forest through which they were walking instantly engulfed in fire. This was what was Vashu Mashu, wondered the cadet's arc that flew in the air on the destructiveness of the cannon was not inferior to tactical nuclear charges. Maybe they will give us such a weapon, said Dmitri. The weight of his batteries will break your back, said Knut. You just need to pump up. Diamond answered him. This time, 4 railguns fired a single salvo at once, streaks of fire streaking the air. Pillars of smoke and flames rose for a couple of kilometers. The whole area was covered with dust, and the ground shook like a drum. Everyone get ready, it'll be their turn soon, Han said, as he always analyzed the battle. The dragon appeared in the sky. Huge wings dispersed the dust and smoke. The plane was empty, all the monsters shaved off by the explosion. A dragon has been spotted at the gate, blue-colored object reported to HQ. The cannon aimed at the moving flying target and fired a volley. But the enormous kinetic energy of the charge dissipated, hitting the psi shield the dragon had put up. I knew it. The guns won't take him. Now a succession of our boys, exclaimed Octo. Ready, Han relayed, and heard the readiness signals from everyone. Dropping pods, the flying boards began dropping landing pods into the dragon point. The monster noticed the threat from above with its predatory eyes and opened its jaws for a volley of psi waves. Noticing, a breath of lightning shouted Han and the others that were watching the dragon through the external cameras. The dragon fired no worse than a railgun, a flash of plasma rushing upward. One of the capsules cracked and exploded like a bubble burst. Simon, shouted Han, as the remains of the bursting capsule were engulfed in flames. With a fiery comet, she was falling toward the ground in uncontrolled flight. Alpha 4, you're in one piece, shouted Han, noticing that the armor covered by the body shield was visible in the cloud of fire. So far, yes, Simon replied. He was barely holding his shield and was now picking up speed. And if he continues to fall, his end will be near. Han threw 3 orbs at once as he climbed out of his pod. They lined up right under Simon, who was plummeting toward the ground. The first orb flew into Simon's stomach, though painfully, it slowed his fall. He smashed each of the balloons below him, and he was twisted violently in the air. But eventually it slowed down a bit and didn't fall as hard, but it still raised clouds of dust. Are you okay? Han asked. Simon cursed. Couldn't you have come up with a parachute? Come on up, held out his hand to Knut, who ran up first. Still on the hoof, he asked, and shut up already, Simon told him curtly. Save our strength and don't take any unnecessary risks. The situation is unusual, Han said. Even though the dragon had appeared, the spatial rift was not closed. The dragon was in no hurry to go anywhere, as if guarding the crack like a faithful dog. Had the prophecy proved false again, the Psykers thought. It's not that bad, reasoned Li Han in his cold manner. Luckily there are 3 teams here, he said, as the blue-winged monster opened its mouth and roared. 3 dragons appeared out of the gate at once, one of them silver. It was immediately devoured by another one as soon as they passed the gate. What if the prophecy changes every time because of the silver dragon? Han thought. Each team takes on one. He ordered all groups. Is it the first or second type? Knut asked. And Han told him to fight like the second. Alpha team takes on the blue. Han shouted over the comms, and they roared toward the target. The rest of you wait in positions and distract your monsters, he relayed. Let's see who's who, Dmitri said, already excited about the upcoming battle. The dragon gave a volley from the psi cannon, gathering a tremendous amount of power. But that didn't stop the noble team. Dmitri only gained momentum. Been wanting to try something for a while now, he shouted and jumped on the dragon. The armor multiplied his power, already considerable due to his psi trait. Dmitri found himself on top. It's not just guns that he should be afraid of. He's been taking Sambo since he was a kid. If you mess with me, I'll break every bone in my body, he told Han in his freshman year. So they decided to slaughter the dragon too? Han asked then with a chuckle. Of course, Dmitri replied humorlessly. If necessary, she would strangle him with her hands. I'm sorry, Li Han, but the dragon's neck isn't even big enough, Dmitri said, and went on to something else. He slid like an Iron Man in flight, under the dragon's left side. I'd rather break his wings, Dmitri stated tensely, and grabbed the dragon's left wing. In the meantime, Han walked in on his dragon from above and prepared to attack it with a gauntlet of lightning. The discharge hit the dragon and gave it a good stretch, its skin proving to be an excellent conductor. He shouted to silence now as the dragon froze in place from the impact. Ending it, shouted Knut, and bravely attacked the dragon with his spear right in the head. But as soon as the behemoth raised its head to the top, Li Han struck it at its very core with a ramming blow. The dragon was falling towards the ground to the cheers of everyone on the base. Amazing 3-in-1 fell swoop. The first type of dragon is no longer their opponent, exclaimed a satisfied Octo. No monsters are seen near the rift. Dragons destroyed, checked in at the base. This is the end, wondered one of the watchers when he noticed his hands were shaking. There was another explosion, and a vibration rolled through the base. There was an emergency blackout and dust and crumbs sprinkled from the ceiling. No way, another rift had appeared right at the base. The wounded soldiers screamed. Hordes of flying monsters, along with the blasters, attacked the base. Soldiers appeared in the breaches in the walls. They didn't realize who was attacking them and from where. The explosion of the fire mixture that the flying monster was dragging on its back scattered them like puppets. The walls couldn't protect the people from the many flying units that were falling from above. They grabbed soldiers, blasting at them if they saw a cluster. In the blink of an eye, the base went up in flames from dozens of explosions. Li Han, as you can hear that Cairn's base has practically fallen, relayed the worried Octo to him. The enemy is attacking from the air. A board cannot be sent out, Khan heard. Additional support is not possible either. We need to leave, shouted the soldiers, and took the chief engineer away. Try to survive, shouted Octo to them. There was an explosion, and the connection was immediately cut off. Han began to think about what to do next. Damn it, how come they lost? Knut worried. Even after killing all the dragons, they were heavily defeated, all staggered. So these things were just bait, Han realized. It was hard to believe. For the dragon army, the dragons themselves were no more than expendable, Han realized. Someone's about to show up, he told the others, noticing the fluctuations in the psi waves. All withdraw, retreat while we have strength, Khan commanded. Without support even in armor, they would quickly tire and be unfit for battle. Only cowards do that. I suggest to kill everyone here and now, Dmitri objected angrily. He wanted to return this debacle to the aliens as soon as possible. They just have to. He can't do otherwise, growled the Psyker, clearly losing control. The blast threw the fat man Octo backwards, and he rolled across the floor. Chief hurt? Need help, shouted his staff. Dying, squeaked the fat man, though he got a small scratch on his bald head. In a hail of explosions, they were leaving through the evacuation corridors, inside the base. Be patient a little longer. The plane is waiting, the bodyguards told him. No water, we need to go to the water, Octo told them. The skies were now under their control. Reinforcements were flying to the base, but the risk of running into a cloud of monsters was too high. Dmitri, Han besieged him. Behind them, the explosions at the base rattled. Noble Division agreed to deal with the monsters. The dragons are gone. The rest can last. The noble transports will buy time. The shadow of death approached Han as if the dead had risen from their graves. They stood beside him, silent witnesses to his weakness as a commander. Musa and Amir, he allowed them to be relaxed, overly respectful of their authority, at the expense of subordination. But this time he couldn't just leave it alone and let it go, Han thought. The cost of mistakes was too great. He was about to tackle Dmitri, but at that moment an orb whistled past his head. It shattered against Dmitri's shaven and stout skull like a crystal vase. Simon knew exactly what was going on and was the first to intervene. Dmitri's face contorted with anger. The psi waves shielded him from the blow. It was no more painful than a mosquito bite. But the very stab in the back sent him into a frenzy, and he lunged at Simon, grabbing him by the throat. Strong bastard, Simon thought. If it weren't for the collar of his armor, the big guy would have broken his neck. What are you doing? You're sick of living, Dmitri asked him angrily. Come to your senses, idiot. You've become addicted to combat stimulants. You don't know when to stop, Simon asked him. Remember, they don't last forever. Once their psi energy runs out, they'll all be finished, you hear? Simon asked him. Exactly. They won't be able to handle it if another pack of dragons suddenly fly in, Han said. Dmitri let Simon in. He didn't say anything. He just took his hands in his own. He hadn't thought of that. Sorry, Simon. Dmitri quickly admitted his guilt. Simon. Han turned to him to ask if he was all right, but he rudely interrupted the commander. Shut up. I don't want to talk right now, the Psyker replied without turning around. It's time to move out, he remarked. What a proud bastard, Han thought. A psykinetic blast echoed over the forest, and there was a great noise of interference. "What's that?" Everyone grimaced with ear pain, the speakers blaring interference until they were turned off. "The communication devices failed," Han said, checking the data. "Things are bad," said the captain of the Blues. "We must go," Han told them, as everyone sat down to rest after the march. The same thing happened in Shinju, Knut remembered. "They're being jammed," Simon thought. "They've moved dozens of kilometers away from the base, and the airwaves are still clogged with interference." "I don't like this," Han thought. He felt as if they were being hunted. "You can go into the village nearby. If it comes out, we'll contact the headquarters," Dmitri suggested. "Good idea," agreed Han. After the alarm was sounded, all settlements should be evacuated. Even though they'll be blocked from communication, and maybe there won't be any there either. Going to the village is still a good idea, Han said. There they would surely find food, for they had no supply of dry rations with them. "We must hurry," he thought, and they hurried toward the nearest forest village. "This is a failure, Chief of Staff," said the holograms in the meeting room. They were reprimanding Alexander like a schoolboy. "They haven't yet, but the Australian Army has," Alexander noted. Anyway, he'd failed to deal with the rift again. The real war hadn't even started yet, and he'd already disappointed them. The sponsors were important. As if they had a better plan, Alexander calmly met their criticism and said nothing. There were many marks on the strategic map where the Australian Army was attacked after the gate was breached. Good, at least the gates opened only in Australia. Others can breathe easy, hardly rejoiced at the defeat of competitors another sponsor. "It's only a matter of time," objected he. "The enemies know how to use teleport. They can no longer count on the Ark," said the moneybags and politicians. "What idiocy," thought Alexander. "What are they offering?" he asked them. Nuclear weapons. They quickly found a solution to all the problems they had yet to help anyone. It was time to use it. "What news?" Horrified Alexandra heard these words of the madmen. "What are they saying?" "No way," resented the Australian representative. He realized that his rivals would be only too happy to sizzle everything. An Australian accent, Alexander realized, so it was the chief of staff of their army, he realized. "Monsters are a plague. Like locusts, you need to destroy them all at once before they scatter all over the globe. You need to spill some blood." "Let's vote," they suggested. "The bastards just want to get rid of the competition. The country will stagger after such a blow." "It is incomprehensible. The Australians were indignant. Either that or everyone will die," objected they. "Too many people died in the last war. One hit isn't such a big price to pay for survival. And after the explosion, you can use the telearmor again," said others, as if the decision had already been made. "Who cares?" fell to his knees, Australian. It was not an easy decision for them to make. "Calm down. All in the name of humanity," they told him. Their evil, smiling faces were visible even through the bad outlines of the holograms. Would they even be able to win this war like this? Alexander wondered. There was strife everywhere where unity was needed. Knock, 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 knock. Knocked politely on the door. "Dmitri, is there anyone home?" he asked, because he was so thirsty that there was nowhere to spend the night. They looked around for the presence of lurking monsters or humans. After that, the whole friendly gang of 12 armored knights took over the kitchen and began emptying the supplies. They went into a rich and large house, so besides the food, there was a communicator here that Han had found. He was making settings and looking for a connection when Silence entered the room. She handed him the richly flavored sandwiches she'd made in the kitchen. Someone had to think of the commander. And where Han asked her as they sat down in front of the screen, in her stomach, Silence filed away. "Li Han, what do you want to do when the war is over?" she wrote to him. Han was taken by surprise by this question. They are in the middle of the unknown, monsters are around, the battle is boiling. Is it worth thinking about the future? "Didn't think about it. I'll visit my brothers, I guess," he replied to Silence. "Take me with you when you go to see them," she asked. Han smiled. Well, that wouldn't be so bad, and agreed. When they finally get a signal from the base, the screen turns red. Han jumped up and ran over to the transmitter. The Ark had just sent the network's operation plan, he read. "The nearest rendezvous point is 15 kilometers away in the mountains to the southwest. Since it's not safe in the sky, we need to get there on our own," he said. "Let's go quietly or we'll be late," Han said, and assembled the communication device. But at that moment there was an explosion. The house shook and debris fell everywhere. The house went up in flames and was surrounded by flying bugs that came out on their trail. "Check your partners and switch to local comms," Han relayed to everyone. "Over, this is Alpha 1, giving everyone the coordinates for the evacuation point. We need to get the bugs off the trail so the route will be convoluted. Given their remaining level of psi power, the only thing they can do now is get to a place who can fight back up. That leaves him and Silence, Han told everyone. They will take on the monsters. The rest of you divide into 2 groups, pass points A and B, meet at the fence site. Han handed them the plan. Sure you can handle it, Han? Dmitri asked him. He was uncomfortable leaving their commander behind. He's staying, Simon said confidently and clenched his fists. If this is the case, we have to stick together until the end, Knut spoke up. They're Team Alpha for a reason. He showed a thumbs up because this guy never got discouraged. Knut will help Simon. He was hurt in the fall, gave up on their idea, Han. What? Wondered Knut, as if he had been rejected out of mistrust of him. Just a small crack in a rib. I won't be a burden, don't worry, Simon said dejectedly. Simon, they're not going to sacrifice anyone right now here. Everything has been considered. The decision has been made, Han told him. Just trust him. We'll survive and meet again, Han promised them. Everyone silently took note of what they had heard as the house that had become a shelter burned down. In the end, the guys had no choice but to agree. The 2 groups left the building while the monsters climbed inside the house. The hunters biding their time, holding their bows at the ready. Han and Silence burst out of the cloud of smoke and flame, straight at the enemies to distract them. Silence jumped up and Han gave a rifle line. There was no point in saving shots anymore. But psi powers were to be saved, Han thought, for he still had a long way to run. He used firearms for lack of other options. The crowding of the monsters in front of them even benefited them. I didn't expect to have to ford the river, but it will help cover our tracks, the Psykers chattered. It's no longer a joke. There is almost no strength left. They can somehow get to the evacuation point, thought Knut. He followed the others. I wonder how Li Han is doing. Will he be all right, he thought. His new prototype consumes many times more power for sure. A group of 5 Psykers were walking across the wide river, hoping that it was not deep and could be waded across. Han shot back at the creatures chasing him, the .20 caliber crumbling skulls like waffles. While he was reloading, he was covered by Silence, who chopped monsters like a scythe through grass. Khan shot all his ammunition and threw away the useless rifle and reached for his spear. Silence. Move to the point, following the others, he ordered. If I don't catch up in half an hour, follow the others, Khan ordered. He's in full. She uttered an untranslatable word. That's an order. Follow it, Han shouted, noticing his partner's hesitation. Silently, she turned around and began to move away from the battlefield. While Han held back her opponents, she was able to speed up so she wouldn't leave a trail. The Khan swung his spear hard, knocking back the nearest attackers. I believe you, Li Han, thought the girl. They will definitely survive and meet again. Khan was coming down the slope fast, and he almost rolled down the slope. He hooked his hand onto a ledge, though the terrain wasn't very comfortable. Here he was able to break away from his pursuers. An intermediate point, he thought, breathing heavily. He had reached it with a huge delay. Silence is on its way to the gathering place. We need to catch our breath a bit and follow, thought Han. He took off his helmet while he sat under a tree. He was so exhausted he wanted to just close his eyes and fall asleep. Han pretended to be asleep, but at one point pierced the hunter when he got too close to him. Don't make that face, Han said. Han's spear pierced through the monster as it sought to stab the Psyker himself. Surprised as much as you are, said the already dead Elakan. He tossed his body aside, pulled out his spear, and stood up. He could feel the psi waves, just as humans use other senses. Attack if you're so bold, Han told them. He sensed their presence through the psi waves. 3 Chinooks for each team flew in stealthily at ultra-low altitudes. The soldiers took up positions around them and waited for the Psykers to gather. Alpha 2, they reported as they recognized Silence's mask and armor. The others are already in place. The Alpha 1 has yet to arrive. But there's no time. We need to get up there. They couldn't wait any longer. Their superiors told them to bring Alpha 1 as the most valuable. But it's unwise to risk everyone, the captain thought. Get in Alpha 2. Time to go, he said as she grabbed his shoulder. There's a nuclear warhead coming very soon, so we need to get far away or we'll be trapped, he replied. The Chinooks started their engines, raising a hurricane of dust. Khan walked heavily, covered in the blood of his enemies, holding the blade of his spear as if it were a sword, the shaft just broken off, though it was tungsten. He walked to the point even knowing he probably wouldn't make it in time, clutching the wound in his side with his hand. Still too late, he thought, seeing the empty evacuation area. He was just about to despair when he heard the blades of a Chinook above him. Someone was still flying out to meet him. He's been torn up pretty badly, Alpha 1. We'll drop the cable now, Khan heard over the local network. All 3 members of his squad sat slumped aboard, fleeing. This was the first time this had ever happened to them. The Ark needed him now. The balance of power in his favor. Han remembered his confidence when he first put on his second-generation armor first. How wrong he'd been then. Han clenched his fists in anger at his naivete. The initiative still belongs to Ark. All this time he took Ark's support for granted. But without it, the true state of affairs is immediately clear. First, the windows were flooded with light, and a few seconds later, they were shaken by a shockwave. They flew far enough away, Simon said, and that was a bang. Knut was horrified. All the power, the levers of control, the weapons, the developments, belonged to the Ark, thought Han. And even their lives depended entirely on the archers. And what if the war ended? What would happen to them then? Pondered Khan. Whether his friends would become enemies to him. What happened to the kids? Asked the first thing Catherine asked as she woke up. Everyone is back, Red told her, pouring water into a glass. Li Han too. Why so attracted to the kid? He asked the girl, and carrying instant coffee. He is not like the others, she said. I've wanted to see his future several times, but to no avail. It's strange that he's still alive, Catherine replied. This guy is a special case everywhere. What can I say? Red agreed with her. But it's okay if he dies at any moment, she thought, and weighed those thoughts again. Any moment. She lowered her gaze and pressed her lips together. The girl already knew when it would happen. I want to go home at least once before I die, she said, sick of the tropics. Red's heart clenched at those thoughts too. He chased them away, but the truth was too obvious. There's only ruins, nothing left, he replied. That's okay. I'll draw a picture there, Catherine said with a slight tremor in her voice. Her glass crumpled in her hands as well. He can do something about his authority in the Ark, she asked, and Red grimaced. I'm sorry, he said, and clenched his fists. He turned away so she couldn't see his face. The bastard! How can he be so insensitive? Catherine shouted. Before he would have definitely listened to her, she shouted after him. Go to hell! The girl tossed the unfinished coffee in a paper cup. She was left alone in the hospital room, sobbing bitterly in pain and despair. He'll be transferring to another link, Simon told him when they got back to base. The Brit looked determined, but the decision was no surprise to Khan. During the last operation, they worked well together, Khan said. I won't discourage it, but what's the reason, asked Khan, for the incident at the bar. No, the proud Brit quickly replied. They're just different with him. He spoke a little calmer as they sat down on the bench. Last week's operation made that clear, Simon said. He thinks he has to protect his squad members, and he doesn't like that. He needs an ally in battle, not a protector, he said. But it is the job of any captain to protect his own, Li Han objected. He can't talk as nicely as Han, so just shut up, Simon replied. He left Li Han alone, pondering further about various things. He's gone to the Reds, but it's Jose's team, Knut wondered, and when they had time to be so friendly. And Jose himself had begun to avoid them of late, Knut reflected. Doesn't he care about Li Han? He asked his captain. When the war is over, come to his house to play. Jose invited them. He didn't have it as hard as the guys, of course, but he was still living in those ruins, Jose said. Perhaps thanks to him, his family will eat and live normally, he smiled. His mother is a great cook, Jose told them. At that moment he spoke very openly and sincerely. He'd like them to try it someday too, though he doesn't know if they'll like Spanish food, the guy laughed. Jose has his own motives, said Khan. Let's wait for him to reveal them himself. Sergeant Red was also indulging in memories as he chewed chocolate sticks in the dark. They cured depression, or so he only thought. She told him that he would have definitely listened before. Sooner. For him, 10 years had passed. For her, 1 day. What was he like then? A young sergeant in the service of the Ark, Red wondered. He leafed through the old photo cards in his hands, going through them like scraps of memories and his feelings from the past. Catherine has hardly changed at all. Still just as breezy, impulsive and easygoing. They say she led a group of survivors for several days and sent a SOS signal, military officials said. She was predicting the future and finding safe places. Red listened while he looked at the girl that had thrown herself so easily into his arms. Give me a light, Red, demanded the golden-haired beauty beside him. He used pyrokinesis instead of the usual kindling, the kind of tricks girls usually liked. She didn't know how to chew peppermint sticks at all and pouted her lips funny. Why are you smiling? The beauty noticed his look and grinned. Sweetums is not his type at all, he told her, and she doesn't really like him either, the saucy girl replied immediately. Red, when the war is over, what are you going to do? She asked, staring down at her hands. I'll wait for the D-mob. I'm fed up with all this military, he said. And that's it, surprised Catherine. How about we go to the Republic of Texas together and open a barbecue restaurant there, she muttered quietly and embarrassed. She knows one secret sauce. Her grandfather taught her the recipe, and with his ability to light it up, You don't even need a grill, she said. Profit divide 70 by 30, the saucy beauty quickly determined. Deal, grinned Red nonchalantly. He didn't have any better offers anyway. Only 70 to him, 30 to her. All fair fool, he added, ruffling her hair. That's robbery, Catherine resented. Let's see the future together. They dreamed carefree then, to distract themselves from the grim reality. He looked at their service photo, Red, Catherine already in uniform, and Schwartz in his unchanged glasses, missing with war helmet. All set, this junk even seems to work. The American smiled a Hollywood smile. He set the self-timer on his camera and hurriedly took his place for the shot. Let's all smile, the big guy said, getting behind them. Otherwise he just wouldn't fit. No one smiled except Catherine. She wasn't even embarrassed by the two soldiers behind her. What's with the sour face, couldn't scowl anymore, Schwartz resented it. And why do it at all? Grumbled Red grudgingly. I mean, why? It's all going to be over soon. We need to leave some memories, Schwartz replied, smiling. The end, they thought it had come. The dragon had been defeated. But it turned out that nothing had even begun yet. Back then, they thought that there were only 7 dragons left before the final victory. And we can live the rest of our lives as quietly and peacefully as possible. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts without words. Schwartz felt like a third extra among friends. How about hitting the sweet stick, he suggested to them. He quit, she told Catherine too, and a vein on Schwartz's forehead quivered. Who needs friends? I'll be a lone wolf roaming the wasteland, the big man grumbled. Memories receded as he was brought to his senses by a TACOM signal. Red looked at the bracelet and thought, burn it all down, this job. He had been called to a meeting. The last few days, they had been happening more and more often because of the tense situation on the fronts. Dr. Grace, how is the Oracle doing? Alexander asked her. If she has another seizure, her body may just not be able to handle the stress, the doctor said. And she herself is well aware of it, Grace added. Could they put her back into anabiosis? The Chief of Staff asked. She is an irreplaceable member of ARC's staff, and her demise cannot be allowed, he said, and everyone flinched. She must use her abilities one last time during the final battle, growled the Chief of Staff. The last time, Red remembered it, how he ran to her after the fight joyful to tell her it was over. They had won. Finally they won, Katie. The last dragon fell, running Red off with all his legs. What's wrong? He ran into her room and saw her convulsing. No way was the girl screaming and crying in pain. What did she see, tell me? Red asked, taking her by the shoulder. That's not all, Catherine muttered, recovering from the painful shock of the attack. They haven't won. This war is a trial run. In 15 years they will really be dead, Catherine cried. Is he going to keep treating her like a tool? Red asked coldly. Even when Catherine had nothing left to live for, the sergeant hissed. How dare he talk to his superior officer like that? But Red had already left. Follow him, Alexander ordered, to the internal affairs officers. All done. Clean this time, said the old man. Now it shouldn't creak. No matter, all the same, it's being held in the rear, said Red. Even Sergeant Red was left out, wondered the old engineer. Just like some of the others, he answered. That fat man is still a long way off. He's just using old schemes and thinks he's accomplished a lot. The old man resented him. He has to go, Red said tiredly, and adjusted the pant leg on his prosthetic. Is he okay? His old mentor asked. Is this really the last time for her? I'm sure you won't regret it later, the old man asked bluntly. The old man looked at him fatherly softly, and at the same time with sadness. He's already done something he'll regret for the rest of his life. There's no place to brand that old sigh, Red replied. The old man rubbed his hair but said nothing, only sighed heavily and left. They had to get rid of it. The old junk was no longer needed, but he fixed it up, practically building it from scratch, the old man said. He pulled the covers off the telearmor, even if Catherine falls asleep. It's not a given that she'll wake up. Alexander will do it no matter what, he said. But Oracle has already saved many lives, even if they are terminally ill. But she has the right to go away happy, doesn't she? Red heard. Meet me in Hangar 4. Take Catherine with you. He'll get the telearmor and cargo board ready. Red remembered the old man's words as darkness fell. He pulled his cap tighter so he wouldn't be recognized, as if there were people on the base who didn't know the illustrious Sergeant Red. Where is he going at this hour? The sergeant heard, a voice he least wanted to hear now. Li Han loomed behind him like a shadow. Breaking discipline, Sergeant. What kind of example are you setting for the younger ones? Khan said. Not for a weasel who's always had it in his head to say that, Red replied. And why only Alexander sent the most annoying recruit to follow him? Red thought and turned around. Decided to take a walk, Red said. And at the same time, walk out the statutory visor you never wear. Took Han's word for it. Since you're so understanding, Red said, and his eyes glittered red. Then stop being impertinent, Red said. But Han was no stranger to the sass either, and stood to attention. Already read everything. He must have his reasons, Red thought. He had easily defeated Han when he was a freshman, but things were different now. It can't be helped. We have to break through, Red thought, and got into a stance. What was he up to? Han asked, obviously expressing no intention of fighting, which surprised the sergeant. Has he already figured out how to untie himself from the Ark after he leaves and takes the Oracle? Han asked, putting on the visor he never wore. Shouldn't he be watching him? Wondered the sergeant. He had come to help at her request, replied Han. You mean he just went along with it? Red didn't believe him. The one who was following him had already been dealt with, Han replied, pointing his finger. Answer the question. Why would he do that? The sergeant asked. They have a pact, Han calmly explained. If he helps them escape, Catherine will give him the files with information on the Ark, Han replied. We need to get Oracle first. I'm sure she's being followed now, Han said, and walked forward. She's on the second floor of that building, Han said, and they snuck into the hospital grounds where they watched Catherine. We'll get through the second window on the right. There are no guards there, and it's near the emergency exit. Han habitually directed the operation. Damn kid, raised on his own head. What was he up to? Red didn't understand. He managed to make a route to it, and in such a way that he did not get on the cameras. No one else is capable of this among the cadets. Looks like he considers the Acre an enemy and is ready to fight the entire structure, Red pondered. I think as a sergeant, he understands why he had to resort to such methods, Han said. Only those who are well informed and prepared will be able to survive, Han recalled Lao Cha's words. Was it Lao Cha who put him up to this? So he decided to act like this and go this far, the sergeant asked. Totally sick. There's definitely something wrong with this world, laughed Red. And he, Li Han, he'll outlive them all. They stood around the corner at that moment, just as the changing of the guard was taking place, outside Catherine's room. We'll have to wait a little while for the change, said Han, peering cautiously around the corner. Only two of them. They're not very security conscious here. They probably couldn't think of Red going against the leadership, Han thought. Ark is still the same, completely defenseless to attacks from within. No way, Red thought as he saw Han tearing toward the guards. Is he really thinking of hitting with those gloves? He was horrified. Khan came at them with a jerk, the charges of his thunder gauntlet gleaming. In the blink of an eye, with two movements, he paralyzed and knocked out two healthy guards almost without making a noise. Are they alive at all? Stepped over the bodies, Red. Yes, replied Han. Lie down for a while in the blackout and recover. He had practiced these blows on Whip many times, so he was able to find the right balance of psi waves, Han said. So you don't have to worry. Han helped Red into his armor and screwed in the last bolt. They were standing in the hangar. The board was ready for departure. It was time to say goodbye. As promised, handed Catherine the flash drive. She thanked him. The girl said, "Be careful. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but thanks, Li Han," Red smiled. Gratitude from the perpetually disgruntled and grumpy sergeant who beat the kids, Han broke out in a cold sweat. "What about the freighter?" Catherine asked. The pilot had found a pilot who offered to help, Red replied. Though it might seem like someone was blackmailing him, he said, Han seeing them off with a look. "Would you like to give one last piece of advice?" he shouted to Red's back. Still, Han remained at the front of the line. Red looked at his serious face and realized that the guy wasn't kidding and was really waiting for guidance. "Counsel, he's had more experience fighting dragons than he has in a long time," the sergeant began. "I will say something, though. Control your emotions, but don't suppress them," he added. "No one has the right to blame him for showing his human side," Red said. "Is this the instructor speaking?" Han couldn't stand it and started to shout, "If you slacken, you'll be eaten." He knew that very well, and knows it better than anyone. This kind of advice is just a bunch of garbage, Han said in his heart. "Understandably, so he's showing he's in pain," grinned the sergeant, Red. "All right, as you know, good luck, Li Han." Sergeant Red said goodbye. The bastard, Li Han thought, leaving happy even though he was the angriest person on this base. He looked after the flight that was making an illegal and silent departure from the base, as if a whole era in his short but turbulent life was passing away. Memories came flooding back to Han. They started with Red beating him, then scolding him, and then beating him again. But surprisingly, Han wasn't angry. The cool night breeze fluttered his outgrown hair. "Goodbye, Sergeant Red," Han mentally said goodbye to him. What a bastard. There was a lively discussion in the dining room. He's crazy to leave his own people for a girl. A hero too, a common traitor. They were talking at the base after Red left. "It would seem that the stone has more emotions, but it turned out to be romantic," Knut said at lunch. "But they are right. To run away before the fight is mean," Diamond replied. But the strangest thing is that the superiors have taken no action so far. No one has been punished, and there is no chase, he said. Someone helped him. And they're not even going to catch the accomplices. Listen to them argue, Han, if they knew. He looked at the memory card when he was alone, in his room. He took a long time to read the letter. Sorry, wrote Catherine at the end. If she hadn't read, Han wouldn't have finished it. Sergeant Red carried on his shoulders the carcass of a deer he had shot in the woods. He loaded the deer into the car he'd left by the road. He returned to their house in the evening, tires squeaking in the snow. There was a light frost. She heard the noise of the engine and ran out to meet him. How long had he fiddled? Sold the loot? Catherine asked. She looked radiant. Sure, Red answered her, taking her to dinner at the same time. He let his beard go so no one would recognize him after all. His face was often flashed on TV. The two of them had a family-style dinner, in a simple house, simple food. But it was the most delicious soup he'd ever had in his life. Hey, how about a volley? Catherine smiled and raised her plate to the top. Okay, Red agreed embarrassedly. Even though it was strange to say it, he had gotten softer in the last few months, as if he had taken off all his armor. Take your time, he said, and picked up the plate to drink from it too. He betrayed everyone just to see her smile again. But it was worth it. The snow outside was creaking with frost, and their house was warm and cozy. Han sat at his desktop and studied various files. Sorry, if she hadn't done that, Red would be dead, Catherine wrote in the message. She ended up saying less than she knew. But why? Han wondered. Destroyed, rumbled Alexander. 2 first-generation fighters, and you say they were killed by a bunch of monsters. He rumbled to the entire headquarters. One did survive, the communications officer reported to him. No physical injuries, but he's unconscious, lying in a single room. He should check it out for himself, the chief of staff said, and got up from his seat. No sooner was Red gone than it began. Though the main force is second-generation fighters. Without the trained veterans of the first, their power drops. This way escorted his adjutant as they approached the ICU. But before they opened the doors, someone opened them from the inside. A man showed up. He fired the shotgun almost point blank. The accompanying officer's face was blown off. The shot ripped Alexander's arm off, but he was lucky. All the brunt of the damage was taken by his escort. He screamed in pain, and the madman with the shotgun, grinning wildly. He reloaded the shotgun, but acted stiffly, as if someone was pulling the strings of a puppet. Alexander experienced the fear of death for the first time. He became distraught with pain and shock, and froze in place. Running was pointless anyway. He was saved by the fact that the psychopath suddenly recoiled to the side. A dragon spear gleamed, and Han stabbed the puppet's throat, killing it instantly. Alexander breathed heavily and stared back and forth at the assassin and Li Han. "Why is he here, Li Han?" shouted the chief of staff to him. "Get out of here now," Han answered him. "He's not finished yet," Han said. Red waves of sigh showed from the dead assassin's body. The ghost realized the chief of staff. "Hurry up and leave," Han told him. "If the ghost takes possession of the chief of staff, it will all be over." "Li Han, he'll call for backup," Alexander shouted to him as he ran away. But Han refused. "He could possess someone," Han said, "which would only cause trouble." "He can handle himself," Han assured him, and pointed his spear at the disembodied foe. The image of an Ella warrior woven entirely of Psy appeared before him. His training might not be enough. How to catch him, thought Han. He gripped his spear tighter. The disembodied ghost raged and turned into a red hurricane of terror. If his goal is to possess someone, there's no point in trying to hurt him. He'll just move, Han pondered. Left to fight with Psy power, Han retracted his stance and took the ghost into himself. The red ectoplasm slid inward, and he was seized by a gratuitous rage. Red was chopping wood at sundown. He was so hot he was working in a t-shirt. Catherine cackled as she watched him. The girl was bored as she didn't have much to do in this wilderness. "Boring. Finish it already and come here," the little beastie demanded. If she didn't want to die of the cold, she'd have to make firewood, Red warned. They might just warm each other up, Catherine blushed, and she had changed a lot, Red noticed. When night descended, they went out to look at the stars and breathe the fresh air. They just stared up at the sky, each thinking about something different. Frost adorned her cheeks with a blush, and steam wafted from her soft lips. "How beautiful," Catherine said in a quiet voice. The sky shone with myriad lights in the distance from the city. So calmly, like the calm before the storm, Catherine spoke. "Remember, Katie promised never to use her powers again," Red said. She looked into his blue, sad eyes, in which there was only tenderness and care. "Sure," smiled Catherine, sweetly, but still not as bright as usual. "She can't take another attack. She's better now as she's no longer looking to the future. But at any moment, it could happen to her spontaneously, Red." She turned to him. Hungry, the little glutton smiled brightly again. It only scared me, Red sighed. Let's go cook something, he said. Why would it scare me? Catherine wondered. Han, waking up in the hospital, for the umpteenth time he sees this white ceiling. It's become a habit, he thought. When he was discharged, the first thing he did was to go to Alexander. The latter was also carrying his sick leave on his feet. Bosses don't get vacations. The left sleeve was wrapped, in a knot so it wouldn't dangle. Sit down. He invited him to the table, where a classic English tea was just being served. I'd still like to hear the report the same way, Alexander said, lifting his cup. How was he still able to subdue the ghost? His chief of staff asked him sternly. When he underwent body enhancement surgery, he began to reject the dragon power that had been infused into him, something that had never happened before in medical practice. In the same way, his body reacted to a ghost composed entirely of alien psi. He possessed him, but ended up dying trying to subdue his body, Han said. That was the end of his short story, but Alexander wanted to know the details. That's all he asked. Yes, Li Han said just as succinctly, no more or less than what he had indicated in his reports. He's obviously hiding something. The chief of staff frowned. You can go, he let Han go, and stared after him, another headache, and a variable on his head. Last time, the ghost was destroyed because it leaked out of the body, not because of rejection, the chief of staff recalled. The guy is definitely hiding something, Alexander decided. If only Red were there, Han thought, as he stepped outside the office door and stared at his hand. He didn't really know what happened that day. They plunged into his subconscious, an empty world woven of psi lines. What was he thinking then when he just pointed his hand at the ghost? And he began to squirm as if in pain, though he had no body. Without much effort, Han simply dispelled the intruder into his subconscious. He used to have so little psi power that he could barely handle telearmor. He considered it his specialty, his ability to control, a small reserve of psi energy. But was it really so, Han now doubted? Half a year later, Red returned from the city, having sold his loot and shopped for change. And he's early today. Catherine met him at the doorstep. Is everything okay, Kathy? He asked. Stay out of the way. She stopped him at the very threshold. Go get the salt, she asked, and Red froze with the expression of all men who love their women very much, but sometimes don't understand them. Catherine didn't even try to explain such a sudden and urgent request, just smiled sweetly, not even giving any reason for doubt. So important that you won't even let her in the house? Red asked, knocking over the salt shaker, and the soup is already boiling, the girl replied quickly. And the magic word? Red asked, a quick boar-like shove out of Kat's door. Swing back there, she smiled, and stood her ground, the retired sergeant forced to capitulate. What else was left for him to do? He said well and nodded. No problems at all, he thought, as he made his way through the woods. She looked fine, so much so that he had even forgotten about her condition the last few months. Red wanted to get out of the car, but the prosthetic squeaked treacherously. It wouldn't hurt to replace a few parts, he thought. He waddled down the street toward the supermarket, crunching his steel leg. The 24-hour shop was operating as usual, but Red caught a couple of curious looks along the way. Maybe it showed, he thought, quickly estimating the number of customers at this time. One should be enough, thought the retired sergeant, and reached for the salt. He struck first without any warning, just knocking down the man standing next to him. That one fell to the ground. The blow of a veteran, battle-hardened dragon veteran. This was no joke. Red swung the salt shaker like the only weapon available. He hit her so hard that she exploded and salt sprinkled everywhere. He stalked him from the moment he got out of the car, thinking you wouldn't notice, Red yelled at him. Who is? Red asked him and put the barrel to the guy's head. Don't boil, wait, he shouted. That's it, Sarge. Drop the gun. The other agents who also had guns told him. They are from the Ark. What are they going to do with him? Asked them Red. He kept his hands on the back of his head as the chief of staff of the Ark entered the Minimart. Things are so bad that even scum like him are needed, Alexander said. Long time no see, Chief. And what brings them here? Red asked, and immediately faltered. Catherine, he realized with horror that none of what had happened was an accident. Red burst out without thinking. Stand still, the agents shouted, but Alexander stopped them with a gesture of his hand. Let him go, we'll follow, he told his men. Cat, he didn't even hope Oracle was alive after 6 months. Red was rushing with no thought for safety, the car skidding heavily in the snow. Catherine, please, he told himself and refused to believe what was happening. The car carried down the hill, full speed, wiggling hard. Catherine wrote the letter. Everything she could she had said before. A couple lines would suffice here. I'm sorry for being so selfish. He got carried away and the car went off the road into an uncontrollable skid. Every day spent with him, she wrote, while Red's car crashed into a tree. The sergeant's head smashed through the windshield, blood streaming down his face. Every day with him is more important to her than all of humanity. She left the lines. Red waddled toward home. He ran despite the pain and the fatigue and the rusty prosthetic. Eventually his steel leg failed him, and he fell. Red screamed. He should have made it in time, should have known better, thought he. He returned, but no one met him on the doorstep as usual. Red pushed open the doors. He split in two. Everything that was happening was no longer with him. For a second, he saw her blossoming image, the girl in the light dress as he had met her for the first time. "Love you, Red, and always will," she wrote at the very end, a short letter. And what to do next, the Arch-Internal Service agents asked him, but Alexander was in no hurry to answer. "Let's wait first," said this stern man who had seen a lot of things in his life. He found her asleep, a green glow surrounding her like the dragons after death. Red gently held her light body in his arms and gave her one last hug. Tears rolled long down his cheeks, falling down her peaceful face. A mute scream of pain and loneliness burst from his throat. Alexander was just waiting. Everything had already happened, the chief of staff realized. Red poured into his plate the cooled cheese soup Catherine had made for him. He ate alone, leaving her lying on the cold bed. "Let's have a volley." Red remembered that this soup is eaten this way. It was as cold and empty in his soul as it was now in this house. He'll handle Katie, Red thought. The first thing he did was shower, stitch up his wounds and shave. He wore the military uniform he'd escaped in, which he didn't get rid of, because he knew there was nowhere else to go. Red looked at her one last time, trying to memorize her face as if saying goodbye. At first he wanted to leave after her, but he seems to have unfinished business. Sergeant Red had burned all the posts, there was no point in lavish ceremonies, and no time either. Soon the whole world would be hell. He paced to Alexander. Sergeant Red was back on duty in the Ark after a leave of absence. "Wait a bit, Katie. They'll meet again soon," Red thought. Sergeant Red was back. "But why? They say he wasn't even on sick leave," interjected the Psykers who flew to the call. "There's no time to think about such things in the Ark," Lee Han replied. Knut agreed correctly. Prepare to go in for landing. This time several teams were going on the mission at once. The landing aircraft opened the bomb bay flaps where the Caspases were attached. Over the past year, the Arks have begun mass-producing second-generation TV armor, a boon to the material being much more plentiful. Due to their lack of firepower, there was no way they could afford to be defeated by the Dragons. Their teams worked cohesively like clockwork, supporting each other. The Dragons were dropping like flies, the weaker specimens barely able to stand up to the Arch soldiers. "Is he all right, Kuro?" the others asked him when the guy coughed. "Everything is fine," he assured his comrades, just sick of everything. "It would be nice to lie down for at least a little while," he said. But therein lay one problem. They had already gone 2 days without rest or sleep, the immortal Knut complained, so they would just sour from overwork before the decisive battle. As it is, they were just living on a killer schedule, working their asses off. What else is there? Near the gate, Alpha Team heard explosions. There was an Omega Team working there. "Are they involved in the gate blocking again?" Knut asked. "They often get dragged into it," Kuro replied. "And they seem to enjoy it. They want to die so badly, whether they are brave or stupid," Knut said. "They're treated as expendable," Han thought. But who isn't? He got a message on the local network, on his TACOM. "Alpha 1 on comms," said Khan. Requesting backup, said Omega 1. "It's out of their duty. They can handle it themselves," asked Han. He was taking care of his boys. "They can't kill 2 dragons at once. While they're dealing with one, the other will be gone," Omega 1 said. "Ask headquarters," Han suggested. "Truth be told, thought he was smarter than that," snarled Omega the First. "What is Lee Han?" his team asked him as he stood up and thought about it. "Omega team needs help. We'll go here in silence," Han replied. Silence, as usual, silently accepted the order. She did not care where Han would send her. The main thing was to follow him. Team Omega stood over the corpse of the dragon that emitted the usual green psi wave light. "Come quickly, Alpha 1 fighter Lee Han," said the Omega capital. "I can't wait to meet him," said your girlfriend's ex-boyfriend.